Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 957, Kanna's Shopping Guide. I think 100 galleons is a perfectly reasonable price. Just as Kyle said this, Madame Rosmerta arrived with a glass of mead and 2 freshly poured butterbeers. She couldn't help but feel surprised as she looked at the 3 of them chatting together. Kyle was no stranger to Madame Rosmerta. Long before he graduated, this young wizard had already been seen here talking with some of the most well-known names in the magical world. First and foremost, there was Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts. That one needed no explanation. Most witches and wizards already knew Kyle was considered one of Dumbledore's most gifted students. Then there was Cornelius Fudge, the former Minister of Magic, who had favored him so highly that he defied public opinion and appointed Kyle, still a student at the time, as the youngest senior undersecretary in ministry history. That appointment caused quite a stir. Many believed it was Fudge's way of trying to win back Dumbledore's favor, after their very public falling out over whether Voldemort had returned. Most speculated Fudge had come to realize the truth and was looking for a way to repair the relationship. Kyle was the perfect opening. Of course, those were just the drunken theories of barflies. And Madame Rosmerta, for one, didn't believe for a second that someone as arrogant as Fudge would ever humble himself to Dumbledore in that way. Still, over the years, she'd overheard enough snippets from professors and patrons alike to understand Kyle's extraordinary talent better than most. But even she hadn't expected to see him drinking so comfortably with Director Sykes, the famously reclusive head of St. Mungo's, who was rarely ever seen in public. That was truly astonishing. As she approached, Kyle took the tray from her hands. The butterbeer was for him and Kanna. As for the mead, Kyle gave the glass a glance, then shook his head lightly and pulled a plain, unlabeled glass bottle from his pouch. Director Sykes, if you enjoy mead, then you absolutely have to try this. At those words, Madame Rosmerta instinctively looked over, narrowing her eyes in quiet outrage. What kind of taste does he have? She had just brought out her finest vintage oak barrel mead, the kind even old Slughorn had begged her for dozens of times, without success. And Kyle had the nerve to pull out that. A plain bottle, no label, and the color even looked a little off. That was supposed to be the good stuff. But Sykes didn't seem to mind at all. Lost in her own thoughts, she absent-mindedly pulled the cork and poured herself a glass. At once, a rich, full-bodied scent of mead began to fill the 3 broomsticks. By Merlin's beard, Madame Rosmerta blurted. That oak-aged aroma, don't tell me you found one of Hogwarts' secret wine cellars. Even Sykes looked mildly surprised. After a small sip, she immediately refilled her glass. Then, as though something had occurred to her, she furrowed her brow. But she soon shook her head, brushing the thought aside, and returned to her silent contemplation. Madame Rosmerta, however, wasn't nearly so composed. She cast a glance at the silent Director Sykes, hesitated for a moment, then quietly returned to the bar without saying a word. A few more minutes passed before Sykes finally looked up. She seemed to have made her decision. With a faint smile, she extended her wrinkled hand. Then it settled. I'll buy the basilisk, 1 galleon a year, until all 100 are paid. You're getting quite the bargain, Kyle said as he reached out and shook her hand. And just like that, he was officially parting ways with the basilisk. Pretending it didn't sting would be a lie. That creature had been a gift from Salazar Slytherin himself, something he'd named specifically for Kyle. Out of all the magical beasts Kyle had encountered, the basilisk had been the most powerful ally. Take Godric's Hollow, for instance. Not even 6 dragons could have done what the basilisk had. But in order to ensure Voldemort's complete destruction, there'd been no other option. There was also another reason. As long as the basilisk was alive, there was no guarantee Grindelwald wouldn't take an interest in it. A creature like that was the ultimate status symbol for a dark wizard, easily on par with an obscurus. Even if he didn't need to use it, simply possessing one was a mark of power. And if Grindelwald decided to seize it, Kyle wouldn't have stood a chance. No, this was for the best. Kyle silently consoled himself. At the very least, now no one had to worry about the basilisk bursting out of his trunk and attacking Hogwarts students again. What, getting sentimental? Sykes looked at the visibly conflicted Kyle with a hint of amusement. No. Kyle shook his head and placed his suitcase on the table. It's in here. Do you want to take it now? No rush. I don't have a container large enough. You can help deliver it later, Sykes said with a wave of her hand. No problem. Consider it part of the after-sale service, guaranteed delivery to the designated location. Kyle forced a smile. Of course, I wouldn't let you lose out, Sykes continued. Over the next 100 years, I will. No, forget it. Kyle suddenly interrupted. I've changed my mind. Let's just do a one-time payment. 100 galleons. Oh. Sykes looked at him, clearly surprised. Why the change? I admit, I may have had some other intentions before, like using the basilisk to gain favor with St. Mungo's, or perhaps with you, Director, Kyle said honestly. And so what? Sykes replied, unfazed. Nothing really. I just realized it wasn't necessary. Kyle took a big gulp of butterbeer, frowned slightly, and said, besides, I suddenly felt like I was acting like the Minister for Magic just now. That's not good. Puffed. Connor couldn't hold back a laugh. Even Sykes cracked a rare smile. Good thing Amelia isn't here. From what you're saying, is being the Minister for Magic a bad thing? It's not about that. It's just not something I want, Kyle shrugged. So, let's settle it. 100 galleons, paid in full. I don't agree. Sykes looked at him and gently shook her head, turning down his offer. Truthfully, I feel the same as you, she said, pouring herself another glass of mead. Because neither St. Mungo's nor I could afford an entire basilisk. You can't even pay 100 galleons. I mean its true worth, without the friendship factored in, Sykes replied. So even if you hadn't said that, I'd probably still have shamelessly relied on friendship to make up for most of the galleons. I agree with you that 100 galleons is a reasonable price. I just didn't expect my friendship to be worth quite so much. Oh, and here. Sykes took out a single gold galleon and placed it on the table. Kyle was silent for a moment, then let out a small laugh and casually handed the coin to Connor. Help me keep track, Director Sykes still owes us 99 galleons. If she doesn't pay next year, we'll report her to the ministry. Connor blinked, a little slow to react. She looked at Kyle, then at Sykes. Well. Don't just stand there. I really do like the basilisk. Don't let Kyle change his mind, Sykes said with a grin. Connor gave a helpless laugh and finally accepted the galleon. Sykes seemed to be in an excellent mood. In such a short time, she'd already finished half a bottle of mead. I used to love this stuff when I was younger. But later I realized it affected my judgment when it came to potion making, so I started drinking it less. She took another small sip and pursed her lips thoughtfully. But this flavor, you didn't actually find Hogwarts' hidden wine cellar, did you? More or less, Kyle said casually. It's just mead brewed by Helga Hufflepuff 1,000 years ago. Nothing special. I thought so. You thought so? Kyle blinked in surprise. He had a feeling Sykes already knew where the mead came from. That shouldn't be possible. She wasn't supposed to know about Hufflepuff's cup. Unless Dumbledore told her. It's the taste of the honey, Sykes explained, as if she'd sensed his confusion. I once received a rare gift, a small vial of honey from 1,000 years ago. I tried using it to replace amaranth petals and lemon juice in a unique Felix Felicis brew. I tested it myself. That flavor, it was completely unlike the honey we have now. At that, Connor's interest was immediately piqued, though not by the mead. Really? Director Sykes, honey can actually replace amaranth petals, she asked eagerly. Absolutely. And with excellent results, Sykes replied, eyeing the bright-eyed young witch. Preliminary testing showed that the duration of Felix Felicis was extended by 20%. More importantly, its effects taper off gradually before ending, which helps the drinker adapt more easily to the come-down. As she spoke, Connor was already deep in thought. You don't need to remember those, Sykes went on. It's probably due to the type, only honey from 1,000 years ago will work. I've tried modern honey. It still works, but it greatly diminishes the effectiveness of Felix Felicis. I see. Connor looked a little disappointed. Sykes glanced at her. Have you already started brewing Felix Felicis? No, I'm still preparing, Connor shook her head. Brewing Felix Felicis takes a long time, and right now I'd rather focus on learning some specialized healing potions. If you're interested in antidotes or dark magic neutralizers, I actually have a few special tricks I could share with you. Of course, I mean, I'd love that. Kyle glanced at the two, who had suddenly grown quite familiar with each other. He silently shifted over to give them space and took a sip of butterbeer. For quite a while after that, it was as if Kyle didn't even exist. He simply sat there listening to a steady stream of potion ingredients being named. At first, it was all fairly standard, ingredients and potion lore. But then, at some point, the conversation expanded to types of cauldrons and grinding techniques. By the time he finished his third butterbeer, he still hadn't found an opportunity to say a single word. It wasn't until noon that the two finally wrapped up their discussion, still looking like they could keep going. And only because Sykes needed to return and stir her cauldron, which forced her to end the conversation. They parted ways at the door of the Three Broomsticks. Kanna decided to stay, while Kyle accompanied Sykes back to St. Mungo's and dropped off the basilisk. When he returned, he found a self-writing quill floating in front of Kanna, quickly recording notes from their earlier conversation. How was it? Really productive. Director Sykes recommended a fantastic shop, Kanna said excitedly. She told me there's a half-wizard village in Suffolk County where the potions they sell are far better than the ones in Diagon Alley. And in St. Catchpole Village, they sell higher-quality cauldrons. I remember you live there, don't you? Why didn't you ever tell me that? There was a clear hint of accusation in her tone. Kyle blinked, a little confused. St. Catchpole Village, do they sell cauldrons there? Maybe. As a village where many witches and wizards lived, it would make sense for there to be some specialty shops. Most of those places would be protected by muggle-repelling charms, only accessible to magical folk. But truthfully, Kyle hadn't lied to Kanna. He genuinely didn't know. He had absolutely no memory of anything like that. After all, whenever he needed to buy something, he almost always went straight to Diagon Alley. It had everything. The convenience alone made it the obvious choice. It wasn't far either, a short walk to the borough, hop into the Flu network, and in the blink of an eye, you were there. The Weasleys did the same. Kyle had never once heard them mention shopping in the village. It was always Diagon Alley. Maybe families like the Lovegoods, who didn't have a fireplace connected to the Flu network, would shop locally out of necessity. But cauldrons? Kyle really had no clue. He only vaguely remembered that Percy had been weirdly obsessed with them for a while. I'll write home and ask. If there really is a place selling cauldrons. On the way back to Hogwarts, Kyle couldn't help asking, but is that all you two talked about? Good potion ingredient shops, better cauldrons, even robes that were more comfortable for brewing potions. It wasn't exactly what he'd imagined. If two potion enthusiasts got together, shouldn't they be talking about refining potion formulas or enhancing their effects? Like they had been at the start. But from Kanna's description, Kyle couldn't shake the feeling that they'd just walked through a potion brewer's personal shopping guide. I learned most of my potion making from Uncle Severus, Kanna explained. So even though Director Sykes is also a master of potions, not all of her methods suit me. But what really impressed me was her practical experience. I had no idea there were so many great places in Britain, some of them even sell restricted ingredients through regular channels. Chapter 958, Snape's Hearing. The next day was the weekend, and also the first weekend since Hogwarts had reopened. Even though they'd only had one day of classes, the students were already buzzing with excitement. Perhaps to help dispel the lingering shadow of Voldemort more quickly, this weekend was once again a Hogsmeade weekend. Early that morning, students from third year and above eagerly gathered in the entrance hall, waiting for a professor to escort them out. How long has it been since we last went to Hogsmeade? Ron asked, sounding a bit giddy as he stood in the crowd. I can't even remember, Harry said after thinking for a moment. It seems like ever since Voldemort started stirring, we haven't been allowed off school grounds. It was for our safety, Hermione said. The Death Eaters could have been hiding in Hogsmeade. It's not as secure as the school. Yeah, those days were stifling, said Seamus, turning around from the front of the group. It's way better now. Voldemort's gone, the Death Eaters are all scrambling to take care of themselves, and none of them dare show their faces anymore, ha. Right, someone chimed in. Fizzing Whizbees, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. I've nearly forgotten what they taste like. And Zonkos, hope they've reopened. My galleons are practically begging to be spent. The group stood together, noisily chattering about whether they should hit the sweet shop first or head to the Three Broomsticks for a long overdue butterbeer. As for the students below third year, they could only stand on the sidelines, watching longingly. First and second years weren't allowed to visit Hogsmeade, and not even a war had managed to change that rule. Oh, what's taking the professor so long? Came a wave of complaints from the crowd. Quiet. Everyone, come over here. Filch barked, holding a strange-looking device and scanning each student as they passed by. It was a detector for dark magic items. Before Voldemort's attack on Hogwarts, every student entering or leaving the castle had to be scanned with it. Although Voldemort had been defeated, the professors hadn't issued any new instructions, so Filch continued the checks. After all, it was one of the few chances he had to make life difficult for the students. Filch's methods were as rough as ever, prompting even louder grumbling from the crowd. Fortunately, at that moment, the professor they were waiting for finally entered the castle. What are you all standing around for? Get outside and line up. We're leaving, Kyle called, waving his hand. He was the supervising professor for this trip. All the other professors were busy with more important matters, he was the only one with time to spare. If he didn't find something to do, he figured he'd end up annoying everyone. Besides, he had his own business in Hogsmeade, so he'd volunteered to lead the group. Wait. I haven't finished checking them yet. Filch shouted when he saw the students beginning to head outside. No need, Kyle said, glancing at him. And that antique you're holding, I suggest you throw it back in storage. From now on, students can come and go like before. No more checks. That's all. A wave of cheers erupted from the students. Only Filch's face turned dark with fury, but there was nothing he could do about it. Just a year ago, Kyle himself had been one of the students required to go through the scanner before entering the castle. Now, he was a professor. Even if he was just the ancient runes professor, arguably teaching the subject with the fewest students, his word carried far more weight than Filch's. But Filch wasn't about to give up so easily. I'm going to speak to the headmaster, he snapped. Be my guest, if you can find him, Kyle replied casually with a dismissive wave, setting off another round of cheers. With that, the crowd followed Kyle out of the school and made their noisy way to Hogsmeade. The moment the pointy rooftops of the village came into view, a few students instinctively broke from the group and ran ahead. Seeing that Kyle didn't stop them, even more students took off. By the time they reached the edge of the village, only a few obedient students remained in line, most of them third years. As a reward for following the rules, Kyle raised an eyebrow at them. If you head to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes and mention my name, you'll get 20% off. Awesome. You're the best, Professor. The group of young wizards cheered and dashed off, all but one. Hermione, something on your mind? This is what you meant by a reward, she asked, her expression a little odd. Yeah, don't you like it? But I heard from Ron that today's the grand opening celebration of Fred and George's new branch. Hermione looked straight at him and said, carefully and clearly, even without giving your name, everything's 20% off anyway. But they still got to enjoy the moment, didn't they? Kyle shrugged. I suggest you go buy something, too. Oh, and remember to give them my name, you'll see. Before Hermione could say anything more, Kyle turned and walked off toward the 3 broomsticks. He'd just been there yesterday with Director Sykes, and now he was back again. After stepping inside, Kyle scanned the room and quickly spotted Conna sitting at a round table near the window. Seated across from her were Cedric and Cho. Don't worry, I asked around, Professor Snape is doing fine. The Aurors haven't given him any trouble, Cedric said, handing Conna a piece of parchment. He asked me to give this to you. Conna took it and glanced over it, visibly relieved. When will he be back? That, I don't know. Cedric shook his head. Some things can't be explained in a sentence or two. You know, back when the last Wizarding War ended, a lot of Death Eaters got away with claiming they were under the Imperius Curse or something similar. Turns out this time, most of them were lying. Of course, I'm not saying Professor Snape is a Death Eater. I just mean the Ministry's investigations have gotten much stricter. I understand. Conna nodded. Just then, Kyle happened to walk over. Weren't we meeting at 8? Why are you all here so early? If you check the time, you'll see we're not early, Cedric said with a helpless sigh. Classic Kyle, he was 10 minutes late, yet had the audacity to say they'd arrived too soon. Maybe I was a little delayed. First time taking students to Hogsmeade and all. Kyle took a butterbeer from Madame Rosmerta and downed a large gulp. And keeping them in line, it's hard work. Keeping them in line. Really? Cedric gave him a skeptical look. He remembered how, back when Kyle was a prefect, he'd offloaded nearly all the responsibilities onto Cedric. And Cedric doubted that becoming a professor had changed that habit. Doesn't matter, Kyle said with a wave of his hand, smoothly changing the subject. So, about what you mentioned in your letter yesterday, Snape's hearing. I already told Conna the details, Cedric replied, clearly not interested in repeating himself for Kyle's sake. And really, there was no need. He was here to speak with Conna. Snape's hearing didn't concern Kyle, at least not for now. It was Cho, standing next to Cedric, who suddenly grew nervous when she saw Kyle. Sorry about yesterday, locking you out at St. Mungo's. She said, a bit awkwardly. I just felt embarrassed, not being part of the real fight. No, you're wrong, Kyle said seriously, looking at her. You fought too, your battlefield just looked different. You don't have to comfort me. Cho ruffled her hair in frustration. The Death Eaters at the Ministry, they couldn't even cast a proper curse. Merlin, and I'm a Ravenclaw. Yeah, you really should have been in Hufflepuff, Kyle said, chuckling. Cho smiled too, as if something had just occurred to her. She looked at the 3 of them and let out a sigh. Mediocrity, that's the biggest misconception wizards have about Hufflepuff. Cedric, the top graduate of his year, with 10 perfect NEWT scores. Conna, also with 10 NEWTs, and the youngest member of the Extraordinary Potioneers Association. And Kyle, who needed no explanation, he'd fought Voldemort one-on-one, was Hogwarts' youngest professor, and a recipient of the Order of Merlin, second class. Just listing his titles would take 5 minutes. All of them, so-called mediocre Hufflepuffs. Let's get back to the hearing, Cedric said, picking up the thread and continuing to discuss Snape, sharing more details with Conna. By the time they left the Three Broomsticks, it was nearly noon. At Kyle's suggestion, they headed over to the branch of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes near the village entrance. Thanks to Fred and George's persistent efforts, they had finally succeeded in buying out Zonko's and had opened a new shop just beside Hogwarts. Inside, Fred and George welcomed them with great enthusiasm, eagerly introducing a few new products. Cedric took a liking to a color-changing tie. Fred charged him double. Throughout it all, Conna remained visibly distracted. It was clear she was still worried about Snape. Kyle didn't have any great solution for that. As long as Snape remained at the Ministry, her anxiety was inevitable. They had a modest lunch back at the Three Broomsticks, and after that, Cedric and Cho had to head back. Conna also wanted to return home to search for anything that could help prove Snape's innocence and prepare for the hearing. Kyle didn't believe Snape would have left behind any evidence related to his identity in his own home, but he didn't say so. It wasn't a bad thing for Conna to have something to keep her occupied until the hearing. As evening fell, Kyle gathered the remaining students and led them back to Hogwarts, bringing the day's work to a close. A few more days passed, and as the hearing approached, Professor McGonagall grew even busier, traveling back and forth between Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic more frequently. One morning, Kyle even covered 2 lower-year transfiguration classes for her, something that had never happened before. "I knew you'd manage just fine." Professor McGonagall returned just as Kyle was leaving the classroom. She gave him a quick once-over and nodded. "Honestly, I think you'd make a fine transfiguration professor. I've still got a long way to go." "Ancient runes suits me better," Kyle said, politely declining the unspoken offer. He glanced at the parchment in her hands. "Professor, what's that?" "I've written down everything I could remember about things Severus has done. It might come in handy at the hearing." "Snape's hearing?" Kyle was momentarily caught off guard. "Yes. When is it?" "I'm heading to the Ministry right now," Professor McGonagall replied. "The notice arrived just this morning, otherwise I wouldn't have asked you to cover my classes." "Can I come with you?" Kyle asked. "You can, but did you receive an invitation?" Professor McGonagall pulled out an envelope, stamped with the seal of the Wisengamot. "No," Kyle admitted with a shake of his head. He'd only just learned the hearing was happening, there was no way he could have received a letter. "In that case, I'd suggest staying at Hogwarts," McGonagall said gently. "This hearing is a formal one. Those without invitations aren't allowed in. Even if you go to the Ministry, you'd only be waiting outside. Not even with my Order of Merlin, second class." Kyle blinked, puzzled. "I thought members of the Order, just like Wisengamot members, were allowed to attend any hearing or trial." "Second class. Oh, I completely forgot." Professor McGonagall patted her forehead. It had been long enough that she'd nearly forgotten Kyle even held that distinction. The Order of Merlin was one of the highest honors a wizard could receive. Even a third-class recipient could attend any hearing. Kyle's second-class medal made his presence unquestionable. "In that case, come along," she said at last, with no further objections. "Miss Prince is probably getting impatient, we'd best hurry." "All right." This time, Professor McGonagall didn't bother adjusting the Hogwarts restrictions. She simply left the castle with Kyle. At the front gates, the two of them apparat directly from Hogwarts to the Ministry of Magic. The moment they appeared, Conna, who had clearly been waiting for a while, rushed over. "Headmistress McGonagall. Kyle, you came too." Her eyes lit up the moment she saw him following behind, and she instinctively stepped toward him. "Don't worry, we have solid evidence." Kyle took her hand. "But you really should have told me sooner. If I hadn't run into Professor McGonagall, I wouldn't even know the hearing was today." Conna didn't speak, she just squeezed his hand in return. "You too, I realize this may not be the best time to interrupt, but we really should get going," Professor McGonagall said, casting a glance at them. No wonder Kyle had insisted on coming along. Still, Conna looked noticeably calmer now. "My letter said the hearing is on the second floor," Conna said, pulling a folded parchment from her pocket. "Second floor, which courtroom?" Kyle asked. "Courtroom 2, Professor McGonagall answered. "That's a relief." Kyle nodded. The Ministry had 10 courtrooms, and the lower the number, the less serious the case. "We have more than enough evidence to support Severus," said McGonagall, though she still looked slightly displeased. "They're claiming courtroom 1 is still under repair." "What rubbish. With how much time has passed, they could have rebuilt the entire Ministry. How is one small courtroom still not fixed? This is good enough. Anyway, let's get moving, before they try anything shady again." She still remembered the stunt the Ministry pulled during Harry's trial years ago, switching the courtroom at the last minute. Kyle had been dragged into that mess too, if memory served. Although the current minister, Amelia Bones, was more principled than Cornelius Fudge had been, McGonagall still thought caution was best. After all, there was no Dumbledore to shield them this time. The three of them stepped into the lift and rode it up to the second floor. Minerva, Conna, you're finally here. Mr. Weasley had been waiting and came over immediately as the lift doors opened. Oh, Kyle. Did you get an invitation too? No, but I have a second-class Order of Merlin, so I'm allowed to attend. Oh, right. That's true, Mr. Weasley said after a brief pause. It was clear that, like Professor McGonagall, he had momentarily forgotten Kyle's distinction. Understandable, really, so much time had passed, and Kyle had made headlines more than once over the years. It was hard to keep track of everything. How is it, Arthur? No issues. Professor McGonagall asked as she stepped out of the lift. None this time. It's in courtroom 2, Mr. Weasley replied. I've been keeping an eye on things. It's still early, so most people haven't arrived yet, but Amelia Bones is already here. Chapter 959, Chapter 959, Witness, Lucius Malfoy. Kyle wasn't unfamiliar with the Ministry's courtrooms, he'd been here twice before. The first time was for the trial of Peter Pettigrew, to expose the real traitor from 17 years ago. The second time was when the Death Eaters tried to turn the tables, attempting to use the Ministry to pin a murder charge on him. Kyle narrowed his eyes, the memory bringing back the faces of the masterminds behind it all, 3 damn Death Eaters. One of them, Karkaroff, had disappeared shortly after and was likely killed by Voldemort. Another one. Who was it again? Oh, right, Walden McNair. He'd worked on the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures, holding one of the most shunned positions in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. That was actually the main reason McNair managed to stay in the Ministry despite long-standing suspicions of being a Death Eater. After all, his post, like the Office for House Elf Relocation, belonged to one of the most neglected divisions, low pay, barely any staff turnover, and often left to rot without attention for over a decade. But unlike the House Elf office, no one in his department, not even the department head, wanted anything to do with the disposal committee. It was precisely that lack of interest that let McNair slip through the cracks. Still, he hadn't been seen in ages, whether he was in hiding or dead, no one knew. Of the 3 Death Eaters involved in that old incident, only one remained alive, Malfoy. Kyle suddenly felt a twinge of regret and muttered under his breath, shouldn't have let the bastard off so easily back then. What was that? Professor McGonagall glanced over at him. Ah, nothing, Kyle said, shaking his head. Has the hearing started yet? Almost, McGonagall replied, casting a glance into the courtroom. The step seating was already filling up, and Amelia Bones had arrived as well. Let's head in, McGonagall said, stepping inside first. Conna and Kyle followed closely behind. Compared to courtroom 10, where Pettigrew had been tried, this room was smaller and far less grim. Probably because of the windows. Courtroom 10 had only a tiny window the size of a hand, with light coming solely from oil lamps mounted on the walls. But here, the windows were enchanted and much more generous, letting in bright sunlight. The whole room felt more like a slightly oversized Hogwarts classroom than a courtroom. Snape was already there. Since this was a hearing, not a formal trial, he wasn't locked in a special iron cage like the Death Eaters had been. There weren't even the usual chains on his chair. He was seated alongside several other wizards, across from Amelia Bones. Conna was directed to a specific seat on the left. Professor McGonagall sat beside Snape. Kyle, meanwhile, had to take a place among the Wizengamot members up in the tiered seating. There were about 30 people present, all dressed in deep purple robes, looking down with interest at Snape, and at McGonagall beside him. As Kyle took his seat at the back, he overheard 2 members nearby speaking quietly. I heard Severus was one of Albus's people. Who knows? Dumbledore's been gone for a long time. Maybe he's just trying to dodge the blame. Not necessarily. If that were the case, Minerva wouldn't be fighting so hard for him. Fair enough, but I still find it hard to believe anyone could go undercover with you-know-who and not get caught. Well, we'll see what kind of evidence they've brought. The 2 men continued speaking, glancing curiously at Kyle. I remember, you came in with Minerva. This is the Wizengamot seating area. Escorts are supposed to sit down on the left. That's correct. I'm supposed to be here, Kyle said, turning slightly to reveal the second-class medal hanging on his chest. Oh, the Order of Merlin. One of the elderly wizards said in surprise. I know who you are, you must be the Kyle old Duggald mentioned, the youngest ever recipient of the second-class order. If there's not another Kyle with that title, then yes, that would be me, Kyle replied politely. The old Duggald he referred to was likely Duggald MacPhail, Minister for Magic 150 years ago, who, after retiring, became a leisurely figure in the wizarding world, well known for his extensive network of friends. Kyle had met him through Nicholas, and over the past few years, they'd kept up regular correspondence. Delighted to see you here, the old wizard said with a broad smile, reaching out to shake his hand. "The honor is mine," Kyle responded. "Didn't expect to see you here too." Aside from Minerva, another elderly wizard leaned in and added, "That Severus Snape, he must be quite well liked at Hogwarts. Makes you wonder, maybe he really was someone Albus placed there." "Well, you could say that," Kyle answered vaguely. Snape certainly was popular within Slytherin. As for the other three houses, especially Gryffindor, they would have given anything to see him kicked out of Hogwarts. If this hearing went in his favor, they'd probably be heartbroken enough to cry. "Very well." At that moment, Amelia Bones's voice rang out from below. "Since everyone is here, let's begin. We'll start with your statement," she said, looking directly at Snape. "You claim to have worked for Albus Dumbledore. We need the details and the full account. You'll be taking notes, Mr. Weasley," she added, turning to the other side of the room. "Yes, Minister," Percy replied, finally pulling his gaze away from Snape. To be honest, Percy, being a Gryffindor, had never liked Snape. After all, Snape was infamous for docking points from Gryffindor, especially after Harry had enrolled. Since then, they hadn't come close to winning the House Cup and were stuck at the bottom of the rankings year after year. It had gotten to the point where Percy even felt embarrassed in front of the prefects from other houses. Still, deep down, he didn't want to believe a Death Eater had been teaching at Hogwarts. He adjusted his horn-rimmed glasses, quill poised, ready to begin recording. "It happened 17 years ago," Snape began, voice steady. "Sybil Trelawney made a prophecy about the future savior at the Hog's Head Inn, and I happened to overhear it." His tone remained calm as he recounted the events in full detail. "Hold on a moment." A few minutes in, Amelia suddenly interrupted him. "You're saying it was you who passed the prophecy to Voldemort?" "Yes." Snape's hands clenched into fists, and for the first time, his voice cracked with dryness. "But at the time, I didn't realize that he would think the child in the prophecy was Lily Evans." Amelia's eyes flickered. "Very well. Continue. We'll need more detailed evidence." From that point on, everything played out exactly as Kyle remembered it. But he noticed something, the way Snape deliberately downplayed his feelings for Lily Evans. No, more than that, he had recast those feelings as mere friendship. And none of the other wizards seemed to pick up on it. To them, it probably made perfect sense. Two gifted potion makers forming a bond. Entirely natural. Of course, Lily had been married. But not everyone seemed convinced. Take the two elderly wizards Kyle had spoken with earlier, they sat listening intently to Snape's testimony. Unlike the rest of the room, with its solemn expressions, they would occasionally glance at each other and chuckle softly under their breath. "Love." One of them murmured quietly, but his voice was so low that even Kyle, standing nearby, couldn't make out the rest. About half an hour later, Snape finally finished his account, and a low hum of discussion rippled through the tiered seats above. How to put it? If you looked at things the way Snape told them, he didn't exactly come off as innocent. He had, after all, once been a Death Eater, and he had leaked one of the most crucial secrets of the war, the prophecy about the Chosen One. That alone should have earned him a direct ticket to Azkaban. And yet, it was precisely because he revealed the prophecy to Voldemort that Voldemort targeted the Potters, and was ultimately defeated by a baby, Harry Potter. In a strange way, Snape had fulfilled the prophecy himself. It left people uncertain, was he to be condemned or praised? "Order, please." Amelia tapped the gavel lightly against the table. She already knew most of this and remained composed. "Next, we'll need more concrete evidence to support your claims." "Here," Professor McGonagall said, stepping forward with a gleaming bottle in hand. "This is a memory from Albus Dumbledore. It confirms that Severus Snape is telling the truth." At a signal from Bones, a large, ancient-looking mirror was brought into the room. The frame was faded and inscribed with magical runes similar to those on a pensieve. Professor McGonagall poured the memory into the mirror. Instantly, the surface shimmered to life, playing the scenes as if they were a moving picture. Kyle leaned forward with interest, but after watching for a few moments, he sat back again. This mirror could display memories, but only visually, it lacked the immersive depth of a pensieve. Still, under the current circumstances, it was the more practical choice. The memory matched most of Snape's testimony, though there were a few new revelations. Voldemort kidnapped Harry Potter during the Triwizard Tournament, several people gasped, instinctively turning to look at Bones at the front. "We've already confirmed it with Harry Potter," she said calmly, yet her words sparked immediate chaos throughout the courtroom. And then came the second revelation. He didn't realize the Dark Lord deliberately lured him to the Department of Mysteries. The Department of Mysteries. "Oh, I remember now, you know who appeared for the first time in the Ministry." Dumbledore stopped him. "I remember that too. That fight destroyed the entire atrium. Nearly brought down the whole Ministry. So it was him who told Dumbledore." The murmuring swelled. But when the word Horcrux appeared, the whispers exploded into a deafening uproar that nearly tore the roof off the courtroom. Now they understood how Voldemort had come back. He'd used something as horrifying as Horcruxes. The memory ended there, and Amelia Bones banged the gavel several times before the room reluctantly settled. This portion of the memory will need to be verified for authenticity before a judgment can be made. No problem, Professor McGonagall agreed without hesitation. We'll also need further supporting evidence. I have it, she said, already prepared. She pulled out a thick stack of parchment. These documents contain everything we've compiled in recent years related to Horcruxes. This was what Albus Dumbledore had been working on all along. I imagine many of you have wondered why Dumbledore didn't hunt down the Death Eaters. It's because he spent those years tracking and destroying Voldemort's Horcruxes. Under McGonagall's sharp gaze, a few witches and wizards lowered their heads, clearly ashamed. Kyle hadn't expected Snape's hearing to end up salvaging part of Dumbledore's reputation as well. Then again, most of those Horcruxes were destroyed by him. Dumbledore had only found the Resurrection Stone. Well, never mind. Let Dumbledore be the legend. Kyle reconsidered, it was probably better this way. Even if the truth about the Horcruxes came to light, people would assume Dumbledore had been the one to find them. And no one would suspect that the diadem, the cup, and the locket had been in his possession the entire time. He might eventually earn a first-class Order of Merlin for it, but compared to those 3 artifacts, the medal felt pretty meaningless. Meanwhile, down below, Professor McGonagall gave a casual flick of her hand, and the stack of parchment flew out in all directions, landing precisely in front of each person. The next few minutes were spent in silence as everyone pored over the documents. These are only your claims. They don't count as direct evidence. That's all right. We have a witness, McGonagall said. He's waiting just outside. Percy looked to Bones for confirmation, and when she nodded, he walked toward the doors. Moments later, he returned, followed by none other than Lucius Malfoy. He had kept his word. Not only had he come to the Ministry voluntarily, but he was appearing in public, as a witness. Kyle narrowed his eyes slightly and let out a quiet sigh. Pity. He'd actually hoped Lucius would break his promise. The coward was still so spineless. Wouldn't it have been easier to solve this with a few galleons, like he used to? Did he really want to go to Azkaban that badly? And besides, Kyle was now a Hogwarts professor, someone with a respectable position. Even if Lucius had broken his word, it's not like Kyle could storm into Malfoy Manor and murder him. What was he so afraid of? Not only that, judging by how things were unfolding, Lucius had clearly met with McGonagall beforehand and arranged something. That was the only reason he was now appearing as a witness. Kyle tapped his fingers thoughtfully against his leg. When did this guy start getting clever? Chapter 960, Professor McGonagall's Concerns. Your name? Asked Bones. Lucius Malfoy, Lucius replied, his voice faintly trembling. He lifted his gaze, perhaps deliberately, perhaps not, and glanced up at Kyle seated at the highest tier. And I am, also a Death Eater. It was as if a bomb had gone off in the chamber. Lucius's next words caught everyone off guard, including Amelia Bones. My wife, Narcissa Malfoy, and I were both swayed by the Dark Lord, and we committed a terrible mistake. Another wave of murmuring broke out around the room. So you're here to flaunt the fact that you weren't caught? Bones asked sharply, her eyes narrowing. She truly hadn't expected Lucius to say something like that. Everyone knew the Malfoys were Death Eaters, but the Aurors had never been able to find hard evidence to arrest them. Only Draco Malfoy was officially wanted, for the murder of Albus Dumbledore. As for Lucius and Narcissa, they had completely vanished ever since Voldemort dragged them off outside the Ministry gates. No one had even seen them during the Battle of Hogwarts. They hadn't shown up at all, so the Aurors had no legal grounds to pursue them. Of course, if the Aurors really wanted to, they could have dug further into their earlier activities and easily found a reason, but with dozens of captured Death Eaters still waiting for trial, no one was eager to pile more work on themselves. No one had expected Lucius to voluntarily walk into the Ministry before they came knocking. Such a stupid move. Was this really the Lucius Malfoy they all knew? But now that he'd said it, no one could pretend they hadn't heard. Bones slammed her hand down on the table. A squad of Aurors immediately stepped forward, wands raised, ready to restrain him. No, that's not it, please, believe me. The Malfoy family would never challenge the authority of the Ministry, Lucius said quickly, watching the Aurors draw closer. Then what do you mean by this? We regret everything we've done, Lucius said, face grave. Last time, I chose to run. But not this time. I'm willing to accept punishment, to atone for everything I've done. His tone was earnest, his expression equally so, but the crowd around him stared in stunned disbelief. If they didn't know the Malfoys, they might have been convinced. But they did know them. That entire family was notorious for bending with the wind. Someone like that was suddenly offering himself up for punishment. Even Amelia Bones, who had seen her fair share of dramatic scenes, froze for a moment. She genuinely wondered whether Lucius had been placed under the Imperius curse. How else could he say something so startlingly noble? Instinctively, she looked to Kingsley. The soon-to-be head of the Auror office gave a slight shake of his head, indicating that Lucius appeared perfectly normal, no sign of being under any enchantment. Which only made it more baffling. How had the ever-opportunistic Malfoy suddenly produced someone who sounded responsible? This was not the Lucius Malfoy anyone remembered. Bones found herself increasingly confused. This was supposed to be a straightforward hearing, when had it become so absurdly complicated? So, you're turning yourself in, she asked, regaining her composure. Of course, Madam Minister. Lucius placed a hand over his chest and declared solemnly, I am filled with regret for my past actions. The honor of the Malfoy name serves as a constant reminder, I cannot allow myself to run from this. For some reason, several Wisingamot members seated in the gallery suddenly winced as if they'd all been struck with a collective toothache. Honor. The Malfoy family had honor. Weren't they more likely to worship gold? But they couldn't exactly contradict him now. They could only sit there, baring their teeth in silence as they glared at Lucius. But before that, Lucius lifted his head, regaining his solemn tone. I cannot sit back and watch a truly brave wizard be slandered as a Death Eater. You're here to testify for Severus Snape. Bones finally circled back to the original point of the hearing. Yes, I am. Lucius nodded. I realized long ago that Severus Snape was not a true Death Eater. But because he was my son's godfather, I kept that realization from the Dark Lord. In hindsight, it may have been the wisest decision I've ever made. Now it wasn't just the elderly wizards around him, even Kyle and Professor McGonagall couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Lucius realized Snape wasn't a Death Eater. Realized what, exactly? Just based on the things Narcissa and Snape had said to each other. If Voldemort had ever found out, it would have been enough to kill them both 10 times over. Given how cautious the Malfoys were, if Lucius had truly suspected Snape's allegiance, he would have never taken such a risk. Across the room, Professor McGonagall also turned her head slightly, wondering whether she should just scrap Lucius as a witness altogether. She needed his testimony, but it wasn't absolutely essential. And if he kept talking like this, it might end up doing more harm than good. Fortunately, Lucius didn't push things any further. In addition, I can also confirm that the Dark Lord did in fact possess a Horcrux, Lucius declared solemnly. Because I once kept one. What did you say? Bones frowned. You kept a Horcrux? Yes, Lucius replied. And I'm willing to take Veritaserum if necessary. Bones's eyes widened slightly, her breathing audibly sharper. What was it? She asked in a low voice. A notebook, Lucius said. It was one the Dark Lord used when he was still a student. Later, it was confirmed that he had created the Horcrux after killing a witch named Myrtle at the school. I can confirm that, said Professor McGonagall, once again producing a stack of parchment, and a battered old diary. These contain a detailed account of the incident, and this was the Horcrux. A ripple of movement swept through the room as many stood up, clearly wanting a closer look at the legendary object said to grant immortality. Though the diary was already destroyed, it had once carried a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Even now, faint magical traces still clung to its pages. The diary was brought before Bones, who instinctively leaned back, as though Professor McGonagall had handed her an oversized dung bomb. The others reacted much the same way. It was clear they wanted nothing to do with such a vile and unnatural creation of dark magic, but their curiosity kept them from looking away. As more and more people rose from their seats, Bones was forced to order the Aurors to remove the diary in order to maintain order in the courtroom. I have one more question, one that is perhaps the most important, Bones said, turning back to Snape. After the final battle, did you help Voldemort escape? Yes. Snape was silent for a long time before he finally answered. Why? Bones asked. You say you were working for Dumbledore, why would you help him? I don't know, Snape said. At the time, I didn't understand what I was doing. It's possible the Dark Lord discovered my identity and used the Imperius curse on me. Kyle's eyes widened slightly. Snape, who had told the truth up to this point, was lying. Why? What was he trying to protect? The Aurors performed legilimency to examine my memories, Snape continued. They can verify that I'm telling the truth. That's correct, Kingsley said with a nod. Bones said nothing. Of course she knew what the memories showed. She had seen the scene of Voldemort's death through Severus Snape's own recollections. In that memory, she had seen Kyle, an unfamiliar witch, and Albus Dumbledore, who had already been killed. At first, the Ministry had suspected the memory had been tampered with. But then the portrait of Everard, one of Hogwarts' former headmasters, now hanging in the Minister for Magic's office, had told her that Dumbledore was, indeed, dead. That it had all been part of a plan. A brilliant one, meant to deceive Voldemort. Bones had struggled to understand it. But portraits could not lie to the Minister of Magic, so she accepted it as some sort of rare or special magic, something like the enchantment Lily Evans had placed on Harry. Still, the matter required further investigation. Until Voldemort's death could be fully confirmed, she had no intention of revealing any of it to the public. Bones raised her head, and the soft murmuring around the courtroom slowly faded into silence. Now, we begin the first round of voting, she announced loudly. Those who believe Severus Snape is not a Death Eater, please raise your hands. Hands began going up, one after another. Kyle remained still. He wasn't a formal member of the Wizengamot, merely an observer, so he had no right to vote. Even without his vote, plenty of hands were raised, over half within seconds, and soon more than 2/3. Those who believe Severus Snape is a Death Eater, raise your hands. This time, only a handful of people responded. The contrast was striking. Very well, Bones said, taking a deep breath. I hereby announce the result of the first round of hearings. Severus Snape's status as a Death Eater is temporarily revoked. A round of applause followed. But Kyle noticed something interesting in her wording. First round, temporarily revoked. It seemed Snape's case wasn't fully closed. Still, Kana was already thrilled with the outcome. She jumped up from her seat, fists clenched in excitement. Congratulations, Bones said as she stood up. After a brief exchange of words with Snape, she hurriedly exited the hearing room, clearly pressed for time. I knew this hearing would be way more interesting than a standard Death Eater interrogation. Absolutely. If I had a choice, I'd never go back to those dull interrogations again. The two old wizards who had been seated next to Kyle also rose and left with the rest of the group. Just as they'd said earlier, Wizengamot members didn't only attend hearings, they were also required to take part in Death Eater interrogations. They were now off to help fill numbers in other interrogation rooms. Before long, only a few people remained. Naturally, Professor McGonagall, Snape, Kana, and Kyle were still there. Lucius was also present. When Kyle walked over, Lucius instinctively took a few steps back, his body beginning to tremble. Fortunately, Kingsley stepped in, grabbed him by the arm, and escorted him out. Based on what Lucius had said earlier, he now had to queue up for his own interrogation. He couldn't be allowed to linger. With that, the hearing room was finally empty. Snape wore a complicated expression. He first offered his thanks to Professor McGonagall, then turned to Kyle and said, I'll be staying at Hogwarts. Come find me tomorrow. Until then, don't talk. Kyle shrugged and nodded. To be honest, he didn't mind that Snape had lied in the end. If needed, he'd even let Snape take credit for killing Voldemort. It's finally over. Once Snape and Kana had left, Professor McGonagall let out a long sigh and sat down. In the past, when things like this happened, it was always Headmaster Dumbledore who handled them. She had only needed to manage the school. This time, she had truly taken on Dumbledore's role. She wasn't just Minerva McGonagall anymore, she was the headmistress of Hogwarts. It was more exhausting than she'd imagined. Professor, Kyle looked at her. Snape's situation, it's not really over, is it? No, Professor McGonagall replied, but after today, Severus's identity is essentially confirmed. He just needs to cooperate with the Ministry to clear up a few minor issues. Once that's done, they'll remove the special trace. Trace? Kyle frowned. Isn't that only for underage wizards? That's why I said it's a special trace. At that moment, Mr. Weasley walked in. I heard everything, he said with a smile. I knew Dumbledore's judgment wouldn't be wrong. Who could argue with that? How about dinner? Minerva, Kyle, he offered. Molly would be delighted. Another time, Arthur, McGonagall said. I've still got things to take care of at the school. All right then, Mr. Weasley said. You're always welcome. Thank you, Arthur. And give Molly my thanks too. I will. Mr. Weasley opened the door. I'll walk you to the main hall. I need to find Bob anyway. Good. McGonagall nodded. But just as she stepped toward the door, she suddenly stopped. Her face had gone pale. Professor, are you all right? Kyle asked. No, it's nothing, McGonagall replied, but it was clear the answer didn't come easily. After that, she seemed distracted. She got on the wrong lift, and nearly splinched herself while operating. When they arrived in Hogsmeade, a strand of hair drifted gently to the ground. Professor. Kyle caught it, frowning. Are you sure you're okay? The headmistress of Hogwarts, a master of transfiguration, Minerva McGonagall, splinching during apparition. Who would believe it? All right, McGonagall sighed. I suddenly realized, we may have made a mistake. A mistake. Kyle thought for a moment. But everything went smoothly. It's the Horcruxes, McGonagall said quietly. The temptation of immortality is too great. We shouldn't have exposed that secret to so many people. Chapter 961, Horcrux Blueprints. Horcruxes. When Professor McGonagall brought it up, Kyle only needed a moment to understand what she meant. Professor, are you worried someone might become the next Voldemort? Exactly. McGonagall nodded. The temptation of immortality is too great, and we can't guarantee that the details from the hearing won't leak out. If someone gets any dangerous ideas, the magical world could fall into chaos, and we'd be the ones responsible. The more she spoke, the more anxious she became. Her hands clenched into fists without her realizing, and the color gradually drained from her face. It was her fault for not thinking it through. She'd been so focused on helping Snape shed his Death Eater identity that she'd completely overlooked the allure Horcruxes held for wizards. Now, all she could do was try to find a way to minimize their impact. Kyle, on the other hand, was far more at ease. Actually, the Horcrux itself isn't important, he said as they walked. But when he turned his head, he realized McGonagall was no longer beside him. She stood a short distance behind, motionless, head bowed. He had no choice but to double back. Professor McGonagall. Professor. She didn't respond, no matter how many times he called out. Kyle eventually gave up and instead walked over to the Three Broomsticks, where he bought a cup of butterbeer and a small glass of gilly water. It was a drink made mainly from hazelnuts, vanilla, and violets, one of McGonagall's favorites. When he came back out, she was still standing in the same place. It wasn't until a few minutes later that she suddenly looked up. No need to be nervous, Professor, Kyle said at once, handing her the gilly water. Have something to drink. You did a lot of talking at the hearing. Oh, thank you, McGonagall said, instinctively taking the cup, only to hand it back almost immediately. I'll drink it when I get back. Right now, I need to head back. Bones might not have realized this yet, I need to warn her and come up with a strategy quickly. As she spoke, she prepared to apparate back to the Ministry of Magic. Wait, Professor, Kyle quickly stepped forward to stop her. You can go back to school, McGonagall said, thinking he wanted to accompany her. She shook her head. This was my oversight. I'll handle it myself. No, I actually meant, this might not be as big a deal as you think, Kyle said hastily. What are you talking about? McGonagall pressed her lips together. We're talking about Horcruxes, objects that can make wizards immortal. I know. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. Kyle nodded. Horcruxes aren't the issue. What matters is the method used to create them. The method. McGonagall faltered for a moment. Right. Kyle waited until she calmed a little, then explained, honestly, knowledge of Horcruxes isn't exactly rare. This kind of dark magic is mentioned in a lot of books, even in the school library. But most of those books only talk about what a Horcrux is and what it does. They don't explain how to make one. Wait, McGonagall said, looking at him. Are you saying hardly anyone actually knows how to create a Horcrux? Exactly, Professor. Kyle smiled. As far as I know, there's only one book that details Horcruxes, Secrets of the Darkest Art. What kind of book is that? McGonagall asked instinctively. She clearly didn't recognize the name. It's a book on dark magic. It was banned centuries ago and is extremely rare, Kyle explained. Right now, the only places it might still exist are in the private libraries of ancient pureblood families like the Blacks. Then how do you know about it? Dumbledore told me, Kyle said casually. Besides, Voldemort, back when he was still Tom Riddle, found the book in the school library. That's how he made the diary Horcrux. What, he never told you? Kyle blinked at her. McGonagall's face darkened. If Dumbledore had told her, she wouldn't have had to ask what Secrets of the Darkest Art was. At least now she finally understood how Voldemort had learned to make Horcruxes, from the school library, of all places. Unbelievable. Where is it now? She asked, urgency returning to her voice. As far as I know, it should be in the headmaster's office, Kyle replied after thinking a moment. But I'm not sure about the exact location. I just know the pages about Horcruxes were torn out. McGonagall let out a slight breath of relief. Is there any chance someone else has read it? Like I said, the book's incredibly rare, Kyle said with a shrug. You definitely won't find it in a bookstore. Only an old pureblood family like the Blacks might have a copy in their private library. At that, McGonagall finally felt reassured. There were only a few such ancient families left, and more importantly, none of them knew about this. Finding Secrets of the Darkest Art among hundreds of other books in a private collection would be nearly impossible. Oh, that reminds me, Kyle suddenly added, even the version of Secrets of the Darkest Art that exists doesn't include the full process. A lot of key steps are missing. Tom Riddle eventually had to ask Professor Slughorn before he could finish making a Horcrux. Horace. Yeah. But he's always denied it, Kyle said. Even if you asked him now, you wouldn't get an answer. McGonagall's expression shifted again and again, but Kyle didn't seem bothered. That's why I said this isn't really a big deal. Maybe Minister Bones feels the same. He handed the gilly water to McGonagall again. Even if the Horcrux gets exposed, so what? It's practically common knowledge by now. The books that mention Horcruxes in the school library aren't even kept in the restricted section. As long as the method for creating Horcruxes isn't exposed, this whole thing will remain just idle chatter. This time, Professor McGonagall accepted the gilly water and took a large sip. You make a good point, but why didn't you tell me earlier, she snapped, shooting Kyle an irritated glare. Don't start picking up Dumbledore's habit of keeping everything to himself. It was clear she wasn't at all pleased that Dumbledore had kept her in the dark. I did tell you, Kyle said, spreading his hands. You just weren't listening. McGonagall paused mid-step. She vaguely remembered Kyle trying to say something earlier, but at the time, her mind had been so consumed with the consequences of the Horcruxes being exposed that she hadn't paid attention. So, it really was her fault, wasn't it? No. No, wait. It was Dumbledore's fault. If he'd told her about Horcruxes earlier, she wouldn't have been left completely unaware. With that thought, McGonagall subconsciously picked up her pace. She had decided to return to the headmaster's office and ask Dumbledore's portrait directly. How could he stay so calm and never say a word to her? Kyle had no choice but to quicken his steps and keep up. The two of them passed through the Hogwarts gates. Just then, Slughorn came walking toward them from the opposite direction. Minerva, Kyle. What a pleasure to see you both here. He looked to be in good spirits and waved at them enthusiastically from afar. I sincerely invite you to attend my dinner party. It's a proper banquet this time, and quite a few people have already confirmed their coming. I'm sure they'll be thrilled to see the headmistress and our most outstanding graduate at the table. He gave Kyle a playful wink. In truth, Kyle was the one he most wanted to invite, but if Minerva came along, that would be even better. Next time, Horace, McGonagall replied with a glance his way. We've just returned from the ministry and have other matters to deal with. Kyle included. What a shame. Slughorn sighed, looking a bit disappointed. Let's hope those students never find out what they missed. Kyle didn't respond. He was used to this. Every time he declined one of Slughorn's dinner invitations, the men would act like this, like Kyle was some kind of guiding beacon, and his absence meant others would lose their way. After a bit more small talk, Slughorn headed off. This time, he was going to Hogsmeade to buy drinks for the dinner. The school kitchens could handle snacks like cookies and cakes, but they didn't supply any kind of alcohol. And drinks were essential for the event. So Slughorn always made a point of going to the Three Broomsticks ahead of time to buy butterbeer and his favorite mead. This time was no different. McGonagall watched his round figure waddle off into the distance, and the slight ease in her brow began to tighten again. Do you think there could be others, like Horace, who also know how to make a Horcrux? She muttered. Probably not, Kyle replied after thinking for a moment. Wizards live long lives, there are plenty who've lived since the last century, or even the one before that. But even if word got out, someone would still have to track them down. That, probably isn't a big deal, Kyle said quietly. He felt McGonagall might be overreacting a little. Making a Horcrux wasn't like planting potatoes or some everyday skill that just came with age. Besides, even if someone did know how, it wasn't like they'd go around sharing it freely. Just look at Slughorn. Tom Riddle had been his favorite student, and even he had to charm and manipulate his way into getting the smallest bit of useful information from him. But McGonagall didn't seem to see it that way. Maybe it was because of her new position, but she had become noticeably stricter. This is something Dumbledore should handle, she said firmly, as if she'd made up her mind. Professor Dumbledore? Kyle echoed, his voice rising slightly. His portrait in the headmaster's office, McGonagall clarified. It's time it paid a few visits to those old wizards who might know something. He'll know exactly who to talk to. All right, Kyle said. Seeing that she had already made up her mind, he didn't press the matter. The former headmasters didn't have much to do anyway, giving them a task or two couldn't hurt. Besides, a sudden idea struck Kyle. While McGonagall made her way to the library, he headed straight for the 8th floor. Ball of string. He spoke the password he'd just learned, and the stone gargoyle jumped aside at once. Kyle ascended the spiral staircase and made his way into the headmaster's office like he'd done it 100 times. Everything was just as it always was. The portraits lining the walls had their eyes shut, pretending to be asleep. It's you, Kyle. Dumbledore was the first to notice him. How did the hearing go? Severus should be in the clear now, right? Everything went smoothly, Kyle replied, then shook his head. Well, not exactly, there was a minor complication. His words seemed to serve as a signal. The headmasters in the portraits all opened their eyes, turning to look over with curiosity. At the hearing, part of Snape's memories were shown, including the segment involving the Horcruxes. He gave a brief summary of Professor McGonagall's concerns. Minerva is quite thoughtful, Dumbledore nodded. It's true that few can resist the temptation of immortality. That's part of the reason I never revealed how Tom was able to return. But I think Kyle has a point, said Armando Dippet, shaking his head. Horcruxes aren't potatoes, you don't just pick up the technique overnight. Still, it's something we can't ignore, another headmaster added, siding with Dumbledore. There are no eternal secrets in the wizarding world. If someone is determined to dig deep enough, they'll always find some clues. That's just speculation. Can you say with certainty that it won't happen? The headmasters each had their own opinions and were soon arguing loudly. A few hot-tempered ones nearly came to blows. Armando, for instance, was chasing Phineas around with a spiked club after he contradicted him. So, Minerva wants me to persuade those who already know the truth? Dumbledore asked, turning to Kyle. That's right, Kyle said. But I have another idea. He pulled out a self-writing quill and began jotting something down quickly on a piece of parchment. Oh. Dumbledore's interest was piqued at once. In his memory, Kyle's ideas were always unconventional, but effective. Like when he helped clear Sirius's name, or when he got Fudge to change his stance on Voldemort. It wasn't just Dumbledore who was intrigued, both Armando and Phineas hurried back, peering curiously at Kyle. Before long, the parchment was filled. Kyle held it up and showed it to the headmasters. This is my summary of how to make a Horcrux. What? You know how to make a Horcrux, one of the headmasters shouted in alarm. But almost immediately, someone noticed something was off. Wait a second, what is this? Armando narrowed his eyes. Splitting your soul with the Cruciatus curse. That's complete nonsense. And this, Phineas said, nearly pressing his face against the edge of his frame, if the soul fragment won't leave the body on its own, try using the Imperius curse on yourself. By Merlin's beard, that's suicide. You must have written it wrong. This isn't how you make a Horcrux. Wrong. Of course not. Kyle narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. This is how you make a Horcrux. Chapter 962, Chapter 962, 1,000 Horcrux Blueprints. I say it's real, so it is real. The once boisterous headmaster's office fell silent in an instant. Every portrait turned to Kyle, eyes filled with disbelief. They had all assumed Kyle had simply made a mistake. None of them expected he had written it that way on purpose. And using the Cruciatus curse and the Imperius curse on oneself, was that even an idea a sane wizard could come up with. They'll die, one of the headmasters couldn't help but mutter. No one casts the Imperius curse on themselves. It could spiral completely out of control. Oh. Just could. Kyle blinked and guided the self-writing quill back to the parchment, scratching out a line and jotting down a few new ones. When he held up the parchment again, the place where the Imperius curse had been mentioned was now replaced with the killing curse. There was no more ambiguity, he clearly intended to kill them. Some of the headmasters turned their eyes to Dumbledore, who stood quietly off to the side. These are the students you taught. Phineas smacked his lips. I may be remembered as the most unpopular headmaster in history, but I'd say I was more competent than you. Phineas had always resented that particular label. He didn't believe he had done anything wrong and firmly maintained that others had simply been out to get him. But now, Phineas suddenly found himself coming to terms with the title. So what if he'd been unpopular? At least his students had all been decent. Not like Dumbledore, tangled up with Grindelwald in his youth, raised a dark arts-obsessed Tom Riddle in his middle years, and now, in his old age, had produced Kyle, a wizard who seemed even less human than the last. And yet, Dumbledore carried the title of Greatest Wizard, and was beloved by the world. Unbelievable. Phineas muttered bitterly. You really deserve it. Dumbledore chuckled awkwardly and looked away. Even he hadn't expected Kyle's plan to be quite so outrageous. This way, it's even more foolproof, Kyle continued, oblivious to the headmaster's reactions. Actually, I'd wanted to write the killing curse from the start, but I figured they wouldn't believe it, so I swapped it for the Imperius curse instead. Even the Imperius curse wouldn't be convincing, Armando Dippet couldn't hold back anymore. Even we, just painted portraits incapable of thinking, can tell this is completely wrong. Let alone living wizards. Their brains aren't made of pigment. But what if they had to go through enormous effort just to get it? Kyle smiled. If we simply toss the parchment out there, of course no one will believe it. But what if it's carved into stone, hidden deep beneath Nurmengard? The secret that Grindelwald, who once swept across Europe, guarded so fiercely that he chose 70 years of imprisonment rather than reveal it. Doesn't that sound a lot more convincing? A sharp intake of breath echoed around the room. Say what you will about Grindelwald's reputation, the things he did already carried a mythical weight. If this parchment was put through all the right steps, it would become real in the minds of those who found it. Even if Grindelwald himself stood up and denied it, no one would believe him. They'd just assume he was trying to mislead them. But Headmistress Dilys Derwent frowned. This false method of creating Horcruxes could kill people. In addition to being a former headmistress of Hogwarts, she was also a renowned healer, so her mind naturally went to the consequences. So what? Kyle said indifferently. The actual method for making a Horcrux requires murder to split the soul. If someone is capable of casting the Cruciatus or killing curse on themselves, then they're certainly capable of using it on others. So, if you look at it from a different angle, we're saving lives. Dilys Derwent frowned deeper. She knew Kyle was twisting words, but she also couldn't find fault in what he'd said. Indeed, any wizard determined to create a Horcrux would be in direct violation of wizarding law. Aside from the mandatory act of murder to split the soul, the process also required more than a dozen different forms of dark magic, each strictly forbidden. So whether they succeeded or not, just attempting it would be enough to earn them a Dementor's kiss. From that point of view, Kyle's claim of saving people wasn't exactly wrong. Then how do you plan to place it beneath Nurmengard? And who could even find it? Someone finally raised the key question. This whole plan hinged on Nurmengard, a place even more secretive than Azkaban, and completely inaccessible to ordinary wizards. That's where we'll need your help, Professor, Kyle said, turning to Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked back at him and blinked. He neither agreed nor refused. Of course, this is just a rough draft, Kyle went on. If we're going to make it happen, we'll need a lot more detailed planning. For example, how to identify those wizards truly obsessed with creating Horcruxes. How to guide them, through whispers from fugitive Death Eaters, to accidentally stumble upon legends of Nurmengard. And how many lives would need to be lost before they finally uncover the supposed blueprint for Horcrux creation? All of that will need careful discussion. Haven't you already said it all? Armando Dippet muttered darkly. Just fill in the rest and you've got a complete plan. Not quite, Kyle said, shaking his head modestly. We'll still need to refine it, just to make absolutely sure it works flawlessly. The headmaster's office fell silent once more. I like this kid, a bearded headmaster suddenly said, breaking the silence. If you'd been born 150 years earlier, I wouldn't have had to hand the headmaster's post to that idiot Phineas. Hey, you old fossil, I heard that. Phineas leapt up, lunging to claw at the other's face. Armando was quicker, he stuck out his leg just in time. With a loud thud, Phineas went face first into the floor and slid forward a considerable distance. Definitely an idiot, the bearded wizard muttered with a sneer. A very lucky idiot. The rest were just even dumber back then. You're not exactly a prize yourself. Phineas pushed himself off the ground, wiping the mud and gravel from his face. Portraits had their perks, no real injuries to worry about. Even if your head fell off, you could just slap it back on with your hand. Sometimes, if the mood struck, you could even try on someone else's head. Phineas had long wanted to borrow Armando's head and sneak over to the second floor of the castle to spend the night chatting with the witch in the portrait who carried a flail. Unfortunately, he'd never found the chance. And look at how many rules you added. Hogwarts had 50 school rules that lasted for 800 years, then you came along and doubled them overnight. Ha! If it weren't for me, you'd have been the most unpopular headmaster. As he spoke, Phineas took his chance, he spun suddenly and landed a solid punch to Armando's face. That's payback. Without waiting for a response, he bolted and vanished from the headmaster's office in the blink of an eye. That idiot, Armando Dippet muttered. You're not going after him? Kyle asked, curious. The two of them were usually inseparable when it came to these games, why was Armando letting it slide today? Even after taking a punch to the face, he didn't seem angry. It's fine. He's not getting far. His connections across the Hogwarts portraits are far worse than mine. Armando waved a hand dismissively. Right now, I'm more interested in your plan. You didn't come here just to ask Albus for help, did you? You deliberately avoided Minerva. Oh. I thought portraits couldn't think. Kyle asked, feigning surprise. Chocolate frog portraits can't, Armando replied, giving him a wink. Ours are a little more advanced. Not by much, he added, but you haven't exactly hidden your purpose, have you? After all, you didn't go to the real Albus. That's true, Kyle nodded. I want the headmasters to lend a hand in this. What exactly do you want us to do? Armando asked. This. Kyle held up the parchment again. I want you to pass it on to a wizard who knows how to make Horcruxes, and is still alive. The headmasters from 3 centuries ago turned away without a word. Everyone they'd known was either long gone or a portrait by now. The few who remained weren't exactly close. We can talk about that part later, Armando said, stroking his chin. First, explain your idea. And keep in mind, we don't know any legendary types like Grindelwald. You'll have to come up with plenty of stories. This time it won't be that complicated, Kyle said, shaking his head. They don't need to do anything deliberately. All I want is for them to let it slip, accidentally, if someone comes looking. They can use this one of mine, or come up with their own Horcrux diagram. The only condition is that it has to be fake. The faker, the better. Why? Wouldn't using yours be better? The bearded wizard asked, puzzled. It'd add credibility. We don't need more credibility, Kyle replied. Borrowing Grindelwald's name is just to deal with the current situation. What I'm talking about now is for the future. Oh. The headmasters leaned in, clearly intrigued. Let's hear it, one of them said. If your reasoning holds up, we'll help you out, another added. I do know a few old folks, one portrait muttered. Can't say if they've made Horcruxes, though. That's fine. They don't need to. Even a fake will do. If there's only one Horcrux blueprint, people will catch on that something's off pretty quickly. But what if there were 100? Or 1,000? Kyle paused for a moment, then began outlining his plan. You all know people who are well known in the wizarding world, don't you? The headmasters silently nodded. After all, as headmasters of the only wizarding school in Britain, not just anyone could count themselves among their acquaintances. Then would you say their words carry weight? Of course, Kyle said with a chuckle. Their credibility alone is enough to convince others. Wait a moment, said Dilys Derwent. If that's the case, I doubt many would be willing to put their reputations on the line just to help you spread a lie. Some of the older wizards take their names very seriously. How is this lying? Kyle looked perfectly serious. The Horcrux-making method was something they found in ancient magical texts, or uncovered while exploring magical ruins, or passed down through their family for generations. In other words, it's all real. What if they die? Even better. That way, no one will be around to question it, Kyle said matter-of-factly. Just like a shop that sells mandrake earplugs, there's never a bad review. Dilys Derwent blinked. For a moment, as a portrait, she found herself struggling to follow Kyle's logic. But, what if there are 2 of them? Headmistress Derwent, isn't that a bit of a stretch? Kyle spread his hands. Horcruxes have been around for over 1,000 years. They're not suddenly going to become a trend because of this. There's hardly going to be a rush of people hunting them down. Don't take it the wrong way, Armando quickly cut in. Dilys isn't trying to make things difficult for you. She's just trying to think ahead, how to persuade those old wizards. You know how it is. If you want their help, especially with something that might tarnish their name, you need to be thoroughly prepared. All right. Kyle sighed. Let me put it this way, the blueprints are real, the method, or at least the steps, might be flawed. Or maybe the Horcrux just has a high failure rate. But it's definitely not a fake. If someone doesn't believe it, let them try it themselves. Maybe they'll get it right the next time. That's a solid excuse, Armando nodded. Dilys said no more. If we keep this going, if there end up being 1,000 different Horcrux blueprints, from old wizards, ancient books, magical ruins, then even if someone gets lucky and finds a real one, they won't believe it. And when that happens, Horcruxes might just vanish altogether, in a different form. The more Armando listened, the brighter his eyes became. Fascinating. I'm going to find those old fellows right now. With that, he darted out of the portrait. Some of the other headmasters still hesitated. This is still, in a way, spreading Horcrux knowledge. A lot of people will die. Some of them might not have even been thinking about making Horcruxes to begin with. I understand what you're getting at, Kyle said loudly. But do you all remember what I said at the start? If no one asks, say nothing. So I'm not promoting Horcruxes. I'm just making sure that if anyone does go looking for a method, what they find will be something they changed on their own. Just like Professor Slughorn. Kyle looked over at Dumbledore, who was still standing quietly. Professor Slughorn knew how to make Horcruxes. Did he influence the students at Hogwarts? No, Dumbledore said, shaking his head. That's exactly my point, Kyle shrugged. And besides, if he had given Tom Riddle false information back then, maybe there never would have been a Voldemort. All right, you've convinced me, said Dilys Derwent, speaking up first. I'll pass your message along, but I can't guarantee how many will actually help. Thank you. No need. She, too, disappeared from the headmaster's office. At the same time, Dumbledore vanished from his frame as well. Chapter 963, The Hidden Truth. When Minerva McGonagall returned from the library, she suddenly noticed that most of the portraits, previously pretending to sleep, were now empty. The walls were lined with vacant frames. She instinctively turned to Kyle, who hadn't left. You've already spoken to the headmasters. Yes, Professor McGonagall, Kyle nodded. They were happy to help. They've already gone out to find people. That's good, Professor McGonagall said, not the least bit suspicious. After all, Kyle had told her earlier, when asking for the password, that he wanted to help. Let's hope nothing goes wrong. She sighed, glancing toward the largest portrait behind the desk. Albus has left too, hasn't he? But as soon as she asked, she shook her head at herself, realizing how silly the question was. Of course he had. Dumbledore had more connections than any other headmaster. This was exactly the sort of matter that would require his involvement. Professor McGonagall gave a wave of her hand. Secrets of the darkest art, Accio. Nothing happened. The silence in the headmaster's office was almost awkward. Well, that confirms it, Professor Dumbledore clearly thought highly of that book. Not only did he take it from the library, he even cast a counter Accio spell on it. Kyle turned his gaze away from McGonagall, pretending not to notice her tightening grip. Still, casting a counter charm on a book with the Horcrux pages already torn out, inside the safest room in Hogwarts, no less, seemed like Dumbledore was being just a bit too cautious. Then again, he might have placed the charm on it casually on his way back. Kyle stepped behind the desk to the bookshelf and began scanning it from top to bottom. Dumbledore's private collection was extensive, but there was no way he kept everything in the headmaster's office. After a short search, Kyle pulled out a thick, faded book from the far left shelf. Secrets of the Darkest Art. Its hardcover was coated with a thin layer of dust, but the title stood out clearly. Found it. Sometimes the old-fashioned way works better than magic. He placed the book on the desk. Professor McGonagall opened it immediately. Her face grew steadily more serious as she flipped through the pages. Just as Kyle had said, the sections on Horcruxes had been torn out, but even without them, the remaining contents were deeply disturbing. It was practically an advanced guide for aspiring dark wizards. The 3 unforgivable curses took up barely half a page. Put it this way, just glancing at the book might be enough to land someone in Azkaban for 2 months. She had no idea which headmaster had allowed something like this into the school library. Even placing it in the restricted section seemed reckless. Professor McGonagall slammed Secrets of the Darkest Art shut and instinctively glanced at Kyle. I haven't read it, Kyle said at once, without missing a beat. Everything I know came from Professor Dumbledore. Of course, he was familiar with the book's contents, he had read the full version years ago, at Sirius's house. But precisely because he knew what was in it, Kyle could predict McGonagall's reaction, and shift all suspicion onto Dumbledore before she could press further. As expected, hearing that Kyle hadn't read the book eased McGonagall's expression slightly. Kyle didn't linger. Once he'd located the book, he left the headmaster's office of his own accord. After the oak door closed behind him, Professor McGonagall hesitated for a moment, then locked the book away in a cabinet and raised her wand. A golden, branch-like pattern spiraled around the keyhole, forming a distinct circular seal. Outside, the sky had already begun to darken as Kyle stepped into the corridor. After grabbing a quick dinner in the Great Hall, he returned straight to his wooden cabin. Kyle, you're finally back. The moment he stepped through the door, Hagrid's booming voice rang out from the direction of the garden. Then the door swung open, and Hagrid hobbled out, limping heavily. Come take a look, Coberta's definitely grown again. Just a few days ago it was only 15 feet tall, and now it's taller than the both of us put together. What's so surprising about that? Kyle said. Coberta's an iron belly. It'd be strange if it didn't keep growing. Coberta was the name Hagrid had given to the iron belly. Kyle had originally wanted to name it Rhaenyra, but during the war, Hagrid had nearly lost his life rescuing the dragon from the Death Eaters. After that, Kyle had insisted Hagrid give it a new name himself. Thinking of that, Kyle's eyes instinctively dropped to Hagrid's leg, still wrapped in a tangle of scorched and half-melted bandages. They were only still there because the burnt fabric had fused with his skin. I'd suggest you worry less about how much the dragon's grown and more about finding a fresh roll of bandages. He pointed at Hagrid's leg. Think Madame Pomfrey would be kind enough to wrap you in bandages and hang you from the tower when she sees that mess. Hagrid looked down, and for a moment, real fear flashed across his rugged face. Just the thought of the school nurse's temper, and her preferred methods of treating dark magic injuries, made his knees go weak. Cold sweat broke out down his back. It had been the first time he'd ever seen his own leg bones. Also, the first time he'd discovered just how foul Skeelgrow really tasted. Help me, Kyle. There's gotta be something you can do, right? Hagrid pleaded. I can give it a try. Kyle drew his wand. Reparo. The damaged bandages knitted themselves together at once, but the charred and melted portions didn't change at all. Not that it was unexpected. The mending charm wasn't a cure-all, especially not when it came to dragon fire. What about a transfiguration spell? Hagrid suggested. Doesn't need to be perfect. Just enough to fool Poppy. If you really want to end up strung from the tower, I don't mind giving you a hand, Kyle said, casting him a sideways look and lowering his wand. Forget it. You'd better go straight to Madame Pomfrey. Don't forget, your leg hasn't fully healed yet. If it hadn't been for the dragon, the Death Eaters never would have had a proper chance to target Hagrid all at once. Kyle truly didn't have the heart to see him swinging in the breeze from the highest tower. Well, all right, Hagrid sighed and trudged heavily out of the room. The next day was the weekend. But unlike the last one, the students didn't seem particularly excited this time. Probably because exam week was looming. With OWLS and NEWTS on the horizon, no one was feeling relaxed. Even Hermione, who consistently earned top marks, was lugging around a massive, weighty bag full of books wherever she went. Even during meals, her hands and eyes never stopped moving. When Kyle first spotted her, he genuinely thought he'd walked into the library by mistake. Everyone else had bread, fried eggs, and roasted potatoes on their plates. Hers held Advanced Transfiguration, the theory and practice of charms, 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, advanced potion making, and a comprehensive guide to ancient runes. It's just breakfast. Can she really get through all that? Kyle eyed the fortress of books on the table, muttering silently to himself. But he also knew one thing for sure, Hermione would never pile books up just for show. After breakfast, instead of leaving the castle like he usually did, Kyle headed down the stairs to the dungeons. He remembered that when Snape had left the hearing room yesterday, he'd told Kyle to come find him. Kyle wasn't particularly concerned whether Snape had lied during the testimony. But since the men had asked, he figured he should go. Worst case, he'd exchange a few words and leave. The dungeon corridor was as dim as ever, no sunlight reaching its depths. But Kyle was Northwest's stranger to this place. He'd taken every potions class here from his first year through graduation. Of course he knew it well. It wasn't until this past Christmas that Slughorn had decided to move the potions classroom elsewhere. Kyle arrived at the door of the old classroom. Since it hadn't been used in some time, several cobwebs had accumulated on it. If Ron ever saw it like this, he'd probably be even more terrified of attending potions. Kyle didn't stop. He walked past the classroom, past what used to be Snape's office, until he reached the potion storeroom. He stopped and knocked on the door. Creak, the door swung open. I thought you'd go to my office to find me, Snape said, looking up from behind a desk. He looked pale, with deep shadows under his eyes. Clearly, he hadn't slept at all last night. You're not a professor anymore, Kyle said as he walked in, so what office do you even have? True enough, Snape said darkly. I'm not a professor anymore. At that moment, a gust of wind blew through the room. Bang. The door to the storeroom slammed shut with a loud crack. Kyle didn't even flinch. He lived in a castle full of ghosts. If he were scared by cheap theatrics like that, he might as well toss his NEWT certificate into the fireplace. No need to get worked up, Professor, Kyle said. Truth is, I fell asleep during the hearing, I didn't catch a single word of what you said. Don't tell anyone that Potter is a Horcrux, Snape said, as if he hadn't heard him. Keep that secret buried. Not a word. Oh. Kyle drawled, nodding slowly, the corners of his mouth twitching up before falling flat again. Got it. Her son's always been the chosen one. Nothing to do with Voldemort at all. Crack. Something snapped. Looking at Kyle's smug expression, Snape's temple throbbed with tension, and the quill in his hand splintered in two. But a moment later, he reined himself in, voice low and sharp. You don't know a damn thing. Oh. I thought you were worried someone might use this against Harry, Kyle replied. He'd been meaning to provoke Snape like this ever since that memory had been revealed, just like when he'd shown him that old potions book signed by the Half-Blood Prince. What's that got to do with me? Snape sneered. That arrogant, brainless fool was never any sort of savior. I'd love nothing more than for the world to see what he really is. Really? But he's Lily's son. Shut up. Snape roared, cutting Kyle off. Snap. There was a faint sound in the corner of the room, something shifting or breaking, but Snape's shouting drowned it out, and he didn't notice. If one looked closely, they might have seen that Snape's pallid face had turned slightly red, though whether from anger or something else was unclear. Listen to me, he growled, drawing his wand. Never, ever, mention that name in front of me again. Right. No problem. Kyle raised both hands in mock surrender and nodded quickly. So, is that all? If there's nothing else, I'll. Don't tell anyone Potter is a Horcrux. Snape repeated. And don't tell anyone that all of the Dark Lord's Horcruxes have already been destroyed. Why not? Kyle's smile faded, and he frowned. Wouldn't it be better to let everyone know Voldemort's been completely defeated? Then people wouldn't have to live in constant fear. You really don't get it. Snape stepped closer, staring into Kyle's eyes. I don't understand what you're implying, Kyle said, taking a step back. You don't. Snape let out a cold laugh. Then why haven't you told everyone the truth? You're the one who killed the Dark Lord, not with some ancient protection spell, but with real magic. That would bring you immense glory. You've got a friend at the Daily Prophet, don't you? Rita Skeeter, he continued. Don't deny it. That lawless hag has never written a single negative word about you. Isn't that obvious enough? I'm not denying it. We're business partners, Kyle said calmly. Then why haven't you told her? Snape narrowed his eyes. Let her publish it in the paper. Let Dumbledore's ghost come out and confirm it. I guarantee you'd become the most celebrated name in the wizarding world. The real chosen one. You wouldn't even have to wait until morning. The Order of Merlin, first class, would be sent straight to your door. And with just one sentence from you, those fanatics would drive Amelia Bones out of office and crown you Minister for Magic. That's the kind of honor even Dumbledore never achieved. Why would you turn it down? Because I don't want that kind of honor, Kyle said, his voice steady. And I have no interest in being Minister for Magic. I think being a quiet ancient runes professor at Hogwarts suits me just fine. Is it that you don't want it, or that you don't want to say it? Snape studied him for a long moment. Something about Kyle's silence seemed to improve his mood. His tone lifted slightly. Let's put it another way. I remembered something rather interesting. He went on, mostly to himself. Albus Dumbledore. Revered. The greatest wizard of our age. Chief Warlock of the International Confederation of Wizards. But somewhere along the way, people stopped respecting him. Rita Skeeter painted him as a fool. A senile lunatic. The Confederation expelled him. Even Fudge, had the gall to mock him publicly. Snape paused. Guess when that all started to change. Chapter 964, The Disappearance of the Horcrux. When did this change happen? Snape's voice was soft, almost like he was talking to himself. There's no one else here, he said, looking at Kyle. And don't make me think you're an idiot. I guess, Kyle took a deep breath, it must have been the night Voldemort was destroyed. Exactly. It all started that night. Snape spun around abruptly, and his sweeping cloak nearly smacked Kyle in the face. Thankfully, Kyle reacted quickly and stepped aside just in time. Snape really did have a thing for cloaks. Maybe it was because he spent so much time in the dungeons. Without a cloak, it was freezing down here. Kyle reached up and touched a badge on his collar. A warm breeze stirred, dispelling the clammy chill that clung to the dungeon air. You don't seem like a fool. Take a look at this, it proves your guess was right. Snape walked behind the desk and pulled out a thick stack of booklets from a drawer. Kyle stepped closer and saw that they were actually copies of the Daily Prophet, piled together to a thickness that rivaled 2 books. Looking more closely, he noticed they all had one thing in common, each contained an article about Dumbledore, and none of them were flattering. Senile old man. Fool. Madman. Dictator. The bane of every defense against the dark arts professor. Single-handedly keeping the Aura office in business. Wait, there was something odd thrown in there. Kyle flipped back through the papers, trying to find the article he'd glimpsed just a moment ago, but no matter how he searched, it was nowhere to be found. That's when he realized just how many papers were in the stack. It had to be close to 100 copies, maybe more. Which meant Dumbledore had been insulted over 100 times in print. Most of the articles were by Rita Skeeter, but there were also some names Kyle didn't recognize at all, no impression of them whatsoever. Probably just fame-hungry attention seekers without Rita Skeeter's knack for provocation. Also curious was the publication date of these articles. Every single one was printed after Voldemort's fall, not a single copy from before 1981. Oh, and none from recent years either. The last one praised Fudge while mocking Dumbledore as a senile old fool. Kyle recognized the date, it was the very afternoon Fudge changed his stance, announced Voldemort's return, and declared a state of emergency at the Ministry. After that, the tone of the papers toward Dumbledore suddenly became much more respectful. Looks like Voldemort had a special talent, Kyle muttered. He could actually teach those arrogant blowhards how to show a little respect. You already know why that is, don't you? Snape sneered. That's why you'd rather keep the Dark Lord alive than tell the world the truth. Kyle didn't answer. He just looked at Snape with a strange expression. By the way, I'm a little curious, why are you collecting all these newspapers? What? Snape blinked, caught off guard, then frowned. That's not important. The newspapers aren't the point. On the contrary, I think it's very important. Kyle shook his head seriously. Snape fell silent. After a long pause, he said quietly, "You swear you won't tell anyone?" Seeing his hesitation, Kyle's eyes widened slightly, an odd tension creeping over him. He licked his dry lips and nodded repeatedly. Don't worry. I never reveal secrets. If you're still concerned, we can sign a magical contract. There's no need for that. Snape hesitated a while longer before finally speaking. I was afraid Lily Evans would one day become a laughingstock in the Daily Prophet. I wanted Dumbledore to put a stop to it. But he didn't seem to care. No matter how vile the articles were, he never got angry. That's it. Kyle blurted out, a little disappointed. Snape narrowed his eyes. And what do you think? A subtle but chilling sense of danger crept into the air, and Kyle quickly shook his head. No, I agree with you. But inside, he let out a sigh of relief. Snape collecting newspapers had always been baffling. If Kyle hadn't known about his feelings for Lily Evans, he might have suspected Snape was gearing up to compete with Grindelwald. If that were the case, Kyle would have seriously considered grabbing Kana and fleeing as far as possible. Anywhere would do, as long as it was far enough away from Snape so they wouldn't get caught in the bloodbath when Grindelwald showed up. But now, there was no need for that. Kyle pretended nothing had happened and continued flipping through the stack of papers. Snape stared at Kyle's eyes. Although Kyle was well practiced in occlumency and gave away nothing, Snape still had the instinctive feeling that Kyle was thinking something very, very impolite. You'd better put those foolish thoughts away. I have no idea what you're talking about, Kyle replied with a polished smile. You'd better not, Snape said coldly, shooting him a sharp look before returning to the earlier topic. Remember this, you can tell others that the Dark Lord is dead, but under no circumstances should you mention anything about the Horcruxes. Is that still necessary? Kyle shrugged. Didn't the Ministry already find out from you? They only saw a portion of the memory, Snape replied. I trust my occlumency. Shacklebolt's legilimency is nothing compared to the Dark Lord's. Everything he saw was exactly what I allowed him to see. Of course, most of it was true. The only thing missing was the fact that Potter was the final Horcrux. That was Dumbledore's decision. I know, Kyle said. That part was missing from the memories he provided, too. It was to protect Potter. He swore to me he wouldn't share that with a third person. As he spoke, Snape glanced at Kyle again. Unfortunately, he didn't keep that promise. Hey, I'm the one who removed the piece of Voldemort's soul from Harry's body. He didn't even need to sacrifice himself to the killing curse. Kyle's tone turned sharp. You and Dumbledore couldn't do it. I did. And you expect me to thank you? Snape scoffed. I think Lily Evans would. There was a sharp crack, like bones grinding together. You'd better not push me any further. Snape said, enunciating each word slowly, his gaze turning more dangerous by the second. Damn it. If it weren't for Kana, he'd have kicked Kyle out by now. I'm just stating facts, Kyle said, though he wisely didn't press any further. All right, let's get back on track. Aside from legilimency, didn't Kingsley try using Veritaserum on you? You don't think I anticipated that? Snape was barely holding back his irritation. As a former potions master, I know at least 3 ways to nullify Veritaserum. So they think they've learned the full truth, but they've missed the most important part. You mean, the number of Horcruxes, Kyle said, raising a brow. Dumbledore's memories had actually been quite thorough. Though the parts involving Slughorn and Harry were omitted, the total number of Horcruxes was clearly stated. Which meant the Ministry only knew there were 7 Horcruxes in total, and that 6 had already been destroyed. The diary, Hufflepuff's cup, Slytherin's locket, Ravenclaw's diadem, the Resurrection Stone ring, and the Rinspore snake. To protect Harry, Dumbledore had deliberately left him out of the memory, but that choice had also, inevitably, concealed the location of the final Horcrux. You're not quite as stupid as I thought. Snape's speech quickened noticeably. To the Ministry, Voldemort had destroyed 6 Horcruxes before he died, and the 7th's whereabouts remain unknown. That works in your favor. Do you know why? Kyle had a rough idea, but when he saw the slight smirk tugging at the corner of Snape's lips, he shook his head. No. Snape moved to stand behind Kyle and suddenly let out a low chuckle. Do you really think no one knows what you did during the Battle of Hogwarts? What did I do? Fiendfire, and those Death Eaters who had already surrendered. They didn't exactly surrender, Kyle replied. But that's how it looked to some, Snape said with a mocking tone. Plenty of Aurors, and Amelia Bones among them, noticed what happened. They believe you intentionally let the Fiendfire run loose to kill hundreds of Death Eaters. To be honest, for a split second, Kyle did feel a flicker of unease, but it passed quickly. Fiendfire was notoriously hard to control. Without solid evidence, the Ministry couldn't touch him. And if push came to shove, he could always reveal parts of the truth. He seriously doubted the Ministry would risk going up against him over a few Death Eaters. If they were really that foolish, then just like Snape had said, the fact that he killed Voldemort would be enough to drive out anyone, even Amelia Bones, from the Ministry. Besides, Kyle glanced at Snape. It wasn't hard to tell from his expression that he wasn't finished. Well, then why didn't they come after me? Kyle asked, playing along. That's because I showed them the memory of you killing the Dark Lord, Snape said. Now that Dumbledore is gone, if the Dark Lord is destined to return, the only one left who can stop him is you, the new chosen one. Snape walked past Kyle, then suddenly turned back, locking eyes with him. So they gave up. Pretended to know nothing. As long as that Horcrux remains undestroyed, they'll continue to treat you with the respect you're due. Well then, I really ought to thank you, Mr. Snape, Kyle said enthusiastically. Don't be so insincere. Snape took a step back. And don't get the wrong idea, I didn't do it for you. I just didn't want Kana to be upset. Then I'll thank you on Kana's behalf, Kyle replied offhandedly, not taking it to heart. You, Snape halted mid-step, turned back with a furious glare. Get out. Get out. Before Kyle could react, he was shoved out the door. Bang. The door slammed shut right in his face. Huh. What's he mad about this time? Kyle blinked, puzzled. He was pretty sure he hadn't brought up Lily Evans. But the door was already closed, and knocking wouldn't do any good. Snape clearly wasn't going to open it. Honestly, his temper's just like a blast-ended scrut, blows up at the slightest thing. Kyle shook his head and headed toward the stairs, replaying Snape's words in his mind. The fact that the Ministry didn't know Harry was a Horcrux was definitely good news for him. Kyle couldn't help but chuckle. Snape had nailed it. He admitted that he preferred to let Voldemort live a while longer, which was why he hadn't immediately told everyone the truth. Kyle wasn't afraid of the Ministry coming after him, but avoiding trouble was always better. Besides, he didn't want to end up like Dumbledore, shut away in Hogwarts, going nowhere. So, for the past few days, he'd been making preparations. Sykes, the head healer at St. Mungo's, was one part of those preparations, but Snape had just given him even better news. It had already been proven that Voldemort could return from the dead. So, in the eyes of the Ministry, the current situation likely mirrored that of over a decade ago. Voldemort was dead, but only temporarily. In 10, maybe 20, or even 30 years, he might rise again. After the hearing, the Ministry would probably shift its focus to finding the final Horcrux. Oh, and the other Horcruxes too. Kyle was certain Amelia Bones wouldn't be comfortable leaving something that dangerous in anyone's hands, even if it had already been destroyed. With that thought, Kyle quickened his pace. He obviously couldn't hand over the real artifacts in his possession, so he needed to produce a few convincing fakes before the Ministry traced anything back to him. Kyle wasn't worried about being exposed. The originals were already destroyed. After a spin through Fiendfire, even real ones would look like fakes. The only tricky part was the magical residue unique to Horcruxes. But even that wasn't much of a problem. Kyle had studied Horcruxes in the past. He hadn't made one himself, but he was no stranger to them. He was confident he could fool the Aurors. And if necessary, he could always ask Nicholas Flamel to issue a certification. No one would question that. Kyle climbed the stairs and left the gloomy dungeon behind. When he reached the entrance hall, he spotted Hermione walking by, with Harry and Ron trailing behind, pestering her for notes. Please, Hermione, just lend us your notes. You don't want us to fail our exams, do you? Looking at Harry's pleading expression, Kyle let out a laugh. The idea of the Ministry running around hunting for Horcruxes was just too funny. Amelia Bones would never in a million years guess that the final Horcrux was none other than the chosen one, Harry Potter. Chapter 965, Kyle's Practical Skills. Just as Kyle had expected, Amelia Bones really wasn't comfortable letting anyone else safeguard the Horcruxes. And they moved fast. Before the holidays were even over, a letter had already arrived at Hogwarts. Still in the headmaster's office, Kyle read the letter, then handed it back to Professor McGonagall. What do you think? It's quite polite, Kyle said. The letter had been addressed to Professor McGonagall, and the tone was that of two old friends chatting. Though it did mention the Horcruxes, it was only in a few brief lines, tucked at the end. It casually asked if she needed the Ministry's help in keeping them secure. Of course, both Kyle and Professor McGonagall knew that this was the real reason for the letter. All the small talk could have been skipped entirely. Mem, you know what they're after. I'll reject her request on behalf of Hogwarts, McGonagall said. There was no question, it had to be a refusal. She already knew that the locket, the diadem, and the golden cup were all in Kyle's possession, and they were completely intact. Kyle would never hand them over to the Ministry. The Resurrection Stone ring had vanished after Dumbledore's death. As for the Runespore, it had completely disappeared after the war, presumably turned to ashes. The only item they could have presented, the diary, had already been brought forward at the last hearing. Now, they had nothing left to show. Of course they had to refuse. Professor McGonagall pulled over a piece of parchment to draft her reply. Why should we refuse? As righteous wizards, we should be cooperating with the ministry and turning over the Horcruxes. Her hand froze mid-stroke, nearly poking a hole through the parchment. No, she blurted out. Huh. Kyle was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Professor McGonagall to object so strongly. I mean, the cup, the diadem, and the locket were all left behind by the founders. Even if they were once Horcruxes, they still belong at Hogwarts, especially Ravenclaw's diadem. She looked at Kyle, her expression serious. If something like that were to fall into the wrong hands, it'd be a disaster. And the ministry, frankly, they've let us down too many times. Her meaning was clear, she didn't trust the Ministry of Magic. And that wasn't surprising, given their track record. First there was Fudge, who had stubbornly refused to believe the reports of Voldemort's return. He'd gone so far as to sever ties with Dumbledore just to preserve his position. Then came Umbridge, a cruel, vain, arrogant woman with no professional ethics, somehow appointed senior undersecretary. Professor McGonagall couldn't even begin to imagine what might happen if someone like that got their hands on Ravenclaw's diadem. Things had certainly improved once Amelia Bones took over. She'd cleaned out a lot of the dead weight. But even so, there had still been that shocking rebellion that had rocked all of Britain. The ministry simply wasn't trustworthy. If they handed over the diadem, it'd probably be stolen by the very next day. Or maybe even sooner. Professor McGonagall tried patiently to reason with Kyle. Besides, we don't have the Resurrection Stone ring. But if we say that, they won't believe us, it'll only cause more conflict. Better to reject the request from the start. Who says we don't have it? We do. Kyle casually pulled out a diamond-shaped stone and set it on the table. Professor McGonagall's eyes went wide. The Resurrection Stone. You could say that, Kyle nodded. I've got as many as you need. He tossed a second, then a third stone onto the table. Professor McGonagall immediately caught on. They're fake. Who said they're fake? They're real. Kyle gathered up the extras. Now they're real. But the Resurrection Stone isn't just some ordinary rock, she said, shaking her head. Kyle's approach seemed full of holes. Oh, right. Almost forgot. He pulled out a 5-inch long fong and drove it straight into the stone. The diamond-shaped stone split cleanly in half, releasing a puff of white smoke. There. Now it's fine. Professor McGonagall stared, mouth open, at a loss for words. From the wall, Phineas let out a series of ambiguous smacking noises. Kyle ignored him and kept pulling things out. The golden cup. The diadem. The locket. The sword of Gryffindor. Oh, wait, not that. That one was something Kyle had made himself for fun. He casually tossed the sword aside. Professor McGonagall, meanwhile, picked up the nearest diadem and held it close, inspecting it carefully. No need to ask, they were obviously fakes. But they looked so real. Even after examining it for a long time, she couldn't spot a single flaw. How is it? Kyle asked. Professor McGonagall nodded. It's very convincing, really convincing. To put it plainly, aside from lacking the unique properties of the originals, these replicas were nearly identical in every other aspect. Even she couldn't spot any flaws. Of course, Kyle said. I modeled them exactly after the real ones, every detail matches down to the last seam. Now came the most critical step. Kyle picked up the locket in front of him. Since they were in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Kyle didn't want to be too reckless by using fiendfire in front of Professor McGonagall and the portraits of past headmasters. So instead, he pulled out a jar of Gabrathian fire he had gotten from Sirius. It was also a magical flame, and its effects closely resembled fiendfire. Combined with a few extras Kyle had specially prepared, the result looked all the more convincing. Under the fire's searing heat, the surface of the locket began to change rapidly, dark cracks with an eerie shimmer spreading across it. From those cracks came faint, distant screams. Professor McGonagall watched, a puzzled look on her face. She had never seen what it looked like when a real Horcrux was destroyed, but this certainly felt like it. The soul fragment inside shrieking in protest as the Horcrux was undone, it all made sense. But wasn't this a fake? Why could she hear the screaming? And what was going on with those cracks? As if sensing what she was thinking, Kyle took out a bottle and set it on the table. I stumbled across this while I was working on them. Professor McGonagall looked over. The bottle contained a grayish powder. It was freezing cold, cold enough that even through the glass, a layer of white frost spread quickly across the tabletop. What is this? She asked, confused. She considered herself fairly well versed in magical substances, but she had never seen anything like this, no clue what it was, and not even a vague memory of anything with those characteristics. It's what's left behind after killing a Dementor. Killing what? Dementors, Kyle clarified. Right after the rebellion broke out at Azkaban, Cedric and I spent a while clearing them out. When they're destroyed, this stuff is left behind, along with a cloak. That explained it. Professor McGonagall relaxed a little. No wonder she didn't know about it, probably hardly anyone did. What's it used for? Still not sure, Kyle admitted. But I did notice it's great for crafting dark magic items. So I took a different approach and made 3 of them. Then that scream I heard earlier was a howling charm, Kyle said. If someone opens the locket, they'll hear a scream similar to a mandrake's. It's a spell that targets the soul. Professor McGonagall glanced at Kyle, then at the diadem in her hands, and instinctively tossed it back onto the table. That one causes confusion and disorientation. Just don't try it on. Kyle set down the now warped locket and picked up the diadem, holding it over the magical flame. In no time, a thick layer of rust spread across its gleaming surface, and the large sapphire at its center dimmed into a lifeless gray. Kyle had crafted it exactly to match its condition when it was first found, every detail precise to the letter. It was all about accuracy. Professor McGonagall stood by, watching as Kyle personally destroyed all 3 items. Hand these over to the Ministry, Kyle said, pushing everything toward her. But, what if they realize they're fake, she asked, still a bit uneasy. I have confidence in my alchemy. Kyle smiled. If this were Beauxbatons Academy of Magic in France, I'd have to come up with another plan. Alchemy is widely practiced there. With alchemy masters like Professor Victor around, he'd spot a fake immediately. But this is Britain. Most people here can't even craft a simple waterproof badge. That's outrageous. Phineas couldn't help but cut in. What? Kyle turned to him. Tell me I'm wrong. It's because you're right that it's outrageous, Phineas muttered before shutting his eyes and pretending to nap again. Professor McGonagall didn't hesitate for long. She gathered the items and put them away. At least it was a plan. One way or another, the artifacts left behind by the Founders simply couldn't be entrusted to the Ministry of Magic. Only the Rinspore is left. What are you planning to do? Professor McGonagall casually placed the items on the shelf behind her. I suggest we do nothing. What do you think? After all, when you killed the Rinspore, plenty of people were present. They might not have seen it with their own eyes, but they learned the truth from Voldemort himself. I'm sure both Bones and the Aurors are well aware of that. I thought the same, Kyle said. Among the Horcruxes, the Rinspore was the least significant. Kyle didn't even give it another look before heading out. If the Ministry insisted, maybe there were still a few traces left in Sirius's screaming ice cream shop. All right, leave the rest to me. With the decision made, Professor McGonagall picked up her quill and swiftly wrote a reply before stepping to the window. An owl swooped down, caught the envelope, and flew off. It had to be said, the Ministry of Magic was taking the Horcrux matter very seriously. Barely half a day after the letter had been sent, Amelia Bones, the Minister for Magic, arrived at Hogwarts with Kingsley, the newly appointed head of the Auror office. Just as the students were sitting down to dinner, the 2 of them entered from outside and walked directly toward the staff table. Amelia. Professor McGonagall stood up, visibly surprised. And genuinely so. Judging by the timing, the Ministry must have come here immediately after receiving the owl's reply. Wasn't that a little too efficient? Wasn't the Ministry supposed to be incredibly busy these days? Still, Professor McGonagall didn't let it show. She warmly introduced Amelia Bones and Kingsley to the students in the middle of their meal. No need for that, Minerva, Bones said, adjusting the glasses on her nose. I just happened to be thinking of stopping by the 3 broomsticks for a little break when your reply arrived. Really? What a coincidence, McGonagall said with a smile, though her voice was slightly stiff. It was clear she wasn't quite used to this kind of polite pretense. Dumbledore had always been a master at it. Every time he met with Fudge, he came across as utterly sincere. Anyone watching might have thought they were old friends. So Bones came for a drink at the 3 broomsticks. Did Kingsley Shacklebolt come along just to tag along for a pint as well? That excuse was more than a little flimsy. And from the moment they entered the Great Hall, Kingsley hadn't dared meet McGonagall's gaze. Even from across the room, his discomfort was obvious. Kyle, however, didn't think much of it. Sure, he'd once been part of the Order of the Phoenix, but that had been disbanded by Dumbledore. Besides, it made perfect sense for Aurors to want to oversee the Horcruxes. If he were head of the Auror office, he'd probably have come too. Unfortunately, he wasn't the head of the Auror office, and there was no way he'd be handing those items over to the Ministry. Minerva. Amelia, why don't you join us for dinner? McGonagall quickly cut her off, warmly inviting the 2 to the staff table. Of course, I'd love to. Bones nodded. To be honest, I've missed Hogwarts dinners. I think the last time I had toast here was 30 years ago. 35 years ago, McGonagall corrected with a smile. I had just started teaching at Hogwarts back then, still remember it vividly. Yes, you're right. As they took their seats, Professor McGonagall casually turned her head and gave Kyle a meaningful look. Kyle instantly caught on. He quickly finished the toast on his plate, stood up at a natural pace, and left the Great Hall with a group of students. Once he reached the entrance hall, he picked up speed and made his way straight to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. The first thing he looked at was the shelf behind the desk. Just as he'd suspected, the item he'd given Professor McGonagall was still sitting there. A Horcrux that important, left lying around like junk. If Bones saw it, she'd definitely get suspicious. McGonagall probably hadn't expected her to show up so quickly, and simply hadn't had time to put it away. Luckily, she had picked up on it now. Kyle glanced around the office until his eyes settled on the battered sorting hat. A thought struck him: if the sorting hat had once hidden the sword of Gryffindor, it probably wouldn't mind storing a few more items. They were all relics of the founders, after all. Whether they were real or fake, didn't matter. As long as it looked like they were taking proper care of the Horcruxes, that was enough. Chapter 966, Sudden Visitors. After leaving the headmaster's office, Kyle returned to his cabin, unaware of what Professor McGonagall and Bones had discussed. But they had stayed in the office for quite a long time, and it wasn't until nearly curfew that Bones and Kingsley left Hogwarts in a hurry, as if something urgent had come up. Whatever had happened, Professor McGonagall didn't mention it, and Kyle didn't ask. Still, one thing was certain: they were likely to have a few quiet days ahead. Not that it mattered much to the students. Exam week at Hogwarts was always the time when the academic atmosphere was at its peak. Everywhere you looked, you could see students murmuring incantations under their breath. During this period, professors strictly forbade students from carrying their wands outside of class, just to avoid random, misfired spells interfering with exams. Even Kyle was kept busy. Students came to him daily with questions about ancient runes. Hermione, in particular, was the most persistent, appearing at the door of his cabin almost every single day. The biggest mistake Professor McGonagall ever made was telling Hermione the correct path through the alchemy mist. Kyle complained to Hagrid after once again seeing Hermione off. She hadn't been able to enter before, since the alchemy mist required not only knowledge of ancient runes but also a foundation in alchemy, and Hermione had virtually none. It was impossible for her to find the right path on her own. But as luck would have it, she once ran into Professor McGonagall while trying to find Kyle. She told her she had questions to ask, and that was all it took for McGonagall to lead her in. Hermione really is clever, Hagrid said with a chuckle. She only had to walk the path once to memorize it. I still haven't got it all down myself. That's not the point, Kyle sighed. Haven't you noticed? The closer it gets to exams, the more anxious she gets. I've told her more than once that those questions she's asking aren't even part of the NEWT syllabus, but she just won't listen. Oh, you're actually worried about her. Hagrid gave Kyle a surprised look. Sorry, I mean, you really sound like a proper professor now. What? I didn't before. Do you really want me to answer that? Forget it. Don't answer. Kyle quickly shook his head. I get paid for this, so of course I have to act the part. Back to Hermione, try talking to her as a friend, he added. Help her relax a bit. No point stressing herself to death. Last year during the NEWTS, someone got so nervous they flubbed the bird conjuring spell and ended up summoning hundreds of sparrows. What's wrong with that? Hagrid blinked. Still birds, right? And hundreds of them, that should be a top score. Sure, if it had been charms, Kyle said, shrugging. But it was the transfiguration exam. And because of a magical misfire, all the sparrows ended up with diarrhea. Can you imagine what it's like when it starts raining in a classroom? That room's still out of use. No professors willing to teach in there. Hagrid paused. He often brought back manure for the pumpkin patch, but the thought of it falling from the ceiling like rain made him rub his arms involuntarily. That poor examiner. Still, the proctors working for the Wizarding Examinations Authority were mostly over 80. They'd supervised more exams than anyone could count. Surely they could handle it, right? Hagrid wasn't so sure. It's just a NEWT, Kyle went on. Not like she's running for Minister of Magic. And even if she were, you don't need 12 certificates to qualify. I'll give it a try, Hagrid said, glancing toward the castle. Kyle had a point, it probably was a good idea to check in with Hermione. If she panicked and botched a spell during the exam, things could go badly. I think you should get Harry and Ron to talk to her, Hagrid said, pushing the door open and heading for the castle. They're her best friends, after all. Kyle just shrugged, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Of course he knew that. He just couldn't be bothered to go himself. Besides, Hagrid had been cooped up in the garden for days. Kyle had even been the one feeding Fong. This was just a good excuse to get him moving. When dinner time arrived, the officials from the Wizarding Examinations Authority also made their entrance, with Professor Marchbanks once again at the head of the group. In the past, it had always been Dumbledore who rose to welcome her, but this time, it was Professor McGonagall. Perhaps reminded of that fact, Marchbanks looked slightly sorrowful and let out a quiet sigh. Scanning the crowd, Kyle was surprised to spot the two elderly wizards who had overseen Michael's transfiguration exam the year before. They were still part of the delegation. Only now, they looked far from composed, more anxious than the students themselves. Their hands were buried in their robe pockets, likely gripping their wands, ready to respond to anything unexpected. Fortunately, Mikkel had already graduated. Just then, Professor Marchbanks made her way over. Kyle and the other professors rose to greet her. "Quite surprising to see you as a professor already," Marchbanks said as she stopped in front of Kyle. "Very few people are qualified to teach right after graduating, but I'm not surprised. You've earned it." "Thank you," Kyle replied. Marchbanks gave a small shake of her head and studied him again. Now that she was here, something about Kyle struck her as familiar, like she'd seen him somewhere long ago. But the exact time and place escaped her. It felt like it had been ages ago, long before Kyle ever enrolled at Hogwarts. But that was impossible. Back then, Kyle hadn't even been born. Neither had Chris or Diana. Marchbanks shook her head again and dismissed the thought. Most likely, she'd once met a student who just happened to look like him. She'd been overseeing Hogwarts exams for a full century now, visiting once every year. She'd seen more young witches and wizards than she could count. Mixing up a few faces was only natural. "You've done a great job, Minerva," Marchbanks said as she took the seat beside McGonagall. "But I believe only you could have restored order to Hogwarts this quickly." Professor McGonagall shook her head. "I only did what needed to be done. To be honest, there was a time when I thought I might not make it back to Hogwarts at all this year." Marchbanks sliced a small piece of roast pork and popped it into her mouth. "You all were truly incredible. You showed Voldemort that Hogwarts wasn't just about Albus. And please forgive me for not joining the fight. They shut down the flow in my home and wouldn't let me leave my office. Those damned." She suddenly abandoned all decorum, launching into a full-blown tirade. She didn't just curse the Death Eaters, she also included the hit wizards who had stopped her from coming to Hogwarts and joining the battle. Professor McGonagall could only smile in helpless exasperation, shaking her head again and again. She'd known Marchbanks for years, but hadn't expected her to be so fiery. Still, to be fair, if she were a hit wizard at the Ministry, she probably wouldn't have let a centenarian witch charge into battle either. Dumbledore being the lone exception. Eventually, Marchbanks ran out of steam. She glanced toward the seat to McGonagall's left. "I also heard about Severus. He really was working for Albus all along." "He was. I've already asked Albus's portrait," he told me himself. Marchbanks fell silent, looking stunned. After a long pause, she shook her head slowly. "Unbelievable. This is the first time I've misjudged someone. I always thought he was too secretive, too at odds with everyone around him." "Yes," McGonagall nodded. "No one ever knew what he was doing, except Albus. And what now? Do you plan to keep him at Hogwarts?" "We'll wait until the second hearing is over," McGonagall said after thinking for a moment. "If Severus is willing, I'd certainly like him to remain as a professor." "A wise decision," Marchbanks said, nodding. Back when he taught potions, student grades were better than they are now. She paused mid-sentence and cast a brief, knowing glance toward Slughorn, who was seated not far away. Slughorn, fortunately, was too focused on savoring his steak to notice their conversation. Marchbanks looked away, continuing as if nothing had happened. "What I mean is, he was a very capable teacher." "I agree," McGonagall said, clearly relieved. She knew exactly what Marchbanks had been about to say, and so did Kyle. It was simple, during Snape's tenure as potions master, student grades were consistently better. That wasn't hard to understand. Snape had his flaws, he played favorites, was cold, and hardly the model of professional conduct, but no one could deny his skill. The techniques he taught in class were all methods he had personally refined and improved. It wasn't that Slughorn was a poor teacher, but look at Harry. Just with one annotated textbook, he'd gone from a potions disaster to a top student who could even outperform Hermione. And what Snape had taught in class was an even more complete version of what was in that book. Students might not have appreciated it at the time, but when exam season rolled around, the clarity and efficiency of Snape's methods became a clear advantage. Still, that wasn't something anyone would say in front of Slughorn. After that, neither Marchbanks nor McGonagall brought it up again. They smoothly shifted the conversation to other topics. Meanwhile, the students below were murmuring to each other in hushed tones. But unlike the relatively relaxed atmosphere at the staff table, the students were visibly tense. The exams hadn't even started yet, but just seeing the officials from the Wizarding Examinations Authority was enough to make them nervous. "No, I still have a lot of history of magic to memorize." Hermione's hands had gone pale, and she hadn't touched a single bite of food. She was already rising from her seat, ready to leave. You had history of magic memorized 2 days ago, Harry said, blocking her path. Then it's herbology. 1,000 magical herbs and fungi is in your bag. You finished your 3rd read-through this morning. Advanced Rune Translation. The Ancient Runes exam only covers up to the intermediate level. Kyle said so. You were right there, Harry sighed, setting down his half-eaten roast potato. Hermione, remember what Hagrid said? You're way too tense, and that could make you slip up during the exam. You need to relax. He's right, Ron chimed in, nodding vigorously. Look at us, we're not nervous at all. Come on, sit down and eat something. The professors are already looking over. Hermione shot him an annoyed glare. Sure, Ron and Harry weren't nervous in the slightest, but that was something she just couldn't manage. This wasn't some ordinary test. It was the NEWTS, the most important exams of their lives. Hermione didn't even want to imagine what would happen if she didn't get a single certificate. There was no way she could not be nervous. Though she did sit back down after Harry's urging, she merely stayed seated, occasionally glancing up at Professor Marchbanks at the staff table. Soon, as students began finishing their meals and leaving, Hermione stood and quickly followed. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance and hurried after her. But they parted ways once they reached the entrance hall. Hermione headed to the library on the 2nd floor. Harry and Ron went straight to the hospital wing. A few minutes later, when they returned, they were holding a small, thumb-sized bottle. You sure this'll work? Ron asked nervously. No idea, Harry replied, shaking his head. What if Hermione drinks it and then can't wake up in time tomorrow? She'll be fine, Harry said, frowning. Madame Pomfrey gave it to us, it should be safe. The two continued walking as they talked, completely oblivious to what was ahead. At the next corner, they collided with a suit of armor with a loud clang. Harry stumbled, and the bottle slipped from his hand. No. But just before it could hit the floor, less than an inch from the ground, it stopped midair. Oh, thank Merlin. Harry exhaled in relief. What are you two doing? Kyle happened to be passing by. With a small flick of his finger, he summoned the bottle to his hand and gave it a gentle shake. The potion inside shimmered with ever-changing colors. Dreamless Sleep Potion. Kyle glanced at the bottle, then at Harry and Ron. You too? Insomnia. His voice carried a note of disbelief. Being too nervous to sleep before a major exam was perfectly normal, but if it was Harry and Ron, that didn't sound right. They might lose sleep over wizard chess, sneaking around at night, or chasing down some new mystery, but definitely not over exams. It's for Hermione, Ron explained as he straightened up. Ginny said she's only been getting 2 hours of sleep these past few nights. She's too stressed, Harry added, nodding. We just want her to get a good night's rest. He pointed to the bottle in Kyle's hand. Madame Pomfrey said this works really well. We just weren't sure if it might affect her performance tomorrow. If it's just Dreamless Sleep Potion, then there's nothing to worry about, Kyle said, handing the bottle back. Pour half into her hot cocoa, but don't move her after. You'll wake her. Got it. Thanks. Harry nodded, and he and Ron turned to leave. Kyle continued out toward the grounds. As one of the professors, he would be helping supervise the exams the next day. Is that what Hogwarts graduates are like? Doesn't even recognize a Dreamless Sleep Potion, a slow, drawling voice called out behind him. Kyle instinctively turned, and the moment he saw who it was, his hand went straight for his wand. Relax. I only came to see what kind of magic the school has that made Albus willing to give everything for it. Grindelwald raised one finger to his lips. Promise me you won't alert the others. All right. Chapter 967, Chapter 967, Grindelwald. Don't alert the others. Kyle narrowed his eyes. This is Hogwarts. The professors have every right to know who's entered the castle without permission, even if you're a friend of Professor Dumbledore. Oh. Grindelwald raised his brows slightly, clearly not expecting that response. He looked at Kyle with a flicker of surprise. After all, back in Nurmengard, Kyle hadn't been like this. So, this castle has given you a bit of courage? Or is it that, after defeating that little fellow called Tom, you think you're invincible now? I've never thought that, Kyle said with a shrug. But if we're being honest, even if you call Tom Riddle a little fellow, you might not have been able to beat him. Is that so? Grindelwald gave a short laugh, though he didn't deny it. Maybe you're right. But I've always believed that an obsession with absolute power only creates more openings. So, if it had been me, I'd have dealt with that. Voldemort, much faster than Albus. Kyle didn't argue. Dumbledore had always worked within the bounds of law and morality, Grindelwald didn't. Which meant Grindelwald would be more efficient. Speaking of which, Professor Dumbledore, Kyle said. Isn't he with you? No. I thought he'd returned to Hogwarts, Grindelwald replied, his tone suddenly turning irritable. At that moment, a flash of light pulsed at the tip of Kyle's lowered wand. A blinding burst of light erupted. Grindelwald instinctively turned his head and raised his hand to shield his eyes. As he moved, Kyle's arm was freed. Expelliarmus. Stupefy. The two spells flew almost simultaneously. Grindelwald was even a beat faster. Kyle's disarming charm had barely left his wand before it was blasted apart midair, scattering into red sparks. Too obvious, Grindelwald said, twirling the wand now in his hand. It wasn't Snape's wand, it was a sleek black one. Kyle had seen it in Dumbledore's possession before. You sure you want to fight me here? Grindelwald asked, eyes drifting toward a few students who had just stepped out of the Great Hall. I wouldn't mind. Of course not. Kyle had seen them too. Oh, my bad, must have been a spasm or something. Arm locked up, and I panicked. Wand misfired. Misfired. Grindelwald arched an eyebrow. With a stunning spell. At me. Probably just a coincidence, Kyle said with a completely straight face. With that flash of light, how could I possibly aim so precisely? Ha. Grindelwald chuckled. Then if I happen to misfire later, will you forgive me? Of course. That would make us even, Kyle said without hesitation. Grindelwald laughed even louder. Just then, he seemed to notice something. With a flick of his fingers, a tiny green creature let out a shriek as it was flung aside. A bowtruckle. Grindelwald frowned. Annoying little magical pests. Probably wandered out of the forbidden forest, Kyle said, catching the creature midair and tucking it back into his robe pocket as he took a step forward. This area's close to the forest. Happens all the time, bowtruckles, fairies, pixies, little ones getting lost and wandering into the castle. We're used to it. Is that so? Grindelwald eyed Kyle. I thought you were keeping them. I recall that Scamander fellow, he loved collecting these bugs. Yeah, Newt's fond of bowtruckles. But me. I prefer something with fangs and claws, wampus cats, nundus, that sort of thing. Oh, and dragons, Kyle added casually. I've got 6. Want to see them? No need. I've never cared much for magical creatures, Grindelwald replied, ending the subject abruptly. Kyle let out a small breath of relief. In his robe pocket, the bowtruckle did the same. You wanted a tour of Hogwarts, right? I could show you around, I know the place like the back of my hand. Perfect, Grindelwald said, turning around and walking off without waiting. Kyle quickly followed. After they'd gone, another bowtruckle bounded over, scooping up a pale yellow bone needle from the floor. Kyle had been standing on it the whole time. It was so small that Grindelwald hadn't noticed. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Great Hall, Grindelwald showed no intention of entering. He paused briefly, then walked right past. You looked nervous earlier, he said with a smirk, glancing sideways at Kyle. What, were you afraid I'd kill those students? Of course not, Kyle replied calmly. Professor Dumbledore's friends wouldn't do something like that. The name Dumbledore rang especially clearly. You don't need to drop such a cheap hint, Grindelwald said with a cold laugh. You attacked me, and I didn't retaliate. That should be proof enough of my sincerity. I'm truly just here to look around, provided no one interrupts me. Don't worry. Here at Hogwarts, we treat our guests with nothing but respect, Kyle said reassuringly. The two continued upstairs. And just as Grindelwald had said, he genuinely seemed to be here as a visitor, curious about everything he saw. Especially the enormous stone statues. Most of them had been destroyed during the war with Voldemort. What stood in their place now were patched-together reconstructions, assembled by professors using whatever spare parts they could scavenge. The seams from the repairs were still plainly visible. How do you like it here compared to Durmstrang? Kyle finally broke the uncomfortable silence, unable to stand the strange tension. Grindelwald turned his head, eyeing him curiously. This boy, should he call him bold? He'd never made a secret of his expulsion, but no one had ever dared bring up magic schools, or Durmstrang, in front of him. Not even Dumbledore. Kyle was the first to ask him directly about his school. Was he offended? Not at all. If Grindelwald had cared that much, he would have stormed back to Durmstrang long ago, the way Voldemort was obsessed with conquering Hogwarts. But in truth, he had never once acted against Durmstrang. On the contrary, the school had elevated the very student it once expelled. It's fine, I suppose, Grindelwald said, glancing at a portrait on the wall. At Durmstrang, something like this wouldn't last 3 days before students started using it to test dark spells. Inside the frame, an old wizard in denim scowled and stormed toward the edge. Did you just say dark magic? Hold it right there, you rule-breaking little. Grindelwald waved his hand, and the portrait's tirade was silenced in an instant. But if I'm being honest," he continued casually, walking forward, "I still prefer Durmstrang." "Why?" Kyle asked. "Because it actually felt like a school for training wizards, not some playground." Grindelwald sneered as a few students ran past them, clearly unimpressed. Kyle pressed his lips together. When those lower-year students had passed, he'd broken into a cold sweat, but he couldn't risk provoking Grindelwald. Reporting to Professor McGonagall wasn't an option either. Luckily, he had a backup plan. Kyle glanced down at his wrist. If used right, it might let him put some pressure on Grindelwald. But the risk was high, and Kyle sincerely hoped it wouldn't come to that. They reached the second floor. Since the exams were tomorrow, the library was packed. Grindelwald paused in front of the doors. "Impressive. So many students here at night," he said. At Durmstrang, barely anyone went to the library, but the charm practice halls were always full. Kyle stayed silent, guilt creeping in. No way he could admit it was only this crowded because of tomorrow's exams. "Kyle." "Professor." Hermione stepped out of the library, cradling a heavy stack of books. She didn't look at Kyle at first. Her gaze landed on Grindelwald, and she froze. She wasn't the only one. Several nearby witches stared at him as well, while Madame Pants nearly jabbed a feather duster into the face of a young wizard next to her. Kyle had to admit, even at over 100 years old, Grindelwald, freshly shaved and dressed in a clean robe, still had undeniable charm. "Kyle, no, Professor, who is he?" Hermione was the first to recover and couldn't help but ask. "Oh, let's just say a friend of mine." "Oh." Hermione nodded in understanding. She'd heard Kyle had a lot of pen pals. This old wizard clearly wasn't young, probably some well-known figure in the magical world. That was her assumption, but she didn't dwell on it. Her focus was entirely on tomorrow's exams. Even if Voldemort came back, it wouldn't distract her from revising. Unfortunately, the library was closing soon. She'd have to head back to the common room to study. "Good night, Professor." With that, she walked past them. "Good night," Kyle replied. Then, as if remembering something, he added quickly, "Be sure to have a cup of hot cocoa before revising." "Hot cocoa?" Hermione paused and turned to look at him. "Why?" "A little trick for boosting memory." "It works surprisingly well," Kyle said. "Thank you, Professor." Hermione's eyes lit up. She'd never heard of that before, but considering Kyle's famously high grades, she didn't hesitate to trust him. Besides, it was just cocoa, no harm if it didn't work. "Your friend?" Grindelwald asked curiously after she left. "Sort of," Kyle nodded. "Those two earlier, the dreamless sleep potion was for her." Grindelwald gave it a brief thought, then lost interest. "I want to see the headmaster's office." "No chance." "I mean, you'll definitely be noticed," Kyle said. "There are portraits in there too, maybe the students won't recognize you, but those portraits definitely will." "So what?" "I don't care if they recognize me." "Are you sure?" Kyle looked at him. Everyone knows Professor Dumbledore was awarded the Order of Merlin, first class, for defeating Grindelwald. And now Grindelwald is walking around unharmed. How do you think people will see Dumbledore? Won't they start thinking he was a fraud? I assure you, they wouldn't dare. No one would dare. Grindelwald growled, magical pressure rippling outward. Cracks formed instantly on the nearest banister. "You can stop them from speaking, but not from thinking," Kyle replied calmly. A shimmering silver shield appeared in front of him. "The more you try to control them, the more they'll resent Dumbledore for not killing you when he had the chance." "Silence!" Grindelwald shouted, sweeping his hand forward. The floor rose in a wave, surging toward Kyle before slamming into his shield. Both floor and shield shattered with a deafening blast. At the same time, Kyle raised his wand. Muffliato. The explosion faded into a soft hum, barely registering to anyone nearby. Kyle stared at Grindelwald. "You know I'm not lying." "I said shut up." Grindelwald narrowed his eyes. "I promised Albus I wouldn't harm anyone from Hogwarts, but he's not here now." Kyle's jaw clenched. "Good." Grindelwald straightened. "Now take me to the headmaster's office." Fine." Kyle didn't argue this time and led him toward the 8th floor. Honestly, it might be better to go there, at least there wouldn't be any students. They arrived at the 8th floor. Professor McGonagall hadn't changed the password, so they passed through the stone gargoyle easily. "I can go in alone," Grindelwald said. "No chance." Kyle shook his head. "There are too many valuable things in there. What if you swipe one or two? I'd be held responsible." "You think I'd steal?" Grindelwald gave him an incredulous look, nearly laughing. "Yes," Kyle said, without hesitation. If Grindelwald were headed anywhere else, Kyle might have let him go alone, but not the headmaster's office. For one, Dumbledore's portrait would almost certainly be taken. Not to mention the wool socks and gloves he'd knitted himself, the mirror of Ariste in the corner, the pensieve in the cabinet, and all of Dumbledore's memories. Too many valuable things. Kyle simply didn't believe Grindelwald wouldn't be tempted. They stood there in a silent standoff, until Grindelwald broke first. "I'll say it again, I'm not taking anything from inside." "Sure. I don't believe you." Chapter 968, Grindelwald, what ugly gloves. After a long standoff, Kyle finally entered the headmaster's office with Grindelwald. Grindelwald was clearly displeased, feeling that this was a sign of distrust and an insult to his character. But Kyle remained firm, and he had no choice but to follow. There was no helping it, Hogwarts was the place Dumbledore cherished most. If they started a fight here, their just barely repaired relationship would definitely fall apart again. That was something Grindelwald couldn't accept. "You're even more annoying than that Scamander," he muttered. "Thanks for the compliment," Kyle said casually without looking back. "A lot of people have said that. But more people think I'm a law-abiding, outstanding wizard. Maybe I should ask you for some tips on using the Confundus charm." Even Professor Dumbledore said the same thing. No surprise there. Albus has always had terrible taste. He once said Scamander was his favorite student. "In the Hogwarts trophy room, I have the most special awards for services to the school. I won 9 Durmstrang gold medals." "You know exactly how you got those honors," Kyle said stiffly. Those medals were all awarded to Grindelwald during his peak, when Durmstrang wanted to polish its own reputation by giving him a bunch of accolades, including the title of honorary alumnus. And they did it 9 years in a row. Truly shameless. No wonder that guy Karkaroff could become headmaster, it clearly runs in the bloodline. "Doesn't matter. I have them, and more than you, for sure," Grindelwald said indifferently. He used to think Durmstrang was a bit shameless, but in hindsight, that shamelessness turned out to be pretty useful. The two bantered as they climbed to the top of the rotating staircase. Kyle was the first to push open the oak door and walk in. "Wait here a second, I'll go turn the portraits over first." Before he could finish, Grindelwald stepped right in. "Hey, who are you talking to? How rude, he actually wanted to turn us all around." The headmasters in the portraits all opened their eyes. Phineas even leaned sideways, trying hard to see through the open door. "Let me see, did you bring a wanted man into Hogwarts?" Kyle froze in place, eyeing Grindelwald, who was casually wandering around the office. Judging from the headmaster's reactions, they didn't seem to see Grindelwald. But that was impossible. Kyle could see him, clearly. "What, want to learn?" Grindelwald turned, the corners of his mouth lifting. "If you can offer something satisfactory, I'll teach you." "Who's talking?" In an instant, nearly all the portraits looked toward the voice. They couldn't see anyone, but they definitely heard someone speak. It had come from inside the headmaster's office. "Is it Harry Potter? I remember he has an invisibility cloak." "No, sounds like an older wizard." "Who's in here?" The headmasters all started shouting. But Grindelwald didn't care in the slightest. He just waited patiently for Kyle's response. "No. I'm not interested," Kyle said flatly. "I've got nothing to hide. Why would I need a charm that hides from portraits? What a shame." Grindelwald sighed, the disappointment flashing briefly across his face. "If it's a different charm, I might consider it," Kyle added. "I've still got a few things in reserve." "I refuse," Grindelwald replied, turning away. He didn't need to guess what Kyle wanted to learn. But he had already promised Dumbledore not to teach Kyle any powerful dark magic. "Hey! Who are you talking to?" Phineas was practically pressing his face against the picture frame. "Bringing someone into the headmaster's office without permission, kid, I swear I'll report you to Minerva." "So noisy." Grindelwald frowned. This noisy guy was also a headmaster. "What did you say?" Phineas froze, then shrieked, "You thief! How dare you speak that way about the great Headmaster Black?" "Silence." Grindelwald waved his hand, and Phineas immediately fell silent. He didn't move. Neither did the other portraits, or the decorations within them. Everything was frozen, like an ordinary painting. Only one portrait remained unaffected, the one behind the desk, Dumbledore's. He stared at the empty space in front of Kyle with a complicated expression. At the same time, Grindelwald also looked at him, unconsciously raising a hand. And then a figure flashed into place, stepping between him and the portrait. "Move aside, you annoying pest." Grindelwald's expression darkened. "No way." Kyle stood with his back to the portrait, locking eyes with him. "I warned you, look, don't touch. And as for what you did to the headmaster's portraits, if Professor Dumbledore were here, he'd definitely throw you out." I just made them quiet for a bit, Grindelwald scoffed. Move. Not happening. Neither of them backed down, until Dumbledore couldn't stand it anymore and decisively left the portrait. With Dumbledore gone, Grindelwald lost interest and walked off on his own. But Kyle stayed alert, keeping his eyes on him. Neither Professor McGonagall, who had served 2 terms, nor Snape, who had been pushed into the position, had made significant changes to the office. So the headmaster's office looked nearly identical to how it was during Dumbledore's time. The only real difference was the absence of Fawkes Perch. Grindelwald first walked over to the shelf, carefully inspecting the neatly arranged silverware. Albus's work. He was obsessed with alchemy for quite a long time. Then he glanced behind the shelf at a collection of scattered trinkets, small objects that no longer worked due to a lack of upkeep. Since Professor McGonagall didn't understand alchemy, they'd gone neglected. Still, she hadn't removed them, leaving them in place as decorative curios. Among the clutter were things like a half-knitted wool scarf and several mismatched pairs of wool gloves. Grindelwald didn't spare them a glance. He brushed them aside casually and picked up something shaped like a teapot. How about giving this to me? Consider it a souvenir. Of course not. Give it to him. Before Kyle could even refuse, Dumbledore's voice came from behind. At some point, he had returned to his portrait. Then get him out of here quickly, said the portrait of Dumbledore with a stern face. Hogwarts doesn't welcome him. He'd best leave soon. You're the one who agreed to let me come, Albus, Grindelwald said, a note of smugness in his voice. That must have been out of necessity, Dumbledore replied firmly. Do we always have to be like this? At odds every time we meet? Grindelwald said after a moment of silence. It's always been this way. I tore my sheets to shreds writing you countless letters, but not once did I get a reply. Don't tell me you never received them. I didn't, Dumbledore replied flatly. But you don't have to care about my opinion. After all, I'm dead. You really haven't changed. Not even your words, Grindelwald chuckled suddenly, slipping the little silver teapot into his pocket. Since Dumbledore, the original owner, had given his consent, Kyle couldn't say anything more. Grindelwald then walked to the corner and stopped before a massive velvet curtain. Kyle had no time to react. With a flick of his hand, Grindelwald lifted the curtain, revealing a large mirror beneath it. He stood before the mirror of Eriste, running his fingers along the intricate magical runes and symbols carved into the frame. Whatever you see in there, it's not real, Kyle said nervously. And you absolutely can't take this one. Why not? Grindelwald continued staring at the mirror, not even turning his head. It's school property. It's mine. What? I gave it to Dumbledore, a long time ago, Grindelwald said, turning to face Kyle with a faint, amused smile. What? Surprised. Kyle instinctively nodded. He had always assumed the mirror was something Dumbledore had crafted himself using alchemy, or perhaps a magical relic from the Founder's era. He never imagined. Though Albus modified it many times, the original mirror really was my gift. Grindelwald turned back to the mirror, seemingly caught in a distant memory. After a long pause, he spoke softly. Back then, I wanted to mend things between us. I was desperately searching for the Resurrection Stone. I never found it, but in the process, I stumbled upon this extraordinary mirror. I saw us, reconciled, just like in the days at Godric's Hollow. I was so happy, I couldn't wait to give it to Albus. I gave him many gifts. He refused them all, except this one. His attitude toward me never changed, but I was still glad. Grindelwald reached out, as if trying to touch something within the mirror. His fingers traced the surface slowly. A cluster of blue flames flared up suddenly. It wasn't Fiendfire, Kyle could feel none of Fiendfire's typical fury, and the mirror of Eriste wasn't melting or damaged in the slightest. Instead, the mirror's frame began to change. Parts of it melted and reshaped, revealing a different appearance. Or perhaps, its original one. Kyle couldn't be sure. When the blue flames finally went out, the mirror of Eriste remained unchanged, except the frame on both sides had narrowed. Above the 2 claw-like supports, a new letter had appeared on each side. A G on the left, and an A on the right. Kyle was certain these weren't part of the original magical symbols, they'd been deliberately carved in. And he could easily guess who had done it. Gellert Grindelwald. Albus Dumbledore. The initials were far too obvious. Dumbledore must have noticed it too, but he couldn't bring himself to return the mirror that let him see Ariana. So instead, he'd simply concealed the marks. That much was clear just from the expression on his portrait. He looked awkward, his eyes slightly averted. So, are you going to take it? Kyle asked. Are you going to stop me? Grindelwald turned, watching him with interest. I would have, before, Kyle said, shaking his head. But if this mirror really was a gift from you to Professor Dumbledore, then it's only fair if you want it back now. forget it. I don't need it anymore. To Kyle's surprise, Grindelwald refused. With a flick of his fingers, he pulled the velvet curtain back over the mirror. Let's get to the point. He turned and strode quickly up to Kyle. I came here for you. Dropping by Albus's office was just a side trip. For me. Kyle pointed at himself. You must be joking. What could I possibly have that's worth dragging you all the way from Nurmengard to Hogwarts? Albus said you wanted my help dealing with those after the Horcruxes, Grindelwald said, giving Kyle a once-over. So. Was that not true? Horcruxes. He really told you that. Kyle instinctively glanced at the portrait behind him. Not me, said Dumbledore in the painting, shaking his head. It must have been the version of me outside this frame. I only told him about your plan. I see. As Kyle conversed with the portrait, Grindelwald, clearly bored, picked up a nearby wool glove. After glancing at it twice, he tossed it aside in distaste. Minerva McGonagall. TSK, your current headmistress really does have eclectic hobbies. But her taste is still just as bad. Even locked up in Nurmengard, I wouldn't want a pair of gloves this ugly. Dumbledore's portrait suddenly went silent, his expression shifting to something strange. Kyle couldn't tell if it was embarrassment, anger, or both. After all, if someone said Dumbledore lacked talent in something, he'd probably laugh it off. But if someone insulted his hand-knitted wool socks, he'd be grumpy for the whole day. And while these were gloves, not socks, close enough. Grindelwald really had no one to blame for getting 0 replies to his letters. What? What is it, was that true? Grindelwald asked again, puzzled. Ah, yes. I really was considering it, Kyle quickly nodded. So, will you help me? I'm not helping you. I'm helping Albus, Grindelwald said, glancing at Dumbledore's portrait as if expecting praise, or at least a more familiar look. Instead, he was met with Dumbledore's cold, unyielding stare. For a moment, Grindelwald felt like he'd gone back to the day they had first fallen out. That same look, like he was a stranger. Ah. Grindelwald blinked, confused. The portrait hadn't looked like that a moment ago. What had changed? Then he snapped his gaze to Kyle, his voice sharp. What did you do? Chapter 969, where he once stood. Grindelwald thought Kyle had done something to make the Dumbledore in the portrait treat him coldly. Kyle didn't explain. He was doing his best to keep a straight face and not burst out laughing. Grindelwald probably couldn't imagine that the hideous, useless woolen gloves he had mocked were actually made by Dumbledore. After all, when he was imprisoned in Nurmengard, Dumbledore hadn't yet revealed this peculiar hobby. Then again, who would ever believe that a powerful and increasingly renowned wizard in the magical world had a fondness for woolen socks? People preferred to believe he loved books, tirelessly sending him all kinds of magical tomes every Christmas. Dumbledore might have explained it once, but no one likely believed him, so he eventually stopped bringing it up, letting the matter quietly drop. And since Grindelwald had been locked up in Nurmengard all this time, he had no idea. So when he saw those woolen gloves, his first thought had been Minerva McGonagall. In truth, Professor McGonagall didn't know how to knit at all. She preferred using efficient transfiguration spells to get things done. With that thought, Kyle had to work even harder to keep his composure. He was certain that if he laughed now, Grindelwald would be furious. Besides, the men had come all this way to help, mocking him now would be rather rude. Maybe, you did something to upset him, Kyle said, trying to keep his voice as neutral as before. What did I do? Well, why don't you think about it? Kyle had run out of excuses and could only let him figure it out on his own. Grindelwald frowned and began to think seriously. He glanced at the mirror not far behind him. If he had done anything to upset Dumbledore, it was probably restoring the Mirror of Eris to its original form. But that had been his intention from the beginning, it was the purpose behind gifting the mirror. Dumbledore had been the one in the wrong, altering that intention without permission. And he hadn't even made a fuss about it. At that thought, Grindelwald's expression hardened with resolve. He even lifted his chin slightly at the Dumbledore in the portrait. He hadn't done anything wrong. Watching the whole thing unfold, Kyle pressed his lips even tighter. Pfft. What are you doing? Nothing, just thought of something funny, Kyle said. I've got to start preparing for my alchemy course this holiday. What's so funny about that? You wouldn't get it. I'm just really looking forward to it. You're strange, Grindelwald said, eyeing Kyle suspiciously before waving impatiently. Enough. Tell me your plan. Let me know what I need to do. He walked over to the chair in front of Dumbledore's portrait and sat down, running his fingers lightly along the armrest, as if feeling the lingering presence of Dumbledore. Kyle looked at him and said cautiously, that chair was replaced when Professor Snape became headmaster. It's Slytherin-style furniture. Dumbledore used a different one when he was headmaster. Crack. The armrest Grindelwald had been touching suddenly burst apart, sending splinters flying everywhere. You could have said so earlier. Grindelwald stood up with a grim expression. Tell me, what else in here has been replaced? Quite a bit. Kyle thought for a moment. Snape became headmaster at the Death Eater's behest. They took it upon themselves to redecorate the office in full Slytherin fashion. Although Professor McGonagall later removed most of it, some things she considered unimportant were left behind, like that chair. In that instant, Grindelwald suddenly lost interest in the headmaster's office. Forget it. Just tell me your plan already, he said, his tone growing increasingly impatient. But one thing. I agreed to help you, but that doesn't mean I'll indulge you the way Albus did. Don't push your luck. Or rather, don't make me regret getting involved. Don't worry. I won't. With the conversation turning to serious matters, Kyle's demeanor became more focused. In my initial plan, you won't need to do anything at first. Just wait for someone to show up at Nurmengard, and then kill them. Oh, and remember to leave 2 of them alive, just drive them down to the base of the Nurmengard Tower. Nurmengard is built on a cliff. There's no underground space, Grindelwald reminded him. Then we'll dig one. Kyle waved a hand dismissively. Leave that to me. You won't need to worry about it. Fine. I'll help, Grindelwald said, nodding after a brief pause. Now, what's the payment? What are you offering me? Payment. Kyle froze for a moment. Wait, didn't you promise Professor Dumbledore you'd help? I did promise Albus, Grindelwald leaned in toward him, but all I promised was to give you a chance to meet me. What happens beyond that is your responsibility and your price to pay. Kyle was stunned. No wonder. He wasn't Dumbledore. Why would Grindelwald come all this way just to help him? It was all a setup. 2 exclusive photos of Professor Dumbledore. With that, Kyle didn't waste time, he simply held up 2 fingers. No, no, no. Grindelwald shook his head and held out 1 hand. 5. Then I'll help you. No way. Kyle shook his head as well. 3, max. That's my bottom line. But I guarantee they're exclusive. You won't be disappointed. Fine, Grindelwald nodded. But among those 3, I want the one you showed me last time. That's not happening, the value's way off. Then I'll just take that one. Still not enough, Kyle said. Let's be honest, this is just about borrowing your name. If you're not on board, I have other options. Who else could you possibly find? Plenty, Kyle said, ticking them off on his fingers. Newt Scamander. Harry Potter, the Chosen One. Nicholas Flamel, the legendary alchemist. Even Professor Dumbledore would probably be happy to do me this small favor. Sure, it'd make things a bit more complicated, but it'd save me a fortune, seems like a fair trade to me. Grindelwald stared at him intently, and Kyle met his gaze, perfectly calm. A few minutes later. Fine. 3 photos. Grindelwald stood up and headed toward the door of the headmaster's office. Wait, I haven't told you the specifics yet. Kyle stopped him. Rosier will come find you later, Grindelwald said, halting in his tracks. 3 photos. That's enough to make me wait. Of course, if you're willing to pay more, I wouldn't mind listening a little longer. Forget it. Kyle stepped aside without hesitation. But. He reached into his satchel and pulled out a camera. Since you're here, why not leave a keepsake? Spare me the games. Grindelwald shot him a glance, his eyes resting on the camera. Now he understood where all of Dumbledore's exclusive photos had come from. What kind of proper wizard carried a camera around? You've got it wrong, Kyle said quickly, waving his hands. If I were up to something, I'd never bring it out so openly. I really just wanted to help you keep a souvenir. Think about it, this is where Professor Dumbledore spent most of his time. He wrote letters at that desk, watched Quidditch matches from that window. Don't you want to stand where you once stood? Grindelwald hesitated. You said most of the furniture's been replaced. But surely they didn't rip out the windows, Kyle said with a smile. Just stand there, Dumbledore used to love watching students play Quidditch from that very spot. Dumbledore's portrait opened its mouth, speaking softly. He wanted to say he didn't actually like standing by the window, it was too high up, and the wind was always strong. He usually preferred to watch matches from the Quidditch pitch. But Kyle quickly talked over him. Just stand there, I'll snap a quick photo. Come on, you know everything already. What could I possibly do? I just want to help. In this situation, if Kyle said Dumbledore loved standing at the window, then he did, even if Dumbledore himself denied it. I hope you're not lying, Grindelwald muttered, then walked over to the window, clearly giving in to Kyle's suggestion. Truth be told, as a seer, or prophet, his instincts had been warning him against it from the start. But Kyle's words had truly struck a chord. To stand at the same window, under the same sky, where Dumbledore once stood, it had always been one of his deepest desires. And thanks to Kyle's carefully chosen words, that desire only grew stronger. As for those instincts, Grindelwald was confident. He wasn't Dumbledore. As long as he stayed alert, Kyle wouldn't get even a sliver of an opportunity. All right, stand just like that. Kyle raised the camera and took a perfectly normal photo of Grindelwald. Since you're already here, let's do one more. Kyle said casually. Professor Dumbledore had a great flair for sending letters. He'd just toss them out the window, and an owl or phoenix would catch them in flight. Of course, we don't have a letter, so use this instead. He casually handed Grindelwald a woolen glove. Now imagine you're Professor Dumbledore, throwing the letter out the window. For a brief moment, Grindelwald really didn't feel like humoring Kyle. But the words, "Imagine you're Dumbledore," made his hand move on its own. He instinctively threw the glove out the window. Click. Kyle's camera flashed at the exact same moment. What did you just do? Grindelwald suddenly frowned. He had no proof, but he was certain Kyle had done something behind his back. Me. I didn't do anything. Kyle blinked innocently, spreading his hands as he offered the camera to him. Go ahead, check it if you want. Or you could just take the photos, just leave me one. I'm putting together a photo album themed around archrivals, and I plan to feature you and Professor Dumbledore on the first page. I need one shot of you. Grindelwald kept his gaze fixed on Kyle but didn't take the camera. No one else is allowed. What? No one else in your album, Grindelwald said slowly, enunciating each word. I'll have Rosier come collect it later. Don't let me down. With that, he turned on his heel and walked straight toward the door, calm and composed. It wasn't until he opened it that Kyle finally reacted. The headmaster's portraits. Grindelwald didn't answer. He just pointed a finger upward. It was like someone had pressed a play button. The portraits lining the walls all suddenly came back to life. The headmasters were the first to stir. What just happened? Who was that? Who exactly? As soon as they regained awareness, Armando Dippet and Phineas began shouting. They had no idea what had transpired exactly, but they clearly sensed a sudden, dramatic change. They could tell someone had tampered with the portraits, but what had happened in the interim was a mystery. And that answer, perhaps only one person knew. Dippet couldn't help turning to Kyle, who was still standing there. Who on earth did you bring into Hogwarts? Kyle had just extracted the film from the camera with his wand. Hearing the question, he looked up slightly, thought for a moment, and replied. An old friend of yours, I'd say. At least you, Headmaster Dippet, definitely know him. I know him. Dippet looked even more confused. He'd known plenty of people in his time, many of whom were still around. How could he possibly guess? What about me? Phineas asked. Do I know him too? Kyle finished tucking the camera and film into his moleskin pouch, then gave a small nod. You probably do. Phineas and I both know him. Dippet lowered his head, lost in thought. And that voice. I have to admit, it was awfully familiar. Then, as if something had clicked, he instinctively glanced toward Dumbledore's portrait. Dumbledore noticed but said nothing. That near-silent response, bordering on acknowledgement, nearly made Dippet jump out of his chair. By Merlin's beard, you've got to be joking. What do you mean? Phineas asked. You know who that was? Dippet didn't answer him. He turned to Kyle instead, urgently demanding, but wasn't he imprisoned? Locked away in that tower. He's out, Kyle said with a shrug. He was never really held by the tower, only by people. Oh, by Merlin's beard. Dippet muttered again. No, we have to tell Minerva immediately, and the Ministry of Magic. I was just about to inform the headmistress, Kyle said. But so far, he hasn't shown any hostility toward us. That's why I believe, for now, it's best to keep this quiet. And besides, Voldemort was only just defeated. People need time to breathe. Kyle wasn't saying all this to persuade the other headmasters, he was speaking to Dumbledore. And once he saw Dumbledore nod, he turned and walked out of the headmaster's office. Chapter 970, The Exam. When Kyle found Professor McGonagall, she had just escorted Professor Marchbanks back to her room. In addition to dormitories, Hogwarts also provided guest accommodations. The examiners from the Wizarding Examinations Authority visited every year, so they were already well acquainted with the castle and didn't need a professor to show them around. However, this was the first NEWT exam since Professor McGonagall had taken over as headmistress, so Marchbanks had stopped by to chat for a while. As soon as she saw Kyle, she hurried over. I heard from a portrait that you were looking for me. Ah, yes, Kyle nodded. Is something the matter? Professor McGonagall asked, sounding genuinely unaware. It seemed the portrait hadn't told her anything beyond the message. Someone rather unwelcome has arrived at Hogwarts, Kyle said. Who? Professor McGonagall asked casually, not particularly concerned. This was Hogwarts. Aside from Voldemort, there was no one they had reason to fear. And Voldemort was already dead. Grindelwald, Kyle said. Professor McGonagall stumbled, her body jerking backward uncontrollably, and she took 2 shaky steps before Kyle quickly conjured a chair behind her, keeping her from falling. She sank into the chair, her face turning pale before his eyes. Who, did you just say? Grindelwald, Kyle repeated. He came to Hogwarts. He was in the headmaster's office. I just saw him off. That's impossible. Professor McGonagall blurted out. He's been locked up in Nurmengard. Funny, that's exactly what Headmaster Dippet said. Kyle shrugged. Let me put it this way, what's kept Grindelwald locked up all these years wasn't some tower in Nurmengard, it was a person. Then Kyle recounted everything that had happened. From encountering Grindelwald suddenly at the castle gate, to bringing him to the headmaster's office, and the plan they discussed afterward, he didn't leave out a single detail. Professor McGonagall remained silent, listening intently. Oh, right, I've got photos too. Kyle patted his pocket. I'll develop them in a bit. Grindelwald looks quite a bit older, but for those of you who knew him, he should still be recognizable. Hearing that, Professor McGonagall twisted a handkerchief in her hands. As someone who had lived through that era firsthand, she understood better than anyone just how terrifying Grindelwald had been. In terms of name alone, Voldemort didn't even come close, he wasn't on the same level. The only small comfort was that Grindelwald didn't seem to have come to wage war on Hogwarts. And from the sound of it, he and Kyle had reached some sort of agreement. This is unbelievable. I need a moment to collect myself, Professor McGonagall said, rising to her feet. Of course. I understand, Kyle said. Professor Dumbledore's portrait knows the full story too. You can speak to him, he's probably still in the headmaster's office waiting for you. Professor McGonagall left in a hurry. Kyle returned to his cabin. The first thing he did was retrieve the film, develop the photos, and soak them in the solution. The entire process was smooth and practiced, clearly something he'd done many times before. Before long, a stack of moving portraits featuring Grindelwald was complete. As promised, Kyle assembled a new photo album and arranged the photos of Dumbledore and Grindelwald in sequence. The Dumbledore photos had been supplied by Kyle himself, not exactly collector's items, but still exclusive enough. But when he turned to the final page, Kyle suddenly hesitated. Only 2 photos remained in his hand. In one, Dumbledore was proudly showing off the woolen gloves and socks he had knitted. Kyle remembered that moment vividly. It had been a few years ago, during Christmas, when Dumbledore first learned how to knit gloves. At Christmas lunch, he had enthusiastically shown off his handiwork to the other professors, and a Ravenclaw student who stayed over the holidays had captured the moment on camera. Kyle had later bought that photo for 10 sickles. And its matching counterpart? A shot of Grindelwald, face twisted in distaste, hurling a woolen glove out the window. Kyle thought the 2 images would make the perfect finale to the album, but at the same time, he worried that Grindelwald would fly into a rage if he saw them. After all, it was Kyle who had suggested that pose. And with Grindelwald's unpredictable temper, once he figured out the truth, he'd definitely come looking for trouble. With Kyle's current skill level, well, it wasn't that he couldn't win, it just wasn't worth the hassle. It was better for wizards to get along than to be flinging spells the moment they saw each other. But, if Grindelwald never saw this pair of photos, wouldn't Kyle's message be lost? He sat there, conflicted. It wasn't until deep into the night that he finally made up his mind. Just to spare Grindelwald's feelings, as a centenarian, after all, Kyle reluctantly put away the photo of Dumbledore that had been on the table and replaced it with another, one of Dumbledore standing beside a giant ram. Giant ram, wool gloves. Hopefully Grindelwald would pick up on the hint. He was brilliant, after all, surely he'd get it. Kyle closed the album and went to bed. The pressure Grindelwald had brought with him had finally lifted, and once he relaxed, Kyle drifted off quickly. What he didn't know was that the lights in the Hogwarts headmaster's office stayed on all night. The next day marked the official start of NEWT exams for the 7th-year students. As headmistress of Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall no longer needed to personally oversee the exams, but she still arrived punctually in the Great Hall. From a distance, she looked perfectly composed, no different from usual. Only up close could one see the weariness in her eyes. After breakfast, the students headed off to their exam rooms. In a deserted corridor on the 2nd floor, Professor McGonagall returned the photo album to Kyle. It's him. It really is Grindelwald, she said hoarsely. He might have aged, but there was no mistaking him. The man who had once nearly brought the entire European wizarding world to its knees, Grindelwald, had returned. Professor, I don't think we need to panic, at least not right now. Kyle thought for a moment, then added, Grindelwald has come back, yes, but he's no longer the same Grindelwald who wanted to dominate the wizarding world. You sound just like Albus. That's exactly what he said yesterday, Professor McGonagall replied, glancing at Kyle. But he's still Grindelwald. We can't afford to do nothing based on a hunch. I wouldn't really call it a hunch. Kyle said thoughtfully. Yesterday, when we were talking about Horcruxes, I deliberately brought up Nurmengard. I wanted to draw him into helping us there. And he agreed without hesitation. That means he's not planning to leave Nurmengard. I never gave a specific time frame, so the only way he can assist whenever needed is if he stays put. But if he still intended to conquer the wizarding world, would he really choose to remain in Nurmengard? As Kyle spoke, he didn't notice the shift in Professor McGonagall's expression. To her, his reasoning made a lot of sense. Grindelwald was never the type to make empty promises. If he agreed to Kyle's request, it meant he fully intended to be in Nurmengard when the time came. But Grindelwald had been imprisoned there for nearly 70 years, surrounded by constant reminders of his defeat. If he were truly planning a return to power, that would be the last place he'd stay. He'd want to distance himself completely. And that left only one explanation: Grindelwald had let go, he no longer cared. Professor McGonagall found herself turning this over in her mind, even as her gaze fell on Kyle again. The truth was, she hadn't only just learned about Kyle's conversation with Grindelwald, she'd already heard all of it from Dumbledore the day before, more than once, in fact. But neither she, nor Dumbledore, nor any of the other former headmasters had realized that Kyle's offhand mention of Nurmengard in his plan might carry so much meaning. Well, maybe if Dumbledore were physically here, he'd have picked up on it. But there was only a portrait of him now in the headmaster's office. Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall. Kyle's voice brought her back to herself, and she realized she'd been lost in thought. What is it? Nothing. You just make a good point, Professor McGonagall said, shaking her head. I'm guessing your view is the same as Albus's, that we shouldn't report Grindelwald to the Ministry. Exactly. Kyle nodded. From the looks of it, he's probably just out stretching his legs. No need to turn it into a big deal. Professor McGonagall was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. All right. I must be mad to agree with you too. In truth, she'd spent much of yesterday grappling with the question. She wanted to trust Dumbledore's judgment as she always had, but the name Grindelwald wasn't something she could ignore so easily. And yet, Kyle's words had helped her make a decision. Besides, the wizarding world really could use some peace right now. I only have one request. She looked at Kyle and said seriously, I want you to keep me informed. Any updates about Grindelwald, I need to know immediately. No problem. Kyle agreed readily. At this point, the only thing left between him and Grindelwald was the Horcrux plan, which Professor McGonagall already knew about. There was nothing worth hiding. Good. Just don't be like Dumbledore, he could keep a secret like no one else, McGonagall muttered, unable to hold back a complaint. And I heard Vinda Rosier is supposed to come to Hogwarts. Is that true? That. I'm not sure yet. Kyle shook his head. Grindelwald did say that she'd come to handle things with me later, but he didn't say whether that would be before or after the school holidays. Whenever it is, you mustn't let your guard down. The moment you see her, tell me right away. McGonagall's expression turned stern. I'm not joking, Kyle. Vinda Rosier has done things even more frightening than the Death Eaters. She's a ruthless and dangerously cunning witch. I understand, Professor McGonagall, Kyle said. I've met her more than once before. I'll be careful. Good, she said with a firm nod. Just then, the previously quiet corridor suddenly came to life. First came two elderly wizards, followed by a group of tense-looking seventh-year students. The NEWT exams are about to begin. McGonagall instantly pushed all thoughts of Grindelwald aside. I need to go find Professor Marchbanks. Remember what I said, if you run into Vinda Rosier, let me know immediately. With that, she hurried off. Kyle paused a moment, then turned and headed downstairs, choosing not to linger in the castle. Normally, Hogwarts professors were expected to assist the Wizarding Examinations Authority. Besides the all-important NEWT and OWL exams, students in the other 5 years also had final assessments. It was the school's own professors who oversaw those 5 years' worth of exams. But Kyle was a special case. Mainly because the former Ancient Runes professor, who had done an exceptional job in certain ways, had never once administered an exam, and the exam authority had grown used to overlooking the subject entirely. Now that Kyle had taken over the course, that tradition hadn't changed. At present, he didn't have to take any exams, nor supervise any, making him quite possibly the most carefree person in the whole castle. So he decided to take advantage of the time to polish up his photo album. As he stepped outside the castle, he saw Hagrid out on the grounds, trying to separate a large group of hippogriffs. "Oh, the exams have started already, have they?" Hagrid waved enthusiastically at Kyle, then quickly grabbed hold of a restless hippogriff. "Bunch of proud little creatures," he said, though his grin showed he was enjoying himself. Before he ever met real dragons, these had been his favorite magical beasts, well, these and Fluffy, the three-headed dog, and blast-ended Scroots. "For the exam, I'm thinking of having them fly a lap around the school grounds. What do you think?" "What year?" Kyle asked. "Fifth," Hagrid replied. "I was originally planning to save them for third years, but Professor Marchbanks says they're better suited for the OWL exams." "I agree," Kyle nodded. "That's a good call." Hippogriffs were classified as XXXX-level magical creatures, just right for fifth years. In truth, there was already a well-established process for handling them. As long as students followed instructions, there usually wouldn't be any problems. Even assigning them to third years wouldn't have been unreasonable. Once the hippogriffs were settled, Hagrid hurried back toward the Forbidden Forest. He still needed to prepare for the other exam sessions, like the 7th year's thestral handling. That was considered one of the most predictable NEWT exam topics, and for this year's graduating class, it would be easier than ever. Because after the war against the Death Eaters, most of them could now see thestrals. Kyle glanced in Hagrid's direction with a soft chuckle, then turned and headed back to his cabin. Chapter 971, Lucius's Plan. "I can't say I did well on the water-making charm exam. I just wrote down everything I knew. There really are only a few ways to break the fear curse. I don't know if what I wrote was enough, I could only remember 5 methods. And then there was that question about the Patronus charm." "Hermione." Ron interrupted her, frowning. "The exam is over. We don't want to relive it right after finishing. It's torture." Harry nodded in agreement. Listening to Hermione's answers really was torture. For example, he had only remembered 2 ways to counter the fear curse. How did Hermione manage to come up with 5? If he kept listening, he might actually crack. "Oh, it's you 3. How did it go?" Kyle arrived at the castle right on time and happened to run into them. Hermione's eyes lit up and she quickly walked over. But before she could say anything, Kyle turned and walked straight past them. "Professor McGonagall, Hagrid said you were looking for me." Hermione stopped in her tracks, her mouth slightly open. Harry stepped beside her and whispered, "I think he was just saying hi, not really expecting a reply." Okay." Hermione took a deep breath and swallowed her words. "But it's thanks to Kyle we knew how to use the dreamless sleep potion last night, and the proper dosage." Hermione snapped her head around. "Kyle knew too?" "Yeah," Harry nodded. "I nearly dropped the bottle, and he helped me out. No wonder he suggested I drink a cup of hot cocoa." Hermione ran a hand through her hair. "You really shouldn't have given me the dreamless sleep potion. I could have reviewed one more time. And shown up half asleep for the exam." Ron cut in. "You haven't slept properly the past few days, not even in class, just staying awake with awakening potions. But this is the NEWT, the strictest wizarding exam there is. Keep this up and it might count as cheating. Or do you really want to take the exam with a foggy brain?" Hermione opened her mouth to argue, but, surprisingly, said nothing. Because she knew Ron was right. She had been overly anxious these past few days, and she still couldn't quite accept that she hadn't managed to revise properly before the exam. "Yes, sorry." Hermione's voice was very quiet. "What did you say?" Ron blinked, thinking he'd misheard. "I said, thank you," Hermione replied. "Honestly, today's the clearest my head has felt in days." "Oh, well, no need to thank me." The 3 of them chatted as they made their way to the Great Hall for lunch. It had been an exam room earlier, but now it had magically returned to its usual dining hall form. In the afternoon, the practical exams resumed. The students lined up to enter their assigned rooms. Inside one of the classrooms sat Professor Marchbanks and another examiner, overseeing the practical portion of the exam. Kyle was also present. With Snape absent and Professors Sinistra and Trelawney still recovering at St. Mungo's from injuries sustained in the recent war, Hogwarts was short-staffed. So Professor McGonagall had sent Kyle over to help. Luckily, it was a relatively easy job. The main examiners from the Wizarding Examinations Authority handled the actual tests. Kyle's job was to manage emergencies, like this one. Aguamenti. Kyle gave his wand a flick, and a stream of water poured down from above, soaking Padma Patil, a 7th-year Gryffindor, and putting out the flames that had just started on her robes. That was what he was there for. Some students insisted on using every last second before the test to practice their spells and wand movements, but nerves made them prone to mistakes. Just now, Padma Patil had swung her wand too forcefully and accidentally jabbed her robe. "Wands away." Kyle waved his wand again, drawing the water into a floating sphere that leapt off Patil and hovered nearby. He warned her, if crossing this threshold counts as starting the exam, then technically, you're already done. Padma Patil flushed crimson and thanked him profusely. Kyle waved her off. Go find Professor Tofty, he's free now. Patil hurried away. Next in line was Harry, who looked nervous too, though at least he wasn't flailing his wand around. Kyle pointed him toward Professor Marchbanks, and Harry rushed over. Perhaps because of the recent war between Voldemort and Hogwarts, nearly all the 7th years who had stayed had been injured in some way, so the NEWT content this year had been noticeably easier than last year's. The charm's practical exam only included the summoning charm and the color-changing charm. Honestly, these were so basic they would barely have been considered difficult even on the OWL. The transfiguration practical scheduled for the next day involved nothing more than the bird-conjuring charm. Frankly, when they chose to stay at Hogwarts and be ready to face Death Eaters at any moment, they no longer needed some piece of paper to prove their abilities, Professor Marchbanks said over dinner, answering Kyle's earlier question. So as I see it, this exam is just a formality. Keeping it simple means more students can get their certificates. But what about the ones who didn't stay? They're the minority, aren't they? Marchbanks smiled, slicing into a piece of steak. Then, casually, she added, I did think there were too many questions about dark magic in the written exam, but Bones didn't see a problem with it. Dark magic. Kyle blinked and understood. Obviously, there wouldn't be any test questions involving the use of dark magic, only how to counter it. And in the recent war, there had been no shortage of dark magic. In a way, everyone who'd fought had already rehearsed this NEWT written exam. And the experience had left a deep impression. Kyle smiled to himself and said nothing more. It was all just speculation anyway. The exam wasn't aimed at anyone in particular. Next came the herbology exam, but this time Kyle didn't go to help. Instead, he accompanied Professor Marchbanks to the astronomy tower at Hogwarts. There, he saw someone. Draco Malfoy. Professor McGonagall was there as well. It had been a while since they'd last met, and Draco looked far more haggard than before. His once striking platinum blonde hair now hung limp against his head. If this kept up much longer, he might end up with the same hairstyle as Snape. Professor Marchbanks, I believe Bones should have already spoken to you, Professor McGonagall said as she walked over. Marchbanks nodded, her expression stern. So this is the student who can't take the exam with the others? Yes, Professor McGonagall replied in a low voice. He made some mistakes. Although he corrected them in time, not everyone is ready to forgive him so soon. What does that have to do with the exam? Marchbanks frowned. You should be speaking with Bones and the Wisengamot. You're right, McGonagall said. But his father, Lucius Malfoy, believes he should sit the NEWT exams. Dumbledore had once agreed to allow him to return to Hogwarts. I've already discussed this with Bones. Indeed, Professor McGonagall had spoken with Amelia Bones about the matter, right after the last hearing. Bones had agreed. Rumor had it Lucius Malfoy had made a sizable donation, enough to solve a current issue at the Ministry. His intent wasn't to dodge responsibility, but to make amends. Mentioning Draco taking the exams was more of an afterthought. Since it was merely about taking the exams, Bones had no reason to refuse. All right, I understand. Marchbanks stepped up to Draco Malfoy and studied his weary appearance. Are you sure you're up for this? She asked with a frown. You could come back tomorrow. No, I'm fine. Draco patted his cheeks and took out his wand. Because he couldn't sit the exam with the other students, and due to a few other reasons, Draco Malfoy had been taking his written exams here for the past few days. Even during others' rest periods, he kept going. While the rest had only completed 2 subjects, he had already finished all the written portions, with Professor McGonagall serving as his chief examiner. She had suggested he take a break and resume the practical exams later, but Malfoy insisted on continuing. So she brought in Professor Marchbanks and Kyle. I need to head to the Ministry right away to prepare for Severus's second hearing, McGonagall told Kyle. Could I trouble you to assist Professor Marchbanks here? Of course. No problem. Kyle agreed without hesitation. Thank you. McGonagall rubbed her forehead. With Hogwarts exams and the hearing overlapping, the pressure on her lately had been immense. Soon after, Professor McGonagall left the astronomy tower. Once Marchbanks understood the situation, she said nothing more and got straight to the exam. Since Draco was the only candidate, there was no queue, and everything moved much faster. Within just a few hours, he had completed most of the exam and was already starting on potion brewing. Kyle conjured a chair for himself and sat down, watching as Draco vigorously ground lionfish bone powder. He couldn't help but wonder why Lucius was so insistent on Draco taking the NEWT exams. Did he really need those certificates? Though the Malfoys had lost a lot to Voldemort, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse, as evidenced by Lucius's ability to make donations to the Ministry. The Malfoy family still had savings, and quite a lot of them, more than enough for Draco to squander. Could it be that Lucius felt a donation alone wasn't enough and simply added this one small request? The moment the thought surfaced, Kyle shook his head. No way. Lucius Malfoy wouldn't bother with something that petty. He might be the first. Professor Marchbanks suddenly said, pulling Kyle from his thoughts. The first what? He asked. The first student to be expelled from Hogwarts and still take the NEWT exams. Marchbanks wore a strange expression. Not many students have been expelled from Hogwarts, especially since Albus became headmaster. The number of students he's expelled is even lower, just one. A full-fledged Death Eater returning to Hogwarts as a student to take the exams. It's rather remarkable, isn't it? A student. Kyle suddenly looked up. He had a feeling he'd figured out what Lucius was thinking. Draco had once been expelled. Even though he'd later returned to Hogwarts for a time, that didn't change his status as a dropout. But taking the NEWT exams changed everything. The certificate bore the Hogwarts crest. As long as Draco could obtain even one, he could shed the label of a dropout. It might not seem like much, there were plenty of dropouts across Britain, but it would allow Draco to completely cast off the identity of a Death Eater. In the future, if anyone brought up his past, he could throw the certificate in their face and say, "Look, even Hogwarts accepted me back and let me take my graduation exams. Why are you still clinging to the past?" At that thought, Kyle tugged at the corner of his mouth. What had taken Snape 2 hearings to achieve, Draco Malfoy could do with a single exam. How else could you put it? This was classic Malfoy, cunning through and through. Still, letting Draco return to school had been something Dumbledore promised. By around noon, Malfoy finally completed his potions exam and handed a bottle filled with elixir to induce euphoria to Professor Marchbanks. At least, it was supposed to be elixir to induce euphoria. The color looked off, but that was the assignment. The two of them left the astronomy tower together. Kyle followed behind. Malfoy didn't stay with them long. He seemed to have other matters to attend to, and knowing he wasn't exactly welcomed, he took another path out of the school after leaving the tower. Professor Marchbanks also needed to take his exam papers back for filing, so Kyle was the only one heading to the Great Hall for lunch. By now, lunch should have already started. Kyle couldn't help but quicken his pace. But just as he reached the courtyard. So this is Hogwarts. An old castle with hideous decorations. Honestly, it's nothing impressive. An elderly witch stood in front of a stone statue. She wore an elegant dark blue gown, her grey hair immaculately styled into a bun, yet her voice carried an unmistakable tone of disdain. Kyle stopped in his tracks. Vinda Rosier. Yes, it's me. Rosier turned and smiled. Don't look at me like that. If it weren't for his request, I wouldn't have come to this. She cast a glance at the crack running along the stone statue and frowned slightly. Seriously, doesn't Hogwarts even have enough money to replace its decorations? I always thought this place would be on par with Beauxbatons. This is a 1,000-year-old antique. A true treasure. Not something you can buy with a few galleons, Kyle shot back. He had no idea when these statues were actually put up at Hogwarts, but that didn't stop him from saying it. After all, Vinda Rosier didn't know either. Chapter 972, Rosier's Efficiency. Kyle didn't bother judging whether Hogwarts or Beauxbatons was more impressive, but he truly disliked the way Rosier, Grindelwald, and their ilk conducted themselves. They showed up unannounced, criticized everything, and acted as if Hogwarts was inferior to the schools they'd attended. If Beauxbatons and Durmstrang were so exceptional, then why hadn't they won the last Triwizard Tournament? Did they just not like trying? Are you thinking something rather rude? Rosier looked at him suddenly and asked. No, of course not. Kyle denied at once. I was just thinking about the exams. You know how important NEWT results are to every witch and wizard. And as a responsible professor, it's only natural to be concerned. Is that so? Absolutely. Rosier gave him another look. She didn't believe a word, but didn't bother arguing. The item, she said, holding out her hand. You know what I came for. Don't disappoint me. It's ready. Kyle pulled out the photo album he always carried and handed it to Rosier. She reflexively reached out to open it. I'd advise you not to do that, Kyle said, pressing his hand lightly on the album. It's for your own good. What's inside isn't something Grindelwald would want a third party seeing, not even someone as loyal as you. If you're worried about safety, you don't need to be. I'm not dumb enough to think a single photo album could bring Grindelwald down. Rosier said nothing. Neither did Kyle. In truth, he wasn't applying much force. If Rosier had wanted to pull it away, she easily could have, but she didn't. After a brief standoff, Rosier smiled. Fine. I'll take your advice. She slipped the album into a small handbag, then looked up. Aren't you going to offer me a drink? Leaving a lady nearly 100 years old standing outside in the courtyard like this, how ungentlemanly. Oh, my mistake. Kyle stepped aside slightly and held out a hand. Madam Rosier, may I invite you to lunch? I'd be delighted. Rosier took his hand and stepped forward. Where are we going? Hogsmeade, Kyle said. Madame Rosmerta at the Three Broomsticks makes excellent scones, and her homemade orange marmalade isn't bad either. No need to go so far. Rosier glanced back toward the castle. I've heard Hogwarts food has its own charm, made by house elves, isn't it? I'd like to try it. It's honestly not that special. Fairly average, really, Kyle said offhandedly. Besides, today's a big day, NEWT exams are underway. Probably best for strangers to stay clear of the castle. And what if I insisted on going? Rosier narrowed her eyes slightly. You could. Kyle replied calmly. But show up now, and you'll likely be mistaken for some shady witch trying to help students cheat. And if you're not careful, you might end up being dragged off to the dungeons by the professors. That would be a bit awkward. Especially since Hogwarts dungeons haven't been used in ages. The conditions are rather poor. And would that professor be you? Who knows? Kyle shrugged. Could be me. Could be someone else. Forget it then. Since the students are testing, I won't get in their way. Rosier gave a light laugh, turned, and started walking toward the school gates. Kyle followed after her. They arrived at the Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade. With the school in the middle of exams, the place was nearly empty, only two wizards sat at the bar, quietly chatting over drinks. Rosier picked a table by the window and sat down, glancing out at the quiet street beyond. Is it safe to talk here? She asked softly. I don't want to cause him any trouble. It's fine. Kyle waved his wand casually. And even if you shouted that Grindelwald was coming here, no one would believe you. They'd just think you were drunk. True enough. Rosier chuckled to herself. The younger generation of wizards probably didn't even know who Grindelwald was anymore. If not for Dumbledore. Rosier abruptly shook her head, brushing the thought aside. Just then, Madame Rosmerta arrived with their order. 2 plates of orange marmalade scones, a bottle of butterbeer, and a glass of wine. I don't know your preferences, Kyle said, but since you studied at Beauxbatons, I figured you'd appreciate wine. A clever boy. Rosier raised the glass and took a small sip. The taste was nothing special, but considering they were in Britain, she was prepared to tolerate it. British wizards preferred fire whiskey and butterbeer. Wine didn't sell well here. She tried a bite of the scone. It was, surprisingly, quite good. At least on that point, Kyle hadn't lied. Now tell me about your plan, regarding those after the Horcruxes. Rosier set her utensils down after just a few bites. What kind of help do you need from me? Or if you'd prefer, I could help you draft a plan myself. It's hardly a bother. We don't need one yet, Kyle replied, shaking his head. If no one's after the Horcruxes, there's no need to act. Do you really believe that? Rosier swirled her wine glass thoughtfully. I did some digging these past few days. News about the Horcruxes has already begun spreading through Britain. But we haven't heard a thing. That's because you've been at Hogwarts, Rosier said with a short laugh. If you'd step outside this castle and visit some of the rat holes out there, you'd come to a very different conclusion. Kyle frowned. Now that she mentioned it, he really hadn't left Hogwarts in quite a while. And when Rosier said rat holes, one name sprang to mind. Mundungus. That misfit member of the Order of the Phoenix had provided plenty of intel, stuff you'd never hear at Hogwarts or the Ministry. But Mundungus had probably realized no one liked him. After Dumbledore's funeral, he'd all but disappeared. No wonder Kyle felt like something had been missing. It was the lack of black market intelligence. No wonder Dumbledore had wanted him in the Order. But how do you know all this? Kyle asked, frowning. Is it really that hard? Rosier chuckled softly. I just spent 2 days looking around, and that was enough to figure out most of what I needed. What exactly do you know? I need a set of British robes, Rosier replied, eyeing him. Your food and wine may be absolutely dreadful, but your robe-making craft isn't bad. The ones I brought are a bit outdated. No problem, Kyle replied without hesitation. Gladrag's Wizardwear has the most up-to-date designs. It's right across the street. I trust your taste. Rosier took another small sip of wine. To start with, there were 2 people who leaked the information, both members of the Wisingamot who attended the hearing a few days ago. But you don't need to worry, she continued. Probably due to the recently ended war, most of the wizards who were powerful or ambitious enough to go after the Horcruxes died at Hogwarts. That's why the news hasn't stirred much reaction in Britain. But in other countries, it's caused quite a commotion. That's good. Kyle let out a breath of relief. As long as trouble didn't show up at his doorstep, he didn't care what happened elsewhere, nor was it his business to intervene. You really are different from Dumbledore, Rosier said suddenly, looking at him. Professor Dumbledore always took on too much. I have no desire to tire myself out like that, Kyle replied. But this isn't something you can just ignore, Rosier said. After all, Voldemort was British. Whether they're looking for clues or chasing some other purpose, they're going to come here eventually. She leaned in slightly. But for a small price, I could deal with them for you. What do you think? No need, Kyle said, turning her down without hesitation. Rosier wasn't like Grindelwald, whatever price she asked wouldn't be easy to pay. Besides, it was just a few foreign wizards. The Auror office of the Ministry of Magic wasn't just for show. What a pity, Rosier murmured. What else do you know? Kyle pressed. Grindelwald sent you to help, surely you didn't come all this way just to deliver a few truthful words. I paid you already, remember? He gestured toward Rosier's handbag, indicating the photo album. That was the payment he'd offered Grindelwald. Of course it's not that simple, Rosier said as she sliced a bit of her scone. While you were still at school playing pretend with your little wizards, I already found the main culprit behind all this. Who was it? Funny enough, it's an old acquaintance of yours, Rosier said thoughtfully. He once worked with others to strip Dumbledore of his title as Chief Warlock of the International Confederation of Wizards. Not that it matters anymore. Even if you wanted to find him now, you couldn't. He ran. Do you think I'd let him run? Rosier laughed, clearly pleased with herself. You killed him. Isn't it obvious? Rosier flicked a strand of hair back. How pitiful the International Confederation of Wizards has become. For someone that weak, arrogant, and deluded to have had the authority to judge Dumbledore, it's laughable. So, she said. Wouldn't you say I've shown my sincerity? I wouldn't. Kyle looked up. Did you kill him out of sincerity? Or because Grindelwald ordered it? Grindelwald wasn't the kind to let someone who had wronged Dumbledore walk away. Our goals align, don't they? Rosier smiled. And don't worry, I found him in Hungary, not Britain. Ever since I arrived here, I've been very careful to follow wizarding law. Kyle took a sip of butterbeer. To be honest, he'd never expected this to tie back to the International Confederation of Wizards. But thinking about it, maybe it wasn't so surprising. There had always been something suspicious about the way Dumbledore was removed from office. Voldemort's power and influence had been mostly confined to Britain. Even neighboring France barely reacted to his return, they hardly took it seriously. When Dumbledore announced Voldemort's return, Fudge made a scene and that was it. Why did the International Confederation of Wizards feel the need to get involved, even going so far as to strip Dumbledore of his title? What did Voldemort's status have to do with them? As for the idea they were helping Fudge, utter nonsense. He was a minister of magic whose position depended on Dumbledore's support. He didn't have the clout to get the International Confederation of Wizards to cooperate with him. So someone else must have been taking the opportunity to target Dumbledore. Of course, thinking about it now felt pointless. Dumbledore had never cared, he could treat it as if nothing had happened. But Grindelwald? Grindelwald never forgot a slight. Kyle glanced again at Rosier. You figured all this out in just a few days. It had only been shortly before the exams that he'd met Grindelwald and agreed to this plan. And now, just a few days later, the informants, the instigators, and the international response to the Horcruxes were all laid bare in front of him. That level of efficiency was almost unreal. Is it really that difficult? Rosier rested her chin lightly on her fingers. This whole matter isn't nearly as complicated as you think. Everything leaves a trail, at most, it's just a bit of a hassle. Luckily, we're quite good at handling these kinds of things. Add in a few insignificant coincidences. If I'd had more people available, I could have come to you even sooner. As she spoke, Kyle kept his eyes fixed on her. He could believe there were traces to follow, and that they were good at this sort of work, none of that was surprising. But to believe everything she said? Not a chance. Especially that bit about a few insignificant coincidences. Kyle strongly suspected that Rosier had initially acted under Grindelwald's orders, sent to eliminate the wizard who had once opposed Dumbledore, and had only stumbled across the Horcrux connection during the process. Of course, it was just speculation. Maybe Rosier really was that competent. So, can you tell me your plan now? Rosier asked, pressing again. Do you want me to take care of those people planning to come to Britain? I've had 70 years of rest, I quite enjoy giving myself something to do. Or you could just ask for a list. Given our past cooperation, I'd even offer you a very generous discount. No need, Kyle replied after a moment of silence. I don't plan on killing them. At least, not for now. Besides, I've already paid you, I don't owe anything more. But the list wasn't part of the agreement. Then I don't need the list, Kyle said. I'll have someone spread the news later. All you need to do is cooperate and help guide them into the forest where Nurmengard is. That shouldn't be a problem, right? You're not worried any will slip through the cracks? No, Kyle said calmly. In fact, I want them to. Rosier hadn't expected that answer. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. He wants the ones who slip through the cracks. She couldn't quite understand what Kyle meant by that. Chapter 973, Chapter 973, Sincerity Between Wizards. By the time Kyle left the Three Broomsticks, it was already afternoon. Rosier had departed from Hogsmeade even earlier. Although failing to strike an extra deal seemed to leave her a bit disappointed, anything Grindelwald had personally promised was not something she would treat lightly. All Kyle had to do now was wait patiently. When he returned to Hogwarts, the afternoon exams were just beginning. He didn't even need to go back into the castle, he could already see students gathered near the edge of the Forbidden Forest. It was the Care of Magical Creatures exam, one of the least attended, with only about a dozen students, but nearly all of them wore cheerful smiles. Their task was simple: within the allotted time, locate the Thestrals inside the enclosure and lead them to a designated location, without physically touching them. Normally, this would be a challenging assignment, since most Hogwarts students couldn't see Thestrals and had to rely on what they'd learned to deduce where the creatures might be. And the enclosure used for NEWT exams was enormous, roughly the size of 3 Quidditch pitches. Most students had to rely on solid knowledge and practical experience just to find signs of a Thestral in that kind of open space. Even guiding the creatures to the target area required a great deal of patience. But now, things seemed different. Kyle watched Seamus Finnegan stroll casually up to a Thestral and lure it toward the destination with a fresh cut of beef. The whole process took just a few minutes. Justin Finch-Fletchley and his friend Macmillan were doing much the same. Put simply, this exam had become so easy that all it took was a walk through the enclosure to earn a certificate. Bloody hell, why did we drop Care of Magical Creatures? Farther off, Ron and Harry stared longingly at the scene, eyes full of regret. They had come looking for Hagrid, only to stumble across the exam by accident. It might as well have been a gift-wrapped certificate, and a perfect one, no less. Unfortunately, they dropped the course earlier due to a heavy workload, and as such weren't eligible to sit the exam. This was one of my only chances to get an outstanding. Ron looked like his heart was breaking. Hagrid hinted at this, remember? When we came to explain things to him, he mentioned the NEWT exams. Don't be ridiculous, Ron, Hermione said sharply. You think the exam looks easy because after the war, everyone can see Thestrals now. But when we spoke to Hagrid, that was ages ago. There's no way he could have predicted a war would break out before exam time. Even so, her tone was hardly cheerful. If she had kept Care of Magical Creatures, she would have been eligible for 11 certificates, and this exam clearly required little to no revision time. The three of them waited nearby until the test ended before finally going to speak with Hagrid. Meanwhile, Kyle returned to the castle with Tiberius from the examination authority. His task, as before, was to ensure the students' safety. Though Thestrals were relatively gentle magical creatures, they were still carnivores. Over the next few days, the exams continued steadily and in order. By Wednesday, the younger students' final exams had begun, plunging all of Hogwarts into its busiest period. Professors and students alike were fully occupied. That morning, an owl flew into the castle along with the usual mail delivery and dropped an unsigned letter in front of Kyle at the high table in the Great Hall. He opened it, skimmed the contents, then walked over to Professor McGonagall, whispered something in her ear, and quickly left Hogwarts. Meanwhile, while the professors and students at Hogwarts were busy with exams, the British wizarding world had suddenly grown unusually lively over the past few days. And it all started with a Death Eater who narrowly escaped death. Although Voldemort was gone, rumors spread that he had left behind a hidden treasure, stored somewhere in his former stronghold. After Voldemort was defeated in his assault on Hogwarts, that treasure was supposedly discovered by a Death Eater, entirely by accident. The man attempted to flee Britain with it, but was captured at a dock in Cornwall by a wandering wizard. On him, the wizard found a strange, talking diary and an old, weathered map. Under the effects of Veritaserum, the Death Eater confessed that the diary contained all of Voldemort's powerful spells, and the map led to something even more mysterious. According to him, Voldemort's rise to power as the Dark Lord had everything to do with a legendary place, where he'd allegedly learned incredibly powerful magic, including the method of crafting Horcruxes. That place was called Nurmengard. As this story began to spread, the name of Gellert Grindelwald, the dark wizard who had thrown Europe into chaos 70 years ago, resurfaced in the public consciousness. Wielder of the most powerful wand, Dumbledore's lifelong rival, and once the schemer behind a world order ruled by wizards through control of the International Confederation of Wizards. For a man like that, knowing how to make a Horcrux didn't seem far-fetched at all. But after a vicious internal squabble broke out among the wandering wizards, the map vanished. Now, everyone was searching for it. Kyle, are you sure this is a good idea? Alastair Moody, who had been enjoying his retirement, stood in a dense patch of forest, frowning slightly. It's not just would-be Horcrux makers looking for that map anymore. Plenty of others just see it as a golden opportunity. If someone gets caught up in this mess, relax. I know what I'm doing, Kyle replied, stowing his wand and carefully examining the map before him. He'd made his first fortune selling maps. It was something of a traditional craft for him, and it still held up just as well as ever. Don't forget, the map's in our hands. We get to decide who finds it. As for the opportunists, let them treat it like a treasure hunt. Who exactly are you planning to give it to? This whole setup caused a huge stir. Moody couldn't help but grumble. All of Britain's in chaos over this, and here I am, supposedly retired, getting dragged back into it. And I'll say this now, Britain can't afford to lose more wizards. If they haven't done anything too serious, just let them go. Who are you, and what have you done with Mad-Eye Moody? Kyle took a step back and stared at him in mock shock. The real Mad-Eye would never say something like, let them go. Last war changed things, Moody muttered, rubbing his forehead, unfazed by Kyle's dramatics. There weren't many wizards in Britain to begin with. Hundreds gone overnight, you can't imagine the pressure that put on the ministry. They were just Death Eaters. But their families were wizards too, Moody said quietly. You must have realized it. Even if it was just cannon fodder, Voldemort wouldn't have chosen Muggleborns. And now that the wizarding population's shrinking, it's drawing more attention from outside. Cornwall's been a lot busier lately. Kyle knew exactly what Moody meant by busier, more and more foreign wizards trying to enter the country through less than legal means. Just a suggestion, Moody added. I'm retired, after all. It's fine, Kyle said with a wave of his hand. I never intended to target locals. Those people are just part of the show, they're to make the map seem more believable. If we don't show any movement, no one else will buy it. Since the last war, the British wizarding world had been scrubbed nearly clean, and that was good. If they pushed any harder, it might all fall apart. Truth be told, if it hadn't been for a certain loudmouth leaking the story, he never would have agreed to work with Rosier. Others. So, who are you planning to give the map to? No idea, Kyle said. You don't know. Moody looked stunned. The actual execution will be handled by another partner of mine. Kyle held up the piece of parchment in his hand and gave it a shake. My only responsibility was to create the map. Everything else, how to make sure it ends up in the hands of the right person, who the map's rivals should be, that's all her job. I won't interfere or micromanage. That was part of the deal from the start. Will she really pull it off? Moody sounded doubtful. Those people aren't fools. Can your partner really trick them? What if someone starts to suspect? That won't happen, Kyle said with certainty, shaking his head. I don't like working with her, but I have to admit, she's powerful. Top tier, honestly. She doesn't make promises lightly, and she almost never fails. And the only times she has, were when her opponent was Dumbledore. Albus. Moody stared at Kyle in disbelief. Just who is your partner? I'm afraid I'll have to keep that to myself, Alastair, Kyle replied. Moody was quiet for a while, then said nothing more. Just as he'd said before, he was retired. No need to keep feeding that old curiosity. Besides, he trusted Kyle. Then why did you come to me this time? Just doing a bit more promotion, said Kyle. Come up with a few plausible or implausible stories, make Nocturne Alley or Cornwall Pier a little livelier these next few days. Moody's lips twitched. He wanted to tell Kyle that he was no longer the leader of the Wandering Wizards, that his abilities and status were limited, and that keeping things running as they were was already a struggle. But just as he was about to speak, he thought of the partner Kyle had mentioned, and the high praise Kyle had given her. Moody's competitive streak flared up. He nodded firmly. No problem. Leave it to me. I knew you wouldn't let me down. Kyle smiled. He glanced at the time. I've got something else to take care of, we'll talk next time. With a crisp pop, Kyle disapparated. Only then did Moody slowly realize that he might have taken on something big. Spreading a completely fabricated rumor wasn't difficult. The hard part was staying hidden while doing it. At this point, he was just an ordinary wandering wizard, without anyone he could call on. Asking the ministry for help was out of the question. That meant everything had to be done by himself. What he'd already managed had been exhausting enough, running to multiple places in a day, and things were only going to get worse from here. Moody stood rooted to the spot. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but it felt like Kyle had played him. Surely not. He shook his head. He was an old Auror, he still had some instincts left. It must have been all this time spent among the wandering wizards lately. He'd become as reckless as they were without even realizing it. Too reckless. Moody let out a sigh. Elsewhere, Kyle reappeared at the entrance of the Three Broomsticks. Almost at the same moment, Rosier arrived. He's very satisfied. What? What you brought him, he's very satisfied, Rosier repeated. Of course he is. I picked that stuff out carefully. If he wasn't satisfied, he'd just be nitpicking. Rosier gave Kyle a complicated look, but her expression soon returned to normal. She didn't waste words and simply held out her hand. Hand it over. As a reward, you don't need to handle anything else, I'll take full responsibility from here. This Grindelwald's idea. It's mine, Rosier said casually. What, you don't trust me? I trust you. Kyle promptly handed over the freshly made map. Best to let professionals handle professional matters. I'll stay out of the way. Huh. Rosier let out a cold laugh. Why does it sound like you're insulting me? I'm not, really, I meant it as a genuine compliment. You're way too modest. Rosier glanced at the map. If you can put together something like this, you're far more professional than I am. She curled her lips into a faint smile. Honestly, if you'd been born 70 years earlier, I would have found a way to eliminate you, couldn't have someone like you threatening my position. Then I guess I'm lucky, Kyle said with a smile. Rosier smiled back and tossed him a piece of parchment. What's this? A list, Rosier replied. Consider it a little bonus. Those foreign wizards? No. Rosier shook her head. Since I've agreed to take over, you don't need to know about them. This is a separate matter. Things haven't exactly been quiet in Britain lately. These few have had the biggest impact. If they disappear, your ministry should have a much easier time. If it's inconvenient for you, I can handle it myself. No charge. No need to trouble you. We'll take care of it ourselves. Kyle tucked the parchment away. Oh, thank you. You're welcome. With that, Rosier vanished into the middle of Hogsmeade Street. Originally, Kyle had planned to head to the forest near Nurmengard and hide the Horcrux blueprints beneath the base of the tall tower. But now that Rosier had taken over everything, it didn't seem necessary anymore. Besides, she knew the full plan. For her, creating a fake set of Horcrux blueprints would be no trouble at all. She really was a professional. In the end, honesty between wizards was the better path. He hadn't cut corners, he'd put real effort into creating an album for Grindelwald, and it had saved him a lot of trouble. Chapter 974, Chapter 974, The Second Hearing. Ever since Vinda Rosier had taken over everything related to the Horcruxes, Kyle felt as though a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He no longer needed to ask Professor McGonagall for leave and simply resumed his usual duties, ensuring the safety of students during exams, right up until the History of Magic exam concluded several days later. At Hogwarts, History of Magic traditionally marked the final exam of the season. This applied to both OWLS and NEWTS. That morning, even Professor McGonagall had come to the Great Hall, occasionally making the rounds to supervise the seventh years as they wrote their papers. Though Professor Marchbanks had assured everyone several times that everything was going smoothly and there was nothing unusual about this exam, McGonagall still couldn't relax. She couldn't stay in her office for long without feeling the need to check in. Once all the exam papers were collected, Hogwarts Castle, silent for days, erupted in a wave of cheers that echoed through its halls. No more homework ever again. Ron shouted from a window as he hurled his History of Magic textbook out. Ron. Hermione glared at him. How could you do that? Relax. Ron shrugged. Ginny already has a copy of History of Magic. I don't need to hang on to the old one. With so many Weasley children, spread across nearly every year, books often got passed down through the family. The History of Magic book Ron had just thrown had once belonged to Charlie. Same with the Advanced Transfiguration Guide used in 6th year, it had originally been Bill's. By the time Ron got it, the cover was already wrinkled and worn. Traditionally, that book would have gone to Ginny next. But Fred and George had put a stop to that, waving their hands and buying her a brand new set. Hermione knew all of this. That's not what I meant, she said, exasperated, but didn't press the matter any further. A flood of students poured out of the castle and onto the grounds outside. Kyle was among them. Today, Kana had also come to Hogwarts. Kyle watched as she poured a bottle of blue potion into the Black Lake and asked curiously. Why the sudden interest in brewing a potion for mere people? Did Director Sykes give you the recipe too? Kyle couldn't figure it out. Sykes was the director of St. Mungo's, why would she have a recipe for magical creature potions? That seemed like something only Newt would care about. Could St. Mungo's have a magical creature treatment ward he didn't know about? It's not a supplement. It's a gillsack potion I brewed, Kana explained. Gillsack potion? What's that? Kyle asked, frowning. It's like gillyweed. It lets you grow gills and webbed feet to breathe underwater, and it lasts for half a day. Ah, got it, Kyle nodded. So basically a stronger version of gillyweed, kind of like how Dittany is an upgraded version of a regular healing potion. Then why are you dumping it into the Black Lake? Kyle gave her a sideways glance. You think the mere people need another pair of gills? That's because I messed up. Kana's voice grew quieter. There was only harvested gillyweed in Uncle Snape's storeroom. It still allows someone to grow gills and webbed feet when eaten, but obviously, potions need fresher ingredients. She pulled out another long-necked bottle and poured more of the blue potion into the lake. But Uncle Snape said that even though this failed version won't work on wizards, it can still be really beneficial for magical creatures that live in water. Since I was coming to see Professor McGonagall anyway, I figured I'd test it out in the Black Lake. Kana crouched at the water's edge and watched the surface. The mere people didn't appear, but the giant squid did. It behaved like Sybil Trelawney spotting a bottle of sherry, gulping down the lake water at the shore with great enthusiasm. Judging by its reaction, this so-called failure could still be considered a success in some sense. Kana quickly noted down the changes in the squid's behavior. Snape. Kyle glanced back toward the castle. When did he leave Hogwarts? It's been a while now, probably the day the NEWT exams started, Kana said. What, you didn't know? Honestly, Kyle hadn't known. He'd just assumed Snape was avoiding both students and staff, which was why he hadn't been showing up in the Great Hall for meals. And Kyle had been busy with other things these past few days, he didn't have time to keep tabs on Snape. Not that he would have even if he had nothing else to do. You said you came to see Professor McGonagall? Kyle asked, deliberately changing the subject. Need help with anything? No, Kana shook her head. It's about the hearing. The Wisengamot sent a letter to Uncle Snape yesterday, it had the date for the second hearing. Professor McGonagall told us to let her know as soon as we got it. When is it? On the day Hogwarts closes for the holidays. Perfect. I'll go too. All right. The two chatted for a while longer. Soon after, Professor McGonagall walked out of the castle alongside several members of the Wizarding Examinations Authority and saw them off as they left Hogwarts. Kana immediately walked over. She had arrived earlier in the day, but the History of Magic exam was still in progress at the time, so she hadn't gone inside to disturb Professor McGonagall. Instead, she had waited outside with Kyle. Kyle watched as McGonagall led Kana into the castle. He didn't follow. There wasn't much he could do to help with Snape's second hearing anyway, tagging along wouldn't change that. Kyle. Hagrid called out as he walked over from a short distance. I'm taking Harry and the others to Hogsmeade for a quick drink, some butterbeer. Want to come? It wasn't until Hagrid came closer that Kyle noticed Harry, Ron, and Hermione trailing behind him. Normally, even after exams, students weren't allowed to leave Hogwarts early, not even to visit Hogsmeade. But this year, they were 7th years. The school tended to be more lenient with adult witches and wizards. And with Hagrid accompanying them, even if Professor McGonagall found out, she likely wouldn't say anything. I'll pass, Kyle said, waving off the invitation. Hagrid didn't mind and turned to lead the three toward the school gates. Kyle, Professor. It was always lively after exams. Just as Hagrid left, someone else came over. This time it was a group of 7th years, Justin Finch-Fletchley from Hufflepuff at the front, followed by his usual companion Macmillan, and Neville from Gryffindor. Back before Kyle had graduated, they'd all been close friends. Justin, in particular, had joined him on more than one late-night trip to the kitchens. So even though Kyle was now a professor, they still couldn't quite adjust to calling him that. Justin jogged over, barely able to contain his excitement. We're planning a party, want to join us? A party. Kyle glanced at him, then at Neville. A joint one between two houses. Are you thinking of heading up to the tower, or having Gryffindor sneak into the kitchens? I have to remind you, even if you're graduating, there are still limits. If you go too far, Professor McGonagall can still hand out detention before the term ends. No, not 2 houses, 3. Well, technically 4, Macmillan stepped forward to clarify. And we promise, Professor McGonagall won't find out. Because we're going somewhere she'd never think to look, Justin said. DA's secret base. Duh. Kyle blinked. You mean Dumbledore's army? Exactly. Neville nodded, with a confidence and pride on his face that had never been there before. Every member who joined the DA stayed during the last war. All of us kept our promise. After the war, Neville had changed. He'd grown so confident that his grandmother, Mrs. Longbottom, once suspected he'd been replaced and insisted on casting a Revelio charm on him. Luckily, Professor McGonagall stopped her just in time. Yeah, Justin added, but the DA's finished its mission. It's time to disband. We just want one last celebration. Most of the original DA members had been upper years when the group was founded. When Kyle graduated last year, nearly half had already left. With this year's graduation, the number would be halved again. There might not even be 10 members left, so disbanding was really just a formality. Of course, it was only nominal. For a long time to come, they would carry the identity with pride. After all, out of all the clubs at Hogwarts, only the DA had taken part in the war against Voldemort, and won. This party is just for DA members. Potter and Granger went to get butterbeer, and the others are setting up the venue on the 8th floor. So come on, Justin said again. I promise it'll be the liveliest party you've ever seen. This time, Kyle didn't turn him down, just said he'd drop by later to take a look. The three looked thrilled, chatted with Kyle a little longer, and then hurried back to the castle. Just then, Conna stepped out of the entrance. What did Professor McGonagall say? She said she'll go to the ministry that day, and told me not to worry. You really don't need to. Kyle smiled. McGonagall had already handed over all the Horcruxes to the ministry. They had no reason to keep making things difficult for Snape. Snape. I mean, Professor Snape. He let you come on your own. He doesn't want to go out. Conna sighed. Since the last hearing, there's been an Auror keeping an eye on him around the clock. Uncle Snape didn't want to see them, so I came instead. Aurors, are they giving him trouble? Kyle asked. He suddenly remembered that Kingsley was now head of the Auror office, and he had a decent relationship with him. On top of that, Kyle had always felt a little guilty over the whole Horcrux affair. If he went to Kingsley directly, maybe he could get the surveillance lifted. After the Horcruxes were turned over, the second hearing was basically a formality. Even Snape wouldn't be foolish enough to try and run now. Still, it was obvious Snape hated being watched by Aurors. And if it bothered Snape, that made Kyle just a little happier. That was why he'd been debating whether to go see Kingsley or not. It's a bit of a nuisance, Conna said softly. Every time he sees an Auror outside the window, Uncle Snape gets really moody. He's never said anything, but I can tell. Oh. Kyle's lips twitched into a slight smile before quickly returning to normal. Is that all? He asked. Well, there's also the problem with buying ingredients. Conna thought for a moment. Some of the ones I need for the potions I'm studying aren't sold in Diagon Alley. I'd have to go to places that aren't exactly safe to get them. But with Aurors watching, Uncle Snape definitely can't go, and he refuses to tell me the address. I see, Kyle said, his thoughts wavering slightly. As much as he found Snape's foul mood entertaining, he hadn't expected it to affect Conna too. The truth was, when brewing potions, especially the complex ones, certain restricted ingredients were absolutely essential. As a potions master, Snape naturally had his own channels. Of course, they weren't exactly legal. Conna, unaware of Kyle's train of thought, continued talking as they walked. I searched all over Diagon Alley for fresh gillyweed but couldn't find any. And Uncle Snape won't tell me where to get it. Wait a second, Kyle suddenly stopped her. The potion you need, it's made from gillyweed. Yes. Conna nodded. That stuff's incredibly hard to find, especially unharvested. There's none in Britain at all, you have to go all the way to the Mediterranean. And I can't just go that far right now. Says who? Kyle let out a laugh and grabbed her by the arm. Come with me. He took off at a run toward the wooden cabin, dragging Conna behind him. When they got there, he said nothing. Instead, he dropped a suitcase to the floor, flipped it open, and jumped straight in. Kyle, you. Still baffled, Conna didn't even have time to finish her sentence before Kyle vanished from sight. Left with no choice, she followed him into the suitcase. Inside, Kyle led her directly to the only lake in the entire space. He stopped beside a patch of empty flower pots. Once filled with chomping cabbages, now only a dozen or so plants remained. Kyle, why did you bring me here? Conna finally managed to ask. Didn't you say you needed fresh gillyweed? Kyle drew his wand and pointed at the surface of the lake. Take a look. Isn't this what you're after? With a flick, the surface of the water parted, revealing a kelpie below, busy munching on something. Conna blinked in confusion, not understanding why Kyle was showing her a kelpie, until she noticed the coral-like plant in its mouth. Gillyweed. Her eyes widened. Long, ribbon-like leaves, coral-shaped roots, this was what unharvested gillyweed looked like. And there wasn't just a little, there was an entire patch of it growing at the bottom of the lake. How? I thought this plant was nearly impossible to cultivate on a large scale in Britain. I thought so too, Kyle said with a shrug. I bought some from Diagon Alley ages ago and just tossed it in here. Forgot all about it. If the Kelpie hadn't brought it to the surface, I'd have never known there was such a big patch down there. Chapter 975, Harry and King's Cross Station. Harry, where are you planning to go after we get back? On the Hogwarts Express, Ron stared out the window at the scenery flashing by, murmuring the question almost to himself. Back to 12 Grimmauld Place, of course, Harry replied. Sirius is waiting for me. He said in his letter that he wants to open a shop with me in Diagon Alley. That's great, Ron said. You won't have to go back to your aunt and uncle's anymore. Exactly, Harry smiled. Until now, his first stop during every holiday had always been Privet Drive in Little Whinging. Even last year, he stayed there for a month before the Order of the Phoenix escorted him out after he came of age. Although that experience had eased his relationship with the Dursleys, Dudley's attitude had changed quite a bit. If he had to go back this year, Uncle Vernon would probably still greet him with a scowl. That family acted like they were allergic to wizards. As long as he carried a wand, there was no hope for real peace between them. Luckily, he didn't have to go back. Sirius was waiting. Harry also turned to look out the window. For a moment, his anticipation for the future dulled the melancholy of graduation. I just heard you're going to open a shop in Diagon Alley, Ginny said, stepping into the compartment. Does that mean you'll be neighbors with Fred and George? I'm not sure yet, Harry replied, snapping out of his thoughts. Sirius didn't tell me the address, so I don't know if it's near theirs. You're definitely not far from them, Hermione said confidently. Why not? Are you really from a wizarding family? Hermione gave him a look. Or did you just not notice? Notice what? Ron said impatiently. Can you be a bit clearer? Weasley's Wizard Wheezes is located deeper inside Diagon Alley, and the shops closer to the Leaky Cauldron are already occupied. Clear enough now. Ron's face turned slightly red. Honestly, he hadn't noticed. Maybe it was because he rarely visited Diagon Alley. Given the Weasley family situation, he only had one chance a year to go, and the route was always fixed. He was never allowed to wander freely. Strictly speaking, he hadn't necessarily been to Diagon Alley more often than Hermione. All right, we've graduated. Can you two stop bickering? Harry cut in, standing between them. So, what are you planning to sell? Ginny asked, helpfully changing the subject. No idea, Harry shook his head. But I get the feeling Sirius, well, he's not really cut out for business. That can't be, Hermione said doubtfully. Sirius is from the Black family, they're incredibly wealthy. From what I know, the Blacks have their hands in all sorts of businesses in the wizarding world. For example, that massive magical botanical garden mentioned in 5th year career guidance. That's owned by the Black family. The Black, magical botanical garden. Ron looked at her, surprised. How do you know that? Maybe because I can read, Hermione said dryly. If you could too, you'd have noticed that the person who bought that garden 200 years ago was also named Black. Ron's face turned even redder, but he stiffly defended himself, saying only Hermione would take career guidance seriously. No one paid attention to those little pamphlets. His flustered expression made the others burst out laughing. Maybe it's because Sirius moved in with my dad after graduating, Harry said with a chuckle. He really doesn't have much of a knack for business. Remember the ice cream shop he opened in Diagon Alley last year to keep an eye on me? Hermione nodded. She not only knew about it, she'd even been there once or twice. Sirius didn't make a single galleon. He ended up losing over 1,000. Clang. Ron dropped his wizard chess set. The knight got up from the floor, limped over to Ron's foot, cursed, drew his sword, and started jabbing at Ron's boot. Ouch. Ron yelped, instinctively kicking the piece away. It hit the floor and shattered. But Ron didn't care. He stared straight at Harry. You're saying Sirius not only made nothing, he lost over 1,000 galleons. Probably more than that, but yeah, that's about right, Harry nodded. Ron clicked his tongue. That was a bit depressing. His dad's annual salary was only around 1,000 galleons. Hard to believe, isn't it? But it's true, Harry said. Lupin was stunned for days, he looked like he'd lost a ton of weight. What does this have to do with Professor Lupin? Apparently, Sirius and Lupin bought the Screaming Ice Cream Parlor together. They bought it. Ginny blinked. I don't mean to gossip about Professor Lupin, but could he really afford that? He borrowed it from Kyle. He has to pay it back, Harry said. It's just, the past few years with Voldemort around, you know how bad business has been in Hogsmeade. Oh. Everyone else in the compartment nodded at the same time. They couldn't help but sympathize with Lupin. It really wasn't good news. But Sirius already said he'd cover the loss, Harry added. That's why I keep saying, Sirius has no talent for business. Honestly, I'd rather become a professional Quidditch player than open a shop in Diagon Alley. Oliver would told me he'd keep an eye out for any team that's looking for a seeker. But he also mentioned that seekers aren't exactly in high demand on professional teams. He suggested I consider becoming a chaser instead, but I've never played that position, so I've been hesitant. Harry sighed, looking out the window. Once I'm back, I plan to ask Sirius for advice, or maybe just dive into some intense chaser training. I think. Ron looked at him and blurted out, if you're asking Sirius for advice, chances are he'll just buy a team and make you the seeker. Hermione and Ginny both nodded. They didn't know how many galleons it would take to buy a team, but they were certain Sirius could afford it. Absolutely not, Harry said, going pale. He wanted to play professionally, but not in such a flashy way. He'd had enough of the Chosen One label. If he got stuck with another title, he'd lose his mind. You guys have to keep this secret. Don't tell Sirius, I'm begging you. The group burst out laughing again. By noon, the snack trolley rolled up to their compartment. Harry nearly bought out the entire cart, saying it was payment for keeping his secret. He stacked the snacks high on the table. This is way too much, we'll never finish it all. It's fine. You can take it home, said Harry. For a moment, he felt like he'd been transported back to his first ride on the Hogwarts Express. Back then, just like now, he'd bought one of everything off the cart. Cauldron cakes, licorice wands, chocolate frogs. At the time, he thought they were the most delicious things he'd ever tasted. Now, he was almost sick of them. The compartment was noisy and filled with laughter. The train sped along until, at some point, it gradually slowed and came to a stop at King's Cross Station. Students poured off the train and headed for the platform. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and a few other seventh years lingered at the back of the crowd. They waited until the long line ahead of them disappeared and the bustling platform quieted before making their way to the magically concealed wall. Haha. I told you they'd be the last ones out. You didn't believe me, Mum. Harry hadn't even fully stepped through the barrier when he heard Fred's voice. I didn't say I didn't believe you. In fact, you, Charlie, and Bill were exactly the same in your 7th year, came Mrs. Weasley's voice. She hurried over and pulled Harry into a hug. Congratulations, dear, congratulations on graduating. Her voice trembled a little, as if she were remembering the first time she'd seen Harry. It had also been at King's Cross Station. A little boy in oversized clothes had run over to ask for directions. Now that little boy had graduated. Harry returned the hug and said sincerely, "Thank you, Mrs. Weasley." As he spoke, he instinctively looked up ahead. Fred and George were both there, along with Bill. Charlie had already returned to the Dragon Reserve in Romania, and Bill was staying in England for the time being because of his upcoming wedding to Fleur. Only the three of them were present. Harry scanned the crowd but couldn't find the person he most wanted to see. "Where's Sirius?" he couldn't help asking. "Oh, I was just about to tell you," Mrs. Weasley said, guiding him forward. "He went to the Ministry of Magic." "What's he doing there?" Harry asked. His graduation was a big deal. If Sirius wasn't here, it had to be for something even more important. He had something urgent to take care of. Snape's second hearing started. Fred cut in before Mrs. Weasley could finish. "After this one, they'll finally decide whether he's a Death Eater or one of Dumbledore's." "What's that got to do with Sirius?" Harry asked, puzzled. "He's probably off praying," George said with a grin. "Praying Snape turns out to be a Death Eater. Maybe Sirius is hoping to throw him into Azkaban himself." "Oh, stop it, you two." Mrs. Weasley gave them a stern look, then turned to Harry with a sigh. "Well, since you already know, I won't keep it from you. At the last hearing, Snape showed a memory, something related to your mother. That's why Sirius went. If you want to go too, you'd better hurry," Fred said. "The hearing's not over yet, we can get you to the ministry. Assuming you have a way to get into the courtroom," George added. Harry froze for a moment, instinctively ready to agree. But the next second, he suddenly remembered, he had already seen that memory. Snape had handed it to him personally the night Voldemort attacked Hogwarts. Harry's expression was complicated. If the memory was real, it clearly proved that Snape had been working for Dumbledore, and he had helped Harry in many ways. But on the other hand, it was also Snape who had leaked Sybil Trelawney's prophecy, leading Voldemort to target his family. Harry didn't know how to face Snape. Should he still hate him? His feelings were more tangled than ever. He even found himself thinking it might have been easier if Snape had just died in the war. Then at least he wouldn't have to struggle with all this. Harry, Harry. The sound of his name being called snapped him out of his thoughts. He looked up to see everyone staring at him. "What are you thinking about, Harry?" George asked. "Come on, decide already. The hearing started an hour ago. Any later and you won't make it." "Ah, it's fine," Harry said with a forced smile. "I've already seen that memory. No need for me to go this time." "You've seen it." Fred rushed over. eyes lighting up like lanterns. "Quick, tell us, what was in that memory? We're dying of curiosity. We've been dreaming about attending this hearing. But we weren't invited, so we can't get into the courtroom. Dad insisted we come pick you up. He doesn't even trust us." Fred and George flanked Harry, trying to pry the details out of him. Just as Harry was feeling cornered, a shadow loomed behind them. "You two, that's enough. Stop pestering Harry about it." Mrs. Weasley reached out and grabbed them both by the ears, yanking them sharply upward. "Ow. That hurts, Mum. Let go, Mum. I've only got one ear left." Fred and George rose onto their toes with a yelp. Hearing the words "one ear," Mrs. Weasley softened slightly and let go. But she still warned, "If you ask Harry anything else that puts him on the spot, I'll twist off the other one." "Got it. Got it, got it. We won't ask again." The two of them huddled together, rubbing their ears, grumbling under their breath. Mrs. Weasley pretended not to hear and patted Harry's arm. "All right, dear. Since you're not going to the ministry, let's head home. How about the burrow? Sirius will be there later." "That sounds great," Harry said cheerfully. Just then, Hermione's parents arrived. They agreed to meet at the burrow later, then each group went their own way. Harry followed the Weasleys out of the station to the car parked near the corner. But just as he was about to get in, he paused, eyes fixed on a nearby parking lot. "What's wrong?" Ron looked over too but didn't see anything out of the ordinary. "It's nothing," Harry said. He had spotted a chubby, middle-aged muggle stepping out from behind a car, talking on the phone. With a small smile, Harry got into the car. Of course, it was a mistake. Like Uncle Vernon would actually come to pick him up. Chapter 976, The Torn Sirius. The same Ministry of Magic. The same second courtroom. This time, there were even more attendees than the first hearing. The tiered seats were completely packed, leaving no space at all. Voldemort had only recently fallen, and a long line of Death Eaters was still awaiting trial. In such a hectic time, it was hard to believe so many members of the Wisengamot could spare time to attend a hearing this minor. But that had nothing to do with Kyle. Once again, he used his second-class medal to secure a seat as an observer and quietly took his place on the back row of stone steps. Coincidentally, the two elderly wizards he'd met at the first hearing were seated beside him again. Unlike everyone else, they seemed to be here just for the gossip and spectacle. They even brought roasted melon seeds and a bag full of snacks. "What a coincidence, it's you again." The old wizard next to Kyle grinned, offering him the snack bag. Kyle hesitated, but eventually accepted and took a small handful of seeds. Just as Kyle had suspected beforehand, this hearing was purely procedural. Though the crowd had doubled, the efficiency was much higher than last time. Amelia Bones, the Minister of Magic, looked like she was rushing through a checklist, presenting evidence, voting, and declaring the verdict in one swift sequence. She immediately announced that Snape was not a Death Eater and dismissed all accusations against him. Bones even praised him, calling him calm, resourceful, brave, and fearless, and promised to nominate him for the Order of Merlin. Kyle couldn't help but chuckle. Calling a Slytherin student brave and fearless, wasn't that just an insult? As for the Order of Merlin, Kyle figured she was just saying that for effect. After all, Snape hadn't been with Dumbledore from the very start. Given that he'd leaked the prophecy, there was no way he'd actually be awarded the order. But Snape didn't care. All he wanted now was an official, public identity, and that was something Dumbledore had promised him. So overall, he was very satisfied with the outcome. As soon as the verdict was announced, he immediately stood and led Kana out of the courtroom, not giving anyone the chance to approach. His behavior might have been improper, but Minister Bones pretended not to notice. She lowered her head, feigning distraction, and only looked up to formally declare the hearing concluded when Snape's hand was already on the door handle. Some people rose quickly, but by then, Snape had already left the chamber. As he pushed open the door, he was met by Sirius's tense, conflicted face. He had been waiting outside the whole time. Snape didn't bother hiding his disgust, as if someone had tossed something filthy onto the floor in front of him. A second later, Sirius mirrored the expression, almost in unison. Whatever he had meant to say vanished. What came out instead was, "Lucky you, Snavelis." He could tell Snape had been cleared. If he'd been found guilty, the Aurors would have escorted him out, he wouldn't be walking out on his own. "Oh, you filthy, brainless mutt," Snape shot back without hesitation. Neither man paused. Sirius didn't try to stop him, he simply watched as Snape stepped into the lift. By the time others rushed out after him, the lift had already begun its descent, carrying Snape and Kana away from that floor. Sirius didn't leave right away. He stayed in the corridor a little longer. Mr. Weasley had just told him that Molly had already gone to King's Cross to pick up Harry, so there was no need to rush back. After a few unrelated figures left the room, Amelia Bones emerged. She nodded at Sirius as a gesture of acknowledgement. Then came Professor McGonagall, visibly relieved. With this, the issue surrounding Snape was finally settled. This had been her first time acting as headmistress of Hogwarts, and she had seen it through to the end. Sirius. Professor McGonagall looked at him. What are you doing here? Is it because of Severus's memory? Yes, Sirius nodded. I heard it was related to James and Lily. Then why didn't you go in? I wasn't invited, Sirius said casually. Professor McGonagall didn't press further. There really had been too many people in the courtroom. It was the first time she'd ever seen the seats completely filled. Even Kyle, with his medal, had barely managed to get in. All right then. So did you come because you already knew something? I did, at first. But now. Sirius paused before continuing, I overheard something. I just came to confirm whether it was true. Now I know. His voice was soft. He had spent years hunting the person who leaked the prophecy. When he learned it was Snape, his hatred peaked. But then he learned Snape had spent all those years protecting Harry. That contradiction left Sirius in the same turmoil as Harry, not knowing how he should feel, or how to face Snape. But just now, Snape had made that decision for him. At that moment, another wave of people exited the courtroom. Hey, Kyle. Sirius waved, seizing the chance to change the subject. Minerva, Molly's prepared a big dinner to celebrate Harry and Ron's graduation. You should join us, everyone would love to see you. If I go, I doubt Mr. Potter or Mr. Weasley would be thrilled, Professor McGonagall said with a half-smile. She was well aware of the feud between Sirius and Snape. But since Sirius didn't want to talk about it, she acted as though she knew nothing. It was a tangled situation, one that even Dumbledore might not have been able to resolve perfectly. Professor McGonagall left the ministry, and Kyle walked over after hearing someone call his name. Sirius. Weren't you going to pick up Harry? Molly's already gone, Sirius replied. He hesitated for a moment before suddenly asking about the hearing. So he's in the clear, right? There were things he didn't want to say to Minerva McGonagall, Hogwarts headmistress, but Kyle was different. Sirius wasn't entirely sure why. Maybe it was because of everything they'd been through. Kyle had not only helped clear his name but also brought back his brother Regulus from that cave. It had earned Sirius's deep trust. Kyle was also clever, something Dumbledore had affirmed more than once. Instinctively, Sirius wanted his help. Well, you could say that, Kyle said, glancing at him. Do you still want revenge? Sirius didn't answer. He just kept his head down. Kyle didn't press. Instead, he led him to a quieter spot. The afternoon sunlight filtered in through the enchanted windows, casting a slanting light across half of Sirius's face. It was a long time before he finally spoke. Do you think I should take revenge? To be honest, you're asking the wrong person. Kyle shrugged. You know Snape is Kanna's only uncle. It's hard for me to be truly impartial. That's why I'm asking you. Sirius blurted out, but quickly shut his mouth again. Actually, I think you should talk to Harry, Kyle said. He's still just a kid. He's already an adult wizard, Kyle replied. And besides. Sirius, I honestly think Harry's the better one to make that decision. Sirius looked up. I know you probably don't agree, but that's how I see it. Harry's been through so much, rejection, hardship, everything the Dursleys put him through. He's far more mature than others his age. Sure, he's got flaws, but his strengths more than make up for them. As for you, Sirius, you threw yourself into Azkaban, willingly gave up on your godson, all in the name of atonement or self-punishment. Honestly, I still can't wrap my head around how you made that choice. To borrow one of Snape's favorite phrases, do you have troll blood or something? Hey. I'm a proper black. Sirius said in a theatrically indignant voice. But the shifting red and pale tones on his face made it clear, he wasn't calm at all. Maybe he couldn't make sense of it either, why he never stopped to think about what would happen to Harry. When he'd first heard how badly the Dursleys treated Harry, he'd almost stormed over with his wand ready to blast the place apart. And he'd wanted to curse himself, too. Go talk to Harry, Kyle said again. It's better than sitting here torturing yourself. This time, Sirius nodded. He took a deep breath. Kyle, you should probably get ready to go home too, back to St. Catchpole. Yeah, Kyle replied. Come to think of it, he realized it had been a long time since he'd last been home. Now that Voldemort was gone and the crisis was over, it was finally time. The two of them stepped into the lift. Are you going back to 12 Grimmauld Place? No, I'm coming with you. Molly set up a celebration dinner, I need to hurry back for it. At the Burrow. There'll be more people there, Sirius said. I think Harry will enjoy that kind of atmosphere. When they reached the main hall of the ministry, they crossed into the room opposite the fireplace and operated back to St. Catchpole. The area around the burrow was buzzing with activity. Even from a distance, you could hear the laughter and noise of the Weasley family. Fred and George were the loudest, and Harry's voice rang out too. He and Ron were playing gnome toss. They'd been playing that game since before Kyle started school, and it remained a firm favorite in the Weasley household. Sirius watched Harry, who was laughing and energetic in the garden, and suddenly hesitated, standing still instead of walking forward. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, really," Sirius said awkwardly. "I was just thinking, does Harry really want to make this decision?" "Who knows?" Kyle shrugged. "Then let me go ask him." "I said if you want revenge, you should talk to Harry first," Kyle said deliberately, "but my point is about you, not Harry." "You." "I." Sirius stared at Kyle, stunned and speechless. "Of course, as a friend, I won't completely sit this out. How about this, if the two of you come to an agreement and decide to go through with it, I'll give you Snape's address." Sirius froze. "You're not worried I'll kill him? What if Conna finds out you gave us the address? How are you going to face her?" "You're overthinking it," Kyle said, waving dismissively. "You really think Conna won't blame you?" Sirius gave a small laugh. "Confidence is good, but too much of it isn't." "No, I'm sure about this," Kyle replied, looking at him. "After all, even if I gave you the address, there's no way you'd be a match for Snape, so what difference does it make?" Sirius's body tensed, and his expression instantly turned serious. Kyle had touched a nerve, his pride, his bottom line, his core. "You're saying I can't beat that greasy bat?" Sirius flailed his arms. "I could hang him upside down and give him a thrashing." "Yeah, right, don't flatter yourself," Kyle shot him a look. "Even if we're friends, don't insult my intelligence." "You don't believe me?" Sirius yelled, whipping out his wand. "Come on, give me his address, I'll show you I can hang him up and beat him." He was shouting so loudly that he startled Harry and several of the Weasley kids, who immediately came running over. "Hang him up." "If you mean the Levi Corpus charm, that was Snape's invention." Sirius looked like he'd taken a punch to the gut, stammering wordlessly. "He invented at least 5 spells before he even graduated." "What about you?" Kyle threw in another verbal jab. I can do Animagus." "I meant original spells." "Fine, call it a draw," Kyle said offhandedly. "And those 12 years you wasted in Azkaban?" Snape became the youngest head of house at Hogwarts during that time. "Do you think a weak wizard could have earned the full support of Slytherin House?" And he openly aligned with Dumbledore, yet when Voldemort returned, he rejoined the Death Eaters without issue. Don't tell me you think Voldemort's a fool who never suspected him. But nothing ever happened to him. Think he could have pulled that off? With every word Kyle said, Sirius's face grew paler. He knew he couldn't. And he knew, deep down, that he probably wasn't a match for Snape. Just coming out of Azkaban without losing his edge was an accomplishment in itself. Even though his strength had grown through battles with the Death Eaters over the past few years, Snape hadn't been idle either. In fact, the pressure on him had likely been even greater. Even with Harry's help, they might still not be able to beat Snape, but Sirius couldn't admit that. He didn't want to. "I'm saying all this to give you an out," Kyle said, watching him for a moment before smiling, then turned and walked back toward his home. Chapter 977, Chapter 977, I just want to make a Horcrux. To celebrate the kids' graduation from Hogwarts, Mrs. Weasley had prepared a grand dinner. She invited quite a few people, Sirius, of course, as well as Cedric, who lived on the other side of the village, and the Lovegood family. Even Hermione's family arrived before dinner began. Her father, Mr. Granger, drove into St. Catchpole village, filled with curiosity. Although he had visited Diagon Alley and King's Cross Station, both famous landmarks of the wizarding world, this was his first time in a village where wizards actually lived. But when he saw the burrow, with its crooked, patchwork architecture that looked like a pile of bricks held together by chance, Mr. Granger froze on the spot. He blinked in confusion and turned to Mr. Weasley, who was admiring his car. "I heard there are non-wizards living here too. Don't they ever think this place is strange?" As he spoke, his eyes instinctively drifted to another house not far off. From his current angle, that house looked perfectly normal. No lopsided attic stuck on like glue, no bizarrely shaped roof, it was so ordinary it didn't even seem like a wizarding home. "Don't worry, wizard dwellings all have muggle-repelling charms. They can't see any of this," said Mr. Weasley without turning around. "Oh, this car's fantastic. Can it fly?" Mr. Granger hadn't yet recovered from one shock when he was hit with another. It was a car, not a plane, how could it possibly fly? "I used to have one that could fly, actually. Sadly, it got abandoned in the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts." That statement made Mr. Granger's mind briefly freeze, but then he remembered, Hermione had told him about that. One of her classmates had missed the train and flown a car to Hogwarts. That had been years ago. While the adults were chatting, Hermione had already run off to find Ginny. The burrow had never been so lively. Nearly 20 wizards and one muggle made even the garden feel a bit crowded. But no one seemed to mind. Everyone was in high spirits, especially Mr. Granger. If the burrow had had more space, he might have stayed the night. After dinner, everyone drifted apart in the garden. Mr. Weasley watched wistfully as the car drove away. Harry left the burrow with Sirius, returning to 12 Grimmauld Place. Kyle lived right next door, his house was the closest. He'd been waiting for Sirius to come over and ask for Snape's address, but days passed with no sign of him. Instead, it was Snape who showed up one day, seeking out Sirius as he was preparing to open a shop in Diagon Alley. When Lupin sent word, Kyle didn't hesitate. He immediately rushed to Grimmauld Place. Even though Voldemort was dead, the protective enchantments were still active, so Kyle had to apparate to a nearby abandoned phone booth first. By the time he stepped out, several familiar faces had already gathered nearby. Mr. Weasley, Lupin, Tonks, Fred, George. Even his father, Chris, was there, speaking with Mr. Weasley. "What's going on?" Kyle hurried over. "Why are you all out here? Don't tell me they're fighting inside." "No idea," Fred said, frowning. "Someone locked the door, and none of us can get in. We're just stuck waiting." "It's Sirius." Everyone turned to look at Lupin. "You mean Sirius locked the door himself to keep Snape from escaping?" Fred asked, sounding way too excited. George pressed his face against the window next to the door, trying to catch a glimpse inside. He squished his face so much his features almost blurred, but still, he saw nothing. "I'm not sure if that's what he meant to do." Lupin sighed. "I offered to stay, but Sirius turned me away." "They're not seriously fighting in there, are they?" Fred suddenly looked up. "Why do you think that?" "Well, look," he said, seriously analyzing the situation. "Remus wasn't allowed to stay because Snape isn't a Death Eater anymore. If Sirius kills him, the Aurors are definitely going to show up." At that, he suddenly glanced at Tonks and Kingsley, who had just arrived. Come to think of it, they were both Aurors, and one of them was the head of the Auror office. That was convenient. The moment the fight ended, the Aurors could arrest someone on the spot. No waiting needed. Kingsley looked conflicted. Fred wasn't wrong, Snape was no longer a Death Eater. Killing him now would absolutely violate wizarding law. What made it worse was that Snape was also a member of the Order of the Phoenix. He'd passed along crucial intel, making him a hero operating in the shadows, well, half a hero. Sirius was also a member of the Order. If they really were fighting, who was he supposed to help? Or should he help neither? Kingsley stood there, visibly torn. Tonks, however, had no such doubts. She was family to the Blacks, and with both Lupin and Sirius being her closest friends, she didn't care if Snape was in the Order too. She would always stand firmly with Sirius. She had already started thinking about how to casually stall Kingsley later, just long enough to give Sirius a chance to slip away. Kyle was thinking too, but his thoughts ran opposite to Tonks's. He was wondering whether Snape being arrested would affect Conna. It probably wouldn't. After all, Conna hadn't come here today. Besides, if Snape had chosen to come voluntarily, he couldn't be stupid enough to actually kill Sirius here. Even if things got heated, he'd most likely try to escape rather than fight to the death. Wait a minute, you're not actually buying into his nonsense, are you? Seeing both Kingsley and Tonks deep in thought, Lupin quickly spoke up. I think Sirius just wants to talk to Snape. Honestly, if he really meant to fight him, he wouldn't have left Harry in there too, would he? Only then did everyone realize, Harry was still inside the house. Why didn't you say so earlier? Fred and George looked visibly disappointed, while Kingsley exhaled in quiet relief. Sorry, I only just realized it myself, Lupin said, tugging at the corner of his mouth. So, are we staying out here, or heading back to the Ministry? I doubt it takes this many people, he added. Forget it, we're already here. Might as well wait it out, Kyle said first. He'd had a blissfully quiet few days, not worrying about Voldemort jumping out at him with a wand, no classes, the dragons were Hagrid's responsibility, the Horcrux work was entirely in Rosier's hands, he was completely free. Lately, Kyle had been spending most of his time at home on another project, occasionally wandering to Diagon Alley to unwind. As a side note, during the peak of the Death Eaters' activity, his shop had briefly shut down. But it was back open now. Dobby had finished his part-time stint and returned to Newt, and the new shop assistant was a house elf Kyle had recruited from the Hogwarts kitchens. Normally, house elves were fiercely loyal and wouldn't leave the families they served, it would feel like betrayal. But thanks to Kyle's position as a Hogwarts professor, the elves had agreed without hesitation. Hermione had been particularly interested when this came up last night. After graduation, she'd restarted her work with the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare, but with a new focus this time. She no longer insisted house elves be paid in sickles or galleons. Instead, she'd written an article encouraging wizards to treat elves with kindness and respect. Now, payment meant better food and useful tools. The article had only been published in the Quibbler, but she'd already received several letters in response. Half were full of criticism, but the other half supported her views. That gave Hermione a huge boost of confidence. At least now she had allies, unlike back at Hogwarts, where it seemed everyone had been against her. Kyle blinked, setting the thought aside. After a short discussion, the group decided to keep waiting outside, ears tuned for any sound from inside. Some even drew their wands, ready to break in at the first sign of trouble. But it remained utterly silent inside. Even the Weasley twins' pride and joy, their extendable ears, picked up nothing. No one knew how much time passed before. Bang. The door swung open from the inside. George, who had been leaning against it to listen in, lost his balance and stumbled straight into Snape's chest. For a moment, even the air seemed to freeze. Then came a tense silence, until George recovered first. Before Snape's arm could lash out, he ducked and bent sideways, casually scooping something ear-shaped from the floor as if nothing had happened. At the same time, he neatly dodged Snape's sweeping cloak and arm. "Oh, here it is. No wonder I couldn't find it. I'd better go check if it's broken." He muttered something unintelligible, turned, and hurried off, quickly disappearing down the corridor. Snape's face darkened. But seeing the people still gathered outside, he said nothing. With a cold snort, he vanished on the spot. Operating in front of so many people, in plain sight of Muggles. Tonks never liked Snape, still didn't. She deliberately raised her voice so Kingsley would hear every word. Kingsley did hear, but chose to ignore it. It was just apparition. Even if a Muggle had seen it, the accidental magic reversal squad could handle it in seconds. Besides, there were no Muggles left on this street. Worried they might come to blows, Kingsley had already evacuated the surrounding Muggles 20 minutes earlier and placed Muggle-repelling charms around the area. More than a decade ago, Sirius and Peter Pettigrew had blown up an entire Muggle street during a chase. He wasn't about to let something like that happen again. Ironically, it made things easier for Snape. No Muggle saw him apparate. Tonks grumbled under her breath, muttering complaints about someone abusing authority and neglecting duty. Kingsley kept pretending not to hear. "You guys." Sirius stood in the doorway, looking at the crowd outside. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. After a pause, he stammered, "I didn't expect." "Well, come in and have a seat." "No thanks," Kingsley shook his head. "I've got other things to do. Maybe next time." With that, he operated away, along with Tonks, and Mr. Weasley and Chris, who still had work to finish. They had all rushed over after getting the news, and now that everything seemed fine, it was only natural for them to return to their duties. Kyle, however, stayed. He happened to have something to discuss with Sirius. The two entered the house, and sure enough, Harry was there. Whatever he and Snape had talked about, Harry was now sitting on a chair in the hall, completely dazed, not even noticing anyone else had arrived. Sirius looked at Kyle, wanting to explain but clearly hesitant. "It's fine." "No need to explain, I can guess," Kyle said. Snape coming to see Sirius? No, more likely, he'd come to see Harry. It had to be about Lily Evans. As for what exactly they discussed, Kyle neither knew nor cared. Fred and George had also stayed behind, doing things their own way to snap Harry out of it. George lit a Weasley whiz-bang and slipped it into Harry's shoe. A few seconds later, twin jets of flame shot from under Harry's feet, launching him into the air like a rocket. In an instant, he was no longer dazed, he was shrieking and bouncing off walls in a wild frenzy. "Sorry, Sirius," Fred said cheerfully. "We just thought Harry needed a little cheering up." "And don't worry," he added, "Weasley wizard wheezes are thoroughly tested and completely safe." He didn't get to finish. Harry drifted midair and crashed headfirst into a moth-eaten velvet curtain. "Filth. Scum of the Black Line." Mrs. Black's portrait began to scream, her voice echoing throughout the house. Occasional side effects," George said sheepishly. "But Harry'll be fine." "All right." Sirius rubbed his forehead, tacitly approving their efforts. Truthfully, he also wanted Harry to get his mind off things. And looking at it now, Fred and George's method, while a bit reckless, was actually effective in its own chaotic way. Let them be. Afterward, he took Kyle down to the basement. "I got your letter last night," Sirius said as they walked. "You asked me to help find books on soul-related magic. I haven't had time to search." Snape showed up at the worst possible moment. "No worries. As long as you're okay with me accessing the Black family's private library," Kyle said. "Of course. Go right ahead, you can even take the whole lot if you want, Sirius said without hesitation. But, what do you need soul magic for? No judgment, but most of it is dark magic. You're better off staying away from that stuff. It's nothing, Kyle said. I just want to try making a Horcrux. Chapter 978, Improvements to the Horcrux. By evening, Kyle stepped out of the Black family's private library, leaving behind Sirius, who stood there dazed, clearly wanting to say something but unable to. All afternoon, Sirius had looked visibly conflicted, especially while Kyle flipped through books on dark magic. These were the Black family's collection spanning hundreds of years, many of them explicitly banned by the Ministry of Magic. Put simply, even glancing at some of these covers could land you 2 days in Azkaban. Sirius had never gotten around to disposing of them, now Kyle had taken the whole lot. He hesitated countless times as Kyle walked toward the door, wondering if he should ask for the books back. He didn't doubt that Kyle could make a Horcrux. Years ago, Kyle had requested something similar and taken secrets of the darkest art from the same collection. Honestly, if Kyle couldn't make a Horcrux, that would be the surprising part. What worried Sirius was the possibility that Kyle actually would. Back then, he'd assumed Kyle was joking about it, especially since Dumbledore had still been alive when Kyle first came looking for that book. But now, it didn't seem like a joke. And yet, every time Sirius tried to bring it up, the words caught in his throat. Maybe Kyle really was joking. That was what he told himself to feel better. Hey, Kyle. As he passed through the hallway, Fred flipped off the staircase and landed beside him. We've been looking for you. Where were you just now with Sirius? The Black family's private library, Kyle replied, showing them the books in his arms. Typical Hogwarts professor, George drawled, still studying even on break. Are you sure you're not Percy under Polyjuice Potion? I doubt Percy would read books like these. Kyle lifted the top one and waved it slightly. The title was written in elaborate calligraphy across the old cover. Putting the Soul in the Crucible. The cover looked worn, but the deep red script hadn't faded one bit. Not a speck of dust clung to it, and something seemed to slither across the letters, drawing the eye in a strange, unsettling way. George, being closest, suddenly felt a chill and involuntarily shivered. It was summer. And yet, he felt cold. What is that thing? I'd guess a banned book, Harry chimed in. He didn't seem caught up in the whole Snape situation anymore, coming down the stairs with the others, though he was limping, clearly having bumped his leg. I've seen books like that in the restricted section at school, Harry said seriously. Some had moving covers, some were chained up, you could tell just by looking that they were dangerous. Some even screamed like mandrakes when you opened them. But this isn't the restricted section, Fred muttered, glancing up at Kyle. I'm planning to try making a Horcrux, so I was gathering some reference material. What? You want to make a Horcrux? You want to make a Horcrux? Just like Sirius, everyone froze in stunned disbelief at Kyle's words. But unlike Sirius, after the initial shock, Harry's face filled with panic and fear, while Fred and George lit up with pure excitement. We'll help. Whenever you start, please, you have to let us know. Like two shooting stars, they zipped to Kyle's side in the blink of an eye. They were even being unusually polite. We'll see, Kyle said vaguely, waving them off. Didn't you say you'd been looking for me all afternoon? What's so urgent? Oh, that. Nothing important, George said, eyes still locked on Kyle, not blinking once. This doesn't seem like a good thing, Kyle muttered, instinctively taking a step back. So what? We never do good things. They stepped forward, each grabbing an arm and dragging Kyle out the front door. Only after the door slammed shut did Harry suddenly snap out of his shock and move as if to chase after them. Wait. Sirius reached out to stop him. Horcrux. Sirius. Harry said anxiously. Dumbledore said it's the darkest kind of magic, we can't let Kyle. Calm down, Harry. Kyle isn't like Voldemort, Sirius said, gripping Harry's arm tightly. Hearing that, Harry gradually settled, turning to look at him. Do you know something? Oh, right, I just remembered, you two have been together this whole time. He hasn't said a word to me. Sirius shrugged. Honestly, ever since I took him down to the basement, I've been feeling exactly the way you did earlier. Then why did you stop me just now? Because of Fred and George, Sirius said quietly. If you think back to what they said, you'll notice, they never once doubted Kyle. From the very start, they didn't think he was making a Horcrux for the same reason Voldemort did. Harry blinked and recalled Fred and George's reactions. It was true. They hadn't panicked, they were excited, even. It was as if making a Horcrux was something fascinating, not some horrifying branch of dark magic. It reminds me of Remus. Sirius suddenly laughed. Most people instinctively fear and avoid werewolves. But the first time we saw Remus in his werewolf form, none of us flinched. I didn't, your dad didn't, and even your mum, after she found out, didn't shy away. The very next day, she started learning to brew wolfsbane potion herself, and complained that Remus hadn't told her sooner. Harry nodded slowly, still unsure. So you're saying we should trust Kyle, like Fred and George do? More or less. Sirius waved a hand and poured himself a glass of fire whiskey. What I mean is, we knew Remus. We knew that even as a werewolf, he'd never hurt us. And the Weasley twins know Kyle. They know he's not going to become another Voldemort. Of course, you're not wrong either, he added, sinking into a chair and taking a sip. I should be ashamed of my own doubts. Harry felt a bit ashamed too. He couldn't help wondering, if it had been Hermione or Ron in Kyle's place, would he have felt the same fear and unease? To his surprise, the answer was no. After everything they'd been through together, he trusted Hermione and Ron nearly as much as he trusted himself. He believed Hermione would never do such a thing, and that Ron couldn't even manage to make a Horcrux if he tried. Even reading a forbidden book took a solid foundation of knowledge, probably more than normal books. Take most Potenti potions from the restricted section, for example. Only Hermione had been able to make sense of it. He and Ron had bungled every step. A book about Horcruxes would surely be even more complex. Harry shook his head. All that made sense, but he still couldn't talk himself around as easily as Sirius had. Not after seeing the memories Dumbledore had shown him. So he just tried to push the thoughts aside. Sirius, seeing his hesitation, spoke up. I remember that Snavelis dropped off a photo album. Have you looked at it yet? Not yet. Harry blinked, snapping back to the present. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a well-preserved album. It wasn't very thick, maybe an inch at most, and the cover was green, almost the exact shade of his eyes. Oh. Harry frowned. Why had he suddenly thought of that? You haven't opened it. Sirius looked surprised. You do realize, it might have pictures of your mum. I know. Harry's expression turned a little strange. Snape giving him photos of his mother, something about it just felt off. I was worried he had some other motive, Harry murmured. Or that he might have slipped in some weird potion. Back at school, Snape kept threatening to spike my pumpkin juice with Veritaserum. Don't worry. Dumbledore would never allow that, Sirius scoffed. And besides, I don't think you need to worry anymore. I still don't like Snavelis, but I believe he was being honest this time. No reason for him to mess with the album. Go on, open it. It's fine. Encouraged by Sirius, Harry took a deep breath and carefully opened the album. Nothing happened. He saw a very young witch, probably a first year, her red hair fluttering in the wind, and a pair of bright, beautiful green eyes. That's what your mum looked like when she was little, Sirius said from beside him. Though, back then, she really didn't like James. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Harry's mouth. At the same time, after Fred and George dragged Kyle out of 12 Grimmauld Place, they brought him back to the attic of his house in St. Catchpole Village. This was something of a secret base for them, a place for tinkering with less than official creations. Kyle had also been conducting his Horcrux research here over the past few days. Come on, Kyle, let us join you. We swear we won't tell anyone. The attic door creaked open, and Fred and George stepped inside together, only to freeze the moment they turned their heads. There was someone else in the attic who looked exactly like them. He was missing an ear, looked just like Fred, but also had a few of George's subtle features, as if he were a blend of the two. Only, this person was dead, lying motionless on the floor. Ridiculous. As the twins stood stunned, Kyle's voice rang out behind them. The figure on the floor, whether Fred or George, suddenly ballooned in size, transforming into a gnome wearing a wig. A boggart. I found it in the cabinet up here, Kyle said as he entered, using his wand to trap the boggart in a bottle and giving it a shake. The gnome twisted into a formless, ugly-colored blur, like a distorted memory. What the hell did we just see? Naturally, it was what you fear most. You're both afraid of the other being killed, Kyle said. Is that so? George pursed his lips. But I didn't really feel scared just now. Exactly, Fred nodded. I was more surprised than anything. That's because you looked up at the same time, Kyle explained. The boggart didn't know who to focus on, so it combined your fears. That's why each of you saw something that resembled yourself, and the initial fear turned into confusion. Fine, I'll give you that, George said, nodding with mock seriousness. Kyle ignored him, still staring at the boggart in the bottle. The twins moved in closer again. Kyle, let us help you make a Horcrux. We promise we won't say a word. Yeah, we swear on Cedric's integrity. He ran out of integrity a long time ago, Kyle muttered without turning. Horcruxes might be dark magic, but they were also, in a way, a branch of alchemy, albeit an unrecognized one. After all, Nicholas Flamel had removed Horcruxes from alchemy ages ago, and no one had ever challenged that decision. Still, that didn't change the fact that at their core, Horcruxes were a form of alchemy. It made perfect sense that Fred and George would be interested. "It's not that I don't want to bring you in, and I'm not worried about you spilling anything," Kyle said, turning to face them. "But I've been researching Horcruxes since second year. Sure, I've taken breaks, but I never stopped. Are you really sure you want in?" Fred and George fell silent. "Horcruxes, they're that complicated," Fred muttered. "What do you think?" Kyle snapped. "You think it's like slicing up a cake? Just cut a piece and toss it onto another plate." George started to say something, but nothing came out. Because, honestly, that was more or less how they'd imagined it. Maybe not that crude, but they'd never expected it to take so much time. "But I heard you say Voldemort figured it out pretty quickly when he was young." "That's different," Kyle replied. "He was working with his own soul. As long as he followed the steps, it didn't take much. But I've made a few modifications to the Horcrux process." "What kind of modifications?" Kyle didn't answer. Instead, he simply opened the bottle in his hand. The boggart slithered out, glanced at Kyle, and immediately shifted into the form of a Dementor. Avada Kedavra. A beam of blue light shot from Kyle's wand. Fred and George rubbed their eyes, thinking they'd misseen it. Wait a second, the killing curse, blue. Did they mishear the incantation? But that wasn't even the most surprising part. The Dementor, after being struck by the curse, didn't just fall, it split. Not cleanly in two, but into two smaller, identical Dementors. Kyle tried to move one of them with his wand, but the moment he did, it exploded. Both of them did, like punctured balloons, turning back into the shapeless boggart form. "As you can see," Kyle said, "I'm preparing to help someone else make a Horcrux." Chapter 979, Chapter 979, The Best Helper, Boggart. Fred and George stood frozen, exchanging a glance before turning to look at Kyle. For a moment, they couldn't quite process what they'd just heard. Did Kyle really mean what they thought he did? Horcruxes. You can make them for someone else. They spoke in unison. It was like imagining the wand-lighting charm working on someone else's wand, something not only unheard of but completely unimaginable. "Why do you think I've been collecting so many books?" Kyle gestured to the thick stack of dark arts tomes on the floor. "But, how is that even possible?" Fred still couldn't believe it. "Nothing's impossible," Kyle said. "I asked Nicholas Flamel, and I asked Rowena Ravenclaw. They both think it can be done, you just have to find the right method." "But why would you want to do that?" George asked, clearly puzzled. That was the part he found hardest to understand. Most spells cast on others had a clear purpose. The Imperius Curse was for controlling people, the Killing Curse for killing them. But what was a Horcrux spell supposed to do? Make someone unable to die, live forever. If that was the case, then Kyle, the one developing the spell, might actually be a genius. "Didn't I tell you?" Kyle looked back at them and explained. "The first time I saw Neville's parents at St. Mungo's, I started thinking about it. Only a Horcrux can restore a shattered soul, make it whole again, in a different way. And once that happens, they should be able to return to normal." Neville's parents. Fred thought for a moment. Right, they were tortured into insanity by the Cruciatus Curse. "Now that you mention it, I do kind of remember something like that," George added. He vaguely recalled Kyle mentioning wanting to make a Horcrux at some point. But back then, everyone, including Cedric, had assumed Kyle was joking. No one had taken it seriously. And who could blame them? Dumbledore had still been alive at the time. No one would dare openly research Horcruxes under his nose. Kyle had said it so directly, without even trying to hide it. Of course no one had believed him. Not just the two of them, even Dumbledore himself had probably dismissed it. "You were serious?" Fred muttered. "Do I look like I'm joking?" Kyle opened a book, flipped through a few pages, then tossed it aside. As he did, Fred and George's eyes drifted to the bottle lying on the ground. "What's that?" "A boggart," Kyle said. "I know it's a boggart," George said after a pause. "I mean, how did you manage to catch it in a bottle?" "And another thing," Fred chimed in, "didn't it explode just now? The bottle's a little invention of mine. It blocks the boggart's line of sight. Right now, it's basically in the same state as if it were trapped in a wardrobe." At that point, Kyle's voice grew noticeably more animated. He'd stumbled upon this boggart by accident and immediately captured it as a research assistant. This magical creature was unique. If you knew how, you could defeat, or even kill, it with a single spell. And it was genuinely easy, something even third years at Hogwarts could manage. But on the flip side, boggarts were also one of the few creatures that weren't afraid of the killing curse, or more precisely, under special conditions, they had the unique ability to be immune to it. Kyle didn't keep that to himself. He explained it all to Fred and George. Special conditions. Fred raised an eyebrow. I remember when it saw you earlier, it turned into a Dementor. But I know you're not afraid of Dementors. George said firmly. He knew Kyle could cast a Patronus, flawlessly, in fact, and he'd heard Cedric talk about how the two of them had gone around Britain hunting Dementors. He was sure Kyle had taken down more than a few. So if the boggart had really seen a Dementor, logically, it should have turned into Kyle, not the other way around. Just a little trick, Kyle replied. Boggarts transformed based on fear, but if you mastered occlumency and memory charms, you could manipulate what the boggart saw, make it take any form you wanted. The Dementor was just one possibility, probably the simplest, actually. Kyle chose the Dementor form because it made the spell's effect much easier to observe. Dementors had no souls, and boggarts were essentially a special type of soul. When these two magical entities intersected, strange things happened. Just like earlier, when a spell that was supposed to split a soul instead split the body. Everything became much more visually apparent. That had been a completely accidental discovery on Kyle's part. Originally, he'd only made the boggart take the form of a Dementor because it made the duel easier. After all, when you're facing down a Dementor, it's hard to feel guilty no matter what spell you use. Do you two still want to be involved? Kyle set down the second book in his hands and looked up. I don't have much solid information yet, and this isn't something that can be done in just a few days. It could take a long time, and if it does, you won't be able to go back to the shop. Fred and George exchanged a glance, falling silent. To be honest, as magic item shop owners, they were extremely curious about Horcruxes, this strange fusion of alchemy and dark magic. But what Kyle was working on now hardly seemed like alchemy anymore. It was more like spellcraft. And soul-splitting, however you looked at it, was a dangerous form of magic. Only an object that contained a fragment of soul could be called a Horcrux. But what if you only split the soul, skipping all the steps that came afterward? After all, Kyle was the one holding the wand, and he was the one casting the spell. Whether the fragment got placed into a vessel or not was entirely up to him. If he wanted to crush the soul fragment the moment it split off, he absolutely could. We're in. They gritted their teeth and spoke with determined expressions, eyes sharp as if they'd made a life-altering decision. Maybe soon, there'll be 4 unforgivable curses, Fred muttered, half joking. If Dad finds out, he'll kill us. Don't worry, I'll take care of you both, Kyle said, patting his shoulder. So what, you'll take the fall for everything? George's eyes lit up hopefully. I knew it, Kyle, we're best friends. No. Kyle swatted his hand away. I meant I'll throw you the most extravagant funeral imaginable. I'll invite every famous wizard I know. Sound dignified enough? Ugh. Knew we shouldn't have trusted you. The two of them pulled forced grins. Still, Fred and George had fully committed themselves. This was the first real chance they'd ever had to come into contact with Horcruxes, and possibly their only one. Even if it was just the spell-based version, that hardly mattered anymore. Besides, they genuinely wanted to help Kyle. Reworking the concept of Horcruxes was far easier said than done. Just looking at the massive pile of dark arts tomes proved that. If they stuck around, maybe they could at least help him save some time. And there was one more thing. If Kyle actually succeeded, it would mean a counter-curse to the Cruciatus existed, something that would shake the entire wizarding world. And if they helped, even just fetching a book or handing over a drink, it'd be like free advertising for Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Totally worth it. All right, tell us what we need to do, Fred said, stepping forward with an uncharacteristically serious expression. George stepped up too. Whatever you need, rune arrangement research, digging through books for anything related to Horcruxes, you name it. No need for that, Kyle replied. Truthfully, he didn't have any clear direction yet. The reason he borrowed all these books from Sirius was simply to see if anything inside might provide valuable clues. Beyond that, he'd also copied a number of banned texts from the Hogwarts library and had been studying those too. They were eye-opening, to say the least, but whether they'd actually be useful still needed testing. Fred and George didn't know how to make Horcruxes, and they didn't understand the principles behind them. That made it hard for them to contribute meaningfully. Which was precisely why Kyle hadn't planned on bringing them in from the start. Any task he could delegate was trivial enough for him to handle alone, or with help from the house elves. There was no need to involve Fred and George. But we've already decided to help. We can't just stand around doing nothing, Fred said, frowning slightly, unaware of Kyle's thoughts. Exactly, George agreed. We can start learning about Horcruxes now. Don't worry, we'll keep our mouths shut. Of course. I trust you both, Kyle said, walking over to a table. He picked up a book and tossed it to them. George caught it and instinctively glanced down at the cover. Secrets of the Darkest Art. The method for making a Horcrux is in there, but you might not be able to make sense of it. Before Kyle could finish his sentence, he turned and realized they were already gone. He didn't mind. It was obvious Fred and George had a strong, perhaps unhealthy, curiosity about Horcruxes, and Kyle had no problem lending them secrets of the darkest art. Besides, they were known for their unconventional ideas. Things like skiving snack boxes, extendable ears, and exploding quills had all taken Hogwarts by storm. Maybe once they grasped the principles behind Horcruxes, they could actually offer some helpful insight. But for now. Kyle picked up the bottle and gave it a hard shake. The familiar Dementor emerged once more into the attic. Avada. The unusual blue killing curse had saved Kyle a lot of trouble. Even if the Weasleys or other wizards happened to see it, none of them would ever suspect that someone up in the attic was using the killing curse. Over time, Kyle had managed to drag the smaller version of the Dementor a fair distance away. It still exploded, yes, but now he had much more room to work with. He wasn't as helpless as he had been in the beginning. A few days later, Fred and George showed up again, but something was clearly off about them. Their hair was a mess and noticeably dull, their faces pale and sickly, with heavy, dark circles under their eyes. It looked like they were wearing the same clothes as last time, and the moment they pushed open the attic door, Kyle caught a whiff of something distinctly unpleasant. He wasn't surprised. Any wizard who'd spent time with dark magic books ended up like this. In fact, in Secrets of the Darkest Art, the page right before the section on Horcruxes featured a spell tied to nightmares, along with a peculiar magical rune designed to help users experience the effects of the spell more intensely. Fred and George had clearly seen it, hence the non-stop yawning. Still. Why didn't you two just take some dreamless sleep potion? Kyle asked, eyeing their sorry state. Don't tell me it didn't occur to you that it could fix this. Oh, it occurred to us. But we wanted to try it for ourselves first, Fred said, rubbing his eyes. A new idea, sleepy-time fairy tales. It's bound to be better than Zonko's nightmare glasses. Of course, we can't use the original spell. Need some tweaking, George added with a yawn. The original version was way too strong. I thought I was going to split open. Why don't you two get some rest first? Kyle suggested, carefully guiding a small puff of Dementor into a cup. No need. We're planning to wait till tonight, then take the dreamless sleep potion. Besides, we've already gone through most of the Horcrux-related stuff. If there's anything you need help with, just say the... Bang. Fred's sentence was cut short by a loud explosion. The boggart had blown up again. None of them so much as flinched. Kyle was used to it by now. Fred and George didn't even register it. After so many sleepless nights, the noise in their own heads was far louder than the blast. We can help you. George repeated, like a soulless recording on loop. Honestly, Kyle did want to make them drink the dreamless sleep potion and just pass out already. But they were clearly set on waiting until nightfall, and had no intention of leaving. All right then. Kyle thought for a moment. There is something you could help me with. Just say the word. Help me cheer up the boggart. Kyle pointed to the bottle on the floor. Cheer up, the boggart. Fred's fogged-up brain took a moment to register what that even meant. It's been blowing up a bit too often lately. Not really in the mood to help anymore, Kyle muttered, scratching his head. Takes a lot of convincing to get it to come out now. You don't have to do much. Just look at the boggart and act scared, give it a little ego boost. Chapter 980, Sykes, Professor. The boggart had gone on strike again. After being blown into a cloud of mist for who knows how many times, the fed-up boggart retreated into its bottle, refusing to come out. It chose silence as a form of protest against the cold-hearted Kyle. And this time, not even Fred and George could do anything. In the past, whenever the boggart got upset, they could rely on their excellent acting skills to pretend to be frightened, giving it a rare, though fabricated, sense of accomplishment. Even if it wasn't real, it was enough. Once it felt better, the not-so-bright boggart would resume cooperating with Kyle. But not this time. Maybe it had just been blown up too many times, so many that even a brainless boggart could sense something was wrong. No matter how much Fred and George screamed, it refused to show itself. It's gotten clever. George croaked, rubbing his throat and gulping down a glass of water. He'd been shrieking at the top of his lungs for half an hour, his throat felt like it was on fire. It's not cleverness, it's instinct, Fred said, holding a cup too. Kyle's been blowing it up since Hogwarts let out for summer, and now the new term's almost here. Honestly, for a boggart, it's already pretty slow to only now start fighting back. True. Even I feel a little bad for it sometimes. George waved his wand and refilled his glass. A dozen killing curses a day, it's lucky boggarts can't feel pain. Otherwise, it'd definitely be out for your blood. Kyle sat nearby, silently staring at a rock in his hand. He didn't speak for a long time. Then he finally looked up. You can't put it like that. If most wizards came across a boggart, they'd just destroy it. But since it's helped me so much, I've decided to find it a proper place to live. As he spoke, Kyle picked up the bottle from the floor and gave it a shake. When nothing moved inside, he casually set it down on the nearby table. You're keeping the boggart? Fred frowned, looking just as disgusted as the first time Percy brought home that scruffy grey rat from the garden. In the wizarding world, boggarts were grouped with doxies, beetles, and ghouls, the kind of magical pests every wizard dreaded. Especially boggarts. They had a nasty habit of hiding unnoticed in wizard homes. Just imagine, you open a closet door, and boom, there's your worst fear staring you in the face. Could be a spider the size of a tire. Could be a snake coiled through the entire closet. Which explains why boggarts were so hated. Once the terrified wizard recovered from the initial shock, they'd usually lash out in anger and kill the thing to vent their frustration. And the ridiculous spell wasn't exactly advanced magic, any wizard could learn it. Quick and convenient. What's so bad about boggarts? The burrow has a ghoul, doesn't it? Kyle glanced at them. They're both pests. You shouldn't be biased. At least ghouls have a bit of intelligence. You can sort of communicate with them. They even help guard the house. Last time a gnome tried sneaking in through the window, the ghoul chased it off. It eats doxies too. Fred and George chimed in one after the other, clearly trying to convince Kyle that even if pests were being considered, ghouls were still more suitable housemates than boggarts. Kyle didn't care one bit. He didn't plan on letting the boggart live in his house anyway. His trunk was huge, there was plenty of room to stash a boggart in some random corner. Fine. If you want to keep it, Fred said with a wave. I'm more interested in your Horcrux charm. How's that coming along? I'm making progress, said Kyle. But I need to keep testing it. If everything goes well, I'll be able to head to St. Mungo's in a few more months. A few months. Fred's jaw dropped. He couldn't help but mutter, that long. He hadn't been to their Diagon Alley shop in ages, and business had taken a hit. Now that school was about to start, all the Hogwarts students, including first years, would be heading to Diagon Alley. They were hoping to make a fortune during the back-to-school rush. What did you expect? You think I'm working on skiving snack boxes? Kyle let out a chuckle. And honestly, I could go to St. Mungo's now. But I won't. Neville's a friend. I'm not going to try an experimental spell, especially a dark one, on his parents when it only exists in theory. If it works, great. But what if it doesn't? They're all Aurors. They gave everything for the wizarding world. I'm not gambling with that. But you're trying to save them, George said, voice low. It was clear even he was beginning to waver. That's part of the problem, Kyle said with a shrug. This is St. Mungo's we're talking about. What I'm doing is flat out prohibited. Careful preparation. Repeated study. Absolute certainty, that's what Director Sykes, no, wait, she's Professor Sykes now, wanted. Wait, what did you just say? Fred grabbed Kyle. Who's this Sykes you're talking about? Who else? The director of St. Mungo's. But you said Professor. Oh, right. She retired just last month, Kyle explained. She'd wanted to for ages, but things kept getting in the way. She didn't want to hold onto the position any longer, so once she'd wrapped up most of her duties, she stepped down. And what does that have to do with her being a professor? Hold on, I'm getting there, Kyle said, glancing at Fred. When Professor Sykes retired, she sent an application to Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. She applied for the potions professor position at Hogwarts. McGonagall accepted. Half an hour after receiving the letter, she sent back an offer and a reply. So, starting this term, she'll be a professor at Hogwarts. Fred and George stared at him, speechless for a good while. Sykes, the chief potions master of the most extraordinary society of potioneers, recipient of the Order of Merlin, first class, one of the few people ever to appear alive on a chocolate frog card, was going to Hogwarts to teach potions. It sounded completely unreal. Hogwarts already had Dumbledore, and that alone was enough to make other wizarding schools green with envy. Now, just as Dumbledore stepped down, in came Sykes. Who's next? Newt Scamander. Nicholas Flamel. Wait, weren't both of them also on good terms with Kyle? Forget the other schools, even Fred and George were feeling a bit of that envy themselves. After all, no matter how powerful or famous Dumbledore was, you couldn't spend reputation like galleons. But Sykes? Her potions alone could be. Even if it was just something she brewed as a classroom demonstration, once it hit the market, people would pay several times, no, even 10 times, the price just to get their hands on it. So you're only upset because you missed the chance to make a quick profit? Kyle looked at them, thoroughly unimpressed. Weasley's wizard wheezes can't be doing that badly, why are you sweating over a few galleons? It's not about galleons, it's about reputation, George said seriously, wagging his finger. You don't get it, Fred added, equally solemn. Let me put it this way, in the last decade or so, it's been nearly impossible to find anything by Director Sykes on the open market. If we could sell on her behalf, even our own potions would become instant bestsellers. Huh. Kyle blinked. Honestly, he hadn't realized Sykes' potions were that sought after. Probably because they were close, whenever Sykes developed a new potion that used basilisk ingredients, she'd usually send him a few bottles. And ages ago, she'd gifted him an entire trunk filled with a wide variety of potions, so to Kyle, it didn't seem like a big deal. Snape was a renowned potions master too, but there'd never been this kind of fuss. Kyle clicked his tongue and looked up, only to be met with two identical, overly eager faces. Hee hee. Kyle. They were rubbing their hands together, flattery practically dripping off them. Don't even think about it. Kyle cut them off before they could speak. There's no way I'm helping you steal potions from Professor Sykes. If you've got ideas, take them to Hogwarts yourselves. Don't turn us down so fast, Fred said with a wide grin. We can pay you. I don't need money. We can help you with anything you want. We'll even offer up our little brother, Fred said suddenly, an idea striking him. He doesn't know there's a boggart here. Just come up with an excuse to lure him over, and I guarantee the boggart'll be satisfied. Kyle twitched at the corner of his mouth. He hadn't expected Fred to stoop that low, Ron had already graduated, and they still weren't willing to leave him alone. No need. Kyle declined on Ron's behalf without hesitation. I don't really need the boggart anymore. He held out the stone in his hand for them to see. Nothing remarkable, just an ordinary rock, the kind you'd find anywhere. But now, on this plain little stone, there was a faint, inexplicable shimmer, like the thinnest layer of gauze. A breath of wind might blow it away, yet somehow, it clung to the stone. No matter how it fluttered, it always returned to its place. What is that? Could it be? This is a fragment of the boggart's soul, or you could say, part of its body, Kyle nodded. Technically, I've succeeded. But the boggart's a special case, so I'm not entirely sure whether this stone qualifies as a Horcrux. That's why boggart isn't that important to me anymore. And if I really needed one, I could find another. They're not rare, Hogwarts has plenty of abandoned classrooms. Fred and George exchanged a glance. No wonder Kyle had said he could go help the Longbottoms immediately. Making Horcruxes for others. No need to master the theory themselves, no risk of failure, if Kyle was willing, he could grant immortality to just about anyone. If word of that ever got out, Kyle's fame would outshine Dumbledore's overnight. He'd become the most sought-after figure in the wizarding world. But Kyle didn't seem to care. He tossed the stone up like it was nothing and caught it again, completely unfazed. In reality, Fred and George were overthinking it. Whether you made your own Horcrux or had someone do it for you, the first step was always the same, split your soul. Kyle had chosen the simplest method, a variation of the original, using the killing curse. As an aside, ever since the Battle of Hogwarts, Kyle's grasp and use of the killing curse had improved dramatically. Before, his killing curse had been weaker than a knockback jinx. Laughably so. But now, it could even make Norbert feel fear. He tried it once inside the suitcase, and after that, Norbert stayed far away from him for a long time. It was an instinctive terror, one that was hard to overcome. It had to be said, if your magic was too pure, you just couldn't learn the killing curse. No amount of effort would help. So Kyle didn't mind if someone came to him for help. As long as they could survive one of his killing curses, he'd help them make a Horcrux. No limit on quantity, he could make as many as they wanted. He could even provide meaningful, commemorative objects to serve as vessels. No charge. Fred and George didn't know what Kyle was thinking, but they shifted the topic back all the same. In that case, we can help you with something else. Just tell us what you need us to do. Anything, just say the word. Then, help me perfect the Horcrux spell, Kyle said, already well aware of what they were after. Haven't you already mastered it? Fred blurted out. I said perfect it. Kyle shook the stone. Have you ever seen soul fragments floating on the outside? You could just say no, you know, Fred rolled his eyes. These past few days, he and George had practically lived inside books on dark magic. They barely stopped to eat or drink. Let's put it this way, they hadn't studied this hard even before their NEWT exams at Hogwarts. And yet, despite all they'd learned about Horcrux theory, the only thing they'd managed was cheering up a sulking boggart. If it hadn't been for the lure of the legendary Horcrux, they'd have given up ages ago. Wasn't my refusal clear enough? Kyle said with a cold smile. I told you from the beginning, I'm not helping you steal Professor Sykes' potions. Why not? Fred's neck stiffened, and George looked thoroughly offended. We're friends, best friend. Because of the love potions you sell, Kyle said flatly. George's words caught in his throat. He shut his mouth quietly. And the hair loss potion. Hiccup solution. Dung bomb flavored energy tonic. Glow-in-the-dark hair dye for nighttime styling. The invisibility potion that only hides your clothes. With every item Kyle listed, Fred and George looked more and more ashamed. By the end, they didn't even dare meet his eyes. They just stared guiltily at the floor. If Professor Sykes found out I used her potions to promote those things, care to guess whether she'd toss me into a cauldron? Chapter 981, Chapter 981, The Unscrupulous Merchant. Hogwarts was about to start again. But unlike this time in past years, the village of St. Catchpole wasn't nearly as lively. With Ron and Harry both graduated, only Ginny needed to go to King's Cross Station this year, something that made Mrs. Weasley feel much more at ease. Still, in keeping with Weasley family tradition, with just a few days left before term began, they all accompanied Ginny on a trip to Diagon Alley. While buying new textbooks and school robes, they also stopped by to check out the new shop that Harry and Sirius had opened. Even though Harry didn't have much faith in Sirius's business instincts, the shop, several years in the making, had finally opened. Sirius gave it to Harry as a birthday gift on the day of his birthday. It had to be said, it was as extravagant as ever. But Harry didn't look very pleased, his smile was strained at best. Not far now, we're almost there. In Diagon Alley, Fred and George were cheerfully leading the way up front. After a whole summer of hard work, they were finally free. Even Kyle had managed to escape the attic for once he heard Mrs. Weasley was coming to Diagon Alley, the twins roped him into visiting the burrow. Kyle hadn't turned them down. Lately, he'd either been facing off against boggarts and dementors or buried in piles of bizarre dark magic books. A change of pace was sorely needed. Especially considering those books, nearly every one of them carried some degree of mental contamination. Fred and George had merely glimpsed one of the diagrams by accident and ended up suffering through several tormented nights. Kyle, on the other hand, would study them for hours at a time. To be honest, when he first stepped out of the house, he even felt a faint, reflexive aversion to sunlight. Fortunately, his occlumency was skilled enough that the feeling quickly passed. "We're here," came George's voice from up ahead, and the group stopped in front of a newly opened shop. Potter's Cottage. Fred read the sign aloud with gusto, completely ignoring Harry, who had just stepped out of the store and looked like he wanted to crawl into a hole. No question, that name had to be Sirius's idea, Bill couldn't help but joke. Everyone else nodded. The name was just too recognizable. No one but Sirius would have put that on a sign, not even James and Lily. "I tried," Harry said, stepping forward, face flushed. "I wanted to change it, but Sirius told me he dreamed of opening a shop like this with me while he was in Azkaban. I just couldn't say no after that." "I'm guessing that was the whole point," Kyle said, giving Harry a sympathetic look. He remembered that Sirius's dream used to be living together with Harry at 12 Grimmauld Place. Since when did it become opening a shop in Diagon Alley? Also, Kyle was fairly sure Sirius only discovered the shop's magical deed in the vault after his name had been cleared, meaning he hadn't even known he owned property in Diagon Alley while in Azkaban. Honestly, as a former Gryffindor golden boy, Sirius could wrap Harry around his finger without even trying, it was almost too easy. Still, Kyle kept these thoughts to himself. By now, the others had followed Harry inside. It seemed Sirius had learned his lesson from last time and didn't open another ice cream shop, probably one of the few smart decisions he'd ever made. After all, he managed to lose money in Hogsmeade even without competition. Diagon Alley would have eaten him alive. Not to mention, this particular spot was dangerously close to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Opening another ice cream shop here would have been like setting fire to his galleons. So instead, Sirius went with a sweets shop. Kyle took a quick look around and saw that most of the stock was chocolate, an entire wall of shelves was filled with chocolate frogs alone. "I'm just here to help." Not far off, Harry was speaking to Ginny. "I didn't dare tell Sirius I want to play Quidditch. I'm waiting until I get a tryout letter before I say anything. Have you found a team yet?" "I don't know if it counts," Harry sighed. "The Holy Head Harpies. Oliver Wood told me their seeker hasn't been doing well lately, and they're looking for a reserve. He's asking around for me." "Really?" Ginny said, lighting up. "I hope it works out for you." Thanks. "Actually, I want to be a professional Quidditch player too," Ginny added. "Maybe we could end up on the same team. That'd be amazing." The two kept talking, drifting closer as they spoke. Before long, their shoulders were nearly touching. "Harry." Mrs. Weasley turned around. Kyle watched as the pair flew apart like they'd just been slammed by a charging unicorn. Mrs. Weasley, ma'am. Something wrong?" Harry asked, his voice laced with an oddly guilty note. But Mrs. Weasley didn't seem to notice. She pointed to the chocolates on the shelf and asked, "How much are these?" "I'd like to buy some." "They're for you," Harry blurted out. "No charge, take whatever you like." In a way, Harry and Sirius were quite alike, surprisingly generous with their friends. "That won't do," Mrs. Weasley said, shaking her head firmly. "She's right," Bill chimed in. "I was planning to buy some of these for the wedding reception. If you won't take payment, I'll have to go elsewhere." Bill and Fleur were getting married. The wedding was scheduled for the day before the Hogwarts term began. All right then. Harry still wanted to give it away for free, but seeing how firm Bill and Mrs. Weasley were, he didn't push it any further and instead offered them a generous discount. He wouldn't lose money, but he wouldn't make any either. It was essentially sold at cost. Mrs. Weasley picked out some snacks for Ginny, and Bill chose chocolates and sweets Fleur liked, planning to serve them at the wedding. Though Sirius lacked business sense, he did have good taste. And since this shop was something he and Harry had opened together, he'd taken it quite seriously. They had stocked an impressive selection of rare candies and chocolates. Kyle even spotted the kind of high-end foreign confections Malfoy had flaunted a few years back, each box starting at no less than 5 galleons, over 10 times the price of the most expensive sweets at Honeyduke's. There were even some of the French candies Fleur had sent over during the last Christmas holiday. Bill bought a large selection of chocolates, along with a giant tub of toffees. Fred and George also grabbed some, planning to use them as ingredients for their skiving snack boxes. "There you are." Just then, Fleur walked in from outside, heading straight for Bill and naturally linking her arm through his. "I went into the wrong shop just now," she murmured. "You wouldn't believe what I saw." "It couldn't be dark artifacts, could it?" Bill teased. "Worse," Fleur muttered, clearly exasperated. "There wasn't a single thing in that shop under 5 galleons. I'm serious, everything I saw was priced at 10 galleons or more. Can you imagine? One shabby-looking twig was going for 550 galleons. At that number, everyone gasped. Mr. Weasley silently did the math. 550 galleons was half a year's salary for him. What kind of twig could cost that much? Among them, only Kyle looked slightly off, as though he'd figured something out. "The owner must be a greedy goblin," Fleur added under her breath. "I saw the shop assistant, it was a goblin." "Sorry, it was probably a house elf," Kyle interjected, unable to stay quiet any longer. He'd originally planned to feign ignorance, but Fleur's comments had gone too far. A shop run by a goblin? Really? Hearing that, Fred and George also began to connect the dots. Now that they thought about it, they'd noticed earlier that Kyle's shop seemed to be right next door. The goblin-like swindler Fleur had just described couldn't possibly be. "And that thing priced at 550 galleons isn't a twig," Kyle added. "It's a grapehorn horn. That magical creature's been nearly extinct since 70 years ago. For something that rare, the price is actually quite reasonable." Now all eyes turned toward him. "Yeah, it's my shop," Kyle said with a shrug. There was a brief silence, followed by a chorus of gasps and surprised shouts. Even Harry couldn't hold back. He'd been to the shop next door once himself. And even though he had plenty of galleons in his vault, the prices had still made his jaw drop. Compared to grapes priced at 5 galleons each, the candy in their store felt practically free. He never would have guessed that the greedy merchant he'd silently cursed so many times was Kyle. For a moment, he was struck by an odd sense of embarrassment. But not as much as Fleur. Harry, at least, had kept his curses internal. She'd said hers aloud. Right to his face. The normally cheerful and generous French girl turned scarlet, her fingernails nearly digging into Bill's arm. The air grew awkward, and Kyle had no choice but to break the tension. "Want to take a look inside?" Everyone agreed. Mostly, they were still processing the surprise. None of them, not even Harry, had known Kyle had opened a shop in Diagon Alley. Sirius had known, of course, but he'd been so busy hunting down rare and tasty sweets lately that he'd forgotten to tell Harry. Kyle's shop was just next door, only a few steps from the candy store. Ron, unable to hold back his curiosity, was the first to step inside. But the moment he saw the prices on the shelves, his first instinct was to turn and bolt. It was ridiculous, as if galleons were the only currency the place recognized. 50 galleons for a quill, he exclaimed as he stopped at one display. "That's more than I make in a month. Even if it were made of solid gold, it wouldn't be this expensive." "Salary?" Kyle raised an eyebrow at him. "It's from the job George and I had," Fred explained. "You've been holed up in the attic, so you wouldn't know. Ron's been working for a month now. We recommended him." "Okay." Kyle nodded and explained, "This is a Thunderbird feather, so naturally it costs a bit more. If you're interested, I can give it to you at cost." "Cost price?" Ron muttered. "How much is that?" 30% of the retail price." Having just been called a swindler, Kyle felt a little awkward admitting that most of his actual costs were closer to 10%, so he bumped the number up a bit. 30% seemed reasonable enough. So that's 15 galleons. Ron forced a dry laugh. I'd have to be mad too. No, even if I were mad, I still wouldn't spend 15 galleons on a quill. Harry, would you? Probably not, Harry said cautiously, glancing at Kyle. He already thought a 5-canute quill from Scribulus was a pretty good deal. 15 galleons for a quill, maybe if it did his homework for him. Mrs. Weasley was thinking the exact same thing but didn't have the heart to say it aloud. She still hadn't recovered from the shock of those outrageous prices. If this shop hadn't been Kyle's, she wouldn't have stepped inside, she'd have picked up her pace just walking past it. Mr. Weasley, on the other hand, wasn't all that surprised. He'd already heard a bit about it from Fred and George, he'd just never come to see it himself. In Harry and Sirius's shop, everyone had been happy to pick out a few things. But here, that just wasn't happening. Even Fred and George had no intention of helping Kyle's business, not even a little. Only Fleur ended up buying something, a coral necklace. Not out of guilt, but because she genuinely liked it. Her earlier complaints had just been a reaction to the sticker shock. Once she'd had a proper look around and understood what the items were, she actually thought it was worth the price. This type of gemstone coral was rare even in France, and the price was fair. She insisted on paying full price, but Kyle refused and said it would be his wedding gift to her. The group didn't linger long in Kyle's shop. Before long, they were back outside. After that, Mrs. Weasley took Ginny to Flourish and Blots, and then to Madame Malkin's for new robes. Getting the robes fitted took quite a while, and by the time they all returned to the burrow from the leaky cauldron, it was nearly noon. Lunch was served at the burrow. Afterward, Mrs. Weasley quickly rounded everyone up and led them into the garden. Come on, we've still got a lot to do. Bill, Ginny, and Ron each grabbed a large bucket and followed her out. Kyle returned to the attic, with Fred and George trailing behind him, clearly not thrilled. You're still going to study the Horcrux spell? Fred asked, watching Kyle pick up a glass bottle from the desk. After a moment's hesitation, he added, I mean, you don't have to rush. Yeah, exactly, George chimed in, nodding rapidly. At this point, he was starting to regret ever agreeing to help Kyle. After just that brief stroll through Diagon Alley today, he was already missing the days when life had been a lot more carefree. At least wait until after Bill's wedding. If the three of us show up looking like we haven't slept in a week, it's going to be a bit rude. Kyle thought about it and realized they had a point. He casually tossed the bottle into an open trunk nearby. His own research was mostly complete anyway. As for the rest, he'd wait until he met with Professor Sykes to decide what to do next. Chapter 982, Assistant Kanna. The day before the Hogwarts term began, the burrow had undergone a complete transformation. Over the past few days, Mrs. Weasley and several of the children had scrubbed the walls top to bottom and painted them in a variety of colors. At first glance, it looked a little chaotic, but there was something faintly reminiscent of a magical castle from a Muggle picture book, a miniature version of one, at least. Even the gnomes in the garden had been thoroughly cleared out and tossed far away, far enough that it would take them several days just to make it back. The ghoul in the attic had even been temporarily relocated to Kyle's house. Everyone had been run off their feet, and even Kyle had been roped into helping with more than a few tasks. The wedding was held in an orchard near the burrow, and many guests arrived that day. Kyle, who lived closest, was the first to arrive. Not long after came Harry, Sirius, Lupin, Tonks, and other former members of the Order of the Phoenix. Ron, Fred, and George had been stationed in front of a massive tent to greet guests arriving for the ceremony. They shamelessly tried to drag Kyle and Cedric into it with them, but had no luck. Kyle didn't even acknowledge them. Without so much as a glance, he ducked into the tent. The moment they stepped inside, Cedric froze, stunned into silence by the scene before him. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary tent, but inside, it resembled a vast park. A lush, well-kept lawn stretched out before them, and a long strip of purple velvet carpet ran from the entrance down the center. On either side were rows of elegant, delicately crafted golden chairs. What are you doing? Kyle nudged Cedric. Could you not look like you've never seen anything this fancy? It's embarrassing. But I haven't seen anything like this before, Cedric mumbled. Haven't you ever been inside my trunk? Kyle gave him a sidelong glance. His own trunk was much larger than this tent, and far livelier. That's different, it's not the same. Cedric's eyes darted as he spoke, clearly distracted by his thoughts. Are you thinking about having your wedding with Cho here, too? Cedric's face went scarlet, and he instinctively turned his head away. How did you? No, I wasn't thinking that. You weren't. It's practically written all over your face, Kyle snorted. But this tent is designed specifically for weddings. Pretty rare, really, Bill was lucky to get his hands on it. The two of them walked further inside. Compared to Lupin and Tonk's wedding, this one had drawn a much bigger crowd. The Weasleys had no shortage of relatives, and the Delacours were a well-known and prestigious family in France. As Kyle stepped inside, it felt more like entering the atrium of the Ministry of Magic. Because there were so many guests, the arrival of Kyle and Cedric didn't draw much attention. They found an empty corner and sat down, helping themselves to some of the refreshments. Not long after, Cho arrived. "Where's Kana?" she asked, looking toward Kyle. "Didn't you go to pick her up?" "I did." "No one was there." Kyle shrugged. He'd gone to Kana's house early that morning, but she hadn't been home. The door had been opened by Snape, who seemed to be waiting for him. Kyle had barely regained his footing after operating when Snape opened the door and immediately launched into one of his trademark sarcastic tirades. Kyle didn't remember everything he'd said, but the gist was that Kana had something more important to deal with. She'd left home 2 weeks ago and was currently out of the country. Kyle wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but ever since Snape had been freed from his dual roles as Death Eater and spy, he'd become even more insufferable. Every sentence he spoke now came with an exaggerated drawl. So before heading back, Kyle had accidentally dropped a crate of dung bombs down Snape's chimney. Of course, they were just sitting there for now, but what would happen once he lit the fireplace, well, that was a mystery for another day. "She's not in the UK." "Seems like it," Kyle said. "I tried reaching her with the two-way mirror. From what I could see on her side, there was a snow-covered mountain. But before I could say anything, the mirror connection cut out because the distance was too far. So she's at least 3,000 miles away from here." "Pretty much." "Oh." Cho looked a little disappointed. It had been a long time since she'd seen Kana. Not just Cho, Kyle hadn't seen her in a while either. Ever since Hogwarts went on break, he'd been buried in Horcrux research, and Kana had been busy with her own work. He'd thought she might come back for Bill's wedding, but apparently, well, he'd just have to wait a little longer. After a short while, Cho and Cedric went off to mingle, leaving Kyle alone at the refreshment table. Thankfully, Fred and George finally finished their work and returned. He could hear them complaining before they were even visible. "When I get married, you can wear whatever you want. Just don't forget to cast a full body bind curse on Mum." Kyle raised an eyebrow at them. "If I'm not mistaken, you said the exact same thing at Lupin and Tonk's wedding." "That's because all this fancy stuff is so annoying," Fred muttered, tugging at the collar of his robes. But before he could finish, a group entering the tent caught everyone's attention. For a brief moment, the entire tent was awash with vibrant colors. Sunlight seemed to split into rainbows, casting shimmering hues across the space, and illuminating a swarm of dazzling butterflies. "Merlin." George rubbed his eyes. "I've never seen so many Vila girls. They've got to be Fleur's cousins." Fred quickly straightened the collar he'd just rumpled. "As the host, I think it's only polite I show them a little of our British hospitality." Before he could make a move, George had already dashed past 2 middle-aged witches at the front of the line and stepped in front of 2 beautiful French girls. "Hey, may I be of service?" The girls giggled and happily let him escort them inside. When did he learn French? Kyle blinked in disbelief. And with such perfect pronunciation. No one answered. When he turned his head, Fred had disappeared too. "Well, all right then." Kyle reached over and popped a piece of chocolate into his mouth. Apparently, Fred and George really were itching to use that full body bind curse on Mrs. Weasley. "You're not going," came Hermione's voice from behind. "They're Vila, you know." Ron's eyes practically turned red when he realized he was too slow. Hermione had dressed with care today, light lavender dress, matching heels, her hair smooth and neatly styled. "It's exactly because they're Vila that I should keep my distance." Kyle slid a plate of chocolates toward her. "What's that supposed to mean?" Hermione looked puzzled. Kyle smiled but didn't answer. There was no way to explain that he instinctively thought of them as magical creatures. That would have been more than a little rude. More and more guests arrived: Kingsley, Hagrid, Luna, and Victor Krum. As one of the champions in the Triwizard Tournament, Krum had also been invited by Fleur. The moment the famous international Quidditch star stepped in, he caused quite a stir. The younger guests were visibly thrilled. A few rushed up to ask for autographs and warmly invited him to sit with them. Krum declined and instead took a seat on Kyle's other side. The moment he sat down, he turned to Hermione and began chatting with her enthusiastically. Whether Hermione was enjoying herself, Kyle couldn't tell, but Krum clearly was. It didn't take long for Hermione to find an excuse and slip away. Just then, Ginny and Cho came strolling over, laughing and talking. Krum stared at them for a long moment. "They're very pretty," he muttered. "Do you know them?" He was speaking to Kyle. "Sure do." "Very well, in fact," Kyle said flatly, glancing at him. "But they both have boyfriends, and short tempers." When they get angry, they prefer iron rods as thick as your arm over wands. Whatever Crumb had been imagining, the color quickly drained from his face. I heard, you graduated, he said, clearly trying to change the subject. Kyle gave him another look. I graduated a year ago. You're just hearing about it now. I'm not too familiar with things over here in Britain. Crumb's voice drifted slightly. Thinking of going pro in Quidditch. With your skills, you'd be a starter in no time. Quidditch is just a hobby for me. Watching Crumb awkwardly fumble for conversation, Kyle answered patiently, I think I'm better suited to teaching at Hogwarts. The conversation stalled. The atmosphere grew awkward. Mainly for Crumb, who'd always thought Kyle was supposed to be impressive, only now he wasn't so sure. What about that dark wizard of yours? He asked, grasping at another topic. Oh, he's off keeping your headmaster company, Kyle said offhandedly. And just like that, the conversation came to a screeching halt. Crumb shot to his feet and walked off without another word. Did Kyle care? Not even a little. Whether Crumb liked it or not, Voldemort really had gone to keep Karkaroff company. Once Crumb was gone, things quieted down considerably. Kyle reached out and grabbed a floating glass of champagne, taking a sip. To his right was a gathering of Weasleys. The Weasley family truly had a lot of relatives, and Kyle couldn't keep track of all their names. The only one who made a lasting impression was a talkative old witch named Muriel. Ron and Charlie called her Great Aunt Muriel. She hadn't stopped talking since she'd arrived, critiquing Ron's hairstyle, discussing how headpieces should be worn, and making the occasional jab at the French. Kyle had no idea how she came up with so many topics. Thankfully, she only seemed interested in talking to other Weasleys. By keeping his distance, Kyle managed to stay out of the line of fire. The flow of the wedding was much the same as Lupin's, greeting guests, holding the ceremony, and then the dancing. Even the officiant was the same familiar short wizard from last time. But unlike before, everything went smoothly this time, no Death Eaters crashing the party, no unwelcome drama. The dance floor was lively, and the celebration carried on well into the night. Bill and Fleur had planned an all-night dance party, which most guests greeted with enthusiasm. Fred and George were particularly thrilled. Mrs. Weasley didn't think it was the best idea, but seeing how happy everyone was, she decided to hold her tongue. Kyle, however, didn't stay for it. He slipped away partway through. The next day, Mr. Weasley had originally planned to drive Ginny to King's Cross Station, but when Kyle noticed he seemed a bit worn out, he volunteered to take over. He was headed there anyway, so giving Ginny a lift would be no trouble at all. You're going to King's Cross too? Mr. Weasley looked a bit surprised. I thought you'd just apparate to Hogsmeade and head to the school from there. That was my original plan, Kyle said, but Professor Sykes wants to ride the Hogwarts Express one more time, and Professor McGonagall asked me to accompany her. You know, she's getting on in years. Ah, yes, Mr. Weasley nodded. He didn't know Sykes' exact age, only that she'd already been quite well known when he was a boy. Then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Weasley said, stifling a yawn. Here, take the car keys. No need, Kyle replied with a smile. I'm operating. Operating. Mr. Weasley held the keys in his hand, frowning. You'd better not. If you show up inside King's Cross, Muggles will definitely see you, that'd be a nightmare to clean up. I'm not appearing in King's Cross, Kyle said with a grin. He reached out and took hold of Ginny, who was also yawning, and asked, do you know how to apparate side along? Of course, Ginny murmured, rubbing her eyes. I already passed my apparition test. I don't even need you to take me. Let's not test that, shall we? Kyle replied. He took hold of her arm, gave Mr. Weasley a quick wave, and disappeared on the spot. The next moment, the two of them reappeared on platform 9 3/4. The deep crimson Hogwarts Express loomed before them, like a massive beast waiting to be unleashed. Ginny. Kyle. Just then, Luna stepped through the barrier from the other side. How was the ball last night? It was amazing, Ginny beamed. When I get married, I'm definitely throwing an all-night party. With Harry? Kyle asked casually. He was promptly rewarded with a hard stomp on his foot by a blushing Ginny. She grabbed Luna and dashed onto the train, leaving Kyle behind on the platform to wait. As the train was just about ready to depart, Sykes finally arrived. Like Kyle, she had operated directly, bypassing King's Cross entirely. Welcome, Professor Sykes, Kyle said, stepping forward quickly, only to stop in his tracks. Wait. Kanna. Only now did he notice there was someone else beside Sykes. Kanna let go of Sykes' arm and gave Kyle a bright smile. Actually, I'd prefer if you called me Assistant Professor Kanna. Assistant Professor? Kyle blinked. Wait, you applied to teach at Hogwarts too? Not exactly, Kanna said, thinking for a moment. About a month ago, Professor Sykes invited me to go traveling with her, and I agreed. I finally retired, Sykes added with a smile. It's time I relaxed a little. Besides, a good potioneer shouldn't be stuck in just one place. Later on, when Professor Sykes decided to go back to Hogwarts, Kana continued, she asked me to be her assistant. I'll be teaching potions to first and second years. Well, all right then. Kyle hadn't expected to see Kana again under these circumstances. But it wasn't a bad surprise. That's right. Kana suddenly brightened. This past month, Professor Sykes showed me so much. I never knew magma could be used as a crucible. And did you know there are potions that don't even require fire to brew? Chapter 983, A Special Understanding. Kana looked genuinely happy and chatted at length with Kyle on the train, mostly about what she'd seen during her travels. She and Sykes had gone to snow-covered mountain peaks just to collect plants hidden beneath the snow. Besides that, they'd traveled through over a dozen countries, to places ranging from deserts and forests to the bottoms of lakes. It must have been tough for Sykes, she was over 100, yet still climbing up and down, rushing from place to place. But scouring the globe for rare and unusual herbs was practically part of a potion maker's daily life, much like Newt in his younger days. The difference was, they didn't have Newt's terrifying level of destructiveness, nor were they turned away by every country's Ministry of Magic. The more important matter Snape had previously referred to was actually Sykes inviting Kana to travel with her. No potion maker could turn down the chance to journey with Director Sykes. Even someone as established as Snape had to feel a twinge of envy. As Kana chatted with Kyle, Sykes sat nearby, smiling as she listened to the two of them talk, occasionally sipping from the butterbeer Kyle had brought her. She'd had this popular drink many times before, but the one Kyle gave her this time was different. It had a familiar taste, slightly tart, with a lingering bitterness from the beer, just like the kind she drank in her youth. Strange. Butterbeer had gone through many rounds of refinement, and yet Kyle somehow managed to find this awful tasting, well, limited classic edition. That shop must not be doing very well. Sykes took another sip. Next to her, Kana was excitedly telling Kyle about what she'd seen on the snowy mountains, the part that had been cut off when the two-way mirror connection broke. In return, Kyle told her about Bill's wedding, how big the Weasley family was, how lively the all-night dancing had been, and how eager Fred and George were, especially around their beautiful Vila cousins. You didn't do anything, right? At that, the smile vanished from Kana's face, replaced by a look of anxious concern. Sykes put down her butterbeer and rolled her eyes in exasperation. She had always thought Kyle was fairly clever, but apparently, even the dullest healer she'd met wouldn't start talking about how pretty Vila girls were in front of someone he liked. Kyle, you. Sykes tried to steer the conversation away, but just as she opened her mouth, Kyle said casually. Relax. I kept my distance from them the whole time. Besides, it's not like I lose control every time I see a magical creature. And they're only quarter Vila, mostly wizard, really. I'm not about to go messing with wizarding law. That's good. Kana let out a breath of relief. She had genuinely been worried that Kyle might have stirred up trouble at the wedding. Neither of them noticed Sykes' gaze shifting back and forth between them, her expression growing increasingly puzzled. Magical creatures. She seemed to be catching on to something, but it was hard to believe. Did someone seriously consider Parvila to be magical creatures? And more importantly, Kana seemed to think so too. Did neither of them find anything odd about that conversation? By the way, Professor Sykes, what were you going to say just now? Kyle finally noticed her reaction and turned to ask. Nothing, Sykes said, shaking her head. She gave Kyle a strange look, her eyes drifting to the suitcase in his hand. Then, out of the blue, she asked. I remember someone saying you were close with that Scamander boy. Is that true? If you mean Newt Scamander, then yes, Kyle replied. He wasn't exactly sure how old Sykes was, but judging by how respectfully Dumbledore treated her, she had to be older than him, and by quite a bit. So it didn't seem strange for her to call Newt a boy. Newt Scamander is actually one of my teachers. He taught me a lot about magical creatures. I see, Sykes nodded, her expression clearing. Well, if he knew Scamander, then that explained a lot. The train rolled steadily along, its slow pace making people drowsy. Kyle couldn't remember the last time he'd taken the Hogwarts Express, probably the time he'd disguised himself as Dumbledore. But back then, he'd been so preoccupied that the journey seemed to pass in a blur. This time, it really felt like he was a student again. The roar of the engine and the rhythmic clatter of the wheels grated on his ears. For someone like Kyle, who was used to operating, it was sheer torture. Fortunately, with Kana beside him, the dull ride had at least gained a bit of color. Otherwise, he'd have preferred being carried to Hogwarts by a phoenix rather than setting foot on this train again. Speaking of phoenixes, he wondered where Fawkes had gone. And then there was Dumbledore. Since they parted ways at Nurmengard, Kyle hadn't seen him again, and he still didn't know whether Dumbledore was truly dead. Not that Kyle was worried, he didn't care whether Dumbledore was alive or not. Aberforth, Ariana, Grindelwald, with so many others to think about, Dumbledore was hardly a priority. What he was concerned about was Fawkes. After Grindelwald had left Hogwarts last time, Fawkes, who'd been quietly living in Kyle's suitcase, vanished as well. He hadn't appeared since. Kyle suspected that the Phoenix had been summoned by Dumbledore. But then again, there hadn't been any major incidents reported lately. Could it be that Dumbledore's current state prevents him from operating, so he needs Fawkes to ferry him around? Kyle wondered. By noon, the snack trolley arrived punctually at the compartment door. Kyle bought a few cauldron cakes for lunch, and also picked up 2 bottles of pumpkin fizz, one for himself and one for Kanna. He was already feeling a bit parched just from listening, let alone Kanna, who'd been doing all the talking since they boarded the train. The lunch was pretty basic, but Sykes enjoyed it. According to her, if they were going to experience what it was like to travel as students, then they had to eat lunch on the train. Kyle, however, couldn't really see the appeal. That might have had something to do with how recently he'd graduated. Maybe 100 years from now he'd feel nostalgic about the Hogwarts Express, but for now, he really didn't miss it at all. By the afternoon, the person chatting with Kyle had shifted from Kanna to Sykes, and their conversation moved from travels and weddings to Horcruxes. So, you've succeeded. Sykes raised an eyebrow as she looked at the stone, veiled in a faint, gauzy shimmer. Sort of, Kyle replied after thinking for a moment. But I wouldn't call it a complete success. I feel like something went wrong in one of the steps, that's why the soul fragment won't fully and properly merge with the stone. I've gone through the process countless times, but I still can't pinpoint what's off. So you're planning to take a risk and try it anyway? Sykes looked at him and spoke more to herself than to him. If I were still the director of St. Mungo's, I absolutely wouldn't let you use a spell this unrefined. But I'm retired now, and they haven't officially appointed the next director. So as long as you can convince Madame Longbottom, that's all it takes. No, that's not what I meant, Kyle said. I want to ask someone else, maybe she knows. Minerva. Sykes thought for a moment, then shook her head. If it's related to dark magic, I doubt Minerva would be of much help. Maybe you should ask this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. You might be surprised, she added with a joking tone. Everyone knew that the professors who taught Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts had a bit of a habit of bending wizarding law. When it came to dark magic, they were the real experts. Kanna picked up on her meaning and couldn't help but let out a laugh, though she quickly stifled it. That might not work, she said quietly. This year's Defense Against the Dark Arts professor is still Uncle Snape. He hasn't been fired yet. Kyle blurted out. A light fist dropped from above and landed on his shoulder. Sorry. Kyle caught Kanna's hand and gave a sheepish grin. I meant, Snape was already the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor back in our 6th year. He's the first one to actually last this long. It must be because Voldemort is dead, Kanna said thoughtfully. Wasn't it said that he cursed the position? Now that he's gone, the curse is gone too, of course. That makes sense, Kyle nodded. But that also means asking him is probably out of the question. Snape knows nothing about Horcruxes. What does he know? Absolutely nothing. Kyle still had some sense of self-preservation, he kept that thought strictly to himself. Then who are you planning to ask? Sykes followed up after the teasing had passed. She ran through a long list of names in her mind, but there seemed to be only one person who actually met all the requirements. Bathsheba babbling, she asked uncertainly. She was the only one who fit the criteria, but even that seemed unlikely. The babbling she knew didn't seem to be at Hogwarts anymore. Kyle currently held her old position. Professor of Ancient Runes. No, it's Ravenclaw, Kyle said. Sykes just looked at him in silence. Neither of them spoke. After a long pause, Sykes finally couldn't help herself and asked, who exactly? Ravenclaw, Kyle repeated. I know that. I'm asking which Ravenclaw. Each house graduates dozens of students every year, I can't possibly guess them all. Huh. Kyle froze for a second, then quickly clarified, maybe I wasn't clear. I meant Rowena Ravenclaw. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sykes burst out laughing. I've already agreed to take the potions professor job at Hogwarts. Why are you still trying to pull this trick? What? Kyle blinked, confused by her response. Albus. Sykes said, he said the exact same thing once, thinking it would convince me to take a teaching post at Hogwarts. Kyle opened his mouth, then closed it again. Is it possible this is actually true? No, not possible. It is true. Then again, Sykes didn't know about the diadem or the memories of Ravenclaw. No wonder she didn't believe him. And this sort of thing couldn't really be explained. Even if he tried, no one would believe him. You had to see it with your own eyes. So Kyle wisely let the subject drop and turned to chat with Kana instead. Why do you suddenly want to be a teaching assistant? It's not exactly a high-paying job. Because you're at Hogwarts, Kana said with a tilt of her head and a smile. The opportunity came up, so I took it. So you came to Hogwarts because of me? Of course. I don't trust you alone with Uncle Snape. What if you two start fighting? Kana said matter-of-factly. Hogwarts has strict rules about professors fighting in front of students. I don't want to get a letter from the ministry one day telling me to come pick you two up from Azkaban. You make it sound like a problem, Kyle chuckled. I've got friends at the ministry and in Azkaban, nothing to worry about. That's exactly why I'm worried. Nearby, Sykes couldn't help the twitch at the corner of her mouth. Once again, she was witnessing the pair's ridiculous and unnecessary mutual understanding. But in a way, they did seem well matched. A perfect pair, really, anyone else probably wouldn't be able to hold a conversation with either of them. The problem was, they weren't very considerate of those around them. Her century of life experience had somehow vanished in the span of half a day. She also noticed that Kyle had said he had friends in both the ministry and Azkaban, which meant he hadn't actually denied that he might end up fighting Snape. Honestly, she thought, I'm starting to regret writing that letter to Minerva. I really should have done more research. By the way, Kyle continued, do you have to teach classes as a TA? I'm not sure. Maybe, Kana said. Tonks had to teach when she was the TA for Defense Against the Dark Arts, so I imagine I will too. What about Professor Slughorn? Kyle asked. If he's still around, that makes 3 professors for potions. I don't know, Kana replied. Professor McGonagall didn't mention that in her letter. All I know is that Professor Sykes will be responsible for the 5th and 7th years. I hope that's the case, Sykes corrected from the side. But I think Minerva will agree. The Hogwarts board can't seriously expect a nearly 200-year-old witch to teach all 7 years. Even Gringotts wouldn't be so demanding of an elderly goblin. You never know, Kyle muttered. They don't even spare dead professors. What dead professors? Ah, nothing. Kyle quickly waved his hands and moved on. Apparently, Sykes had only heard about the infamous curse on the Defense Against the Dark Arts position and had no idea there was a dutiful ghost professor teaching history of magic. Which suited Kyle just fine, he wasn't about to bring it up. In any case, step 1 was to bring Sykes to Hogwarts. Everything else could wait. If she got spooked and ran off halfway through, Professor McGonagall would definitely turn him into a white weasel. Or maybe a caterpillar. Chapter 984, Alchemy Class at Hogwarts. Although Kyle wasn't too fond of traveling by train, chatting and laughing with Kana along the way made the journey far from dull. Professor Sykes occasionally joined their conversation, but more often, she simply sat quietly, gazing out the window at the passing scenery, as if reminiscing about her own days as a student at Hogwarts. By evening, the train arrived at the Hogsmeade station right on schedule. Hagrid came over carrying an oil lamp, loudly calling for the first-year students to gather around him. As per tradition, he would ferry the new students across the lake to the castle. Long time no see, Hagrid. Kyle leaned out the window to greet him. Long time no see. Hagrid waved cheerfully. I've been waiting for you all day. Didn't expect you to take the train, you're always saying it's too slow and boring. I said taking the train alone is boring, Kyle corrected. At that moment, Kana leaned out the window and gave Hagrid a wave. Oh, Kana, Hagrid said warmly. Minerva already told me, congratulations on becoming a teaching assistant at Hogwarts. Thank you, Kana replied with a smile. By the way, Hagrid, Kyle asked, you said you'd been waiting for me all day. Was there something you needed? Why didn't you just use the parchment I gave you? You could have written on it and I'd have seen it. It's nothing, just wanted to share some good news. Hagrid beamed, leaning in and lowering his voice. But now that you're here, I'll let Minerva tell you herself. I promise, it'll make you so happy you'll be jumping for joy. Jumping for joy. Kyle raised an eyebrow. What, is the school giving me a raise? No, Hagrid shook his head. All professors earn the same. You only get a raise if you become a head of house. So you're saying I'm becoming a head of house? Hagrid paused, then said, Kyle, if you're short on galleons, I can lend you some. Galleons. I'm not short. Then why's the first thing you think of a pay raise? Because that's the only thing that might actually make me jump for joy. Hagrid fell silent again, as did Sykes, who was sitting in the compartment. Still, to be fair, a raise would make anyone happy. Anyway, you'll find out soon enough, Hagrid said. Also, Bathsheba brought you a gift, I left it in your locker. With that, he hurried off to get the new students onto the boats. Kyle, Kana, and Sykes took a carriage into Hogwarts along with most of the other students. Conna seemed especially curious about the good news Hagrid had mentioned and kept speculating about what it could be. Now that it definitely wasn't a raise, maybe it was a promotion, but there hadn't been any news of a head of house position opening up. Although Snape, the head of Slytherin, had been temporarily dismissed at one point, Minerva McGonagall had reinstated him as both head of Slytherin and professor of defense against the dark arts as soon as the 2 hearings concluded. Surely Minerva wasn't going to offer Kyle the now vacant Gryffindor head of house position. He hadn't even graduated from Gryffindor. You really should have pressed Hagrid a bit more, Conna said, unable to hold back. If you'd asked a few more questions, he might have let something slip without realizing. At this point, it seemed like a lot of people had figured out how to get secrets out of Hagrid. It's fine, Kyle said with a smile. He already told us, actually. Huh. Conna blinked. When? Didn't he say Professor Babbling is back? Just then, the carriage came to a stop. They had arrived. Right ahead stood the open gates of Hogwarts Castle. Headmistress McGonagall waited at the front, followed by Sprout, Snape, Slughorn, and Flitwick, who was mostly obscured behind someone's legs, only a few tufts of hair peeking out. Kyle didn't continue the conversation. He was the first to hop down from the carriage, then helped Sykes down alongside Conna. The 3 of them walked up the stone steps. Welcome aboard, Professor, Minerva McGonagall said warmly as she stepped forward to embrace Sykes. Snape, Flitwick, and Sprout also appeared genuinely enthusiastic. Although Hogwarts often ranked near the bottom among wizarding schools, it had no shortage of brilliant professors. This newly joined potions professor alone was enough to make the heads of the other schools green with envy. Slughorn was just as delighted, his belly wobbling with each step as he came over. Horace Slughorn. It's an honor to work with you. I know. Armando once told me he'd found a truly excellent potions professor. At that, the flesh on Slughorn's face began to jiggle as well. While they spoke, Kyle and Conna didn't linger. They headed straight into the Great Hall. You still haven't told me what the good news is, Conna said. I haven't. Kyle glanced around the hall, as if searching for something. Did you forget? You were just about to tell me when the carriage stopped. Oh, right. Kyle looked around one last time, then turned back to her. Well, it's just a guess for now. I'm not completely sure. Better wait for the headmistress to announce it at the feast. Conna mumbled under her breath, forced once again to seriously consider why Professor Babbling's return would be such great news. Wasn't Kyle already the ancient runes professor? And it's not like the class needed 2 professors. Conna didn't have long to wait. Just a few minutes later, Sykes entered the Great Hall alongside Headmistress McGonagall, and the 2 took the center seats at the staff table. They were followed by Professor Flitwick, and behind him, 2 neat rows of new students. Kyle sat watching with interest. Come to think of it, this was his first time truly attending the start-of-term feast as a professor in his own right. Last year didn't really count, even though he'd sat at the staff table, he'd been there as Dumbledore. The Sorting Hat's song was as striking as ever, making the new students widen their eyes in amazement, and giving the Muggleborns their first real taste of magical wonder. Then Professor Flitwick began the sorting ceremony. Where were you during the holidays? Hagrid entered through the side door and sat down beside Kyle. I heard from Bill he hasn't seen you at all. I was working on a new spell, Kyle replied. Ah, I see. Still, next time you're on break, you should stop by to check on the fire in the garden. His voice suddenly cut off, or rather, Kyle had cast a muffly-auto just in time. Even though Hagrid had tried to lower his voice, he'd forgotten one key detail. As a half-giant, even his quiet voice still came out quite loud to everyone else. And Kyle wasn't too eager to let everyone know that the dragon that had appeared suddenly the other day was one he'd raised. Sure, a few people had likely already guessed the truth, but as long as Kyle didn't confirm anything, it remained just that, a guess. Of course, if someone got a little too curious and decided to sneak into the garden for a look, Kyle wouldn't stop them. As long as they could handle a hot-tempered Hungarian horntail, that was. Kyle turned instinctively, glancing to the far end of the staff table, just in time to catch Snape looking quickly away. I read somewhere that you need to spend a lot of time around dragons if you're raising them, Hagrid continued, unaware Kyle had muffled his voice. Otherwise, those big lugs forget you fast. Dragons are clever, but sometimes they're thick, too. You have to show your face regularly, or they'll start treating you like an enemy. Don't worry. I've got it under control, Kyle said with a nod, just as a golden pork chop appeared on the plate in front of him. While he'd been talking with Hagrid, the sorting ceremony had ended. It was now time for the feast. The welcoming feast for first years was the grandest banquet of the Hogwarts year. Every year, the house elves in the kitchens pulled out all the stops to prepare an extravagant spread. This year, there seemed to be more French cuisine than usual. Kyle spotted a dish of assorted fish stew and beef braised in red wine. The taste wasn't quite on par with the authentic French food he'd had at Beauxbatons, but it was close enough. Soon enough, dessert vanished from their plates, and everyone put down their cutlery. Minerva McGonagall rose from her seat behind the table, and the chatter filling the great hall fell silent almost instantly. Welcome to Hogwarts, first years. And of course, welcome back to all our returning students. Before we conclude the feast, I have a few announcements. First, Mr. Filch, our caretaker, has asked me to remind you that all items purchased from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes are strictly prohibited within the school. And now, regarding Quidditch tryouts. Compared to Dumbledore, McGonagall was far more concise, just like her brisk, no-nonsense personality. After covering the usual notices, she formally introduced Sykes as the new potions professor, and Kana as her teaching assistant. Kyle watched as Kana stood up, fists clenched tightly and body rigid, as if she were bracing herself against the floor through the soles of her shoes. He felt a laugh bubbling up, but forced it down. Retaliation was never out of the question with her. When the students heard Sykes' name, there were two distinct reactions. Some applauded calmly and politely. Others gaped, craning their necks in surprise to get a better look at the staff table. Clearly, the polite ones didn't recognize Sykes. Which wasn't surprising. Sykes wasn't Dumbledore. Especially in recent decades, she'd appeared almost exclusively within the walls of St. Mungo's. Naturally, many had never even heard of her. Sykes remained composed. She gave a small wave and took her seat. Seeing this, Kana quickly followed and sat down as well. Then she turned her eyes to Headmistress McGonagall, staring intently. She was still thinking about the other matter, the good news she'd been guessing at the entire way here. If something truly unusual were happening, McGonagall would almost certainly announce it at the start of term feast, in front of everyone. At the same time, I have another piece of good news to announce. Minerva McGonagall's voice cut through the rising murmur in the Great Hall, restoring silence once again. This year, Hogwarts will be adding a new subject. Alchemy. 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 The word echoed across the hall, as if everyone was questioning whether they'd heard her right. The Hogwarts curriculum had been unchanged for centuries, why introduce a new course all of a sudden? But rather than excited, the students mostly looked uneasy. Many were frowning. But Headmistress, if there's a new subject, what happens with our exams? A fifth-year Ravenclaw called out. He was due to sit his OWLS this year, and if alchemy was part of the syllabus, it might jeopardize his scores. You needn't worry about that. McGonagall had to raise her voice over the growing hum of concern. All exam subjects will remain the same. In fact, alchemy will only be available to third-year students. I imagine those of you in third year have already noticed there's a new option on your course selection sheet this term. With that, the 5th and 7th years finally relaxed. As long as it didn't affect their exams, they could accept it. But Headmistress, who's the new professor? Ginny couldn't help asking. She'd just scanned the staff table. Aside from Sykes and Kana, there were no unfamiliar faces, and both of them were teaching potions. One covered 5th and 7th years, the other, 1st and 2nd. So who was teaching alchemy? Unlike the confused Ginny, Kana immediately turned to look at Kyle the moment she heard alchemy. Something had clearly clicked. The professor in charge of alchemy is right here, McGonagall said with a smile. And as she extended her hand, Kyle stood up, as if he'd known this was coming all along. He'd already guessed it when Hagrid mentioned Professor Bubblé's return. Of course Professor Bubblé would be teaching ancient runes again, and that class certainly didn't need two professors. Combine that with the good news Hagrid had hinted at, and the answer was obvious. He was still a professor, just switching subjects, this time, to the newly introduced alchemy course. What puzzled Kyle, though, was that he hadn't received any official letter from Hogwarts. A change this significant, especially switching teaching subjects, required advanced preparation and confirmation of new materials. Hogwarts would never skip notifying the professor involved. Kyle was absolutely sure, over the entire break, he hadn't received any letters from Hogwarts. Even though he'd been busy with research into the Horcrux curse, he hadn't shut himself off completely, he was still fully reachable by Owl. But the only letter that had arrived was the one instructing him and Sykes to take the train together. Nothing else. And knowing Minerva McGonagall's meticulous nature, she wasn't the type to overlook something so basic. Which was exactly why Kyle hadn't mentioned any of this to Kana earlier. A thunder of applause erupted through the Great Hall, louder even than when Sykes had been introduced. That was likely because most of the students knew Kyle already. As the only professor hired fresh out of graduation, nearly every student above third year had taken a class with him at some point. Chapter 985, Dumbledore's Gift. After the start of term feast, Headmistress Minerva McGonagall invited several professors to accompany her to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. First was Professor Sykes, followed by the remaining 3 heads of house. Slughorn, despite not receiving a formal invitation, tagged along anyway. He was thick-skinned enough that no one bothered trying to stop him. Oh, right. At the door, McGonagall suddenly turned to Kyle and Kanna. You two should come as well. As new professors, it's important you familiarize yourselves with your responsibilities. Headmistress, I'm not exactly a new professor anymore, Kyle said. Ancient runes might have only had one class a week, but it still counted. But it is your first time teaching alchemy. Fair enough. Kyle nodded and followed after her without complaint. After the new term began, the headmaster's office had taken on a very different appearance. More than half of the mysterious silver instruments were gone, along with a number of cabinets. In their place stood a large bookshelf. It was filled not just with books, but also thick rolls of parchment, many several feet long, mostly filled with professional papers and journals like Transfiguration Today. Overall, the office now felt more like a proper workspace for a headmaster. The only thing unchanged was the portraits of former headmasters, all pretending to be asleep. The moment Psyche stepped inside, she immediately spotted the portrait of Dilys Derwent and greeted her with familiarity. Trust me, coming back to work at Hogwarts after retirement is a good decision. I'm certainly glad I did, Derwent said with a smile. She, too, had once been a healer at St. Mungo's before joining Hogwarts as headmistress. Their career paths were almost identical. I certainly hope so. Right now, I just hope the students don't turn out to be too mischievous, Psyche said softly. Derwent's portrait also hung in St. Mungo's, so the two were quite familiar. The same went for Phineas Black, Armando Dippet, and Dumbledore. While their portraits didn't appear at St. Mungo's, they'd all known Psyche personally. This was, in a way, a reunion of old friends, at least for Armando and Dumbledore, who had long considered Psyche one of their own. Honestly, why couldn't you have accepted my offer when I was headmaster? Dumbledore sighed. I must have invited you countless times. Because I could tell you didn't really want me to be the potions professor, Psyche replied. Maybe you thought Slughorn was better suited for the job. She waved it off with a slight smile. Just joking. The truth is, I just finished most of my responsibilities. Besides, I couldn't bring myself to walk away during a crisis and leave the young healers to face Voldemort and the Death Eaters alone. Someone had to stand in front of St. Mungo's, and I was willing to be the first. A moment of silence fell over the office. Slughorn opened his mouth, then shut it again. Professor Flitwick quietly wiped at the corner of his eye. Few people knew that St. Mungo's had always been a target of Voldemort and the Death Eaters. The only reason it had remained safe was because of Dumbledore's support behind the scenes, and the work Psyche had done as director. Why the long faces? Psyche didn't seem fazed by any of it and quickly moved the conversation along. Minerva, you called us here for a reason, didn't you? Yes, McGonagall replied. I'd like to ask if you'd be willing to take on the role of head of Gryffindor House. If you don't mind. Since she had taken over as headmistress, the Gryffindor head of house position had been left vacant. McGonagall had continued to manage it herself, but it had taken up far too much of her time. Being a head of house sounded prestigious, but in practice it meant dealing with an endless list of minor crises. They might not have been serious, but they were certainly tedious. Things like, a student sneaking into a forbidden area of the castle at night, someone wandering the halls in the early hours, or an overly confident first-year charging off to challenge a troll. All of these fell under the head of house's responsibility. The headmistress was only brought in afterward. In short, any time a student broke the rules, the relevant head of house had to deal with it first. And Gryffindor, well, for reasons everyone understood, Professor McGonagall had long been the busiest head of house. By comparison, Professor Sprout had it easy. Her days were filled with long, quiet hours in the greenhouse, tending to soft, fragile plants, much like any other professor's workload. Now that Hogwarts had returned to normal, continuing to serve as both headmistress and head of Gryffindor had become more than McGonagall could handle. In fact, she had hoped to pass on the role as early as last year, she simply hadn't found the right person. She'd once considered Slughorn, but he'd declined, insisting he wasn't a Gryffindor graduate. She turned to Psyche and asked, I remember you graduated from Gryffindor, didn't you? That's right. Psyche nodded. I studied in Gryffindor House. Then you're the perfect choice to be head of house. Yes, exactly. The headmistress is right. Psyche was still hesitating, but the other professors were already encouraging her to accept. Aside from a few reasons she wasn't willing to voice, Psyche was clearly qualified to take on the position. But I have no idea what I'm supposed to do, Psyche admitted. She was being honest, but no one else seemed to believe that would be an issue. After all, how could the former director of St. Mungo's be daunted by a head of house position? Obviously not. It's fine. I'm sure your assistant, and our new alchemy professor, will be happy to help. At the edge of the group, Kyle and Kanna instinctively looked up, caught off guard that this somehow involved them. Kanna was the first to recover and nodded. She didn't really know what being head of house entailed either, but if Headmistress McGonagall had already said it, she might as well agree. Since Kanna nodded, Kyle naturally didn't refuse either. After that, no one paid them much attention. This meeting felt more like an informal introduction, to let everyone meet the new Gryffindor head of house. And also to finalize the new class schedule. That was the usual procedure every year. Last year, with Dumbledore having suddenly returned to the past, it had all taken place in McGonagall's office, so Kyle hadn't been involved. When the new timetable was handed out, Kyle glanced at his and wondered if it was deliberate. His alchemy class was scheduled for the very last day of the week. Still, it came as a relief. If his first class had been tomorrow, he honestly wasn't sure he would have been ready. Now, he had plenty of time to prepare. Headmistress McGonagall gave a few final reminders, and the professors began to take their leave. Conna stayed with Sykes. Their relationship was similar to Kyle's with Newt, in some sense, teacher and student. After the two of them had left, Snape also made his way toward the door. But as he passed Kyle, he suddenly stopped. "Good luck, alchemy professor," he said, drawing out the words with a trace of biting sarcasm. "I do hope you won't be too disappointed when you see how empty your classroom is. You must be honored, surpassing Professor Bubbly, no less." Kyle curled his lip but didn't respond. He knew exactly what Snape meant. Since alchemy was a brand new subject, only a few students had signed up. Across all years, only 15 students had enrolled. Ancient Runes had 16. In other words, alchemy had broken Ancient Runes' long-standing record, claiming the honor of being the least enrolled class at Hogwarts. But Kyle didn't find it strange. As a new subject, students in 4th year and above obviously hadn't chosen it. So those 15 had to be 3rd years. Ancient Runes, on the other hand, was offered to 5-year groups, so it made sense that it had more students. Seeing that Kyle didn't take the bait, Snape seemed to lose interest. With a sharp flick of his head, he strode off without another word. Kyle remained where he was. Only after all the other professors had left did he finally look up at Headmistress McGonagall. "I know what you're going to ask," McGonagall said with a smile. "It was Dumbledore's idea. He wanted to surprise you." "This doesn't count as a surprise, more like a scare," Kyle muttered. "Good thing I figured it out from what Hagrid said, or I wouldn't have reacted fast enough back in the Great Hall." "Maybe that's what he was going for," came Armando Dippet's voice from his portrait, drifting faintly through the room. None of the other portraits disagreed, not even Dumbledore's. He was currently pretending not to hear a word, staring blankly at the stone floor. "Perhaps that's true," McGonagall said, a little awkwardly. "But as a member of the Board of Governors, and the primary sponsor of the alchemy classroom, I couldn't exactly refuse his small request. Still, I've scheduled your class as late in the week as possible. And since it's only 1-year group, you'll only need to teach 1 lesson per week. I trust you can handle that much." "No problem, Headmistress," Kyle said with a nod. He'd already looked over the alchemy syllabus. The textbook was Basic Alchemy, From Runes to Symbols by Professor Victor. It was all introductory material, he could teach it backward without glancing at the book. What he was worried about was something else. "Headmistress, is Professor Dumbledore back?" "Of course not," McGonagall said, waving a hand and pulling a letter from her desk drawer. Everything just now was written in this letter ahead of time. "The letter, was it here in the headmaster's office the whole time?" "No," McGonagall shook her head. "To be honest, I only received it a week ago. It arrived at Hogwarts along with a massive brass furnace. They called it a spinning furnace. An alchemical converter." Kyle shot to his feet. That was exactly what he'd been worried about. The textbook was easy to handle, and the lesson content was simple enough. The one thing that actually mattered for the alchemy class was the alchemical converter. Especially for young students who had virtually no grasp of magical script, this device was absolutely essential. He'd hesitated over the idea many times before. Hardly any students at Hogwarts chose to study ancient runes, would they really opt for alchemy? After all, alchemy required even more complex and intricate runes. But now Dumbledore had made the decision for him, and even sent the converter. "Yes, that's what it's called," McGonagall said. "I'm afraid I don't know much about alchemy myself. I'd never even heard of magical item crafting requiring a brass furnace." "Most people haven't," Kyle replied with a small smile. "It replaces runic inscriptions and makes things significantly easier for beginners." "Sorry to ask, Headmistress, but where is it now?" Kyle asked, barely able to contain his excitement. "The 3rd floor, near the stairwell. Actually, I'll just take you there." The two of them left the headmaster's office and made their way to a vacant classroom on the 3rd floor. This had once been the room where Lockhart taught defense against the dark arts. Now, combined with the adjoining classroom, it had been converted into the alchemy room. Once the dividing wall had been knocked down, it became the largest classroom in all of Hogwarts. The massive brass furnace stood to the left side of the room. Kyle pushed the door open and stepped inside. "Well, how does it look?" "Identical." "What?" Oh, just exactly the same as the one I saw at Beauxbatons. In fact, that's where it came from, McGonagall said. She couldn't help but recall the delivery scene in vivid detail, 5 enormous Abraxan horses descending from the sky, crashing into the ground and leaving a massive crater in their wake. Only the powerful Abraxans unique to Beauxbatons could have transported something that heavy. Beauxbatons. Kyle blinked in surprise. He'd always assumed the alchemical converter was something Dumbledore had constructed himself, but now it seemed he'd had it custom-made. Headmistress, did Professor Dumbledore say anything else in his letter? No. McGonagall pulled a folded parchment from her pocket and opened it. The letter was short, just a note to keep everything secret and to surprise Kyle. Kyle took another look at the envelope. It only listed the destination address, there was no way to tell when it had actually been written. Something wrong? No. Kyle shook his head, snapping out of his thoughts. Regardless, Dumbledore had solved the most difficult part for him. With this converter, teaching the class would be much more manageable. Kyle lingered in the room, circling the furnace, running his hands over it, examining every detail. He didn't leave until after curfew. McGonagall had already gone at some point, and now Kyle was alone in the dark hallway. As he made his way across the grounds toward his wooden cottage, he kept thinking about how to structure his alchemy lessons. The converter Dumbledore had sent would definitely help simplify the runic components, but students couldn't rely on it forever. Sooner or later, they'd have to learn proper magical script. That was true even at Beauxbatons. Only the lower years were allowed to use the converter, it served as a transitional aid while they learned runes. But here at Hogwarts, hardly anyone chose ancient runes at all. Kyle walked through the moonlit grounds toward his cabin, glancing back at the castle glowing under the stars. Suddenly, he remembered the enchanted map of Hogwarts he'd once created. Maybe it was time to visit Hogsmeade and ask Fred and George for help. The biggest difference between alchemy and ancient runes. Alchemy produced things that were actually worth money. Compared to a score on a test or a certificate nobody cared about, a handful of shining galleons might just be a far better incentive, and a real reason for young witches and wizards to take the class seriously. Pergunter AO ChatGPT. Chapter 986, Chapter 986, Preparations Before Class. Hogwarts was alive with excitement at the start of the school year, and the newly added alchemy class quickly became the center of attention. What was interesting, though, was that when the news first broke, the Daily Prophet wasn't exactly optimistic. In fact, they ran an article criticizing Hogwarts' curriculum change as a mistake. Their reasoning was simple: alchemy wasn't widely practiced in Britain but was popular in France. If graduates wanted to build a career in that field, they'd have to go abroad, most likely to France. So, some claimed Hogwarts was essentially training talent for a foreign country, and even hinted that Minerva McGonagall, the new headmistress, was being overly eager to prove herself. From the war against the Death Eaters to the Horcrux scandal that made headlines during Snape's hearing, Hogwarts had been caught in the public spotlight time and again. As expected, the article stirred up a fresh round of heated discussion. But then Hogwarts announced the name of the new professor, and suddenly the Daily Prophet reversed course completely. Rita Skeeter furiously took up her quill, condemning her short-sighted colleagues as rigid-minded old fools. She, on the other hand, heaped praise on the alchemy course, calling it the wisest decision Hogwarts had made in the past century. In her words, Minerva McGonagall possessed greater foresight than even Dumbledore. Strangely enough, the article contained no actual details about alchemy, no data, no curriculum information, no educational philosophy, just pure, unfiltered praise. And yet, despite its complete lack of substance, the article single-handedly shifted public opinion. Attitudes toward the alchemy course, and McGonagall herself, turned around almost overnight. Why do you think that happened? In the headmistress's office, McGonagall stared down at the stack of newspapers on her desk, confusion and doubt written across her face. She had braced herself for backlash and comparisons. And yet, after one glowing article, everything just blew over. That's just how professionals work, Kyle shrugged from the seat across from her. Rita Skeeter's a master of this stuff. She always knows exactly what will catch people's attention. Oh, I'm aware of that. McGonagall rubbed her forehead. But I always thought she didn't do compliments. Rita Skeeter's articles were usually filled with scandal and exposés, secrets of famous witches and wizards, sensational gossip, the kind of tabloid drama people couldn't stop reading. The idea that she'd praise her. McGonagall hadn't seen that coming. It felt like watching a mandrake sing a lullaby, utterly baffling. In fact, she could only remember Skeeter speaking kindly about one person before this, and that person happened to be sitting right here. She couldn't help glancing up at Kyle. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, "Did you do something?" "Nope." Kyle shook his head, sounding completely confident. "I've been spending all my time preparing for the first class. I haven't done anything else. Haven't even sent out a single letter." And he wasn't lying. He hadn't contacted Rita Skeeter at all, he'd only just read the article himself. Then it's strange. Why would she be helping us? She probably just wanted attention, Kyle said thoughtfully. Everyone was trashing the alchemy class, so having someone suddenly say the opposite is the perfect way to get noticed. What I'm worried about, McGonagall said quietly, turning to look out the window, is whether the article might mislead people. I won't deny it, I did consider turning down Dumbledore's proposal. Don't look so surprised. Even though he made the suggestion as a member of the board, the headmistress still has the right to refuse. But in the end, I agreed. I thought it was a bold idea, worth trying. Still, we have to be realistic about its flaws. Maybe someone only chose the class because of what they read in Skeeter's article. But what happens if they later find it's nothing like they expected? Then they can take a different class, Kyle said with a shrug, blinking as if the answer were obvious. Hogwarts isn't Azkaban. Alchemy's just an elective. If you don't like it, switch. McGonagall paused, then suddenly realized he had a point. Just like divination, arithmancy, care of magical creatures, it's only an elective. Exactly, Kyle said. It's just another skill to pick up. Taking divination doesn't mean you have to become a seer. And taking alchemy doesn't mean you're locked into becoming an alchemist. Besides. Kyle flipped through the newspaper again. The articles were all the same, filled with, I think, I believe, I feel. Rita Skeeter hadn't provided any real analysis of alchemy, but neither had anyone else. All the pieces were based on emotion, speculation, and opinion. If anything was misleading, then they all were, equally so. In the end, it all came down to skill. And in that department, Rita Skeeter had no rivals. This, well. McGonagall had been about to say more, but now she realized it wasn't necessary. She suddenly became aware of how tense she'd been lately, especially since officially becoming headmistress. Kyle had spotted something in the papers with just a glance, something she herself hadn't noticed in 2 whole days. Right. It was just an additional elective. When she really thought about it, it wasn't that big a deal. So, how's your class preparation going? She took the initiative to change the subject. Almost done, Kyle replied. Oh, right, almost forgot. He pulled a piece of parchment from his pocket and placed it on the table. This is my application. I hope the headmistress will approve it. Application. McGonagall glanced at the parchment out of habit. Weasley's wizard wheeze is setting up in Hogwarts, absolutely not. She cut him off before even reading the whole thing. I don't object to students buying their joke products in Hogsmeade or Diagon Alley. Whether they manage to sneak them into the castle is up to them. But their shop will never open inside Hogwarts. And besides, Hogwarts has never had anything like that before, she added firmly. No, headmistress, you've misunderstood. I'm not suggesting they open a shop at the school, Kyle quickly explained. What I meant is, I'd like the alchemy class to establish a partnership with them on behalf of the school. A partnership? Exactly. Kyle nodded. That was the real reason he'd come to the office today, he just hadn't had the chance to bring it up before the stack of newspapers derailed the conversation. First off, alchemy classes require materials. He explained patiently, the expenses for alchemy are actually higher than 2 or even 3 other classes combined, with costly materials making up half the budget. Potions class. McGonagall muttered under her breath. At the moment, potions had the largest budget at Hogwarts. Fortunately, the school greenhouses could supply some ingredients, otherwise, the few galleons the Board of Governors provided each year wouldn't even come close to covering it. And alchemy. Likely no better. If Dumbledore hadn't backed the course with a hefty donation, she never would have approved it. I visited Hogsmeade yesterday. Fred and George agreed to supply some of the basic materials for the school. Oh. McGonagall looked up. And in return? Don't tell me they're doing it for free. Of course not, Kyle said. They want to work with the school, buy students assignments at a lower cost and place additional orders with upper-year students. Just like how students brew hair-raising potion in potions class, there are assignments in alchemy as well. Fred and George wanted to purchase these, well, more accurately, the semi-finished products. The biggest difference between alchemy and potions is that alchemy doesn't have to be done all at once, it can be broken down into several stages. The first stage typically involves building a magical runic framework, a step that's simple but tedious. In potion making, the equivalent would be preparing the ingredients, grinding lionfish bones into powder, getting mouse tails, leech juice, and so on. Not technically difficult, but very time-consuming. In potions class, these kinds of tasks often fell to students serving detention. Sometimes it took 2 students an entire afternoon in the detention room just to prep for one lesson. After hearing Kyle's explanation, McGonagall frowned. She didn't give her approval, but she didn't reject it either. It wasn't exactly unreasonable, Hogwarts would save money, and the Weasleys would gain a convenient supply. A win-win. There's still one concern, she said, lifting her head. Will the content of the alchemy course be altered to suit their needs? No, definitely not, Kyle replied without hesitation. They only made the offer after seeing the textbook I brought. In fact, most of the items they sell fall under basic alchemy, highly applicable and well within the course scope. McGonagall nodded slightly. And what do you mean by extra orders for upper year students? Basically, an opportunity to earn some pocket money, Kyle said. Once students become proficient, Fred and George plan to buy a batch of finished or semi-finished products from them each year. They can buy materials from the Weasleys or anywhere else, as long as they can produce the required items. Fred and George will pay. Now it wasn't just McGonagall who was stunned, the portraits of former headmasters on the walls were also caught off guard. None of them had ever imagined that Hogwarts students could earn pocket money like this. But thinking it over, there wasn't really an issue. No one would dare buy potions brewed by students, but alchemical semi-finished products. Those might be fine. How much money are we talking? McGonagall asked. About 3 to 5 galleons per order, Kyle estimated. Not a huge amount, but more than enough for snacks, candy, parchment, quills, and so on. Not a huge amount. McGonagall's tone shifted. Most students at Hogwarts got about 10 galleons in pocket money per year. 3 to 5 galleons per order, that was nearly half. And she realized something else, Kyle had said per order, not in total. She could already imagine how many students would sign up for alchemy next year if she approved this. After all, it would be the only class where you could start making money before you even graduated, and not a small amount, either. McGonagall knew this was a good thing for the students in many ways. Still, deep down, she wasn't comfortable seeing Hogwarts tied so closely to galleons. Education, in her view, shouldn't be connected to commerce. Because students wouldn't stay in school forever. If they spent their school years focused on earning money, what would they do after they graduated? And by then, 5 galleons wouldn't be much at all. Albus. On the wall, Armando Dippet quietly slipped into the largest portrait and spoke in a low voice to Dumbledore. Do you think letting that boy stay at Hogwarts was the right decision? Why ask him? Phineas muttered from nearby, curling his lip. Don't forget, he's the one who insisted on keeping that little brat at Hogwarts. I happen to think it was a good idea. Dumbledore didn't answer Dippet's question directly. Gringotts exchanges aren't exactly favorable. Most young wizards from Muggle families are tight on money every year. This could be a valuable opportunity for them. What kind of reason is that? Phineas scoffed. I see how it is. You two are in league with each other. You wouldn't understand, Dumbledore said simply. Phineas was a black, there were things he just couldn't grasp. While the portraits were still debating, the current headmistress, McGonagall, was also deep in thought. After a long deliberation, she finally agreed to Kyle's proposal, but with a few adjustments. Additional orders could be issued, but only to 6th years and above, and only during the first half of the school year. The second half was exam season, and students couldn't afford distractions. Kyle had no objection and readily agreed on Fred and George's behalf. This was already within their expectations, nothing to hesitate over. In fact, this arrangement was even better, at least 6th years would now be eligible. They had originally assumed only 7th years would be allowed to take extra assignments. After leaving the headmistress's office, Kyle headed straight to Hogsmeade to deliver the news to Fred and George. But their reaction wasn't as enthusiastic as he'd imagined. In fact, they looked a little disappointed. The issue was that the alchemy class currently only had 3rd-year students, all beginners. If they could just break even between material costs and output, it would already be a win. Even if the supplies were just basic Wiggentree branches, magical ink, salamander stones, or warthog tusks, the cost still added up quickly in large quantities. If it weren't for their trust in Kyle, they wouldn't have agreed to something like this, not even if Headmistress McGonagall herself had asked. Let's hope we don't take too much of a loss, Fred muttered as he watched Kyle leave in a hurry, lugging a large sack of materials. He blamed himself for being too quick with his words the day before, saying, if you need help, just ask, no need to be polite. Who would have thought Kyle would take that so literally? They could only hope those 3rd years could manage the work, and not return with a pile of botched products. Have a little faith in Kyle, George said, walking over and clapping him on the shoulder. If he dares send me a batch of rejects, I'll all him a bag of dung bombs every single day. Fred grumbled under his breath. Back at Hogwarts, Kyle went to find Hagrid. If potions class had herbology to provide materials, then alchemy had its own counterpart, care of magical creatures. Hogwarts' greatest advantage over Beauxbatons was the vast expanse of the Forbidden Forest. It was home to countless magical creatures, unicorn hair, fire crab shells, hippogriff feathers, thestral mane hairs. All of these were excellent materials for alchemy. Hagrid just needed to gather them. Chapter 987, Rosier's Move. How did it go? It was the first weekend of the new school year, and Hagrid had invited Kyle to the Three Broomsticks for a drink. As they sat down, he asked curiously about Kyle's first alchemy class the day before. Not bad. It wasn't exactly smooth, but definitely not terrible either, Kyle said as he took the butterbeer Hagrid handed him. Everyone was starting from zero, which meant they were all on equal footing. That came with its own advantages. He could simply follow the curriculum step by step, starting from the very basics. He'd also noticed something interesting. Almost every student who chose alchemy was from a Muggle family, only 2 came from wizarding households. Students from Muggle families were great in their own way. Sure, they lacked any kind of magical foundation, practically none at all, but they had no preconceived notions about Hogwarts, and they approached every subject with genuine curiosity and enthusiasm. All it took was a few trinkets Kyle had picked up from Weasley's wizard wheezes to leave them wide-eyed and speechless. Especially when he showed them a fist-sized flying, fire-breathing Hungarian horntail and a set of lifelike enchanted wizard chess pieces. Those third-years were so amazed their eyes lit up red with excitement. They sat there yelling and bouncing in their seats, practically ready to dive headfirst into alchemy on the spot. Well, that's good. I was a bit worried you'd be nervous, Hagrid said as he sat down beside Kyle. I was so nervous before my first lesson, I didn't sleep for days. Hagrid, I think you've got the wrong idea. Kyle gave him a look. I'm just switching subjects. It's not like it's my first time teaching. That's different. Hagrid waved his hand. Before, you were just covering classes. Now you're a real professor. Kyle didn't respond, mainly because he couldn't figure out what the big difference was. Still, seeing how serious Hagrid looked, he let it go and turned his attention to a nearby copy of the Daily Prophet. At first, he just wanted to check if the media frenzy around the Hogwarts alchemy course had died down. But then something on the front page caught his eye, a photo that instantly grabbed his attention. It showed a filthy, wild-looking wizard with matted hair and a deranged expression. He looked almost exactly like Sirius had after escaping Azkaban. Above the photo was a large, bold headline. Nermangard, treasure, or the Dark Lord's hoax. What's this? Kyle blurted. What? Hagrid followed his gaze to the paper. Oh, that's today's Daily Prophet. It just got delivered this morning. I was using it to wrap walnuts. Mind if I borrow it? Not at all. Go ahead. Thanks. Kyle picked up the paper and started reading the front page article carefully. Most people haven't noticed that, ever since the Battle of Hogwarts, the Ministry of Magic hasn't actually returned to peace, especially in Cornwall, where there have been several small-scale conflicts in recent weeks. We're handling it. No comment, said one irritable Auror who refused to give his name when returning to the ministry yesterday. However, it has since been confirmed that this ongoing unrest is tied to a secret hearing. Although the ministry's spokesperson still refuses to acknowledge the contents of that hearing, many in the wizarding world believe that the subject they're so desperate to conceal is none other than the Horcrux, widely speculated to be the key reason the Dark Lord was able to return after more than a decade. Rumor has it that some Death Eaters, in the chaos following you-know-who's defeat, attempted to flee and made off with a treasured map from his collection. The article was long, nearly a full page. Kyle was only halfway through it when Hagrid had already downed 2 pints of mead. If you ask me, that map's nothing but a load of rubbish, Hagrid said as he uncorked his last bottle of mead and let out a burp. A map showing how to make Horcruxes. Come on, there's no way you-know-who would hand something that important to some no-name Death Eater. Honestly, I don't even recognize the bloke in the photo. For all we know, he's not even a Death Eater. He definitely isn't, Kyle said, lifting his eyes from the paper. He's a wizard from Norway, and he only arrived in Britain a month ago. Hagrid, you didn't read the whole article, did you? Hagrid gave another burp. He hadn't, actually. The moment he saw the phrase, treasure left behind by you-know-who, he tossed the paper aside and used it to wrap walnuts. He didn't believe for a second that Voldemort had left behind any treasure. And if there was something, it had to be a trap, just another one of his tricks. So as far as Hagrid was concerned, the whole thing was nonsense, another piece of drivel from the Daily Prophet. Why waste time on a worthless fake story? He took a swig from his final bottle of mead without a care. Kyle, meanwhile, kept reading the second half of the article. Sources say the struggle over the map ended a few days ago. No one knows who emerged victorious. The only confirmed detail is that a group of wizards vanished suddenly and have not been seen since. Fearless journalist Rita Skeeter ventured into the chaos of Cornwall and, using her exceptional intellect and unmatched transfiguration skills, managed to uncover the latest developments. The so-called treasure map is, in fact, a map marking a mysterious location. Nermangard. That was where the front page ended. Kyle flipped to page 2, which was filled with information about Nermangard and Grindelwald. At a glance, Kyle could already see plenty of exaggeration, like the claim that Grindelwald had once summoned a Patronus the size of a giant. That, of course, was a feat attributed to the legendary Andrus the Invincible, the only known wizard capable of conjuring such a Patronus. But the article credited it to Grindelwald. Then there was the supposed fated duel between Dumbledore and Grindelwald, which allegedly lasted 7 days and 7 nights, complete with detailed narration. The sky hung low, day and night spun in endless cycles, golden streaks flickered across the heavens, and unseen spells roared past their ears. Dramatic, sure, but also pretty dubious. In reality, wizard duels rarely last that long. Even if Dumbledore and Grindelwald were hurling spells at each other non-stop, they'd have worn out every magical item in their possession by the 3rd day. By the 7th, the wands, or the duelers, would have exploded. If Kyle had to guess, the article's imagery was probably borrowed from a Quidditch match. Golden flashes. The golden snitch. Unseen spells. Probably just bludgers flying around. That interpretation made everything much clearer. Rita Skeeter had likely skimmed an old issue of Quidditch Weekly. How to describe it? Anyone sharp enough to catch the reference would probably laugh and toss the paper aside, just like Hagrid. But for those who didn't spot it, they just might fall for it. At that moment, the door of the 3 broomsticks swung open. A figure stepped inside, glanced around the room, then quietly took a seat in the far corner. The sound of the bell above the door drew Hagrid's attention. He glanced outside. Is it nearly noon already? Hagrid stood up. I've got to head into the Forbidden Forest this afternoon. Let's get going. I've got something to discuss with Fred, Kyle replied. You go ahead without me. Hagrid nodded and didn't think much of it. He headed out on his own. Kyle often came by to see the Weasley twins, nothing unusual about that. But after Hagrid left, Kyle didn't go to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. He stayed right where he was. Moments later, a witch approached and took the seat Hagrid had just vacated. Long time no see, Rita, Kyle said, looking up. Long time indeed. Rita Skeeter had a new handbag, looked like it was made of dragon hide. I really ought to thank you for tipping me off with such a sensational scoop, she said. The words sounded grateful, but her tone wasn't exactly enthusiastic. If anything, there was a faint trace of hesitation. She masked it well, though. The legendary Nermangard and Grindelwald. You have no idea, I received almost as many responses as I did after the Battle of Hogwarts. As long as you're happy, Kyle said with a smile. But there's something I don't get. He unfolded the newspaper and pointed to the sensationalized article on page 2. You're not afraid of being exposed for making things up like this? Not at all, Rita Skeeter replied matter-of-factly. Who can say for certain that Grindelwald can't summon a giant Patronus? And who has actually witnessed the duel between Dumbledore and Grindelwald? No one. So I can say whatever I like. Besides, most people don't really care about that. What they do care about is whether someone has managed to create a new Horcrux. Kyle paused, realizing she had a point. All right. So, when are you going to release the coordinates of that group? He asked, changing the subject. They can't have gone far yet, right? On a deserted island near France, Rita Skeeter answered without hesitation, as if those people had always been under her watch. No, more accurately, under her watch. Perfect. Write down the location in detail. We might be able to reel in a few more curious stragglers and let them start another fight. After that, the British wizarding world should finally enjoy a bit of peace. Rita Skeeter said nothing. She looked across the table at Kyle and suddenly shuddered, as though something had just come to mind. He was like that. And so was that witch. Those self-proclaimed victorious dark wizards, vicious, merciless, all of them now looked like puppets on a string, every move exposed. Rita Skeeter even suspected that Kyle hadn't introduced her to the witch out of trust or cooperation, but simply because her animagus form was small and discreet, perfect for tracking and unlikely to arouse suspicion. After all, no one else knew their route or hideout. And if the location of the island were revealed now, those people would immediately turn on each other, consumed by paranoia and infighting. She glanced at Kyle again. He hadn't participated in any of it, and yet he had guessed the witch's plan. Was that a shared understanding? Rita Skeeter shook her head, pushing away the jumble of thoughts. She said it's not time yet. We need to wait a little longer. Then we'll wait a little longer, Kyle replied calmly. Since Rosier was handling everything, he had no reason to interfere or make extra work for himself. So what did you come to me for this time? I need a guarantee. Rita Skeeter hesitated for a moment. She had originally come with another purpose in mind, but changed her mind on the spot and said seriously. I don't want to end up like those people. She wanted to say that no one even knew how they had died, but when the words reached her lips, she swallowed them back. You're afraid. How could I not be, she said without a trace of shame. I trust you. But that witch doesn't strike me as a kind soul. I have every reason to believe that once she's done with her business, she wouldn't think twice about crushing a helpless little beetle. Rita Skeeter had been bold before, relying on her illegal animagus status. Beetles were tiny, almost impossible to spot unless someone was really looking. But now, that protection seemed useless. That witch, despite her age, wasn't the least bit blind. She'd recognized her animagus form instantly. Rita still didn't even know how she'd slipped up, but she'd ended up caught, just the same. I can give you a letter, Kyle said quietly. If she tries to kill you, show her this. Will it work? No idea. What did you say? Don't look at me like that. Kyle shrugged. I've only met her a few times. It's not like we're close, one letter probably isn't going to change her mind. Then what's the point of giving it to me? Worth a try, Kyle replied. I don't think she really cares either way. Killing you or letting you go, it's all the same to her. Rita Skeeter fell silent. You're free to refuse, Kyle added. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. If you back out, I'll just find someone else to go to Nurmengard. She still didn't respond, clearly still torn. But when Kyle mentioned Nurmengard, her expression suddenly changed to one of panic, and she even started trembling. You just said. Nurmengard. That place is real. Of course. You know where it is. Of course. They've got a proper, official map of Nurmengard, it's where they're headed. If they're lucky, they might even get to see Grindelwald himself, legendary wizard from 70 years ago. Before he could finish, Rita Skeeter sucked in a sharp breath. I must be out of my mind, she cried, suddenly jumping up and knocking over a chair. Fortunately, it wasn't a Hogsmeade weekend, and there were only a few people in the Three Broomsticks. Then, as if afraid she'd second-guess herself, Rita turned on her heel and stormed off. Don't forget your letter. I need it as soon as possible. Don't worry, said Kyle. He'd actually intended to tell her he could write the letter right now and let her take it with her, no need for any extra steps. But by then, she was already gone from the Three Broomsticks, vanished without a trace. Chapter 988, Chapter 988, The Disappearing Ghost. News of Grindelwald swept through the wizarding world for a while, but it had little impact on Hogwarts. The students didn't seem all that interested in a figure who had made waves 70 years ago. Compared to Grindelwald, they were far more excited about the upcoming Quidditch tryouts. Rumor had it that the tryouts would be overseen personally by the headmistress, and the second years had been eagerly awaiting the event. Plenty of first years were just as enthusiastic. While the school rules clearly stated that first-year students weren't allowed to participate in Quidditch, exceptions had been made before. Take the famous Harry Potter, for instance. He had demonstrated remarkable Quidditch talent in his first year and was recruited onto the team by Professor McGonagall, who was then the deputy headmistress. Coincidentally, the tryouts this year were also being run by Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. That meant the new first years might have a shot at making the team too. The professors were just as eager. Quidditch had been on hold for quite some time due to various reasons, and this event marked the sport's official return. With few entertainment options in the wizarding world, and even fewer at school, watching the students play Quidditch was one of the professor's favorite pastimes. Everyone was waiting for the tryouts to begin, everyone except Kyle, who was becoming increasingly busy. After his last encounter with Rita Skeeter, he returned and ran into Helena Ravenclaw. She had been gone for quite a while, but now she was back at Hogwarts Castle, still appearing in ghostly form. But the once gloomy Lady Grey was now noticeably more cheerful, perhaps a bit too cheerful. When Kyle saw her, she was trying to persuade nearly headless Nick to sneak into the first-year dormitory in the middle of the night and perform a head-swinging dance. Thankfully, Nick declined her suggestion, sparing the poor first-years from a terrifying experience. Kyle asked her about Rowena Ravenclaw, but Helena didn't answer. She only said, in a deep voice, "Do you remember? She is merely a memory that's been preserved for 1,000 years." After that, Kyle didn't press further. Memories aren't eternal. They're even more fragile than ghosts. Perhaps Ravenclaw had the power to preserve hers for that long, but would she really have done so? Kyle didn't know, and he didn't want to. Still, Ravenclaw seemed to have guessed what he was trying to ask. Helena suggested Kyle visit the school library. She told him everything he wanted to know could be found there, but that he'd have to discover it himself. So lately, Kyle had been spending almost all his spare time in the library, even more diligently than he had during term time. At least now he didn't have to sneak in under cover of night, he could stay openly and spend the whole night there if he wanted. It was exhausting, but the effort paid off. Kyle found 2 books, not ones that had always been there, but newly added to the collection. There had never been any books in the library bearing Rowena Ravenclaw's name before. Her name was printed in tiny letters, hidden in a corner of the cover, but Kyle found it. The contents of the books were exactly what he needed. One was about runes, extremely complex, more so than any other rune book he'd encountered. He couldn't understand it yet. The other, he could. It was about Horcruxes. It not only described the exact process of making them, but also detailed the evolution of Horcruxes during the era of Heber. It covered changes in form as well as shifts in philosophy. It was incredibly useful, and precisely what Kyle had been looking for. After just a few days of study, he could already easily insert the thin veil that encased the stone into it. On the day of the Quidditch tryouts, most of the students had gone to the pitch to watch the excitement, leaving the castle unusually empty. Kyle stepped out of the library. It seemed Ravenclaw had only hidden 2 books here, at least, he hadn't been able to find a third. The corridor outside was quiet, with only faint bursts of laughter drifting down from far above. "How is it? Were the things my mother prepared useful to you?" a voice came from the left. A moment later, a pearly white, translucent ghost drifted out through the wall. "Very useful." Kyle turned his head. I wanted to ask, would you prefer I call you Helena or the Grey Lady? Whichever you like." "Then Helena it is," Kyle said, pulling out the book he had found in the library. "Thank you. This is exactly what I needed." "You don't need to thank me. I didn't do anything," Helena replied. "Then could you pass my thanks on to Lady Rowena Ravenclaw instead?" "I will." Helena's response made Kyle pause for a moment, but he quickly composed himself. "I should be the one thanking you," Helena said. "Until now, I never knew how to face my mother. If you hadn't brought me directly to her, I might never have found the courage to do it." "Oh, that. You really don't need to thank me," Kyle said. "I wasn't doing it for you. Honestly, you were more like a gift I used to bargain with Lady Ravenclaw." "I know. But that doesn't stop me from being grateful," Helena said with a smile. Kyle suddenly noticed how much better she looked when she smiled. She was radiant, warm, with a trace of Ravenclaw's signature intellect in her expression. She almost seemed like a completely different person, well, ghost. "By the way, can I ask you something?" Kyle said suddenly. "Though, it might be a bit rude. If you mind." "Ask away." Helena's lips curled slightly. "Even if you're curious about Gryffindor's love life, it's fine. I've got plenty of information no one else could possibly know." She wasn't wrong. As Ravenclaw's daughter and a contemporary of Gryffindor, she surely knew many secrets long buried. For a brief moment, Kyle was tempted, but just for a moment. As tempting as Gryffindor gossip was, the character columns in the Quibbler were just as entertaining. With Gryffindor as one of its regular features, his stories could fill an entire book. Even if they were 100% made up, they were still wildly entertaining. Who knew, maybe a few of them were actually true. And besides, those events happened 1,000 years ago. Whether they were real or not didn't seem to matter all that much anymore. "I wanted to ask, why are you still here?" Kyle looked at Helena. "I mean, I thought you'd be with Lady Rowena Ravenclaw now. You don't really have a reason to stay at Hogwarts anymore, do you? So why are you still a ghost?" "Because I was a coward, of course," Helena replied without the slightest hesitation. "I'm just like the other ghosts in this castle, cowardly, timid, and ordinary. That's why I stole my mother's diadem, and why I'm still here, still a ghost." Kyle was momentarily stunned. Faced with such blunt honesty, he didn't know how to respond. "The Bloody Baron was braver than I was," Helena continued softly. "He confessed to my mother. And one day, after receiving her forgiveness, he vanished." "You forgave him?" Kyle asked. "I probably never will," Helena said. "But for one brief moment, I suddenly felt like it didn't matter anymore." "Then the Bloody Baron?" "There's no Bloody Baron anymore. If you happened to go down to the dungeons last week, you might have witnessed the grandest ghost party in Hogwarts history." "Ghost party?" Kyle thought for a moment. "Whose 500th death day was it?" "Even grander than that," Helena murmured. "Every ghost's passing deserves a celebration. All the well-known ghosts in Britain came. The revelry lasted an entire week." "No wonder." Kyle smacked his lips. "Lately it's been like all the ghosts vanished from the castle. Even Peeves hasn't shown up in ages. I'm guessing he was the happiest one there." "Peeves really did go mad with joy," Helena said, barely suppressing a laugh. "So Slytherin's without a house ghost now. They can always find another one. I think the Wailing Widow would be a good fit. At least her name matches the tone of Bloody Baron." They talked as they walked downstairs. It seemed Helena had come this time just to thank Kyle for bringing her to Ravenclaw. Once they reached the entrance hall, she slipped back into the wall. According to her, she now wanted to see Hogwarts in a new light, with a completely different mindset than before. Naturally, Kyle supported her in that. He crossed the entrance hall and made his way through the courtyard to the hospital wing. Earlier, he had checked the office but found no one there, so he decided to try his luck here instead. Pushing open the door, he found Professor Sykes inside, chatting with Madame Pomfrey about Quidditch. Of course, Madame Pomfrey's take on Quidditch was quite different from most. She strongly leaned toward cancelling the sport altogether, believing it would immediately cut Hogwarts' injury rate in half. Every year during tryouts and matches, she would bring up the topic again. At the moment, she was trying to persuade both Professor Sykes and Connor to support her. Judging by Professor Sykes's expression, she didn't seem to agree. "Kyle, what brings you here?" she asked, immediately getting to her feet and shifting the topic as soon as she spotted him. "Oh, nothing. Just passing by," Kyle replied, casually taking out a stone. The moment Sykes saw the stone, her eyes flickered. "Poppy, I just remembered something I need to take care of. Let's continue this conversation another time." "Of course, no problem at all," Madame Pomfrey said. Professor Sykes gave a nod and left the hospital wing. Kyle and Connor followed closely behind. The three of them stepped out into the courtyard. Before Kyle had a chance to speak, Sykes asked first, "You did it?" "I did." Kyle held out the stone again. A proper Horcrux. Even if Voldemort looked at it, he wouldn't find a single flaw. "But just a few days ago, you couldn't manage anything close to that." "Perfect," Sykes said, frowning. She knew Kyle was smart, but it was hard to believe he'd solved all his previous problems in such a short time. "I got a bit of help." "Don't tell me it was Rowena Ravenclaw." Sykes turned her head. "Unless I see that memory for myself, I'm not buying it." "It wasn't a memory. It was knowledge," Kyle said, taking out a book. Sykes accepted it and flipped through a few pages. "Did you get any sleep last night?" "Plenty." "Then why did you hand me a blank book?" Sykes opened it wide. Kyle instinctively looked over, and only then realized that everything once written on the pages had vanished. "There really was something in it before?" Connor asked softly. "There was," Kyle nodded. "But it looks like she didn't want too many people seeing that part." "Probably disappearing ink," Connor suggested. Naturally, she believed Kyle. She was one of the few people who knew about Rowena Ravenclaw's existence. Weasley's wizard wheezes sells that kind of stuff, 1 galleon per bottle. The writing vanishes with a puff of wind. Some students even claim their ink got switched just to excuse turning in blank homework. "Maybe that's it," Kyle said. "But I swear, there was real content in that book when I read it, and I got a lot out of it. All the problems I had before. I found answers to every single one. That's why I was able to make a flawless Horcrux so quickly." Professor Sykes said nothing. It wasn't that she didn't believe Kyle, just that some things are hard to accept without seeing them firsthand. Her reason, her knowledge, and her instincts all told her that Rowena Ravenclaw couldn't possibly still exist, but at the same time, she didn't believe Kyle would lie about something like this. And besides, the Horcrux stone was real. That wasn't something you could fake. Sykes glanced down at the stone in her hand. Whether or not Ravenclaw truly existed, this thing alone was proof enough of Kyle's ability. "So you came to me about the Longbottoms?" "Yes," Kyle said. "I think the time's right. If you're not convinced, I can do it again, in front of the headmistress and you." "That's not what you told me before," Sykes reminded him. "And the Ministry of Magic will never approve of you creating a Horcrux, even if it's to save someone." "It doesn't matter." "I know what I'm doing," Kyle said. "The soul container's just a vessel. Whether it's stone, bone, or anything else, it's basically the same. There's one more thing." "What is it?" "I'm not the person you should be coming to." Sykes turned and handed the stone back to Kyle. "Have you forgotten? I've already retired. The ones you should be talking to are Mr. or Mrs. Longbottom." She glanced in the direction of the school's greenhouses. "If I remember right, Pomona told me she recently found an excellent teaching assistant, surname Longbottom." Chapter 989, Chapter 989, Mrs. Longbottom. Kyle had nearly forgotten, Neville was still at Hogwarts. After graduating, his love for herbology led him to apply for a position as a teaching assistant, and Professor Sprout readily agreed. Neville truly had a gift for herbology, particularly when it came to caring for delicate plants. He had remarkable patience. And as the greenhouses filled with more and more magical flora, Sprout had become increasingly busy. Sometimes, she'd even have to sprint to another greenhouse in the middle of class. Having an extra pair of hands made things much easier, and with Neville's application, she was happy to accept. The assistant's salary wasn't particularly high, and even if the school had objected, Sprout could have easily covered it herself. Of course, the headmistress and the board had no objections. Hogwarts already had one assistant, one more made no difference. And besides, the school welcomed outstanding students who wanted to stay on and work, well, everyone except Tom Riddle. When Kyle found Neville in Greenhouse 3, he was in the middle of collecting spores from jumping umbrella fungi. It was a fiddly job, keeping the fungi still was no easy task. But Neville looked like he was having the time of his life. His hands and body moved in sync with the bouncing mushrooms, and he was humming a tune. It was a cauldron full of hot, strong love, a lively song by the Weird Sisters. You could tell, he genuinely loved doing this. It wasn't a chore to him at all. Neville. Kyle knocked on the greenhouse door. I'm here. Oh. Kyle. What brings you here? Neville looked up, surprised and delighted. Are you looking for Professor Sprout? She's probably in her office at the castle grading papers. No, Neville. I came to see you. Me. Neville blinked, clearly not expecting someone to visit him in the greenhouse. Ever since he stayed on at Hogwarts, his companions had mostly been belladonna, knotgrass, and fanged geraniums. Visitors were rare. But he liked it that way. He didn't go looking for others either. Do you have a moment? Kyle asked. There's something I'd really like to talk to you about. It's important. Of course, no problem. Neville snapped back to attention and quickly wiped his dirty hands on his robes, only to smudge them even more. Sorry, could you give me a minute to change clothes? I know this might sound a bit rude, Neville, but you do remember you're a wizard, right? Kyle pulled out his wand and gave it a quick wave. Scourgify. All the dirt and dust vanished from Neville's hands and robes, leaving him suddenly much cleaner. Thanks, Neville said sheepishly. You know my memory's never been great. The brave, dependable Neville from the war seemed to have reverted to the forgetful dunce everyone remembered after the war had ended. So, where are we headed? How about the 3 broomsticks? I've been craving some butterbeer. Sure, that's fine. Neville nodded, then hesitated. But, could we not be too long? I've still got loads of work to do. That depends on what you decide, Kyle said offhandedly. The two of them arrived at the 3 broomsticks and ordered drinks. You can tell me now, Neville said, taking a sip of his butterbeer. Don't be shy, if you need my help, just say it. I'll do everything I can. It's about your parents, Kyle said. Neville's hand froze midair, his mug halfway to his lips. I have a way to bring them back, to restore their consciousness, Kyle continued. Clang. Neville shot to his feet. The sudden movement sent butterbeer sloshing out of his mug, spilling across the table. But Neville didn't care about that at all. He just stared at Kyle, his entire body trembling slightly. You can bring them back. Don't get worked up, Neville. Just let me finish first, Kyle said, waving his hand. The chair that had been knocked aside floated back to its place behind Neville, but he didn't sit. It wasn't that Neville didn't want to, it was that he couldn't. His legs felt like they'd frozen solid. He couldn't move at all except to stand there. Kyle didn't keep him guessing. He laid everything out from beginning to end. That's the whole story. Half an hour later, Kyle took a sip from his butterbeer. I've only just finished developing the method, and it does involve a Horcrux. Of course, I'll change the name when I present it to the ministry, just to avoid unnecessary trouble. But you have the right to know the full truth, and I won't hide anything. Whether you agree or not, that's entirely up to you. You, and your grandmother. Neville stared at Kyle. He opened his mouth, as if to speak, but no words came out. He wanted to say yes. This might be the only way to bring his parents back to themselves. But when the moment came, he just couldn't speak. He hesitated. It wasn't because the method was untested. Neville trusted Kyle. Ever since Kyle had defeated Voldemort at Hogwarts, that trust had become absolute. It wasn't entirely rational, but it was how Neville truly felt. If Kyle said he could wake his parents, then Neville believed it. And with Professor Sykes involved too, it wasn't just blind hope. What gave him pause was the word Horcrux. Neville had never really gotten to know his parents, but there was still a deep familiarity, the kind born from family ties. And he knew without a doubt that, as Aurors, they had their principles. They would rather remain in that state forever than use something as dark and twisted as a Horcrux. His grandmother was the same. That was why Neville hesitated. He couldn't make the decision. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Kyle had already finished his second butterbeer. And Neville was still standing there, pale and unmoving, gripping his mug tightly. I suggest you talk it over with your grandmother, Kyle said. The words seemed to snap Neville out of his daze. The light returned to his eyes as he tipped back his butterbeer and downed the rest in one gulp, as if hoping it would help steady his nerves. Maybe it was just psychological, but even though butterbeer had barely any alcohol, Neville did feel noticeably calmer. I'll go now. Wait, Kyle stopped him. Make sure you explain to Mrs. Longbottom that the reason Horcruxes are considered dark magic is because they require killing in order to split the soul. But in Mr. and Mrs. Longbottom's case, their souls are already fragmented. I hope you don't take offense, I only mean that the step involving murder isn't necessary. And besides, this is a completely reconstructed form of Horcrux. It's fundamentally different from what came before. Technically speaking, it should be called a soul vessel charm, a branch of spell work. I understand. Neville nodded stiffly, then turned and hurried off. Just then, someone stood up from a nearby table. You sure he's going to remember all that? Fred walked over and sat down across from Kyle. You know his memory's always been spotty, George added. They had come into the three broomsticks right behind Kyle and Neville. Since Weasley's Wizard Wheezes was located right at the edge of Hogsmeade, Fred had spotted them the moment they arrived. He'd been outside checking inventory. Kyle and Neville. One look was all it took for them to figure out why the two had come. They'd followed right behind, unnoticed by a stunned and distracted Neville. Just because he forgets things doesn't mean he forgets everything, Kyle said, glancing out the window. I'd bet he'll remember every single word. Maybe, Fred shrugged, neither agreeing nor arguing. Kyle soon left as well, leaving Fred to settle the bill. Neville had bolted out of the pub with the butterbeer mug still in hand. That would be an extra charge. Back at Hogwarts, Kyle went straight to Professor Sprout and asked for a leave of absence on Neville's behalf. She didn't ask why. Once Kyle assured her she wouldn't be needed, she agreed without hesitation. Do you think Mrs. Longbottom will agree? After dinner, Kanna and Kyle were walking side by side down a corridor in the castle when she asked softly. She will, Kyle replied. You sound confident. Do you really think they'll trust you? It's not me they trust. It's Professor Sykes, Kyle said. Didn't you notice? When Neville and I left for the three broomsticks, Professor Sykes left the castle too. She said she was going to fetch something. If I'm right, she went to St. Mungo's. Why? Because she's trying to find a way to reverse the Cruciatus curse, Kyle said. And you're not. Kanna stopped walking and looked at him. Kyle didn't answer right away. He hesitated for a long moment. To be honest, I'm not sure. Huh. Don't look at me like that. I really don't know, Kyle said. The idea first came to me when I saw the Longbottoms at St. Mungo's, driven mad by the Cruciatus curse. They were Aurors. They lost everything fighting Death Eaters. I wanted to try and save them. So technically, my original reason for developing the soul vessel charm was for the Longbottoms. Compared to Professor Sykes, that probably sounds kind of small, doesn't it? Of course not, Kanna said without hesitation. She gently took his hand. Because you succeeded. You're the only one who did. I wouldn't say that just yet, Kyle said, glancing out the window. I never expected the spell to be this difficult. I didn't get it right until after graduation, but at least it's not too late. As he said that, Kyle narrowed his eyes. A familiar double-decker bus had just pulled up at the gates of Hogwarts. It looked a lot like the night bus. Then, someone jumped off the bus and ran toward the castle. Kyle couldn't make out who it was from this distance, but he turned without hesitation and started down the stairs. Come on, I think they've made their decision. So soon. Kanna looked surprised, but followed closely behind. When the two of them reached the entrance hall, a small witch was hurrying in from outside. She was a striking figure, an elderly witch in an old-fashioned green dress, wearing a tall hat with a stuffed vulture perched on top. Kyle couldn't help wondering how the thing stayed on. She'd been running so fast and it hadn't budged, permanent sticking charm, maybe. Now wasn't the time to think about that. The old witch came to a stop as soon as she saw Kyle. Gran. Neville came running up behind her. Kyle, what are you doing here? Oh, I mean, we were just coming to find you. My Gran wants to ask. I've heard everything, said Mrs. Longbottom, walking up to Kyle and looking him straight in the eye. So then, Frank and Alice are in your hands. You've agreed. We have. Mrs. Longbottom gave a firm nod. I assume Neville explained about the Horcrux. He did. I understand. She added, but you, a stranger, were willing to spend so much time researching Horcruxes just to save them. If we still got hung up on whether Horcruxes are dark magic, we'd be downright shameless. Neville, get over here and thank him. The sudden bark made Kyle jump. Neville shuffled out from behind her like a startled quail. Thank you, Kyle. And I'm sorry, I should have thanked you this afternoon. No need to be so formal, Kyle said. Besides, Neville and I are friends. I wouldn't really call myself a stranger. He hadn't expected Mrs. Longbottom to be so forceful. The issue Neville had agonized over for so long had been resolved in seconds under her command. Don't let it bother you, she said, stepping closer. You're doing this to save Frank and Alice. And if they can't accept the idea of a Horcrux, well, they can just knock themselves unconscious again. Two spineless cowards. Kyle almost replied that he really didn't mind. Also, considering the Longbottoms hadn't even regained consciousness yet, wasn't it a bit early to be scolding them? But Mrs. Longbottom was talking so fast that by the time he thought to speak, she was already several sentences ahead. Kyle decided it was better to just keep quiet. She was berating her own family, after all, they probably wouldn't take offense. Mrs. Longbottom really was all action. As soon as she made up her mind, she had taken the night bus straight to Hogwarts. And though it was already evening, once she got Kyle's confirmation, she turned around and left just as quickly, also by night bus. She didn't have much choice. She couldn't apparate and didn't have a port key. The night bus was the fastest method available. They arranged to meet the next morning at St. Mungo's. The reason for waiting until tomorrow was that Psyche still needed to stabilize the Longbottom souls using a potion. It was a new brew she'd created using basilisk blood, specifically designed for soul restoration. It was the perfect opportunity to use it. Besides, there wasn't any rush. While Frank and Alice weren't conscious, their physical health was still relatively stable. To avoid disrupting Kyle's schedule, Mrs. Longbottom had originally wanted to wait until the following weekend, but Kyle didn't have any classes tomorrow, so it worked out. With the spare time, Kyle headed back to the headmistress's office. There was no reason to keep any of this from Professor McGonagall, especially since he still needed her approval to take the day off. Chapter 990, His Own Horcrux. Kyle, are you really confident about this? On a street in London, Minerva McGonagall looked at Kyle with deep concern. I'm not against you treating Frank and Alice. In fact, I truly hope they can wake up again. But Kyle, I must remind you, the Ministry of Magic has strictly forbidden any discussion related to Horcruxes. If they catch wind of this, they'll likely come after you. Don't worry, Headmistress. They won't find out, Kyle replied with a smile, then walked straight through the window display of what appeared to be a department store. McGonagall hesitated for a moment, but since Kyle had already gone in, she said nothing more and quickened her pace to follow. The waiting room was crowded. Neville and Mrs. Longbottom stood at the front, and Professor Sykes was there too. Even Amelia Bones, the Minister for Magic, and Kingsley Shacklebolt, head of the Aura Office, were present. They all seemed to be waiting for Kyle. Kyle, is it true? Amelia Bones was the first to approach, nearly bumping into a witch who had a golden snitch stuffed in her left nostril. I heard you found a counter-curse for the Cruciatus curse. Kyle didn't hear what Bones said. His attention was entirely on the witch, and on the snitch wings fluttering near her mouth. Catching a snitch with her nostril. How did she manage that? Kyle had always thought Harry catching one with his mouth was already niche enough. He had to admit, St. Mungo's never failed to amaze him. It wasn't until someone tapped him on the back that Kyle snapped out of it. Minister Bones, I don't know if this is actually a counter-curse to the Cruciatus, said Headmistress McGonagall clearly. To be honest, I only heard about it last night and haven't had time to verify anything. Ah, it's not exactly a counter-curse, Kyle added quickly. It just has a certain restraining effect on the Cruciatus curse. It helps repair fractured souls. That's still remarkable, Bones said, though her tone remained skeptical. Mrs. Longbottom stepped forward and expressed her gratitude to Kyle once more, and then the group headed upstairs together. 5th floor, spell damage ward. The Longbottoms were in one of the patient rooms. When the door opened, both of them turned their heads at the same time. Kyle had visited before, but compared to last time, they looked even more worn down, faces gaunt, eyes sunken and overly large, hair white, tangled, and brittle. The number of people entering seemed to unsettle them. Neville's mother shrank into a corner, glancing timidly at Neville among the crowd. She was clutching something in her hand. As Kyle got closer, he saw it was a wrapper from Dribble's Best Blowing Gum. As you can see, Mrs. Longbottom said wearily. They've been like this for a long time. Most of the time, they aren't lucid. But sometimes she is, Neville said suddenly. A lot of the time she recognizes me, she just can't speak. I can feel it. She'll recognize you from now on, Kyle said, patting him on the shoulder. Neville's face turned visibly red, whether from nervousness or excitement, it was hard to say. Maybe both. All unrelated personnel, please leave, Sykes said sternly. No one moved. Amelia Bones and Kingsley Shacklebolt stood firm, showing no intention of leaving, not that they could. Minerva McGonagall didn't move either. Meanwhile, the healers who had originally been in the room had somehow been pushed out. The Aurors who had accompanied them stepped outside as well, standing guard at the door. Are we starting now? Kingsley asked quietly. Yes, Kyle nodded. Just in time to make it back for dinner. He took out his wand, and everyone around him instantly held their breath, visibly tense. All right then. Time for a nap. Kyle waved his wand, and the two, who had looked slightly frightened, instantly closed their eyes and collapsed onto the bed. A red light emerged from the tip of Kyle's wand. Imperio. The red light entered Frank Longbottom's forehead and vanished without a trace. At the same moment, Kyle also fell completely still. The scene before his eyes had changed entirely. He seemed to be inside a vast, shattered space, colorless, without any edges or boundaries. It was like facing a dozen screens of various sizes, each playing a different scene. This was the soul extraction charm. The screens he saw were fragments of Frank Longbottom's soul. Kyle knew he was within Mr. Longbottom's consciousness, yet he hadn't separated from his own body. It was a strange, incredible feeling. Now I just need to separate them. Kyle moved his wand slightly. Permuto. He whispered the incantation so softly that even Minister Bones, who stood right beside him, only caught the last two words. Frank Longbottom suddenly convulsed, his body jerking as if something were moving through him. Bones frowned but ultimately said nothing. The process took longer than expected, and was rather dull. The two patients lay motionless, and Kyle stood before them without speaking, barely moving except to adjust his wand from time to time. Fortunately, everyone in the room had the patience for it. By noon, no one showed the slightest hint of restlessness. Bones and Kingsley remained composed, while Sykes wasn't bored in the least. As a healer, she could clearly sense the subtle changes occurring in the Longbottoms. Each time Kyle moved his wand, she followed with her eyes, which grew brighter with every shift. Outside the door, Neville stood in the hallway, staring at the tightly shut entrance, clutching a crumpled candy wrapper in his hand. He'd been kicked out too, dismissed by Mrs. Longbottom as an irrelevant bystander. He'd been like this all morning, standing motionless against the wall with his head down. Nervous, afraid, hopeful, a whirlwind of emotions churned within him, making it impossible to calm down. But he had no idea what was happening inside. All he could do was wait anxiously, absent-mindedly fiddling with the candy wrapper in his hand. Click. He didn't know how much time had passed, but finally, the door opened. Kyle stepped out, followed by the voice of Amelia Bones. If your method really works, I dare say the entire wizarding world will go mad over it. Order of Merlin, first class, I can guarantee it. I didn't do this for a medal, Minister, Kyle replied. Besides, their bodies are still too weak. It'll take some time before they wake up, so let's talk about it then. Neville peeked into the room. His parents lay quietly in bed, fast asleep. His heart skipped a beat. Kyle had done it. They hadn't woken yet, but Neville could instantly sense something had changed. There was a serenity in them he'd never seen before. Sleep had always been torment for them, they'd be jolted awake by nightmares in no time. But now they looked like Harry after Quidditch practice. Exhausted, lying down and falling asleep the moment they hit the bed, sleeping soundly until morning. It might not be the most precise comparison, but the meaning was clear. He was certain this time, his parents wouldn't be waking up in terror. Just as Neville turned, overjoyed, wanting to thank Kyle, the corridor in front of him was already empty. While he'd been leaning into the doorway to check on them, Kyle had already left St. Mungo's and returned to Hogwarts. If he headed back now, he'd make it just in time for lunch. After a whole morning of effort, he really was starting to feel hungry. Whoosh! With a faint sound, two figures appeared out of thin air on the Hogsmeade platform. Aren't we waiting for the headmistress? No need. She probably went to speak with Minister Bones. Kyle tossed aside the empty glass vial and walked toward the castle gates, with Conna following close behind. To be honest, Conna still hadn't fully recovered from the experience. They're really okay now? Yeah. Why? No reason. It's just not how I imagined it. That's because you were watching. I was the one doing all the work. Kyle rubbed his wrist, which was still trembling slightly. He'd cast over 20 Horcrux spells in succession. His wrist felt like it had been jabbed with needles, and he could barely hold his wand. Even this return trip with Conna had been done using a portkey arranged by Headmistress McGonagall. Apparition was out of the question. The last time he'd felt this drained was when he'd encountered Voldemort in the Hebrides. Kyle couldn't help rubbing his throbbing head. He hadn't expected Frank Longbottom's soul to be that fragmented. No wonder Neville had only ever mentioned his mother coming around, never his father. With a soul shattered into over a dozen pieces, it was a miracle if he could regain consciousness at all. But Minister Bones said she'd nominate you for the Order of Merlin, first class, Conna said quietly. You might become the youngest recipient ever. That. Just let it be talk, Kyle said offhandedly, clearly unfazed by the prestigious honor. What's that supposed to mean? Conna frowned. If you found a way to undo the 3 unforgivables, then of course you deserve the first class. Only if the method can be made widely available, like Wolfsbane potion, Kyle explained. But the truth is, I absolutely can't teach it to anyone else. Because of the Horcruxes. Exactly, Kyle nodded. At its core, the spell is a Horcrux. If anyone figured that out and made even a small adjustment, they could easily learn how to create one. There's never been a shortage of genius wizards in the magical world. Kyle glanced up at Hogwarts Castle. And I'm not arrogant enough to think no one could decipher the spell. That's just not realistic. Kanna let out a soft sigh, feeling a pang of pity for him. He could have had the Order of Merlin, first class. Nothing. Kyle seemed to catch her thoughts and smiled. That thing isn't even made of gold, it's worthless. I got something better. What is it? Bragging rights. Kyle raised an eyebrow. If I hadn't graduated yet, I might have gotten another special award for services to the school. That one, at least, goes in the trophy room, and it's actually made of gold. Though I'm not sure professors are even eligible to receive it. Definitely not, Kanna laughed. Don't forget, anyone who gets the special award also earns 200 house points. If they gave one to you, who would get the points? Hufflepuff, of course. The other 3 houses would never agree to that. Chatting as they walked, the two soon arrived in front of the castle. Right. As they reached the entrance to the Great Hall, Kanna suddenly remembered something and stopped. You basically made a Horcrux for Longbottom this time. If it stays like that too long, won't someone find out? She asked in a low voice. Also, what did you use as the container for their souls? I was watching you the entire time, you never left their side. You finally asked, Kyle said with a grin. They're the containers themselves. I got the idea from Harry Potter. Yeah. He was Voldemort's Horcrux, Kyle nodded, then explained. I figured, if a wizard can become someone else's Horcrux, why can't they become their own? So I tried making Mr. Longbottom into his own Horcrux. If it didn't work, I would have gone with the original plan, break a few bones and hide the fragments there. But I pulled it off. Kanna frowned, still puzzled. But he's just one person. You made over a dozen Horcruxes, didn't you? Just spread them out, Kyle said simply. The colorless space he had seen earlier was Mr. Longbottom's consciousness, or more accurately, his soul. Since he didn't need to worry about safety risks, he just gathered the fragments, stuffed one into the head, one into the arm, another into the leg, crammed them in wherever they'd fit. Messy, but it worked. The benefit was obvious, because all the soul fragments were in one container, there was no chance of the personality-splitting effect Voldemort had suffered. They were still the same Longbottoms, unchanged. As for the downside, well, it wasn't exactly a downside. The main advantage of a Horcrux is that the soul fragment endures with the container. In theory, if the container is a rock, it can last forever, so can the soul fragment inside. But if the container is a person, that advantage disappears. Then again, it depends on the situation. Kyle's goal was simply to bring the Longbottoms back to their senses, not to create 2 immortal wizards. His original plan had been to insert the separated soul fragments directly into their bones, hidden inside the body where no one would notice. Once the ministry officials left, he would extract those bones and either destroy them or ask Headmistress McGonagall to help seal them away. But that method might have caused some harm to the Longbottoms. Thankfully, he found a perfect workaround. Chapter 991, Harry's same model. The situation with Neville's parents had been resolved perfectly, fulfilling a long-held wish of Kyle's. While Kyle himself didn't think much of the incident, that didn't mean others felt the same. That morning, as Kyle was eating breakfast, he was suddenly swarmed by over a dozen owls. Letters rained down from above, and several nearly landed in the jug of pumpkin juice. One owl, either too tired or unable to stop in time, flew straight into the plate in front of Kyle, crashing down along with its letter and knocking over a large lump of butter. I think you're being a little too committed, Kyle said, casually wiping the butter and breadcrumbs from the owl's wings before taking the letter from its claws. Letters have been coming in non-stop, Kanna leaned over curiously. Did Rita Skeeter write something again? Doubt it, Kyle replied, brushing a butter-slick strand of Kanna's hair away. She's probably still off in the forest chasing material, no time to publish anything. Still, today's mail was unusually heavy. Kyle regularly received letters from various people, but never this many at once. Since that morning, nearly 20 had arrived, all from different places. Where's this one from? Let's see. Kyle looked down at the envelope. Yorkshire. Algie, from a place called Flower Garden Cottage. Who's Algie? Kanna asked, puzzled. You have a pen pal in Yorkshire? No idea, Kyle said with a shrug. I don't know this Algie. In fact, I don't recognize a single name from any of today's senders. And weirdly enough, none of them included surnames. It's like they all agreed to only write their first names. Did you open any? Nope, Kyle replied. Since he didn't know any of the senders, he was being extra cautious. He hadn't torn open a single envelope. Just in case they were cursed, he planned to ask the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor to check them for him. Why not do it himself? Well, dangerous work like that should definitely be left to a professional. What if some rogue Death Eater still out there decided to avenge their master by slipping a curse into a letter? Kyle set the envelope aside. Not wanting to be disturbed further, and also to let the other professors enjoy their breakfast in peace, he got up and left the Great Hall. First, he planned to find Snape. Then he'd prep for the next alchemy lesson. But just as he entered the entrance hall, someone came running in from outside in a panic. Neville. Kyle looked at him. Why are you in such a rush? Wait, don't tell me, your parents haven't woken up. No, it's not that. Neville was out of breath. He looked like he'd sprinted the whole way, one hand on his knee, the other waving frantically. They're awake, really awake. My mom, she recognized me. She said my name. It's the first time she's ever said my name. That's wonderful. Calm down, no need to rush, Kyle said gently, watching the overjoyed Neville. He extended a hand toward the Great Hall. A jug of pumpkin juice floated over from the Gryffindor table, wobbling in the air. Kyle handed it to Neville. I thought you'd want to spend more time with them. Don't worry about your assistant duties, I already spoke to Professor Sprout and got you some time off. She understands, and said you're welcome to stay with them for as long as you need. Thanks. Neville took a big gulp of pumpkin juice, visibly more at ease. I do plan to take a break. But today, I came to see you. Me. Well, not just me. My gran asked me to thank you on behalf of the Longbottom family. All my uncles and great-aunts know about it now. They're thrilled. Some of them already started arriving at St. Mungo's yesterday. The whole room was packed. People were even spilling out into the hallway. Then the ward matron came and kicked everyone out. Maybe he was still too excited, or maybe he just remembered a funny moment, because Neville chuckled as he said that. Sorry, he added quickly. My gran also wants to invite you to the Longbottom family's Christmas dinner. She didn't give me the formal invitation, but my uncle said he already sent it. Oh, I see it. He suddenly pointed to the floating stack of letters behind Kyle. What? That one, Algie, Neville said, pointing to the envelope on top. You mean, this letter was from your uncle? Kyle asked, picking up the still unopened envelope with a puzzled look. Exactly. Algie is my uncle, Neville nodded. When I first got my Hogwarts letter, he gave me a toad as a gift, Trevor. You know him. Of course Kyle knew. That toad followed Neville everywhere and was arguably the freest pet at Hogwarts. Mostly because Neville kept forgetting about it. Under classroom desks, inside greenhouse flower pots, perched outside the astronomy tower windows. You could spot Trevor just about anywhere, except in Neville's hands. So this Algie is actually Algie Longbottom. Yeah. Neville nodded. And this one. Kyle pulled out another envelope. Enid. She's my aunt. Fro. He's my uncle-in-law, but we rarely see each other, maybe 2 or 3 times, tops, Neville said matter-of-factly. Kyle pulled out more letters. As expected, they were all from members of the Longbottom family. Neville. Kyle couldn't help asking, does your family have some kind of unique tradition or something? Unique tradition. Neville thought for a moment. Not that I know of. He sounded uncertain, mostly because his memory wasn't great. If there was a tradition, he probably wouldn't remember it anyway. Okay, let me put it this way. Kyle pointed at the names on the envelopes. Do people in your family usually write letters without including their surname? That's when Neville noticed, none of the signatures on the envelopes had last names. But he didn't really know how to explain it. Now that he thought about it, Uncle Algie had always just signed his first name on letters. He'd done that since Neville was little. Looking at it that way, maybe it was a family tradition, after all. Maybe, they were just really excited, Neville mumbled, trying to offer an excuse. His voice was too quiet for Kyle to hear. But it didn't matter. Now that Kyle knew the letters were from the Longbottom family, he felt at ease and casually opened one. It was the letter from Algie Longbottom. Inside was a piece of parchment with gold embossed lettering, the most expensive type you could buy at the stationery shop, costing a full galleon per sheet. So, the Longbottoms were doing quite well financially. Which, come to think of it, made perfect sense. The Longbottoms were one of the sacred 28 pureblood families. They might not be on the same level as the Blacks or the Malfoys, but a few hundred years of accumulated wealth still counted for something. Kyle skimmed the letter's contents. It was a very formal invitation. He could tell the writer had been a bit emotional, some lines were crooked, but the tone was earnest and sincere. Just as Neville had said, the Longbottom family planned to host a Christmas dinner to celebrate the recovery of Neville's parents. This letter was the official invitation for Kyle. My uncles originally wanted to come to Hogwarts to thank you, Neville added, but Gran thought having that many people show up might disrupt classes. So they settled on writing letters instead. Good thing your grandmother had some foresight. Kyle's mouth twitched slightly. People who write to strangers without even signing a surname probably aren't the most reliable. If a whole crowd of them had shown up at Hogwarts, Kyle wouldn't have been the least bit surprised if something bizarre happened. Oh, he suddenly remembered something. Neville had once mentioned that, as a child, one of his uncles had thrown him out of an attic window to see if he had any magic. Neville hadn't said which uncle it was, so Kyle didn't know if it had been Algy. But tossing a child who wasn't even 10 out a window, no sane person would think that was okay. If that side of the family ever showed up at Hogwarts, things would definitely get interesting. But my mom and dad are here. Neville's voice pulled Kyle out of his thoughts. They're in Hogsmeade right now. They want to thank you in person. Kyle's first instinct was to decline. He could already guess what they'd say, a whole string of heartfelt thank yous. Whether he went or not, it wouldn't change much. Honestly, he'd rather use the time to write some actual cursed letters and send them to Snape. That would at least keep Snape from wandering aimlessly around the castle all day. But under Neville's persistent urging, Kyle eventually let himself get dragged along. And to be fair, Neville had surprising strength, probably from hauling flower pots around the greenhouses all the time. Plus, there was something Neville had said that stuck with him. He'd mentioned that his father, Frank Longbottom, was acting a little off. Neville's expression had been a little odd when he said it, so Kyle figured it was worth checking out. Call it after-sales service. The two of them headed to Hogsmeade. This time, it wasn't the Three Broomsticks. Probably because the healers had forbidden alcohol, Mr. and Mrs. Longbottom were waiting at Madame Putafoot's tea shop. When Kyle and Neville pushed open the door, the couple stood up at once, almost like students rising to greet a professor. But before they could say anything, Kyle spoke first. If you're here to thank me, Neville's already done that for you. Your family, there's no need to say it again. That's different, Frank Longbottom said, shaking his head. We need to thank you in person. You saw what we were like before, completely helpless. You basically saved our lives. You've saved lives yourselves, haven't you? Kyle replied. You were part of the Order of the Phoenix. This isn't anything worth making a fuss over. The Order of the Phoenix. Neville's mother murmured, you're a member too. One of the new generation, right? I should have guessed. A wizard as talented as you must have joined. Actually, that was a while ago. Kyle shrugged. The Order doesn't exist anymore. It's been disbanded. The smiles on the Longbottoms' faces froze, and their expressions quickly turned pale. You must be joking. The Order of the Phoenix can't be gone. Having only just regained full awareness, their memories were still stuck years in the past. They hadn't yet caught up with the current state of the magical world. Neville's mother was a bit more informed, since she had moments of lucidity and had picked up scattered bits and pieces over time. But normally, Neville wouldn't waste those precious moments updating her on wizarding politics. So she didn't know much either. No, I'm not joking. The Order of the Phoenix has been disbanded, Dumbledore himself did it. Kyle calmly picked up the freshly delivered tea, took a sip, then set it back down. Oh, and by the way, Dumbledore's dead. Minerva McGonagall is the current headmistress of Hogwarts. Bang, bang. The two turned even paler. At the mention of Dumbledore, they both collapsed to the floor, one after the other. Neville, you didn't tell them. Kyle turned and asked. And no, I didn't. Neville's face flushed as he rushed to help them up, quickly recounting everything that had happened over the past few years. From Voldemort's return, to the Order of the Phoenix joining forces with the Ministry of Magic, and finally, to the Battle of Hogwarts. Kyle had never seen Neville speak so fluidly, no stammering at all. Mr. and Mrs. Longbottom were visibly shaken. They hadn't expected so much to have happened in their absence. They wanted to ask for details, but now wasn't the time. They had no choice but to hold their questions. Kyle sat across from them, nodding in satisfaction. It seemed distracting them had worked. At least they weren't going on endlessly with their thanks anymore. By the way, Mr. Longbottom, Kyle said, seizing the opportunity, I heard from Neville that you've been applying dittany to yourself. Can you tell me what that's about? Ah, that. Frank Longbottom snapped out of his daze and shook his head. It's nothing. Just a small thing, nothing to worry about. It's all right, no need to feel embarrassed. It's really not what you think, Frank said again. Then, after a brief pause, he rolled up his sleeve and pointed to a scar on his arm. This one. I'm not sure when it showed up, I just thought I'd try dittany to see if it would help. The scar was small, but its shape was distinctive, like a lightning bolt. Neville saw it too. He stared at the scar, opening his mouth as if to speak, but hesitated. He'd seen a scar like that before, on Harry's forehead. Wait a second. Neville had only glanced at his father's forehead instinctively, but that single glance was enough, he saw it again. That same familiar scar. It was on his forehead too, mostly hidden beneath his hair, hard to notice unless you were looking for it. That's not right. Why would his dad have the same scar as Harry? Same shape, nearly the same location. Had it been there before? No. It hadn't. In an instant, Neville was stunned. He sat there blankly, his expression shifting from one emotion to another. Chapter 992, Shell Cottage. When the Longbottoms left Madame Putafoot's tea shop, Neville still hadn't recovered from his confusion. With a puzzled and uncertain look, he followed them out. Kyle remained seated inside, and only after their figures had completely disappeared down the street did he finally burst into laughter. There was no helping it, just like you need to dig a hole before planting potatoes, the scars were simply the inevitable result of creating Horcruxes. The reason they ended up in the shape of lightning bolts was because, in that moment, Kyle had subconsciously thought of Harry's forehead. Still, it wasn't without its perks. At the very least, the next time Mr. Longbottom went on a beach holiday, he'd definitely attract plenty of astonished looks. After all, not just anyone could sport a dozen perfectly shaped lightning bolt scars. If he wanted to be stylish about it and painted them gold, it would be even more eye-catching. Kyle might even be able to turn it into a new business. Though, knowing Frank Longbottom's personality, he'd probably never go for it. Fred, on the other hand, just might. After returning to Hogwarts, Kyle immediately sought out Kana and told her what had just happened. Are you going to go? Yes, I already promised Frank, Kyle replied. But I'm still short one date. If you're willing, that would be perfect. Unlike the simple meals held at Hogwarts, the Christmas dinners hosted by wizarding families were basically Christmas balls. Except for those who were too young, everyone who received an invitation would typically attend with a dance partner, just like the Yule Ball during the Triwizard Tournament. Is that your way of inviting me? Kana asked with a smile. Of course, Kyle said. All right, Kana raised an eyebrow. Then I accept. But I'll need to buy a new dress robe. The old one's gotten a bit tight. You should talk to Fleur, Kyle suggested. As much as I hate to admit it, when it comes to dress robes, the shops in France are definitely more professional. Then I'll find time to head over to Shell Cottage, Kana nodded. After Bill and Fleur got married, the two of them moved out and settled in the suburbs of Cornwall, near the sea. Kyle never quite understood why they chose to live somewhere so remote. It really was remote, even most wizards wouldn't bother going there, let alone newspaper-delivering owls. But according to Bill, he and Fleur both considered it a lonely yet beautiful place, and they loved it. All Kyle could say was that wizards clearly had different tastes. He didn't get it, but he respected it. Besides, once a place was connected to the Fleur network, it didn't really matter how remote it was. With a dance partner sorted, Kyle stopped thinking about the matter and returned to his daily routine of attending classes and caring for the dragons in the garden. He had to admit, dragons grew ridiculously fast. By now, most of them stood over 20 feet tall when upright. The largest one, Iron Belly, had already reached 40 feet. When it flew over the Forbidden Forest, it looked like a massive dark cloud. The centaurs had lodged complaints more than once, but no one paid them any attention. Not that anyone could do anything about it anyway. When the Death Eaters attacked Hogwarts, the dragons had fought alongside them. The most aggressive of them all, the Hungarian Horntail, had contributed the most, spewing dragon fire from the start to the end of the battle, single-handedly wiping out an entire team of Death Eaters. It had even received a special award for services to the school, personally presented by Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. There's still a dragon-shaped trophy sitting in the school's trophy room to this day, the only one of its kind. As for the centaurs, they stayed hidden in the Forbidden Forest from the beginning of the war and never showed up, or rather, to be precise, they finally came out near the end and fired a volley of arrows, as a symbolic gesture of support. Maybe one of them had divined the outcome of the war and decided they should get involved after all. But one group was there from the beginning, while the other only appeared at the end. In that kind of situation, it was pretty obvious which side Hogwarts would favor. Headmistress McGonagall certainly wouldn't drive the centaurs out of the Forbidden Forest. After all, technically speaking, the Forbidden Forest was independent and didn't belong to Hogwarts. But she also wouldn't refuse to let another magical creature live there. As for territory or airspace disputes, since the forest wasn't part of Hogwarts, it wasn't her problem. So whenever the centaurs stormed in, indignant and demanding answers, McGonagall would simply shrug and tell them to take it up with the Ministry of Magic. She even helpfully gave them a reason to report illegal dragon breeding. At first, the centaurs actually did go, but Kyle had an official dragon breeding license issued by the Reserve, and the Ministry had no authority to interfere. And once even the Ministry wouldn't get involved, there was nothing the school could do either. By now, Kyle had already removed most of the alchemical fog, leaving only the outermost layer near the castle. After all, students still needed to attend classes. If they suddenly saw a dragon taking flight nearby, it'd be hard not to get distracted. Hagrid was a frequent visitor, dropping by almost every day and often bringing things for Kyle. Unicorn hairs, salamander tails, augury feathers, things he picked up while patrolling the Forbidden Forest. He'd done this sort of thing before, but back then, they weren't much use. At most, Hagrid might use the unicorn hairs to weave a mat or patch a bedsheet. But now that the school offered alchemy classes, these items had become highly useful. Hagrid started bringing an empty bag with him every time he entered the forest, only returning after he'd filled it to the brim. And this steady stream of materials had continued for several months. That day, as usual, Hagrid handed Kyle a full bag and asked, "Quidditch match is coming up soon, eh? Who'd you reckon'll win this time?" "Gryffindor, of course," Kyle blurted out. "Every single player on this team, no matter who, can't compare to Ginny. Put it this way, as long as Gryffindor can drag the game out for more than half an hour, even if their seeker takes a nap midway, they'll still win." Ginny played chaser on the team, and at this point she was just like Kyle had been back in the day, charging forward with the quaffle, unstoppable and untouchable. Back then, at least he'd had worthy opponents. Harry and his firebolt had been a real headache. But Ginny? She didn't even have that. Neither Ravenclaw nor Hufflepuff had any standout players, and even Slytherin's notorious boxing squad had started playing by the rules. Which wasn't too surprising. After the war, Slytherin had taken quite a lot of heat. If they didn't keep a low profile now, they'd be asking for trouble. All things considered, this year's Quidditch Cup was shaping up to be Ginny's personal scoring showcase. "You've got a point," Hagrid nodded. "Every single one of the Weasleys is ridiculously talented. Even the most mischievous, Fred and George, ended up building something really impressive. I've been to their shop, it's brilliant, would have been even better if that plate hadn't tried to bite me." Hagrid instinctively rubbed his beard. "Want me to save you 2 seats, he offered. "Though they probably won't be too close to the front." "No need," Kyle shook his head. "Kanna's new dress robes just arrived. We're planning to visit Shell Cottage together this weekend." "Dress robes?" "For the Longbottom's Christmas dinner," Kyle said. "Oh, right." Hagrid slapped his arm. "Neville sent me an invitation a few days ago. I'm still not sure if I should go. You know, a lot of wizards don't exactly welcome half-giants." "Neville invited you?" "No, Frank did. He sent the invitation on behalf of the Longbottom family," Hagrid said cheerfully. "I'm really glad he's come back to himself." "You're incredible, Kyle, truly." Kyle didn't respond. He was genuinely a bit surprised that Frank Longbottom had invited Hagrid to the Christmas dinner. It was true that many wizards wanted nothing to do with anything giant-related, so usually only people who were particularly close to Hagrid would think to invite him to formal events like this. Frank and Hagrid had both been in the Order of the Phoenix, so a close relationship made sense. What Kyle hadn't expected was that none of the other Longbottoms had objected. "Let's go together, then," Kyle said. "Do you need dress robes? I heard there's a shop in France that's made formal robes for giants before. I can ask Fleur to check for you." "No need," Hagrid waved it off. "That dragonhide coat you gave me last time is perfect. I've never worn it, actually." As he said this, Hagrid glanced instinctively at the horntail flying overhead. The main issue was that whenever he wore that dragonhide coat, the horntail would mistake him for one of its own. And when a horntail meets one of its own, well, let's just say it doesn't have the best manners. Hagrid had experienced that once, and the memory was still very fresh. Seeing that Hagrid had made up his mind, Kyle let it be. By the time the weekend arrived, Kyle and Kanna had eaten breakfast early. Then, while the other students were still wrapped up in their Quidditch discussions, they disapparated from Hogsmeade to Cornwall. "I still don't get it." Staring out at the endless stretch of sand and scattered rocks, Kyle frowned slightly. "What's supposed to be romantic about a place like this?" "I don't get it either," Kanna said. "Maybe we just don't understand. I mean, Bill and Fleur are both a bit unconventional." She remembered the first time she saw Bill. His appearance had stood out completely from those around him, long hair tied back in a ponytail, fan-shaped earrings, and dragon-hide boots that made him look like something straight out of a Muggle Western. She couldn't help but imagine what Kyle would look like dressed the same way. Actually, it might suit him. And she'd never seen Kyle with long hair before. Kanna stared at Kyle's face, her mind wandering. Then suddenly, she couldn't help but let out a quiet laugh. "What are you laughing at?" "No, nothing, really." Kanna blushed and shook her head quickly. "You're acting strange." Kyle didn't press the issue and continued, "Anyway, if it were up to me, I definitely wouldn't choose to live somewhere so remote that even owls refuse to come." "Then where would you choose to live?" A cold, emotionless voice came from behind him. "Dorset's not bad. Devon's great too. Of course, it'd depend on what you want, or we could just talk it over and pick somewhere we both like." Kyle trailed off mid-sentence, suddenly realizing that the question hadn't come from Kanna. When he turned around, he was met with Fleur's face, somewhere between angry and amused, a mix of expressions battling it out across her features. And next to her was Bill, grinning and winking like mad. "You two are here. Kyle asked. I should say thank goodness I came, Fleur said in a deliberately drawn-out tone. Otherwise I wouldn't have known just how little you think of our shell cottage. Seriously though, are you really a wizard? Or do you just not believe in apparition, the Fleur network, or port keys? Come on, I never said there was anything wrong with Shell Cottage, Kyle said quickly. And besides, we operate here, how's that not wizardly? Yet you just said owls don't even come here. Well, they don't. Fine, I just meant, don't you get tired of looking at rocks all day? Do you get tired of looking at Kana every day? Fleur shot back. Kyle didn't hesitate. No. Me neither, she said smugly, planting a kiss on Bill's cheek. Kyle felt like he'd just been kicked in the stomach and wasn't allowed to complain about it. He was just making a passing comment about the place being a bit remote. Fleur raised her brows in triumph, then grabbed Kana, who had been about to defend Kyle, and spun around. Don't mind him. Come with me, that shop has some gorgeous robes. Kana was whisked away. Bill stepped forward and clapped Kyle on the shoulder. Sorry. Fleur, well, she didn't really mean it. It's fine, I get it. Kyle waved it off. Besides, I did bring up the place first. So, are you really thinking of settling in Dorset? Bill asked with curiosity. I heard the wizards there aren't exactly the friendliest. Or is this something you and Diggory planned? He remembered Kyle, Fred, George, and Cedric Diggory from the other side of the village being thick as thieves back at school. No, nothing set in stone, Kyle replied. Just an idea. I don't really know what the wizards in Dorset are like, but there's an interesting neighbor down there. It'd definitely make things more exciting, though you'd need a bit of nerve to live nearby. Nerve. Bill frowned, trying to work out what that meant. Who would you need nerve to live next to? Surely not a Death Eater. Anyway, did you get an invitation from the Longbottoms? Kyle asked, clearly trying to steer the conversation elsewhere. My mom got one, Bill said easily, not the type to pry. The invite was for the whole family. Fleur and I will be going. The two of them continued chatting as they walked toward Shell Cottage. True to its name, the house really did resemble a giant shell from a distance, and it was surprisingly beautiful. Chapter 993, Kana, will you marry me? Kyle had to admit that Fleur had excellent taste. Even though Kana had never left Hogwarts, the dress robe looked as if it had been tailored just for her. Whether it was the fit or the style, there wasn't a single flaw to be found. And the robe reflected the typical fashion of French wizards, lavish, yet never overbearing. So when Kana arrived at the Longbottom residence on Christmas Day wearing that gown, she immediately drew quite a bit of attention. Blue really suits you, dear, Sykes said with a warm smile. She had also been invited, though she hadn't traveled from Hogwarts with Kyle and Kana. Thank you, Professor, Kana replied with a smile. At that moment, the Weasley family arrived. Arthur, Molly. Frank Longbottom, who was in charge of greeting the guests, called out cheerfully and quickly made his way over to the couple at the front. The two looked a little awkward at first, but soon were caught up in the joy of reunion. Kyle glanced behind them but only saw Bill and Fleur. Looking for Fred and George? Bill came over and asked. They love a good party. Didn't they come? Oh, they're coming, just running a bit late. Bill raised an eyebrow and added meaningfully, this year's Christmas dinner isn't at Hogwarts, you're expected to bring a date. Kyle caught on right away. Who is it? Angelina Johnson. I think that's her name. She's not in England at the moment, so it'll take her a while to get here. Fred went to pick her up. Angelina, the Gryffindor chaser. That's the one. Bill nodded. I heard she was his date for the Triwizard Tournament ball. That's right, Kyle said. He remembered too, Fred had invited Angelina in the Great Hall, and she had agreed. But Fred never mentioned they kept in touch. He didn't say anything to me either, Bill said. But one time I saw him coming out of the house carrying a thick stack of letters. I got a look, every single one was between him and Johnson. Fred just didn't want to admit it. The two of them were chatting about Fred and Angelina, and it wasn't long before they drew the attention of others nearby. One by one, people gathered around to join the conversation. There actually weren't that many guests, fewer than Kyle had expected. Aside from the Longbottom family, nearly everyone else had once appeared at an Order of the Phoenix gathering. The Weasleys, Cedric, Lupin, Tonks, Hagrid, Daedalus, Doge, all familiar faces. Even Mundungus had received an invitation. For all his cowardice and skittishness, the man had provided valuable intelligence to the Order over the years. To the Longbottoms, he still counted as one of their few remaining comrades. Kyle also spotted a familiar trio in the crowd, Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Neville must have invited them. Though it seemed Neville had forgotten to mention that this Christmas dinner was a little different from the ones held at school. None of the three had brought a date, and they looked a little out of place standing in the middle of the room. Sirius looked even more out of place, his situation all the more awkward. In Frank Longbottom's memory, he was still the Death Eater who had betrayed the Potters. Now, to suddenly find him on their side again, it would take some time to adjust. And Sirius, who had forgotten about needing a date, was now sheepishly explaining things to Harry and the others. It had been ages since he last attended a formal Christmas dinner, probably not since before he left school. With all that time, and everything he'd gone through in Azkaban, forgetting something like this was understandable. Still, he'd unintentionally dragged Harry and the others into his blunder. So when Frank Longbottom came over to greet him, both men seemed a little uncomfortable. Thankfully, the tension didn't last long. Fred and Angelina Johnson arrived just in time to pull Frank's attention away. And the Christmas dinner soon got underway. To be honest, the Longbottom house wasn't all that large, definitely smaller than number 12 Grimmauld Place. But with the help of the undetectable extension charm, it was more than enough to host a proper Christmas gathering. As the banquet began, the Longbottoms once again offered Kyle their heartfelt thanks. "That's strange," Angelina suddenly said. "It's not what I read in the Daily Prophet. They said you just helped out St. Mungo's, but from the way Mr. Longbottom spoke, it sounds like the whole thing was thanks to you. Or, is the Ministry of Magic clashing with Hogwarts again?" She still remembered how, back when Voldemort returned, Dumbledore and Cornelius Fudge had nearly ended up on opposite sides. At the time, Fudge had even used the newspapers to smear Dumbledore's name. "This time it really isn't like that," Kyle said, shaking his head. In fact, Amelia Bones had sought him out as soon as the Longbottoms regained consciousness. The two had spent an entire afternoon discussing the matter in the headmaster's office. For various reasons, Kyle couldn't publicly reveal the process. He'd only agreed to pass the method on to each future director of St. Mungo's. Very few people had actually been driven insane by the Cruciatus Curse. In the past decade or so, it had only happened to the Longbottoms, so having the director alone know the method was enough. Of course, even that came with conditions. To ensure the Horcrux spell couldn't be used elsewhere, a magical contract was essential, one that Amelia Bones had prepared herself. It came directly from the Department of Mysteries and was far more secure than anything Sykes could have drawn up. She never even asked why Kyle had such a method. Her only condition was that he agreed to keep the entire matter secret. And the reason was simple. If people found out there was a reliable counter-curse for the Cruciatus Curse, it would likely be removed from the list of unforgivable curses. Bones had no intention of letting that happen. Wizarding law treated the unforgivable curses differently from other curses and dark magic. Punishment for using dark magic varied, just look at Nocturne Alley. Everyone knew the place was full of shops dealing in dark magic, but the Ministry and the Aurors mostly turned a blind eye. Or take the Hog's Head in Hogsmeade, even the students knew it was a favorite haunt for dark wizards, and yet no Aurors ever showed up to arrest anyone. There were just too many dark wizards to round up. As long as they didn't go too far, the Aurors generally didn't interfere. But the unforgivable curses were a different matter. If you cast one, whether it's someone, into the air, or even just to test it, as long as you spoke the incantation and used your wand, you'd be sent straight to Azkaban to face the harshest punishment. That was the difference. Bones didn't want to see the Cruciatus Curse downgraded to the level of ordinary dark magic. It was a spell invented purely for torture, and every witch or wizard who used it deserved the severest punishment. She also understood that if the spell was publicly removed, Kyle would lose at least half, if not all, of the recognition he was due. The magical contract was her way of compensating him. She also promised to do everything in her power to help Kyle secure the Order of Merlin, First Class. The main hurdle was that Kyle's defeat of Voldemort only existed in Snape's memory, no one else had seen it. Otherwise, the First Class would have been guaranteed. Still, Kyle agreed to her proposal. In many ways, the two of them were perfectly aligned. And that's how those newspaper reports came to be. The whole event was framed around St. Mungo's, with Kyle's role minimized. But in truth, he hadn't lost anything. If anything, he'd gained. The Horcrux spell, unlike the Wolfsbane potion, wasn't something that could easily be commercialized. Without revealing the details, he likely wouldn't have received formal recognition from the Order of Merlin anyway. So it was basically the same outcome, but now, he had the gratitude of both St. Mungo's and the Ministry of Magic. Oh, and there was Professor Sykes. She even offered to give Kyle all of her Felix Felicis as compensation. But Kyle turned her down. He didn't need Felix Felicis. Kyle picked out a few key points and gave Angelina a quick explanation. The Cruciatus Curse has to remain one of the unforgivable curses. I'm only telling you this because you're one of us, so don't let it slip, Kyle whispered. Angelina's face flushed red, and she instinctively glanced at Fred beside her. He's right, you are one of us, Fred said cheerfully, slipping an arm around her shoulders. I really hope this dinner wraps up soon. I've been dying to ask you for a dance. Hold on a second. Kyle pulled him aside. I've been meaning to ask, where's George? Why are you the only one here? Don't tell me he went to pick up a date too. Oh, no. Fred couldn't help but grin. He said he wasn't interested in the party and would rather stay at the shop. I'll bet it's just because he doesn't have a date, Cedric's voice chimed in from nearby. Oh, clever head boy, this is when you should pretend you don't know anything, Fred said in an exaggerated tone, mouth wide. Just because you have Cho doesn't mean you should go poking at his sore spot, that's not very nice. Don't tell me you didn't do the same, Cedric said, eyes narrowing. Fred let out a vague, gurgling grunt in response. Clearly, Cedric was a solid friend, he knew the twins far too well. I just didn't expect. He murmured, your friendship could fall apart so easily. Can't be helped. Fred shrugged. He asked Jordan to the Triwizard Ball. Alicia, Katie, so many great girls, and he just had to pick Lee Jordan. Otherwise, he might have been here tonight too. Or, who knows, maybe if he'd been a bit braver, he could have asked Jordan again. At that, Fred burst into laughter. Kyle laughed along. I'm definitely telling George about all of this. I can pass it along for you, Fred offered with a raised eyebrow, clearly unbothered. After the dinner came the part everyone had been looking forward to, the dance. Fred was the first to pull Angelina into the courtyard dance floor. Just as he'd said, he couldn't wait any longer to have a dance with her. Next, Kyle turned to Kanna and extended his hand. My lady, may I have this dance? Of course. Kanna placed her hand gently into his. My honor, Kyle said, leading her to the center of the dance floor. The Longbottoms hadn't brought in the weird sisters like Dumbledore once had, but they'd come up with something just as unique, a centaur band. And the result was surprisingly good. Kyle and Kanna danced 3 songs together before finally returning to their seats, still a little reluctant to stop. Dancing, Kyle had to admit, wasn't as easy as it looked. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and took the pumpkin juice Harry handed him, downing a big gulp. Thanks, he said, giving Harry a glance. Beside him, Hermione handed a glass of pumpkin juice to Kanna as well. Where's Ron? Oh, he wandered off to the other side, Harry said. I think he found a cake over there that he really likes. Eating cake at the Yule Ball. Kyle opened his mouth, then decided not to comment. Anyway, why are you still sitting here? The casual question made Harry visibly uncomfortable. I didn't bring a date. I thought it was just a dinner, like at Hogwarts. I figured, Kyle said. But why didn't you ask Hermione? Hermione. Harry blinked, caught off guard. Not just him, Hermione, sitting beside him, also looked momentarily stunned. It was as if the two had just now realized the other was a girl, or a boy. You're not seriously planning to just sit here the whole time, are you? Kanna asked, unable to resist. Harry and Hermione fell silent. At that moment, Kanna realized she'd guessed right. They really had been sitting there the entire evening. Okay. Kyle set down his pumpkin juice. Let me just remind you, Harry, you've already graduated from Hogwarts. And so has Hermione. A ball doesn't mean you have to dance, but sitting off to the side the whole time isn't exactly ideal either. Sure, most people here are friends, so no one's going to care tonight. But in the future, you'll be attending other dinners, other dances. Sometimes, dancing with a good friend can be a smart move. At the very least, it helps you turn down the invitations you don't want. Harry was quick on the uptake. As soon as Kyle said that, he turned and asked Hermione to dance. Once the two of them left, only Kyle and Kanna remained at the table. Cedric and Cho were nowhere to be seen, probably off on the other side of the courtyard, but Fred and Angelina were still dancing. It's kind of unbelievable, Kanna said, resting her chin on her hand. I never realized they kept writing letters to each other for years after graduation. She glanced at Kyle, curiosity in her eyes. When do you think they'll announce their wedding? No idea, Kyle said after thinking a moment. But if it's Fred, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he announced it tomorrow. You're right, Kanna said with a nod. That's exactly the kind of thing Fred and George would do, always full of surprises. Kanna. Kyle looked at her profile and suddenly asked, if I proposed to you right now, would you say yes? Kanna's hand froze midair. It felt like something had blocked her ears, all she could hear was a dull buzzing. What? Well, Kyle said, turning toward the dance floor, I was just thinking, if Fred really did announce tomorrow that he's marrying Angelina, what would happen? What would happen? Kanna echoed. The Weasleys would throw another wedding, Kyle said. And not long after, Cedric and Cho would probably get married too. And then I'd realize it's time for me to propose to you. He smiled. But since I already realize it, why wait? He took a deep breath. So. Miss Kanna Prince, will you marry me? The quiet night sky, the lively dance, the music, whether soft or loud, seemed to vanish in that instant. But the next moment, everything returned. The world regained its color. The sounds came rushing back. The centaur band, sensing the lull in energy, launched into a more spirited tune. With magical amplification, the music filled the entire courtyard. A few fireworks exploded above, transforming into soaring fire dragons that danced through the sky. It was unmistakably Fred's handiwork. He was always eager to showcase Weasley's wildfire whiz-bangs at any celebratory event. And to be fair, the effect was excellent. Compared to traditional wet start, no-heat fireworks, these interactive, lifelike creations were far more favored among wizards. The surrounding guests were even more excited now. Some who had been thinking of taking a break were swept up in the renewed energy and returned to the dance floor. Amid the deafening cheers, Kanna's lips moved slightly. Then Kyle smiled and naturally reached out his hand. The two embraced under the shimmering fireworks. Kyle wrapped his arms around Kanna's shoulders, and she leaned in and kissed him. The music was a bit loud, but if you listened closely, it wasn't bad at all. Chapter 994, The Calm Snape. What did you say? In the Longbottom's garden, Fred and Cedric stood stunned, staring in disbelief at Kyle and Kanna. And they weren't the only ones. Headmistress McGonagall and Professor Sykes, standing nearby, wore nearly identical expressions. None of them could have imagined that they'd hear such shocking news at what was supposed to be just a Christmas dinner. Kyle had proposed to Kanna. Well, perhaps it wasn't all that shocking. At Hogwarts, aside from a certain emotionless ghost professor, almost everyone was aware of their relationship. Even Hagrid knew they were bound to get married someday. It was just that no one expected Kyle to be so, well, brave. Or perhaps decisive. When the professors chatted, they often brought up the school's outstanding students. Kyle and Harry were always among the most frequently mentioned. And when it came to Kyle, you couldn't avoid mentioning the 6-person group he was part of, just like it was impossible to mention Harry without bringing up Hermione and Ron. Within that little circle, Kyle and Kanna, along with Cedric and Cho, were the two acknowledged couples. So naturally, the professors had often speculated about which of them would be the first to get married. Most, including McGonagall, had bet on Cedric. Not only because Cedric was older than Kyle, but also because of Kyle's status as a genius wizard. Magic is infinitely complex. The more you learn, the more captivating it becomes. Once a wizard starts devoting most of their focus to runes and spellcraft, it's easy, consciously or not, to overlook personal emotions. They had seen it happen to countless young wizards, including some of the professors themselves. Of course, it wasn't always the case. Take James Potter and Lily Evans, for instance. They were married not long after graduating. But strictly speaking, they weren't exactly the brightest magical prodigies, at least not ones who could defeat Voldemort. Kyle, on the other hand, could. And he had. Which meant his understanding of magic extended far beyond what James had ever seen. And then there was Kanna, the youngest ever member of the most extraordinary society of potioneers, breaking a nearly 200-year-old record. Yet neither of them had gotten lost in their fields. They still held on to the raw, personal emotions that made them human. What, was magic not seductive enough? Had potions lost their allure? It was in that moment that Minerva McGonagall finally understood something Dumbledore had once said. Back when Kyle had just graduated, Dumbledore, completely out of character, had willingly taken on the role of school governor and spent a fortune in galleons to establish alchemy classes, all to keep Kyle at Hogwarts. At the time, McGonagall had instinctively thought of Voldemort, or rather, Tom Riddle in his youth. Both were brilliant students, yet Dumbledore had treated them in completely opposite ways. One had his job applications rejected time and again, while the other had the school practically paying him to stay. She'd asked Dumbledore about it but received only a vague response. He had simply said that Kyle and Voldemort were fundamentally different. Kyle was unlikely to be drawn into the vortex of power. McGonagall hadn't quite understood then, but now she suddenly did. The ability to retain normal human emotions, that was probably the key difference. By the time McGonagall came back to her senses, Kyle and Kanna were already surrounded. Cho, Mrs. Weasley, and Tonks led a group of excited witches who clustered around Kanna, firing off a flurry of curious questions. Meanwhile, Cedric and Fred had Kyle by the collar, wearing fierce expressions as if interrogating him. "Sorry to interrupt," McGonagall said, "but I must ask, do your parents know about this? Chris, Diana, and Severus." She paused noticeably at the last name. For a moment, she thought she heard Professor Snape's furious snarl echoing in her ears, though she couldn't tell if it was just her imagination. The lively atmosphere froze in an instant. "All right, I see." There was no need to press further. With her wealth of experience, the headmistress of Hogwarts instantly understood what was going on. And it was understandable. Because of that little episode, some people no longer felt like staying at the ball. Minerva McGonagall and Sikes escorted Connor back to Hogwarts, while Kyle left with the Weasley family and Cedric for the village of St. Catchpole. That's just unfair. I wanted to do that too. On the way back, Fred kept muttering under his breath, occasionally casting a resentful glance at Kyle. In truth, he had also planned to propose to Angelina that evening. He'd even prepared special fireworks, currently still sitting under the table where he'd been seated. All he had to do was light them at the right moment, and then propose to Angelina. But Kyle had beaten him to it. The fireworks were still untouched. What stung even more was that he'd been so caught up in the excitement that he completely forgot about it. Now that Angelina had already gone home, if he wanted to propose, he'd have to wait for the next opportunity. It's all your fault. Fred muttered again. Kyle gave him a puzzled look. He had no idea what Fred was rambling about, but his instincts told him this was absolutely not the time to argue. Otherwise, it'd be like lighting a fuse next to a powder keg. So Kyle wisely kept his mouth shut. Meanwhile, back at Hogwarts. Just as Minerva McGonagall had suspected, another powder keg, Severus Snape, had indeed exploded. A furious roar echoed from the headmaster's office. According to the gargoyle guarding the entrance to the office, all it felt that day was a sudden gust of wind rushing past. By the time it realized what had happened, something had nearly taken its head off. Rumor had it that later that night, portraits all over Hogwarts witnessed a dark figure wandering through the corridors of the castle like a homeless ghost. The figure was muttering constantly, a stream of unintelligible buzzing that filled the halls. Concerned, McGonagall decided to speak with Snape the next day. She had always thought highly of Kyle and Conna as a couple. The two understood each other deeply, no one could be more suited for one another. To her, Snape's reaction had been downright childish. But to her surprise, Snape was completely back to normal the following morning. No dark scowl, no yelling, no storming around venting his emotions on the suits of armor. He even, rarely enough, appeared in the Great Hall for breakfast. Severus, you. McGonagall opened her mouth, hesitated, then stopped. She'd wanted to tell Snape not to interfere too much in Conna's life, and to avoid doing anything behind the scenes. It wouldn't do anyone any good. Not for Conna, and certainly not for him. After all, he was no longer a match for Kyle. If he pushed things too far, not even Conna would be able to shield him. Minerva, I know what you're thinking, Snape said calmly, finishing the roasted potatoes on his plate and elegantly dabbing his mouth with a napkin. To be honest, if Kyle hadn't proposed to Conna, I probably would have handed in my resignation by now. Resignation. Because I can't very well attempt to kill a former student while still serving as a professor at Hogwarts, Snape said evenly. And he had used the word attempt. That alone showed how clear-headed and aware he was. Well done. He's far braver than I ever was. Snape suddenly let out a soft laugh. McGonagall felt her whole body tense, goosebumps rising along her arms. Beneath the table, her fingers tightened around her wand. She gave it a discreet twist, pointing it toward Snape. Finite. A flash of white light burst forth, struck Snape's back, and exploded violently. But Snape didn't react at all. Facing away from her, he merely felt a strange gust of wind brush past. He didn't understand why there would be a breeze in the Great Hall, but at the moment, he wasn't in the mood to dwell on such details. No reaction. McGonagall frowned. She had just cast a dispel charm. The fact that there was no effect meant that Snape wasn't being possessed by some unusual spirit, and they could also rule out Kyle sneaking in at night and placing him under the Imperius curse. It wasn't entirely unreasonable to suspect something. Snape had just been acting so out of character. He'd always been at odds with Kyle, constantly scheming to get him expelled, and now, he'd actually praised him. It was too much for McGonagall to process. It felt as if Snape had walked in one morning with bubblegum pink hair. The kind of behavior you'd only expect under the Imperius curse. But with the dispel charm yielding no result, perhaps she'd overthought it. Still dazed, she didn't even notice Snape leaving the Great Hall. And, surprisingly, the incident caused hardly any stir at all. After a Christmas filled with unexpected events, everything seemed to settle back into its usual rhythm, as if nothing had ever happened. Conna continued studying potions with Professor Sikes. Rumor had it that Sikes was teaching her how to brew a type of love potion. Not amortentia, but another kind entirely. It was said to bless couples who truly loved each other. The drinker's magical power and sensory acuity would both receive a notable boost, somewhat similar to the effects of Felix Felicis. The potion's effects were powerful, but so were its conditions. Even more complex than Felix Felicis, this potion required at least 6 months to brew. One of the partners had to brew it personally, and throughout the entire process, there could be no change in their feelings whatsoever. Or rather, the bond could only deepen, it could never weaken. More importantly, if the two people involved weren't truly in love, the so-called blessing would turn into a curse. The conditions were simply too demanding, which is why this potion had disappeared from the wizarding world centuries ago. Sykes had only come across it thanks to the extensive potion archives at St. Mungo's. When she heard that Kyle had proposed to Kanna, this was the first thing that came to her mind. Enhancing magical power and perception, it sounded like such a cliché effect. Like giving someone a pile of galleons as a gift, flashy, but lacking the mystery and elegance of Felix Felicis. Still, it remained one of the most sought-after effects in the magical world. At least, Sykes had never heard of any other substance that could actually increase a wizard's raw magical power. Well, except for the Elder Wand. But that was practically a fairy tale. Most wizards had never even seen it, let alone believed it truly existed. So over the Christmas holidays, she and Kanna began preparing to brew the potion. Sykes made several trips out and eventually brought Snape along as well. It took no small effort, but they finally managed to gather all the ingredients. Kyle dropped by and offered to help, but before he could even finish his sentence, Snape literally kicked him out. Yes, literally. He was kicked out the door. And Kyle couldn't even retaliate. After all, now that the proposal had been accepted, their relationship had shifted in a subtle but significant way. It was also the first time Kyle had ever seen such an expression on Snape's face, a look of open provocation, tinged with contempt. Frankly, it made Snape look like he was asking to be punched. But aside from that incident, Snape didn't do anything else. From then on, everything seemed to return to normal. Snape's defense against the dark arts classes, Sykes' potions lessons, and Kyle's alchemy lectures all resumed as usual. The only real change was that Kyle voluntarily took over the first and second-year potions classes so Kanna wouldn't have to rush back and forth. McGonagall held a staff meeting about it. Snape was the first to agree, without even thinking it over, and the other professors didn't object either. Kyle's skills in potions were admittedly nowhere near as strong as his charms work, but that was only because his charms were exceptionally advanced. Just look at the titles he'd earned in the Daily Prophet. Before graduating, both the Prophet and the Ministry of Magic would praise him as a young Dumbledore or the future Headmaster of Hogwarts. But now, after portions of Snape's memories had been made public during the hearing, the media had started calling Dumbledore the old Kyle. Granted, that nickname was mostly tongue-in-cheek and laced with a certain reporter's personal bias, but the fact remained, most wizards didn't seem to object to it. Which meant Kyle no longer needed to rely on the name Dumbledore to prove the extent of his abilities. With accomplishments like his, any other talent would simply pale in comparison. Especially with a true potions prodigy like Kanna at his side, the contrast was even more striking. That said, Kyle had also earned full marks in potions for several consecutive years as a student, and held a NEWT certificate with straight OS. Teaching a few first- and second-year students. More than manageable. He even brewed an elixir to induce euphoria on the spot, and that was that. The arrangement was settled with no drama whatsoever. No unexpected conflict, no classic Snape-style sabotage. Initially, McGonagall had suspected that Kyle and Snape were just putting on a show, that they'd secretly fought multiple times behind the scenes. But she later realized she'd been overthinking it. After Christmas break, Kyle and Snape barely had any contact for quite a while. And after Easter, Snape suddenly became incredibly busy. Strangely, even with exams fast approaching, Snape wasn't spending extra time preparing for them like he usually did. Nor did he seem especially concerned about whether Slytherin would win the House Cup. This time of year had always been his golden period for docking points. After all, lowering the other three houses' scores was an easy way to boost Slytherin's standing. But this year, according to McGonagall's observations, Snape was heading straight back to his office after every class, not even bothering to find excuses for taking points off elsewhere. Chapter 995, Overzealous Friends. Relax, Ginny. The NEWTs really aren't as terrifying as you think. In the corridor between the staircase and the Great Hall, Kyle looked at Ginny, whose face had gone pale with nerves. Just treat it like any other exam, he said. You'll feel a lot better. But we don't usually take exams in the Great Hall, Ginny muttered, rubbing her face. And there aren't usually people from the Wizarding Examinations Authority watching our every move. She hadn't been afraid of the NEWTs before. In fact, she'd never understood how Hermione could get so anxious she couldn't sleep before exams. But now she understood. Ever since the examiners from the authority had shown up on schedule in the Great Hall the night before, her heart had been racing nonstop. The last time she'd felt like this was during the Quidditch final, when she scored a crucial goal just before the Slytherin seeker caught the snitch, winning the match by the slimmest margin. Her heart had been pounding then, too. They're not that scary, Kyle said. Professor Marchbanks just looks intimidating. I honestly don't get it. Ginny took a few deep breaths. Ron wasn't nervous at all this time last year. I even heard him and Harry chatting about what to eat for lunch right before going in. Probably just natural talent, Kyle said with a smile. You and Hermione may never master their level of relaxation. You've got that right. Ginny took another deep breath and glanced around. Where's Kanna? Still in the potions classroom, Kyle replied. She hasn't left in nearly a week. You're not worried? Ginny asked. I heard the more complex the potion, the more dangerous it is if you mess up the order. If I'm not mistaken, if a cauldron explodes while brewing Felix Felicis, it's more powerful than a blasting curse. If it's potion-related, I'm not worried, Kyle said without hesitation. You two really do trust each other, Ginny said. Kyle raised an eyebrow but said nothing. After all, potions wasn't his strength. It only made sense to trust someone more skilled. Besides, Professor Sykes was there. He had no reason to worry. By the way, when are you two getting married? Ginny couldn't help asking. The nervous tension on her face had somehow morphed into pure curiosity. Kyle glanced at her but didn't answer. Instead, he shot back, what about you and Harry? Ginny's face instantly turned as red as her hair. She dropped the topic and bolted into the Great Hall. Much quieter now. Kyle turned and headed upstairs, he had another exam to take elsewhere. During exam week, Hogwarts became unusually quiet. Even Peeves stopped lobbing balloons into the corridors. But once the exams were over, the school once again ushered in the long-awaited summer holiday. When the Hogwarts Express pulled into King's Cross Station and students began filing off the platform, Mrs. Weasley, who had been waiting for quite some time, rushed forward eagerly. Her face was lit with uncontainable joy. I'm so proud of you, Ginny. Ginny was the youngest of the Weasley children, and now even she had graduated. For a moment, Mrs. Weasley wasn't sure whether she should feel proud or heartbroken. She was certainly proud, but also crying her eyes out. Sorry about that, Kyle. Mrs. Weasley said, wiping her face with her hand. But I'm surprised you came back on the train. I thought you didn't like riding the Hogwarts Express. I don't, really, Kyle admitted. That's why I operate. I was still at school a minute ago. Well, all right then, said Mrs. Weasley, peering behind him. Where's Kanna? Didn't she come with you? She had something else to take care of, Kyle sighed. Kanna had been holed up in the potions classroom for days. Kyle had gotten bored and decided to ride the train back himself. No matter, that just gives us more time to plan your wedding, Mrs. Weasley said suddenly. And as she said it, her eyes sparkled. Whatever melancholy she'd felt over Ginny's graduation vanished instantly. She didn't even wait for Kyle's opinion. I think we should rent a larger wedding tent. On the way back to the burrow, Mrs. Weasley was like someone who downed an entire barrel of Baruffio's brain elixir, she was bursting with ideas. The tent we used for Bill's wedding was big, sure, but it's far too outdated. We have to check if there are any newer styles available. Oh, and the invitations. Kyle, don't worry about that. Sirius said he'll handle it all. He's been muttering about needing to withdraw a vault's worth of gold. All the way to the burrow, Mrs. Weasley never stopped talking. Mr. Weasley, who was driving, and Ginny, sitting beside them, didn't try to stop her. In fact, they enthusiastically chimed in with suggestions, filling in any details she missed. It was clear they had no intention of asking for Kyle's input. Every time he tried to speak up, he was unceremoniously cut off. And honestly, some of the things Mrs. Weasley said were downright terrifying. For instance, there was Sirius, who had taken it upon himself to design the invitations. Kyle had only just proposed, wasn't it a little early for all this? And what exactly did Sirius mean by withdrawing a sum of gold? Given what Kyle knew of Sirius's rather unique sense of value, it wouldn't be surprising if he actually intended to include real gold in the invitations. What a complete waste. Not that Kyle couldn't afford it, he wasn't the one footing the bill anyway, but still, think of the people he knew. Cedric, Fred, George, Lee Jordan, Justin, Harry. Were they really the type to warrant receiving solid gold invitations? Even gold-plated would be overkill. But it seemed neither Mrs. Weasley nor Sirius had any intention of consulting Kyle. The moment Kyle stepped into the burrow, he was greeted by the sight of a glittering mound of gold in the middle of the living room. Molly, perfect timing, come take a look. Do you think this is enough gold? This was probably the first time so much gold had ever been gathered inside the burrow. That's way too much, Sirius, Mrs. Weasley said sharply. For heaven's sake, they're just invitations. Thank Merlin. At least someone was being reasonable. It was exactly what Kyle had been thinking. All right. Sirius looked a little deflated, but he put half of the gold back. I'll save the rest for when Harry gets married. As he said that, Sirius shot a not-so-subtle glance at Ginny. At this point, her relationship with Harry wasn't exactly a secret. And with 3 notoriously loud siblings in the burrow, practically everything was common knowledge, whether it should be or not. Not to mention, Sirius had always been wildly popular back at school. He could read Harry like a book with a single glance. What he was wondering now was when Harry would follow Kyle's example and officially announce it. Now it wasn't just Kyle looking awkward, Ginny's face had turned scarlet too. Thankfully, everyone else was focused on the shiny pile of gold, and the lighting in the burrow was dim enough that Mrs. Weasley didn't notice Ginny's reaction. If there was anyone in the house who didn't know about Ginny and Harry, it was probably her. By unspoken agreement, everyone, Fred and George included, had been keeping it from her. "You haven't told your mum yet?" Kyle walked over and asked quietly. Ginny shook her head. She'd planned to tell Mrs. Weasley after graduation, but when the moment came, she just couldn't get the words out. "Suit yourselves," Kyle said. "Handle it how you want. Can you do me a favor?" Ginny suddenly asked. "What kind of favor?" "Coming clean to your mum." Kyle turned toward her. "I really don't think you need to worry so much. Given how much Mrs. Weasley adores Harry, she'd never object." "No, serious," Ginny said quickly. "The gold invitations are just way too over the top." She hesitated for a moment, then said, "Could you talk to him? Try to talk him out of it. Or at least convince him not to do that for, well, my and Harry's wedding." "That's exactly what I wanted to do," Kyle said, completely on board. So once the wildfire of enthusiasm had cooled slightly, Kyle sought Sirius out. "What? Change the invitations?" Sirius gave Kyle a look, then said loudly, "Absolutely not. I've already found the goblin who's going to make them. There's no changing it now." He was adamant. "Don't worry, I'll pay for it." Sirius thought Kyle was just hesitant about the cost. Well, no problem, he'd cover it himself. "That's not the point, Sirius, listen." Kyle didn't even get to finish his sentence. With a loud crack, Sirius disapparated right out of the Weasleys' front garden, leaving Kyle standing there, frozen. "I really hope we get those invitations soon." Fred and George had appeared out of nowhere, flanking Kyle on either side. "Gold invitations, you know. Those have got to be worth something." "But seriously," Fred said, eyeing Kyle curiously, "when did all this happen? You never told us." "Yeah," George added, trying to keep a straight face. "I thought we were good friends, but you didn't even tell us something as huge as getting married. We had to hear it from Mum." "Actually," Kyle cut them off, "I didn't find out any sooner than you did. Until recently, I didn't even realize we were supposed to be preparing invitations." "Wait," George blinked. "What do you mean?" "I mean exactly what it sounds like," Kyle said with a shrug. "Connor and I haven't even talked about it yet." "That can't be right," Fred said, clearly unconvinced. "You proposed back at Christmas, and Hogwarts is already on break." "I know," Kyle said, "but I had classes, and Connor's been busy with something important. So we just haven't had the conversation." "Huh, well, okay then." Fred nodded, not looking too surprised. After all, Kyle and Connor were obviously going to end up together. There wasn't really any rush. "Ah, that explains it," George said, scratching his head. "No wonder your dad hasn't seemed stressed about anything lately." "But that's weird," Fred frowned. "If you two haven't talked about it, then why is Mum already prepping the wedding venue? And why has Sirius been so busy lately? Is someone else getting married?" "Beats me," Kyle said. "Maybe they're just a little overenthusiastic." Whatever," Fred said. "We'll just wait and see. Gold invitations, though." George looked off dreamily. Kyle didn't quite understand why the twins, who already had their own shop in Hogsmeade, were so obsessed with the idea of gold invitations. Noticing Kyle's confusion, Fred didn't explain. He just gave a knowing look and said, "You wouldn't get it." And Kyle really didn't know what they were thinking. As for the overly enthusiastic Weasley family, Kyle had no great solution, but thankfully, after a few days, he started to get used to it. Then, some time later, a letter arrived for him. A letter from Hogwarts. Hagrid wrote to tell him that Connor had finally left that battered old potions classroom. As soon as he finished reading, Kyle brought straight to Hogsmeade and made his way back to the castle. When he found Connor, she was carefully holding a tiny bottle, barely larger than a thumb, containing a single drop of potion, its color impossible to pin down. Yes, just one drop. It looked pink at first, but tilted one way and it turned blue, then red from another angle. "This is, the so-called love potion. To be precise, its actual name is Magia Vitalis," Connor replied. "You're serious?" Kyle clicked his tongue. "I don't know why, but that name makes it sound way less impressive." "Can't be helped," came Professor Sykes's voice as she emerged from the back room. The wizard who invented it was a bit too practical, and he had full naming rights. "Anyway, want a closer look?" "Can I?" "Of course." With Sykes's reassurance, Kyle took the bottle Connor handed him. He didn't notice that, as he reached out, Sykes's expression suddenly tensed. Behind her back, she gripped her wand tightly. But nothing happened. Kyle stared at the tiny bottle as the single droplet inside bounced lightly. It looked almost like it was dancing. It was dancing. It was mesmerizing. This was the first time Kyle had ever seen a potion so active outside the cauldron. Even Felix Felici's only shimmered and bubbled in the crucible when freshly brewed. Still, he wasn't too surprised. A potion that took this long to complete was bound to be extraordinary. He eventually handed the bottle back to Kanna. At some point, maybe while he and Kanna were chatting, Professor Sykes had quietly slipped away. He hadn't even noticed. Kyle and Kanna strolled together through the empty castle, Kanna sharing little anecdotes from her brewing process while Kyle caught her up on everything she'd missed. Naturally, that included the wildly overzealous Sirius and Mrs. Weasley. As expected, Kanna was just as taken aback by Sirius's absurd sense of extravagance and blurted out. Fred and George actually deserve gold-plated invitations. They're pretty excited about it, Kyle said with a laugh. Chapter 996, Chapter 996, Decision, 1. At the entrance of the Great Hall, near the corridor leading to the dungeons, Snape had been standing for quite a while. He only stepped forward when he saw Sykes approaching. Sykes noticed him too, but didn't stop. As she passed by, she simply said, "Perfect, no changes at all," then quickly left the castle. Snape remained where he was, his expression shifting, disappointment, and relief. If the Magia Vitalis hadn't changed, it meant Kyle and Kanna's relationship was still as stable as ever. After some time, he seemed to come to terms with it, silently turned around, and returned to the dungeons. Hogwarts Castle fell quiet once again. Meanwhile, unaware of any of this, Kyle and Kanna had made their way to the astronomy tower. Directly across from them was the Quidditch pitch, now empty, with only a few owls perched on the goalposts. "Where's Professor Sykes going?" Kyle asked, looking at the figure below. "No idea," Kanna shook her head. "Maybe back to St. Mungo's." She said this batch of Magia Vitalis was really important, and it was necessary to record the entire process. "Even that needs to be recorded?" "Of course. It's valuable documentation," Kanna replied. "All right." Kyle nodded, turning to look at her. He had received Hagrid's letter after dinner, and it was now quite late. It was one of those rare clear nights. The moonlight broke through the clouds and cast a silvery glow on Kanna's wine-red hair. She looked beautiful. And now that he was standing so close, he could smell a faint herbal scent from her. Kyle felt his heart start to race. And for some reason, Mrs. Weasley's favorite topic lately popped into his head. Weddings. "Kanna," Kyle suddenly said. "What is it?" Kanna turned toward him. "Nothing, wait, no." Kyle shook his head. "I just thought of a way to deal with Sirius's idea of making the wedding invitations out of gold." "How?" Kanna asked, surprised and excited. "Well, Mrs. Weasley's been talking to me a lot about weddings lately." Kyle lowered his voice. "She told me Sirius found a goblin to turn the gold into invitations. But as everyone knows, goblins aren't exactly the most efficient. So if we catch him off guard..." At that, Kanna's gaze suddenly became distant, as if she'd already figured out what Kyle had in mind. And in the next moment, her expression turned resolute. She looked straight at Kyle, waiting for him to finish what he was going to say. "Kanna, I think..." Bang. A sudden, ill-timed noise interrupted Kyle's words. He froze for a second, then inhaled sharply, turned around, and drew his wand. This had to be deliberate, showing up right now to cause trouble. Kyle had already made up his mind, no matter who it was, even if it was Snape, they were going to pay for this. Nicholas. Seeing Nicholas Flamel suddenly standing behind them, Kyle blinked. A second later, he quickly put his wand away. "Nicholas, how did you..." "Looks like I misjudged the timing," Nicholas said, looking at Kyle with a slightly apologetic tone. "According to the plan, I was supposed to appear after you decided to get married. But I was so eager that I may have pushed a bit too hard, which made me arrive early. Sorry, go on." He shuffled away with tiny steps, trying to turn himself around and head deeper down the corridor. At his feet, Tata the house elf, dressed in a little tailcoat, stretched his neck and peered curiously in their direction. "Well," Kyle shrugged, "looks like Nicholas already told you what I had in mind. If we hold the wedding tomorrow, Sirius won't have time to make those gold invitations." "That's true," Kanna said, letting out a soft laugh. "But Nicholas also told you what my answer was." The two of them moved closer. Kanna closed her eyes as Kyle leaned in and kissed her gently on the lips. Just a light kiss. There wasn't much else they could do, not with an old man standing right next to them. "All right, Nicholas." Kyle looked helplessly at the alchemist, who had barely made it 2 feet away. "Mind telling me how you knew? Was it the crystal ball?" "Not this time." The crystal ball can't predict this sort of thing, Nicholas said as he slowly turned back around and pointed to Kanna's wrist. I saw it with my own eyes. Kyle instinctively looked down. And there it was, the phoenix bracelet on Kanna's wrist had come to life, its long tail extending outward, connecting her wrist to Kyle's. What is this? Perenelle reminded me I should do something ahead of time, so even if you didn't invite us to the wedding, we'd still know about it. And I have to say, she made a very good point. Nicholas smiled as he continued shuffling toward them. Kyle stood there silently. Truthfully, he hadn't really thought about inviting Nicholas Flamel to his and Kanna's wedding. The reason was simple. From the beginning, Nicholas hadn't even moved more than 2 feet from them, and with bones that seemed more brittle than a cornflake, Kyle really didn't dare bring him into a crowd. If someone accidentally bumped into him and he hit the ground, the world's greatest alchemist might end up as a scattered pile of broken pieces. Still, Kyle hadn't expected Nicholas to go so far as to set up a wedding alarm and show up on his own. Did he really have that much free time? Then again, in all these centuries, Kyle had never heard of anyone who could actually invite Nicholas Flamel. Kyle was full of questions. That's wonderful. Nicholas didn't seem concerned with what Kyle was thinking. It'll be such a lively event, I haven't been to anything like that in ages. Kyle, you're not planning to turn down the request of 100-year-old men, are you? I'd never. Kyle wanted to say. True, Nicholas often left the manor for a bit of travel or to catch an opera, but those were places he knew well, safe, predictable. Unlike, say, a wedding where you might find a half-giant or a pair of twins who thought fireworks were appropriate for any occasion. Still, now that Nicholas was here, they couldn't very well send him away. And that line about being a 100-year-old man, well, technically it wasn't wrong. 600 still fit under the hundreds category, just with a few extra centuries tacked on. You two are serious about this, right? Nicholas suddenly asked, breaking the silence. Of course, Kyle said, nodding with a solemn expression. I actually had this idea the day I proposed, he continued, but back then, we still had a few other things to take care of. Now feels like the right time. Kanna walked over and gently slipped her arm through his. She didn't say anything, but the gesture spoke for itself. How lovely, Nicholas said warmly, gazing at the two of them. He couldn't help thinking back to the first time he'd met Perenelle. It had been so long ago. The memory was a bit hazy now, but he clearly remembered how happy he'd been, happier even than the day he created the Philosopher's Stone. Oh, right, Perenelle wants to make a new outfit. She probably won't arrive until tomorrow, Nicholas added. Ah. Kyle tugged at the corner of his mouth. He'd nearly forgotten, besides Nicholas, there was another centenarian on the way. If it were up to him, he'd have liked to marry Kanna right now. Of course, it was just a passing thought. Even if Kanna agreed, Nicholas probably wouldn't. All right, Kyle said with a sigh. I'll head to the Ollery. Even if he wanted to catch Sirius off guard, there were still people who needed to be invited. Owls were the best option. But he'd only taken 2 steps before a house elf in a tailcoat blocked his path. There's no need, you don't have to do a thing, Nicholas said, waving a hand. Just give me the guest list, and I'll handle the rest. Consider it compensation for interrupting you earlier. I promise you won't be disappointed. For some reason, Kyle suddenly felt a strong urge not to let Nicholas help. You should head home and tell your family about this. They'll need a bit of time to prepare. Hearing that, Kyle hesitated. This decision had been made on a whim, rushed, unplanned. He really did need to notify Chris and Diana as soon as possible. Especially Diana, she was still working in the Department of Mysteries, and meeting her wasn't easy. If delivering a message got delayed, someone would definitely blow up over it. Well. All right then. After a brief pause, Kyle reluctantly agreed to let Nicholas help. The man had lived over 6 centuries, surely he was more reliable than Sirius, right? Chapter 997, Chapter 997, The Decision, Hogwarts Express, End. The good news was, Fred and George never received the golden invitations they had been dreaming about. What they did receive was a talking trinket. It looked like a bowtruckle dressed in a tailcoat and a round top hat. No one knew how it had gotten into the burrow, but there it stood, tipping its hat with elegant politeness. Remarkable, who would have thought they'd ever see a polite bowtruckle? Like a magic trick, glowing yellow text sprang from the top hat, floating midair. Oh, Kyle, you can't be serious. Before dawn, Sirius came storming into St. Catchpole Village and knocked furiously on Kyle's door. Another one. Look what you've started. The door opened, and Chris rubbed his forehead with a sigh. Come in. But you'll have to conjure your own chair. Sirius blinked, then finally noticed the house was already packed. Right in the center of the sofa sat a cluster of unmistakable redheads, the entire Weasley family was there. Even Bill and Fleur, all the way from Shell Cottage, and Charlie from the Dragon Reserve had made it. Next to them were Kingsley, Lupin, Tonks, and other familiar faces from the Order of the Phoenix and the Ministry. There were also others Sirius recognized but didn't know well, and quite a few he didn't recognize at all. Kyle's living room wasn't large to begin with, and now it was overflowing. As Sirius instinctively stepped inside, an owl clutching a red envelope swooped in through the open window. Wait, was that a red envelope? Before he could process it, a suitcase flew across the room. A long tail stretched from within and snatched up both the owl and the letter in one smooth motion. Moments later, the suitcase snapped shut, bounced a few times on the floor, then stilled. Knew it, your mother's howler, Chris said, handing the suitcase back to Newt as he massaged his temples and looked toward Kyle, who was standing deeper in the room. Thankfully the Department of Mysteries didn't have a mission today. Otherwise, it might not have been just a howler. Makes no difference, Kyle said calmly. The sight seemed to deflate Sirius's indignation a little, though he still couldn't help but ask. Didn't we agree? I was supposed to handle the invitations. I didn't really have a choice, Kyle said, spreading his hands. None of us expected Nicholas to show up the moment we made the decision. He insisted on helping, how could we say no? Nicholas. Sirius frowned. You mean nearly headless Nick? Come on. You think I'd ask a ghost? Kyle replied. I mean Nicholas Flamel. The alchemist. So that little thing I saw earlier. Probably one of Nicholas's creations. Sirius fell silent. He'd wanted to give Kyle something impressive. But even he wasn't arrogant enough to think he could outdo Nicholas Flamel. Well. I'll save it for when Harry gets married. He muttered the words just as Harry walked past the door, causing Harry to go pale on the spot. If what Sirius meant by saving it was the pile of gold meant for the invitations, then Harry might have to start planning a strategy of his own. As expected, more and more guests arrived. Although no one had expected Kyle and Connor to marry on such short notice, once they considered who was getting married, they quickly accepted it. I'll go borrow a wedding tent right now. Mrs. Weasley stood up and started toward the door, only to be stopped. There's no need for all that, Tina said with a smile. But we'll need a big space, Mrs. Weasley insisted. It's Kyle and Connor's wedding. There'll be so many people, St. Catchpole can't possibly fit this many witches and wizards. No. You misunderstood me. I mean we've got a better option. She turned and looked over at Newt. Clearly not at ease in such a crowded room, Newt had been quietly curled up in a corner, doing his best to blend in like a ghost. So far, the only thing he'd done was trap Diana's howler inside his suitcase. But now, under Tina's gaze, he had no choice but to step out of the shadows. Leave it to me. Newt took his suitcase and headed outside. When he came back in, a towering set of double doors had appeared out of nowhere, standing squarely between the burrow and the road. Everyone froze in astonishment. Hogwarts. Harry blurted out instinctively. It was uncanny. Those two oak doors looked exactly like the ones at Hogwarts. I chose what I know best, and what I figured most of the guests would know best too, Newt said. And the moment everyone stepped through, a second wave of amazement swept over them. It felt like they had entered a vast plain. Snow-capped mountains stretched before them. Turning around, they saw a lush, endless forest. A lake spanned the middle of the landscape, its waters divided into two distinct colors. Above them, the sun blazed in a cloudless sky, but directly across, the moon hung brightly in the twilight. A few mooncalves were drinking at the water's edge, occasionally lifting their large, luminous eyes to curiously watch the guests. Where is this? I know, it's your suitcase. Fred blurted out. Although the surroundings had shifted slightly, he recognized it instantly, they were inside Kyle's suitcase. And he looked up at a nearly 50-foot-long dragon flying overhead. Surely the wedding tent didn't come with a bonus dragon service. Mrs. Weasley had been a little nervous at first, especially when she saw the dragon and the shadowy black creature perched in a nearby tree. But then she remembered who was with them, and her anxiety eased. With the legendary magizoologist Newt Scamander here, this place had to be safe. Well then, let's get to work, we've got a lot to do. She pulled out a pair of glasses and perched them on her nose, scanning a very long list on a sheet of parchment. It was the prep list she'd made a few days ago with Diana and Chris, filled with tasks ranging from cleaning the rooms to repainting the walls, over 80 items in total. Kyle wasn't sure why they needed to clean rooms when the wedding was being held inside a suitcase, but since the list was put together by Mrs. Weasley and Diana, he didn't exactly have the right to object. Before long, everyone was busy. And thanks to Newt, they had plenty of help from magical creatures. Fire crabs were trimming the grounds, and Akamis were hanging up balloons and streamers. Dobby had also shown up, wearing a golden tuxedo with a brand new bow tie around his neck. It was a shame Tata wasn't here, he and Dobby might have had something to talk about. After all, aside from Dobby and Tata, you'd be hard-pressed to find a third house elf in the wizarding world dressed quite so formally. With so many people working, the venue was transforming rapidly, visibly changing by the minute. From early morning to noon, the interior of the suitcase had completely transformed. The most dramatic change, though, was Norbert. Once a fearsome Norwegian ridgeback, Norbert was now decked out in balloons, ribbons, and garlands, floating begrudgingly above the ceremony site like a giant mascot. Oh, and the Nunda had been fitted with a line of fireworks launchers. Whenever it ran, specially enchanted fireworks would shoot off in all directions. Very efficient. In fact, the only creature in the entire suitcase quick enough to avoid all this was the Wampus cat. Using its natural legilimency, it bolted the moment it sensed they were planning to decorate Norbert. It had slipped off into the forest, far, far away. Thanks to everyone's efforts, the venue was finally ready. "Mum, don't you think this might be a few chairs too few?" Bill asked, frowning at the 100 chairs that had just been arranged. There had been more than that at his wedding. And Kyle, he was the Triwizard Tournament champion and the youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin, second class. The guest list was bound to be long. There might even be international guests. 100 seats just wouldn't cut it. That was Kyle's request. Mrs. Weasley agreed it seemed too few, but there wasn't much she could do. Kyle had insisted on only setting out 100 chairs. Maybe it's because of Nicholas Flamel, Minerva McGonagall offered. "I heard he'll be attending the wedding. You know he's not exactly comfortable being seen by too many people." Nicholas Flamel. Mrs. Weasley's mouth dropped open before she quickly covered it with her hand. "Are you sure, Minerva? The Nicholas Flamel? That legendary wizard is really coming." She'd already known the special invitation was crafted by the famed alchemist, but hearing that he'd actually be attending in person was an entirely different matter. "If I remember correctly, Mr. Flamel hasn't made a public appearance in over 2 centuries. "Roughly that," McGonagall said. She wasn't an alchemist herself and didn't follow Nicholas Flamel closely, but he really hadn't been seen publicly in a very long time, though some said they'd spotted him now and then at the opera. Mrs. Weasley couldn't help getting excited. She wasn't exactly a fan, but the idea of meeting a legendary wizard who had lived for over 6 centuries, it felt like a figure from a history of magic or some old folktale had just stepped out of the page. "We'd better get ready." Mrs. Weasley grabbed the 2 who had just dashed past her and shouted, "Fred, George. Get your formal robes on, don't embarrass us in front of the guests." Formal robes. Those things are hot and tight, no way I'm wearing one. Besides, Kyle said he didn't want any of that stuffy formality. "We can wear whatever we want." The 2 of them laughed and took off running. Mrs. Weasley was about to chase after them when more guests began arriving. First came Cedric and Cho, followed by Hermione. Then several much older wizards appeared. Dugald. Oh, Armando. The 2 elderly wizards recognized each other immediately and greeted one another warmly. Dugald MacPhail was someone Kyle had met during his time at Nicholas's old manor. They had become pen pals and exchanged many letters. The other was a far more familiar name, Armando Dippet, one of Hogwarts' former headmasters and the only one still alive. Most people assumed he had passed away long ago, but he was very much alive, and now over 360 years old. They had barely begun catching up when they were both stunned by the grandeur of the venue. "Hey, Dugald, did Newt have dragons at his wedding?" Armando asked quietly. Even with more than 3 centuries of life experience, he had rarely seen anyone use a live dragon and a nundu as decorative elements. "Probably not," Dugald replied. His eyes, too, were fixed on Norbert circling overhead. He'd heard that Kyle had a legitimate dragon handling license, probably the only one who could pull off something like this. Anyone else, no matter how capable, would have been arrested by Oris on the spot. "He said he'd be here, where's Kyle?" Armando looked around. He'd heard bits and pieces from the portraits in the headmaster's office, but he'd never met Kyle in person. So when he learned from one of the portraits that Kyle was getting married, he immediately returned to England to meet him. And now, after finally arriving, the groom was nowhere to be found. No one seemed to know where he was. Had Kyle really vanished? Of course not. At that moment, he was on the other side of the suitcase venue, staring wearily at the men standing in front of him. "It's just a simple wedding. You really didn't need to come all the way from Nurmengard." "What, I'm not welcome?" Grindelwald raised an eyebrow. "I helped you with something major, and not only do I not get a thank you, now you want me to leave. Is that what Dumbledore taught you?" "Don't be ridiculous, I haven't taught in years," came another familiar voice. Kyle turned to see Dumbledore gliding toward them like a ghost, and he couldn't help pulling a face. He was numb at this point. Honestly, besides Sirius's involvement, one major reason he made this decision was to avoid all these complicated acquaintances. Too bad. Grindelwald seemed determined to crash the party and didn't care in the slightest if anyone recognized him. But Kyle couldn't afford not to care. Besides members of the Order of the Phoenix and his former classmates, there were plenty of veteran wizards attending. Newt, for one, would absolutely recognize Grindelwald. And once he did, things would get very exciting, just not the kind of excitement Kyle wanted at his wedding. And Dumbledore. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. He looked ghostly, but he was in color. And just like Grindelwald, being spotted would cause serious complications. "Your expression is breaking my heart," Dumbledore said with mock sorrow. "I thought you'd be happy to see me." "I would have been, if you hadn't brought him." Kyle shifted his gaze to Grindelwald. "So, you two coordinated this?" "Absolutely not." Grindelwald said nothing, but Dumbledore quickly denied it. "I came with Ariana. I've been staying with her recently." "Oh, right, thank Ariana. Your mother was furious when you suddenly announced the wedding. Ariana's been speaking on your behalf." Kyle let out a dry laugh. Meanwhile, Grindelwald was beginning to look irritated. He stared at Dumbledore, and in fact, he hadn't looked anywhere else since Dumbledore had appeared. "Why couldn't you come with me? Is my name that repulsive to you?" "It's not that. I just had better options," Dumbledore replied calmly. "I thought, with your sister alive, we could be as we were. Like that summer in Godric's Hollow, we told each other everything. But I searched for you. Again and again. Why wouldn't you see me?" Dumbledore turned away, his expression stiff. "Ariana was saved by Kyle. It had nothing to do with you. But at least you know I didn't kill her. Isn't that enough? There's no right or wrong to be argued in that matter." "Why?" Their exchange grew more and more heated. Kyle tried to cut in several times, but failed. In the end, he simply stepped aside in silence. Fine. If he couldn't deal with them, he'd avoid them. Maybe Grindelwald didn't even come for him in the first place, even if this was his wedding. "Oh, Kyle, where did you go?" As soon as Kyle returned to the venue, he saw Ron, Harry, and Hermione hurrying toward him, holding something in their hands. "What is it?" "Someone just dropped this off, said it was a wedding gift for you," Ron explained, handing it over. A middle-aged wizard, didn't say a word, just left. "But don't worry, I've already checked it, there's no dark magic on it," Hermione added. "Do you have any idea who it might be from?" "I'm not sure." Kyle took the item from Ron, frowning. It was a book. The Minstrel in the Wind. Kyle recognized it immediately. When he'd first started at Hogwarts, Dumbledore had recommended it to him. It was filled with practical magical tips and tricks. But this copy looked exactly like the one he remembered. So why would someone send him this? Kyle flipped it open casually. "What's that?" Hermione suddenly noticed something inside and leaned in closer. "It's a broomstick," Harry said. Kyle had spotted it too. Right after opening the cover, the first thing he saw was a drawing of a broomstick, sketched neatly across the page. "But what's it supposed to mean?" Ron scratched his head. "I think I know who sent it," Kyle said. "It's a message. The drawing is a reminder, keep a broomstick with you. Sometimes it's more useful than a wand." "Huh? What do you mean?" Ron still looked confused. Even Hermione seemed unsure. "It's nothing," Kyle said with a slight shrug. "Just something I learned in defense against the dark arts back in first year." He closed the book without elaborating. Orin, at least, when he'd come to Hogwarts as a professor, had been a bard. Kyle had almost forgotten about him. In truth, Orin had vanished after Voldemort's defeat. Kyle had long wondered what his real purpose was in joining the Death Eaters, and had even asked Dumbledore about it. But Dumbledore didn't know either. Orin hadn't been one of his, and they'd never even interacted. All he could say was that Orin had spent a lot of time asking about werewolves, and that before the final battle, Hogwarts had received a map, carefully marked with the numbers and positions of the Death Eaters. Dumbledore's exact words were, "Bards are like the wind. You can't catch the wind, and you'll never guess what a bard is thinking." Kyle tucked the book away, deciding he'd ask Orin directly what it meant, if he ever caught him. He didn't care about wind or poetry. One way or another, he wasn't letting Orin off the hook. Still, for not making trouble for Connor back then, he'd let this slide, just this once. "Sorry." Kyle turned to the trio, as if nothing had happened. "The ceremony's starting soon, I've still got a few things to take care of." "Oh, of course," Hermione said quickly. "Go. I just saw Connor waiting for you by the entrance." "Right." Kyle turned and walked down the aisle, stepping out of the suitcase. Moments later, the Weird Sisters changed their tune, golden balloons burst in the sky, and fireworks erupted in unison. All eyes turned to the entrance. But they waited, and no one appeared. Not a single soul walked in from outside. What they heard instead was a sharp, furious outburst, someone shouting in a rage. It sounded like Snape. No one was quite sure who had set him off. It wasn't until Professor McGonagall rushed in that everyone finally learned the truth. The bride and groom had ditched the ceremony and run off. Brilliant. Fred stood up instinctively, laughing loudly. This is the best wedding I've ever seen. Totally, George agreed. When I get married, I'll, OW. Before he could finish, Mrs. Weasley had already grabbed his ear. The room instantly erupted in laughter and chaos. Except in one quiet corner, far from the crowd, where Nicholas Flamel and Perenelle sat nestled together. In front of them stood a winged mirror. Inside it, they could see the Hogwarts Express. In one of its compartments, Kyle and Connor were locked in a warm embrace. How wonderful, to fulfill a lifelong promise in the place they first met. Perenelle dabbed at her eyes. But just then, the image in the mirror faded and vanished. At the same time, aboard the Hogwarts Express, Kyle reached up and pulled a decorative pin from Connor's dress, tossing it out the window. What's wrong? Nothing. Kyle shook his head. Connor opened her mouth to ask something more, but before she could speak, her lips were met with a kiss. She closed her eyes and wrapped her arms around Kyle's neck. No one knew how long the moment lasted. Let's take a trip, Kyle said suddenly. A honeymoon. Connor laughed. Is this really a trip, or are you just trying to avoid the fallout? I bet half the wizarding world is looking for you right now. Well, that's part of it, Kyle grinned. So, do you agree? Of course. I'd love to, Connor said with a smile. Then, whatever Kyle did, the Hogwarts Express, which had been completely still, suddenly began to move, carrying the two of them away from platform 9 3/4. Just like it had that very first time they'd boarded it for Hogwarts. The end. Chapter 998, Chapter 998, Extra, Grindelwald. We're almost there. Stay sharp, don't make a sound. In the dim, silent forest, a group of 8 wizards moved quickly along a path strewn with fallen leaves, their cloaks whipping in the wind behind them. Every so often, the wizard leading the group would slow down to carefully scan their surroundings, only continuing once he was sure it was safe. His caution, however, drew sneers from the others. Andrew, aren't you being a bit too paranoid? There's 8 of us, you know. After the 5th time he slowed down, a short, hooded wizard finally couldn't hold back and stepped forward, questioning him. You're not trying to ditch us and keep the treasure for yourself, are you? I'm not you. That kind of thought wouldn't even cross my mind. Andrew frowned, clearly not fond of the men in front of him, but he held his temper and replied, Still, we're dealing with a wizard of legend. Better to be careful than fall into a trap. A legend, pfft. The men scoffed dismissively. What legend? He just lived a long time, that's all. Dumbledore was a so-called legendary wizard too, and he still got killed, didn't he? They say he was the most terrifying wizard of 70 years ago, what a joke. If you ask me, he and Dumbledore cooked up all those titles together, just to trick the Order of Merlin into giving them first-class honors. His voice cut off abruptly. Before the others could even react, the hooded wizard suddenly shriveled up like a deflated balloon. Within seconds, all that remained was a skeleton, which collapsed to the ground, hood and all. Ah! Someone in the group screamed. But before anyone could move, they all froze in place, standing there in a trance, eyes vacant. And in the clearing to their right, 2 figures had appeared, an elderly man and woman, both seasoned wizards. Sir, they're just trash. Why bother handling it yourself? Vinda Rosier glanced at the men beside her. Even though she was well over 100 years old, she still felt a thrill of excitement. Just killing time, Grindelwald said, idly twirling his wand. He spoke lightly, almost carelessly. Albus hasn't come back in 3 days. I need a little something to amuse myself. It's an honor for them, Rosier replied without hesitation. She, of course, was referring to the 8 intruders, now down to 7. They had been her prey, and she'd already written out the script, complete with carefully chosen endings for each one. Grindelwald's sudden intervention had thrown her entire plan into chaos. But Rosier didn't mind in the slightest. If Grindelwald wanted to kill them all, so be it. That witch, Grindelwald said, flicking his wand again, the one spewing nonsense in the papers, where is she? The moment he spoke, the wizards who'd been under the Imperius curse abruptly came to their senses. But they noticed nothing strange, no missing companion, no foreign presence. Without pause, they continued running ahead, as if nothing had happened. If you mean Rita Skeeter. Rosier turned to glance in another direction. She's perched in a tree, 3 miles out. Bold of her, Grindelwald said, narrowing his eyes. I hear she's written plenty about Albus, called him an old fool, among other things. This time, Rosier remained silent. She rarely read the Daily Prophet, and certainly didn't bother with back issues. Naturally, she had no idea what Rita Skeeter had been writing. Do you want me to bring her in? Rosier asked. Grindelwald hesitated. Rita Skeeter was nothing, crushing her would be easier than squashing a bug. But she was under Kyle's protection. Grindelwald instinctively touched the photo album inside his robes. For the sake of a few precious photos, he had to consider how Kyle might react. The thought made his mood sour. This was the first time he'd ever been so thoroughly restrained by someone. In the past, if he wanted something, he'd just take it, no hesitation, no negotiation. But now. A few photographs, and he actually had to trade for them. And the worst part was, this time, he really couldn't just take them. It wasn't even about strength. Sure, Kyle was now second only to Dumbledore, but so what? As long as he was still weaker than Albus, Grindelwald could pin him down and beat him senseless. But the real problem was that Dumbledore had made it very clear, more than once, that if he ever dared lay a hand on Kyle, he could forget about ever seeing him again. Not even in portrait form. Grindelwald ground his teeth in frustration. He couldn't understand why Dumbledore placed so much importance on a student as sly, conniving, and devious as Kyle. In his opinion, Kyle wasn't even as tolerable as that Scamander boy. At least Scamander hadn't made you want to punch him every time he opened his mouth. Oh. It's Nermengard. We found it, we found it. Shrill cries rang out from nearby, snapping Grindelwald from his thoughts. Looks like the actors are in position, he murmured. Yes. Rosier nodded. And that Rita Skeeter. Leave her be, Grindelwald cut in. The stage needs her for the final curtain. But there is one thing, I do hope that next time she writes, she chooses her words more carefully. Indeed. Basic courtesy, Rosier said with a smile. I'm sure Madame Skeeter would agree. I hope so. Grindelwald nodded. Now, it's your cue. Oh, and Nermengard isn't open to just anyone. Don't let them get any farther. Understood. Rosier nodded. She took a step forward, and vanished instantly. At that moment, in a clearing ahead, the wizarding team had already split up. One of them clutched a stone slab, while the others pointed their wands at him. Tension was thick in the air. A faint ripple passed through the atmosphere, and one wizard's eyes suddenly changed. Hand over the Horcrux. A flash of green light burst from his wand, and chaos erupted. That's mine. Damn it, give it here. Thrown together on short notice, the group had no trust between them. At the first sign of a killing curse, everyone turned their wands on someone else. Whether they wanted to or not didn't matter, because everyone else was doing the same. In mere seconds, the once quiet forest exploded into turmoil. Just beyond the battlefield. This wasn't part of the deal. A beetle flew down from a tree and transformed into a middle-aged witch. This is so fake. Who would leave blueprints for a Horcrux just lying around in plain sight near the entrance? And come on, it took me less than a second to guess the first guy to cast Avada Kedavra was under your Imperius curse. When I arrived, someone told me your plan was flawless. It was, Rosier said calmly. But the situation changed. The key area has now been sealed off, so the plan had to change, too. She turned to look at Rita Skeeter. I trust you'll handle the closing act perfectly, won't you? Rosier was smiling, but Rita felt a cold chill run through her and nodded reflexively, almost out of instinct. Yes. I can do that. It was only then that she remembered, the witch standing in front of her hadn't even raised a wand, yet half of a 15-person team had already been eliminated. And all of it had unfolded so naturally, so seamlessly, that not a single one of them had realized they were being hunted. Good. Rosier gave an approving nod. Truth be told, she rather admired the woman before her. Smart. Sensible. And most importantly, dedicated. She could see that Rita Skeeter was terrified of her, absolutely petrified, but even so, she hadn't once considered abandoning her assignment. From beginning to end, she'd kept up, snapping photos or scribbling away with her quick quotes quill. Rosier had a certain appreciation for people who took their work seriously. Of course, admiration aside, some things still had to be said, like, for instance, the importance of using civilized language in the press. As they spoke, the battle had already reached its end. Of the 7 who had started, only one was still standing. He staggered over to a fallen figure, yanked the stone slab from beneath the body, then limped away, dragging a badly bleeding leg as he made his way back in the direction they had come. He didn't notice that, at some point, a beetle had crept beneath the hem of his robe. Rosier found Grindelwald again. As expected, he was still flipping through that same photo album, who knew how many times he'd looked through it by now. Is it done? Grindelwald closed the album. For the most part, Rosier replied honestly. I've modified some of his memories. As long as he makes it safely out of the forest and is discovered by others, the Horcrux's origin will be considered complete. At that point, no one will suspect it's a fake. Grindelwald gave a noncommittal grunt, showing little interest. And indeed, he truly didn't care. It was just a Horcrux, not invincible, not immortal. He'd only agreed to the whole affair to trade for a few photographs from Kyle. That was all it was to him. But just then, Grindelwald suddenly furrowed his brow. Because the moment he thought of Kyle, an unfamiliar image flashed across his mind. It was a wedding scene, Kyle's wedding, to a witch. Some wizards were born with unique abilities, like Tonks, a metamorphomagus, or Kyle, who could communicate with magical creatures. Grindelwald had his own gift too. He could see glimpses of the future, a natural seer. Or perhaps it would be more fitting to call him a prophecy magus. What he had just seen wasn't triggered by Kyle, but by someone else. A surge of urgency had pulled him into a glimpse of that person's future actions. Dumbledore. The wedding. He didn't know why, but suddenly Grindelwald's thoughts became hazy, as if a voice had begun whispering softly in his ear. Then, under Vinda Rosier's puzzled gaze, Grindelwald suddenly turned and disapparated from the forest. Chapter 999, Extra, Dumbledore in the Hog's Head. In the dimly lit bar, Aberforth was wiping a glass with a filthy rag, though the glass itself wasn't all that dirty. At least compared to the rag, whose original color was long lost, the glass looked downright clean. Perhaps it was because Hogwarts was on holiday, but the usually lively Hog's Head was unusually quiet today. Only 2 patrons sat inside. Are you sure about this? After a long silence, Aberforth finally succeeded in rubbing the glass into a dull gray and looked up. You, of all people, should know how dangerous that bloody bastard is. Sitting across from him, or rather, floating slightly above the stool, was someone who looked remarkably similar to him. If you're talking about Gellert, yes, I'm well aware, Dumbledore said with a nod, eyeing the glass with a conflicted expression. Honestly, I should have taken the professor's advice and brought my own cup. Don't change the subject. I wouldn't let you use something this clean anyway, Aberforth snapped, glaring at him. Answer me. Why are you letting that bastard run loose? I'm not letting him, Aberforth. Dumbledore raised an arm and let his hand pass clean through the bar counter. As you can see, I'm just a ghost now. He pulled his hand back out and shrugged. I can't even hold a wand. How could I possibly stop him from leaving Nurmengard? You. Aberforth's mouth twitched. Brotherly instinct told him Dumbledore wasn't being entirely honest, but there was no proof to challenge him. Because, physically, Dumbledore couldn't hold a wand anymore. Aside from being a bit more colorful, he was no different from the other ghosts in the castle now. No magic. Floating steps. Unable to touch a thing. I believe they'll be able to handle this, even without me, Dumbledore said again, glancing in the direction of the castle. You trust those professors that much? No. I trust Kyle. What do you mean? Aberforth frowned. He wouldn't deny that the boy named Kyle was the most gifted wizard he'd ever seen, maybe even more so than Albus in his youth. But to say he could handle Grindelwald? That was pushing it. Sure, Grindelwald had been imprisoned in Nurmengard for nearly 70 years, but that didn't mean he'd grown weaker. Quite the opposite. With no contact with the outside world and no distractions, it was entirely possible Grindelwald had spent every moment honing his magic. If that were the case, he might now be even stronger than Dumbledore had been at his peak. And Kyle, still not even 20, was supposed to deal with a monster like that. Don't be ridiculous. No, brother, you're misunderstanding. Another voice spoke up just then. It was the first time Dumbledore had ever seen someone change expression so fast. Wasn't Aberforth usually the one scowling and telling him to get lost? But who was this cheerful, beaming old man who now smiled so warmly, like sunshine after a long winter? Ariana, another glass? Aberforth asked gently. No one knew what spell he had used, but a brand new, sparkling clean wine glass suddenly appeared on the bar. No thank you. I didn't bring much money today. What's that got to do with anything? Aberforth said loudly. Just put it on Dumbledore's tab. Everyone else does. Dumbledore blinked. Wasn't Aberforth supposed to say it was free? Why was it going on his tab? Ariana just smiled and said nothing. She wasn't interested in drinking, she just enjoyed the warmth of the moment. She couldn't even remember the last time she'd seen her 2 brothers argue like this, but it must have been a very, very long time ago. Seeing her decline, Aberforth didn't press the matter, but he still made another drink anyway. A glass of violet sparkling soda, with half a bottle of honey stirred in. You said I misunderstood. What did you mean? Aberforth glanced at Dumbledore. Don't tell me he made some kind of deal with that bastard. You could say that, but strictly speaking, not exactly. Dumbledore stared at the untouched glass of violet soda on the table. What are you looking at? It's not like you can drink it. You're so heartless. Dumbledore made a show of wiping his eyes. Aberforth twitched at the sight, looking like he might actually throw up. Dumbledore acted as if he hadn't heard and let out a faint sigh. All right, you're right, I really can't drink it. I'm starting to understand why ghosts like food that's rotting and foul. Then I'll leave it to rot and bring it to you. Aberforth grumbled irritably. But right now, I don't have time to play riddles with you. All right, I get it. Dumbledore raised a hand. You really don't need to be so worked up. Gellert's getting on in years too. People our age would much rather sit back in a garden chair and enjoy the sun than stir up chaos in the wizarding world. Aberforth let out a cold snort. He didn't know whether to call Dumbledore naive or just plain stupid. Sure, maybe Dumbledore liked basking in the sun, but Grindelwald. That man would never stop causing trouble, no matter how old he got. Over 100 years old, and that twisted hobby of his hadn't changed one bit. Aberforth swore, Dumbledore was probably the only person in the wizarding world who thought Grindelwald preferred sunbathing. Dumbledore, for his part, had no idea what his brother was thinking. He didn't seem interested in continuing the argument and changed the subject instead. Do you know what kind of state I'm in right now? Of course, Aberforth said offhandedly. You're some sort of special ghost made up of memories. You've said it more than once. I remember. Then do you know how I maintain this state? Dumbledore asked again. This time, Aberforth didn't answer. Because he didn't know. In the wizarding world, ghosts weren't exactly rare, in fact, they were a fairly common type of magical being. But all of them were translucent, pearl-white humanoid figures. He had only ever seen one colorful ghost, Dumbledore. He'd found it strange at first, but since it was Dumbledore, he hadn't thought much of it. He just assumed his brother had learned some odd, obscure bit of magic. It made perfect sense. Dumbledore knowing magic no one else did. That was practically expected. I'm a coward. Dumbledore suddenly said. Obvious, Aberforth replied instinctively, without hesitation. But the two of them were used to it by now, neither found the comment strange. I was afraid of losing Ariana again, so I sought help from a master of magic, Dumbledore continued. Rowena Ravenclaw. You might think I'm spouting nonsense, but she really was in the castle not long ago. Aberforth's face remained blank as he stared at him. She used the diadem's power to preserve my memory completely, so I could spend as much time as possible with Ariana, even if it's in this weak and cowardly form. Oh, and with you too, Aberforth, Dumbledore added. But judging by Aberforth's expression, that didn't seem to bring him much joy. If he had a choice, he'd rather spend time with Ariana alone, without this unnecessary third wheel. What's your point in telling me this? My point is, anyone who holds the diadem can erase me completely at any time, Dumbledore said casually. And that diadem now belongs to Kyle. Aberforth still didn't quite follow, but Dumbledore didn't explain any further. If Aberforth were as sharp as Ariana, he'd understand. If Grindelwald wanted Dumbledore to continue existing, he'd have no choice but to start enjoying the sunshine. Kyle wasn't like other wizards. Dumbledore believed that if Kyle put his mind to it, he'd find a way to make Grindelwald fall in love with something as simple as sunbathing. Yes, it was manipulative. It played on Grindelwald's feelings. Maybe even a little despicable. But Dumbledore had no other choice. He was no longer the chief warlock of the Wisengamot, no longer headmaster of Hogwarts. Now, he was just a powerless, cowardly ghost. Cowardly or not, despicable or not, it didn't matter anymore. Dumbledore drifted gently, swaying in midair. Don't get him wrong, becoming a ghost and shedding everything unnecessary had actually made him feel lighter. And slowly, he was even starting to enjoy it. No agendas, no obligations, no burdens. Just simple, quiet companionship. Dumbledore gave himself a little twirl in midair. That was when he suddenly noticed a golden toad sitting in a glass on the bar, though he had no idea when it got there. It looked as if it had appeared out of thin air. Bloody hell. Aberforth had spotted it too. What is that thing? I swear the bottle I used this time had real wine in it. Dumbledore and Ariana turned to look at him simultaneously. All right, it's got nothing to do with the wine, it's from Nicholas, Dumbledore said. Who? Nicholas Flamel, Dumbledore explained. Little trinket of his from 2 centuries ago. I've seen them before. He leaned in toward the golden toad, which was about the size of a snitch. Whatever Dumbledore did, the toad's mouth suddenly opened, and using the wine in the glass, it spelled out a line of words on the bar surface. Kyle's wedding. Dumbledore gaped in astonishment, eyes filled with disbelief. Well, that's unexpected. And yet, a moment later, it also felt completely natural. Contradictory, yes, but that was honestly how Dumbledore felt. Looks like I'd better go find a gift. Anyone heading to London? I'll come with you, Ariana said, rising to her feet. Something seemed to strike her, and she let out a small laugh. Do you think Diana just found out about it too, same as us? I'd guess, yes, Dumbledore said, his eyes lighting up. Hurry up, I can't wait to get to London. The two of them moved toward the door in unspoken agreement, and stopped in unison at the threshold. Dumbledore turned to glance back at Aberforth, who was still lingering behind the bar. You're not seriously waiting for customers, are you? What kind of nonsense is that? Aberforth muttered. But he tossed the rag aside and stepped out from behind the bar. Just so we're clear, I'm only coming for Ariana. This has nothing to do with you. Ah, yes, of course. I know, Dumbledore said with a smile. Ariana, leading the way, smiled as well and gently pushed open the door. Sunlight spilled in from outside, and suddenly, the Hogshead didn't seem quite so dark anymore. Chapter 1000, Extra, Harry Potter. With the start of term approaching at Hogwarts, Diagon Alley had entered its busiest season. Every day, crowds of young witches and wizards poured in through the leaky cauldron. Among all the shops, the most popular destination for young students was, unsurprisingly, the candy store. And when it came to the most famous candy shop in all of Diagon Alley, the title undoubtedly belonged to the one right next to the ice cream parlor. Mostly because of its former owner, none other than the wildly popular professional seeker of recent years, the Chosen One himself, Harry Potter. This time, the nickname, Chosen One, wasn't just some exaggerated title from years past. To Quidditch fans, he truly lived up to the name. In the recently concluded Quidditch World Cup, seeker Harry Potter and his wife Ginny Potter had teamed up to bring home Britain's first championship in centuries. Quidditch World Cup champions. Even now, many fans still couldn't quite believe it. According to rumors, someone had seen Headmistress Minerva McGonagall singing at the top of her lungs in the astronomy tower late at night, but whether that was true remained to be confirmed. Mostly because the person who first spread the story mysteriously vanished the same day. But regardless, Britain had won. They had finally taken home a Quidditch title, something they hadn't done in generations. As a result, Diagon Alley had stayed lively for weeks, and anything even remotely related to Quidditch had become impossible to keep in stock. Sirius, prompted by a reminder from Lupin, had stocked up on golden snitch and broomstick-shaped candies. Unsurprisingly, thanks to the name Harry Potter, they'd sold like wildfire. Sirius had made a killing, not that he really cared about the money. After all, he was probably the only person who'd choose to close his shop for a break during Diagon Alley's peak season. Long time no see, Harry. At 12 Grimmauld Place, Sirius released Harry from a firm hug. Harry had returned after receiving an invitation to attend the Hogwarts start-of-term feast as an outstanding graduate. He hadn't hesitated for a second, he'd requested leave from the team and come straight back. After months of grueling training, he'd been eager for a chance to relax. This felt like the perfect one. You've really outdone yourself, James never managed to go pro. Lupin walked over, studying Harry with admiration. I'll admit, when you let go of your broom I nearly had a heart attack, but it was absolutely brilliant. I remember that too. Ron gave him a hearty clap on the shoulder. Right after England won last year, Minister Bones couldn't stop smiling. After Harry returned, several old friends who'd caught wind of it also stopped by. Lupin, Tonks, the entire Weasley family, the big house was packed. And in addition to them were some of Harry's Quidditch friends, Oliver Wood, Cedric, Harris, and more. It's worth noting that after the Voldemort incident had finally come to an end, Cedric had decisively quit his job at the Ministry and joined a professional Quidditch team, becoming a seeker just like Harry. The two of them were now rivals. Unfortunately, Cedric had joined his team a bit later than Harry and missed out on the national team selection, a regret that had stuck with him for quite some time. Still, when Harry and his team won, Cedric had been genuinely happy for him. The last time 12 Grimmauld Place had been this lively was back when the Order of the Phoenix was still active. Everyone had lunch together and chatted for hours, only gradually leaving as evening approached. By the way. Harry glanced at Cedric, who had just stepped out the door, then lowered his voice. Cedric, you came back because of that message too, didn't you? If you mean Kyle's letter. Cedric looked around, then gave a small nod. Yeah. So the news is real. The Triwizard Tournament, it seems so, Cedric said, nodding. I heard from Fred and George that the Ministry's been unusually busy lately, especially the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Speaking of which, your friend Hermione works there, doesn't she? You should actually know more than I do. Hermione, yeah, that's right. Harry gave an awkward smile. It wasn't like he hadn't asked, but Hermione had only sent back a very short letter. No comment. Which made sense. Even though she worked in that department, with her personality, there was no way she'd leak anything, especially something as tightly controlled as the Triwizard Tournament. All right. Cedric glanced at Harry again, seemed to guess the situation based on Hermione's personality, and didn't press further. Yeah, the tournament's back, he said firmly. Not everyone was as strict about rules as Hermione, take a certain friend of his, for instance. Kyle's Hogwarts representative this year. He's in charge of everything related to the tournament. He invited me to come back and watch. But I thought Headmaster Dumbledore said the Triwizard Tournament had been cancelled. Harry asked. After all, Voldemort had taken advantage of that tournament to abduct him and make his return. It had only been restarted once before being shut down again. In theory, yeah. Cedric shrugged. But Voldemort's gone, and Kyle thinks the tournament should continue. The International Confederation of Wizards agreed. Kyle thinks it should continue, and the Confederation just agreed. Harry couldn't help smacking his lips in disbelief, instantly reminded of how things used to be with Dumbledore. And last year, at the Quidditch World Cup, Kyle had been seated front row in the top box, right next to the Minister of Magic and the Headmaster of Hogwarts. And not a single person, not even Minister Bones, seemed to think anything was strange about it. Harry, are you still with me? Cedric's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Ah. Harry looked up quickly. So, is the Triwizard Tournament being held at Hogwarts again? Of course not, Cedric said. The tournament rotates between the 3 schools. Kyle said this year it's being hosted at Beauxbatons. He suggested we go as honored alumni, along with Hogwarts champion. What do you think? Sounds great, Harry nodded with a smile. I've always been curious what Hogwarts uses for transportation. It must be more impressive than boats and carriages, right? Well, if Kyle's leading the delegation, who knows, Cedric muttered, rubbing his forehead. In theory, Hogwarts' official transport should be the Thestral-drawn carriages. They might seem common around school, especially for second years and up, who ride them every term, but in other parts of the world, Thestrals are rare magical creatures. Some countries don't have a single one. They made a perfect symbol of Hogwarts' prestige. But this time the delegation leader was Kyle. Cedric had honestly considered the possibility that Kyle might just throw them all on the night bus to France, purely for convenience. Forget it. See you then, Harry. Cedric sighed, trying to suppress the horrifying image of that bus. See you, Harry replied. But you'd better disguise yourself, Cedric added, giving Harry a once-over. Your fame now probably outshines Victor Crumb's back in the day. Harry tugged at the corner of his mouth, thinking of how terrifying those overly enthusiastic fans had been when he first came back. The chosen one, Potter, far more popular than the boy who lived. Even though he kept insisting their World Cup win was mostly luck, no one believed him. No one cared, either. These days, no matter where he went, someone was asking for an autograph. It was the first time he realized just how many wizards there were in Britain. Sometimes I wish I weren't famous. Honestly, I'd rather be back at Hogwarts this year. Half-jokingly, he said, if I could get past the age line, maybe I'd even get picked as a champion. I think you would, Cedric said with a grin. A while later, 12 Grimmauld Place had returned to its usual quiet. After seeing off the last of the guests, Harry and Ginny found Sirius in one of the rooms. All the furniture had been cleared out, leaving nothing but walls covered in clippings and photos. All of them featured Harry, and Ginny too. Every time Harry looked at that wall, he couldn't help but feel his teeth ache a little. I'm begging you, Sirius, can't you just take all this down? Why? It's your legacy, Sirius replied without turning around. It's not about that. I just feel like, never mind. Seeing Sirius's clueless expression, Harry let out a sigh and dropped it. He'd brought it up before. If it were going to work, the room would have been cleared long ago. I'm planning to go to Beauxbatons for the tournament in a while. Want to come? He asked, changing the subject. If you'll let me tag along. Sirius didn't answer directly, but shot a teasing glance at Ginny. Why wouldn't he? We're family, Ginny said before Harry could respond. Mum and Dad are going too. Her tone was matter-of-fact, and Harry nodded right along. Perfect, you can help out. Those obsessive fans are terrifying. Ah, right. Sirius looked at Harry and Ginny with a faraway look for a moment, but quickly pulled himself together. But, he said, as if nothing had happened, I thought you'd be used to fame by now. Voldemort didn't stick around for 2 centuries, Harry said. In Kyle's words, winning the Quidditch World Cup is a lot harder than defeating Voldemort. At that, he couldn't help but laugh. Sirius laughed too. And honestly, in a way, it kind of felt true. Chapter 1001, Extra, Malfoy. Before the start of term at Hogwarts, Snape stood before an imposing manor in Wiltshire, his expression complex as he gazed at the grand estate before him. Malfoy Manor, once one of the most bustling places in the wizarding world, frequented by many prominent witches and wizards. But that was all in the past. Ever since Lucius Malfoy and Narcissa Malfoy had been imprisoned in Azkaban, no one had wanted to come here. The place had grown cold and desolate, and even the once pristine walls were now tangled with unsightly vines. Snape was one of the very few who still bothered to visit. Today, he was here for the wedding of Draco Malfoy and Astoria Greengrass. It was, truthfully, something of a surprise. Snape had never expected old Greengrass to agree to let his daughter marry the disgrace of Slytherin. Yes, Slytherin's disgrace. Much like how the Weasleys were mocked as the shame of purebloods, Lucius's firm stance in support of Hogwarts at the Ministry had earned him the scorn and hatred of the remaining Death Eaters. Combined with their actions in the past, it was only natural that the title had stuck to the Malfoys. But the Malfoy family didn't seem to care. Lucius and Narcissa had no choice in the matter, and Draco had never bothered to offer an explanation either. In fact, he had barely been seen in public for quite some time. The last sighting of him had been months ago. As Snape reflected, he glanced down at the parchment in his hand, then headed straight into the manor, which was still relatively tidy. Relatively, because while the weeds around the grounds had clearly been trimmed recently, whoever had done the job was inexperienced. The cleanup was incomplete, giving the whole scene a somewhat odd and disjointed appearance. Inside was slightly better. Scattered guests could be seen in small clusters. Snape couldn't help thinking back to Kyle and Kanna's wedding. The memory still made his teeth itch with irritation, but he couldn't deny how grand the event had been. Guests had come from all over. Not just people from Hogwarts and the Ministry, but many foreign wizards as well. Even the invitations had been crafted by none other than the famed alchemist Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas Flamel hadn't appeared publicly in the wizarding world for nearly 2 centuries, not even when Dumbledore was appointed headmaster of Hogwarts had such a gesture been made. So even though Kyle and Kanna had vanished halfway through and stood everyone up, the front page of the Daily Prophet had still featured that extravagant wedding for an entire week afterward. When Harry got married, the guest list had been far less illustrious than Kyle's, but the opulent golden invitations had drawn just as much attention. By comparison, the Malfoy wedding, despite the family's wealth, felt almost miserly. The venue was simply their own estate, and the number of guests was pitifully small. Of the few who had come, most were from the Greengrass family. Snape spotted Daphne Greengrass among them. She was Astoria's older sister, and like her, had also been a student at Hogwarts. "Long time no see, Professor Snape," Daphne greeted as she approached, her chin slightly lifted to better show off the opal necklace gleaming at her throat. "I honestly didn't expect you to attend this wedding." "Why wouldn't I?" Snape gave her a glance. "With all due respect." Daphne smiled faintly. "Given Kanna's current status, I thought you'd be doing your best to distance yourself from the Malfoys. After all, the man she married has never been fond of Death Eaters. Everyone knows Draco Malfoy was a Death Eater, one of the few who actually survived him. In that case, why did you agree to let Miss Greengrass marry him?" Snape asked coolly. "Well, there was nothing we could do. My sister loves him. She was even willing to go against the family just to marry him," Daphne said with a touch of helplessness. Astoria might seem gentle, but she was strong-willed. Once she set her mind on something, she never wavered. In truth, most of the Greengrass women were like that, including Daphne herself, and their mother. That's why Daphne understood her sister's decision, and so, she had come, offering her blessing. The others who had come shared similar reasons. As for Kyle, there hadn't been much direct contact between them, and Daphne didn't think he would trouble the Greengrass family over something like this. "I'm Draco's godfather," Snape said, which was answer enough. "Is that so?" "I honestly didn't know." Snape offered no further explanation. He was indeed Malfoy's godfather, there was no question about that, but ever since Voldemort had been defeated, that title seemed to have lost all significance. The conversation didn't last long. Daphne soon turned and walked away. Snape watched her retreating figure in silence, then swept his gaze across the rest of the room. Perhaps not all pureblood families are narrow-minded fools after all, he thought. It was true that Lucius and Narcissa had been imprisoned in Azkaban, but unlike the other Death Eaters, they had gone voluntarily, as an act of atonement. Lucius had even handed over half the galleons from the Malfoy family vault to help pay reparations to the Aurors and Hit Wizards, as well as contribute to post-war reconstruction efforts. In other words, Lucius and Narcissa weren't in Azkaban for life. As a reward for turning away from darkness in the end, it might take 10 years, maybe 20, but eventually, they would be released. And as long as Lucius and Narcissa could return, the Malfoy name wouldn't be lost to ruin. Snape moved to a quieter corner and took a seat, silently watching the ceremony unfold. The officiant was a short wizard Snape had seen on numerous occasions before. Despite the sparse attendance, every step of the wedding proceeded according to tradition, even a formal ball had been arranged for after the ceremony. But with so few people willing to dance, the so-called ball looked rather awkward, even slightly comical. Still, it made sense. There weren't many guests to begin with, and fewer still in the mood to celebrate. Yet Draco and Astoria took the dance seriously. They stood in the center of the floor, paying no attention to anyone else. At one point, Draco placed a ring on Astoria's finger, a ring engraved with the letter M. Snape recognized it immediately. It was the Malfoy family crest. It had once belonged to Lucius, who had passed it to Draco before being sent to Azkaban. Now, Draco had given it to Astoria. At that moment, Snape stood up quietly and left Malfoy Manor without another word. He still remembered the day Narcissa had tearfully begged him to look after Draco. He had agreed. Out of sympathy, yes, but also out of duty, as Draco's godfather. Every few months, during school holidays, Snape would make a quiet visit just to check on him from afar. But now, Snape felt, he wouldn't need to come again. Chapter 1002, Extra, Outdone the Master, Extra Finale. Breaking news, shocking changes at Hogwarts. The school board has decided to appoint a second deputy headmaster. Early that morning, many wizards were drawn in by the front-page article of the Daily Prophet. After all, for centuries, Hogwarts had always operated with one headmaster and one deputy headmaster. The sudden addition of another deputy naturally came as a surprise. Even more intriguing was the question, who could possibly inspire the board to break with the tradition established by the four founders? In a decision sure to stun the entire wizarding world, wrote Rita Skeeter, I'm thrilled to announce that the newly appointed second deputy headmaster of Hogwarts is none other than the head of Hufflepuff House, Kyle Chopper. This is truly thrilling news, you can't imagine how loud the cheers were. Many people screamed themselves hoarse, myself included. Clearly, everyone saw this as a natural decision. No one questioned whether Kyle was qualified for the role, and by the way, he has a lovely personality. We spoke briefly, and I asked, what should I call you, head of house? Professor? Deputy headmaster? But he said he preferred being called Kyle, like an old friend, rather than anything formal. Of course, I'm not suggesting that Headmistress McGonagall or Headmaster Dumbledore were overly particular about titles, just that Kyle's warmth is surprising. On platform 9 3/4, someone looked up from the paper with a dazed expression and rubbed his eyes hard. He thought he must have misread it. Since when did Rita Skeeter praise someone like that? Behind him, Cedric, also reading the article, was far more composed. Rita Skeeter didn't praise people, except for Kyle. When it came to him, her enchanted quick quotes quill could write volumes of praise. It had been that way for years, and everyone had long grown used to it. I knew it. Suddenly, Cedric felt a weight on his shoulder and turned to see two identical faces. Fred, George, he exclaimed, eyes wide. What are you two? I thought Percy wasn't old enough to start school until next year. That's true, Fred said with a cheeky grin. But today is our beloved godson's first day at Hogwarts. As his godfathers, of course we had to be here. Oh, right, gift time. He pulled a massive box from his pocket and quickly shoved it through the carriage window, handing it to a boy inside. How he managed to fit something that large into his pocket, no one knew. Cedric and Cho's expressions changed at once, they instinctively tried to stop him. But Fred moved too quickly. They didn't even have time to react before the boy took the gift and bolted down the corridor, vanishing in seconds. Cedric made to follow him onto the train, only to be stopped by a hand. I swear, there are absolutely no firework dung bombs in that box, George said with a grin. Cedric gave him a doubtful look. Firework dung bombs did exactly what their name suggested, exploded like fireworks but with a much more unpleasant payload. The thought of one going off at Hogwarts was difficult to imagine. Just then, the train began to move. Cedric had no choice but to sigh and trust them one more time. Really, you should be grateful, George muttered. Kyle and Connor's kids won't start until next year. At least little Betty gets to enjoy normal school life for a bit longer. A normal school life, Fred added pointedly. At that, Cedric and Cho, who had been standing beside him, fell unusually silent. They were all thinking of the boy who looked almost exactly like young Kyle. To be honest, having Kyle as a friend had been a stroke of luck. He'd turned their dull school days into something extraordinary. But if their own children ended up in school with a Kyle 2.0, one even more outrageous than the original, that would be a nightmare. Cedric would never forget how, at just 8 years old, little Kyle had completely played an old wizard who had sinister intentions. He baited him with a staged mistake, then struck back justifiably, commanding a Wampus cat to string the man up on the tallest spire of the Ministry of Magic. Honestly, if Hogwarts ever sent a letter saying Betty had been expelled for dumping dragon dung on head of House Snape's head, Cedric wouldn't even be surprised. Because it was entirely possible. Oh, wait, that's right. Kyle was deputy headmaster now. Betty probably wouldn't be expelled at all. For a moment, the four of them stood silently together, no one saying a word. Thankfully, Laya takes after her mother, Cho murmured. Laya was Kyle and Kanna's second child, a daughter whose personality was the exact opposite of her brother's, a model young witch, through and through. Frankly, that was a blessing worth throwing a feast for. Just imagine if Hogwarts ended up with two Kyles at the same time. The chaos. Headmistress McGonagall might well retire on the spot. Then again, maybe that's exactly what Kyle hoped for. The train gradually pulled away, rounded a bend, and disappeared from sight. Speaking of which, want to head to Hogsmeade? Fred said. Kyle just became deputy headmaster, we've got to celebrate. Of course. Even if you hadn't said anything, we would have come looking for you in Hogsmeade anyway, Cedric replied with a smile. The group agreed without hesitation. There was still time before the train arrived, plenty for a good drink. In the next instant, they all apparat and appeared on the streets of Hogsmeade. The village was quiet. 2 witches stepped out of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes at the street corner, Angelina Johnson, Fred's wife, and Alicia Spinnet, George's. Incidentally, Alicia had also been a member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and like Angelina, she had played as a chaser. Sometimes, you really had to admit, Fred and George were alike in every possible way. To celebrate Kyle becoming Hogwarts deputy headmaster, same place as always, the 3 broomsticks, Fred said with a grin as he walked up. I heard Madame Rosmerda's got a new drink on the menu, and I can't wait to try it. They made their way into the 3 broomsticks, ordering their favorite drinks with practiced ease. Just us? Alicia asked, a little puzzled. If it's a celebration, shouldn't we invite Kyle and Connor too? Technically, yes, but we don't need to, George replied, glancing toward the door. Look, they're already here. The door to the 3 broomsticks swung open again, and Kyle and Connor walked in from outside. The bell above the door jingled as a breeze swept through, ringing with a crisp, familiar chime. Almost instinctively, as if rehearsed, everyone in the room turned their eyes toward the bell. That sound, it hadn't changed at all. Chapter 1003, Note, Original Author's Final Thoughts. What began as a simple idea turned into this story, and I'm truly happy, and deeply honored, that so many people came to love Kyle. Thank you all for your continued support and company along the way. Every subscription, every monthly vote, every recommendation and bookmark, you made this possible. This book started off with very low initial numbers, so low that no one thought it would succeed. Honestly, when it was finally featured on the site, I was in shock. I couldn't believe it. And all of that happened thanks to your unwavering support. Thank you. Bows deeply, loudly. Omega. So for now, Kyle's story has come to a close. There will still be a few extra chapters to come, covering things that weren't fully explained in the main story. Oh, and a new book is in the works. I've already got some ideas. It'll be set at Hogwarts again, and I'll try to get the outline written up as soon as possible. I hope you'll enjoy it too. Once again, thank you to every reader who supported Kyle, thank you for your subscriptions, your monthly votes, and your donations. A special thanks to my 2 top patrons. The Wheel of Fate that loves pranks. Endless Depths. And many thanks as well to my editor, Peng Lai, for always being there to help. Li Mao loves you all. Until next time. Chapter 1004, Note, Translator's Final Thoughts. Hey everyone, we've reached the end of this translation. Pretty good ride, right? The author did an amazing job, and I believe I also managed to deliver a relatively solid translation, definitely above average. Over time, I've learned a lot through this process. I'm sure I made some mistakes along the way, but each one was a valuable lesson, and nowadays, as long as I stay focused, I'm confident that my translations are far better than what I used to be capable of. Also, you're welcome to share this translation on any site or platform where it hasn't already been posted, spreading it around helps it reach more people. I'm not the author of the original novel, but I truly believe that good quality art should be accessible to everyone. Stories like these can genuinely bring happiness. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much for your support throughout this translation, you guys were incredible. Until the next fanfic I translate, if you decide to follow along.